Chapter 1, The Luxurious Villa in the Ruins of the Apocalypse. Damn system, has it restarted after a year of crashing? I haven't seen a living person in over a year, am I really going to be kept here until I die? Jing Tian lay on the luxurious big bed in the villa, yawning as he watched two zombies fiercely battle on the television. The apocalypse had arrived a year ago, and he had been trapped in this ultra-luxurious villa for a year. Every day, it was either zombie shows or more zombies, it was so boring. A year ago, after graduating as a real estate agent, he was taking photos of this villa when suddenly, red mist fell from the sky, and the apocalypse began. Jing Tian fainted on the spot. When he woke up, a so-called super villa system had appeared in his mind. The annoying part was that this system crashed like a computer after it first started. All that he was left with was a bit of outside information, this remodeled magical villa, and a drone. In this year's time, although Jing Tian had no worries about food and clothing, he was restricted by the system and couldn't leave the villa area. A year without going out, and no need to work, naturally turned him into a sloth. At first, it took him several days to understand the various functions of this magical villa. Every day, besides studying cooking, he practiced boxing and fitness, using the drone to survey one city and observe the surroundings. At this moment, the battle between the two zombies on screen ended. Jing Tian controlled the drone to fly to a farther location. The drone flew around again, reaching the edge of Yun City, nearing its maximum flying distance. Sigh, another boring day with no gains. Jing Tian sighed in distress and prepared to control the drone to return. Just then, Jing Tian suddenly paused, staring at a corner of the screen, rubbed his eyes, and suddenly opened wide. Holy crap! Oh my god! A living person, there are actually living people entering the city. Jing Tian screamed, and his whole body vanished from the bed, reappearing in front of the television. Within the safe zone of the villa, he could teleport at will. This was one of the abilities granted by the system. Confirming that he wasn't mistaken, it was indeed a person. Jing Tian was so excited he could almost cry. After a year, he finally saw a living person. In a not-so-clear corner of the screen, a 5-member squad appeared, battling a group of zombies. They waved their hands, shooting fireballs and dirt balls, taking down large numbers of zombies. They are ability users, fire, earth, and even wind powers? Jing Tian's eyes were filled with excitement and envy. From the limited information conveyed before the system crashed, he learned. After the apocalypse's red mist fell, 60% of humanity turned into bloodthirsty zombies. Among the remaining survivors, some had also undergone changes. Those who could control elemental energy became ability users. Some others had physical changes and could practice ancient martial arts. These people were collectively referred to as ability users. And what about Jing Tian? Although the safe house left him plenty of martial arts classics and detailed explanations on how abilities are formed. But after a year of research, he had only become a theoretical master, with no physical change whatsoever. It had been over a year since he saw a living person, and now he finally spotted people, even 5 ability users, which made him overjoyed. Staring at the screen, Jing Tian's expression suddenly changed as he shouted urgently. Oh no, run fast, a level 3 mutated zombie is coming. He saw 2 level 3 mutated zombies approaching the 5-member squad quickly. Chapter 2, 2 Ability Survivor. At this moment, the drone was too high, although it had a shouting function, Jing Tian's voice couldn't be heard amidst the noise below. The mutated zombies were different from the shriveled, black and ordinary zombies, they were entirely red, with faintly red eyes. Their biggest feature was that they possessed a certain level of intelligence. As soon as the 2 level 3 mutated zombies appeared, the 5-member team instantly panicked. The mutated zombies moved very quickly, and in the blink of an eye, 2 team members were caught. With a few quick bites, the 2 had their heads bitten off. The remaining 3 immediately coordinated and launched their strongest attacks to block briefly, then turned and fled. In the apocalypse, death had become commonplace. Although the death of a companion was painful, it didn't affect their escape. Damn it, don't run that way. There are stronger zombies over there. Jing Tian shouted anxiously as he watched the direction the 3 were running in. At that moment, the drone had descended to just a dozen meters above. This shout made the 3 clearly freeze for a moment. The person running last couldn't help but look up at the drone. His eyes revealed a strong shock. Because of that glance, this unfortunate fellow had his head grabbed off by an approaching mutated zombie. Sorry, I didn't know his acceptance level was so low. You too, don't just stand there. Quickly run in the direction of the drone. Jing Tian also paused for a moment, apologized, and then shouted loudly to the last 2. The remaining 2 were the bald leading man and a woman dressed in an old leather coat. The woman looked about 25 or 26, with a neat short haircut, and her features were quite delicate, but a long scar on her face ruined all beauty. These 2 reacted quickly. Especially the woman, who first grabbed the bald man's wrist, and a gust of wind surged around them, rushing towards the drone. Wind type ability user? Beautiful. Seeing this scene, Jing Tian felt another surge of envy. But he didn't forget to control the drone, leading the way in front of the two at the fastest speed. This drone was a product of the villa system and couldn't be measured by normal standards. The woman and the bald man dashed forward at a speed of nearly 80 yards, but the drone remained far ahead. It could be seen that the woman's eyes were also filled with deep shock. Little sister, this is a drone? How is that possible? Didn't all power sources disappear? The bald man, still running, could express his shock, showing how much this drone had stunned him. You ask me? Who should I ask? Just follow it, we'll know soon. The woman rolled her eyes. Her speed accelerated again, seeming to compete with the drone. The mutated zombies behind were also closely following, but their speed was slightly slower than the wind-type ability user, maintaining a distance of about 100 meters. For the entire Yin city, Jing Tian could be said to know it like the back of his hand. He maneuvered the drone, taking the two of them left and right, avoiding a dozen places with powerful mutated zombies. Finally, he led them to the foot of the hillside villa area he was located in. Then, with a whoosh, the drone flew away. At this moment, the bald man and the scar-faced woman stood there, stunned. Along the way, they had been paying attention to the mutated zombies behind. After the drone flew away, with nowhere else to escape, the two felt a surge of anxiety. At this time, however, they found that the level 3 mutated zombies chasing them turned around and ran away as they reached near the villa. It seemed that there was something here that they feared. What are they afraid of? The bald man trembled with confusion. It should be the presence of a super strong individual scared them away? The woman said uncertainly. Super strong? The strongest known ability users are only level 5, right? Our leader is at this level, but can he scare away level 3 mutated zombies? Definitely not, but you said it yourself, it's only the known. There might be stronger individuals we don't know about, the woman said. Goodness. The expert in here must be at least level 6 or above, right? The bald man was somewhat shocked. I also don't know. Look over there? As the woman spoke, her gaze turned towards the villa on the mountaintop, suddenly gasping, her tone trembling. Damn it, is that a newly built villa? The bald man saw the luxurious villa on the mountaintop, barely believing his eyes. Now, the whole of Yin City was almost in ruins. But here, they saw a brand new 3-story European-style villa. Chapter 3: The Stunned Siblings. Little sister, pinch me, see if I am seeing things, how is this possible? The bald man looked at the villa on the mountaintop and once again uttered, how could this be? The woman directly reached out and pinched the bald man's neck hard. Ouch. Little sister, are you trying to murder your own brother? The bald man howled, glaring at the woman in dissatisfaction. This sentence confirmed one thing, they were indeed siblings. You told me to pinch, knowing it hurts means it's not a dream. Now there is only one explanation, a super powerful person protected this villa, let's hurry up and go. The woman said calmly. Right, let's go up, but what should we do when we get there? The bald man hesitated a bit. Of course we act according to the situation, but the most important point is to be polite, and it's best if you don't talk much. The woman shot a glance at her brother. After saying this, she began to walk up the mountain. Originally, this hillside villa area had more than 10 villas, but unfortunately, although the others had not collapsed, they were damaged to some extent. This made the villa at the mountaintop appear even more dazzling. At this moment, inside the villa, Jing Tian was filled with excitement and anticipation, but his face showed a calm demeanor. Jing Tian had a bit of vanity, like many young people, enjoyed showing off to gain a sense of presence. This time there were rare guests visiting, still saved by him, he wanted to feel the thrill of being praised and complimented. As for fear and worry? Jing Tian absolutely had none, he was the master of the safe house villa, where he had absolute control and various abilities. In other words, Jing Tian could control outsiders with just a thought and force them to leave. At this moment, the bald brother and sister had approached the villa's main door and found it was wide open. The siblings exchanged a glance. Strong individuals are impressive, even leaving the door open, completely unafraid of any zombies attacking. When the two cautiously stepped through the villa gate, they were once again shocked and stopped in their tracks. And they both opened their mouths simultaneously. Before them, the yard was about 40 by 30 in size, with a pebble path dividing the yard in half. Half of the yard was a garden, and the other half was a vegetable patch. It was this garden and vegetable patch that was the source of amazement for the siblings. That is fresh vegetables? How can this be? The bald man said, how is this possible for the third time? He couldn't even remember how long it had been since he ate fresh vegetables. Half a year? Or 8 months? The woman also wanted to shout, how is this possible? Looking at the green vegetables in the vegetable patch, her throat slightly rolled, fearing her saliva might drool out. Just as the siblings were completely stunned by the vegetable patch, suddenly a cracking sound startled them awake. The villa door in front of them suddenly opened by itself at this moment. A faint young voice came from inside. Please come in, I assure you, I mean no harm. Opening the door from afar? What kind of skill is this? The bald man ignored Jing Tian's words and instead looked at the open door, his face full of shock. A method powerful beyond our understanding. Let's go, don't embarrass ourselves. The woman gently pulled the bald man, and they moved to the villa door. Jing Tian was actually getting a bit impatient waiting inside. Seeing the two standing still in the yard, he finally controlled the villa door to open. He had gotten used to doing this naturally, it was how he usually opened doors without feeling anything unusual. Such a casual action unexpectedly made the siblings more certain of his strong identity. After the bald siblings took 2 steps inside, they stopped. Looking at Jing Tian's back on the sofa, the woman respectfully spoke, "Thank you, sir, for saving us. Wang Lian and Wang Mang have disturbed you." "So you are siblings, that's really amazing, both of you have evolved into abilities users." At this moment, Jing Tian felt that the master's pose was about right, so he stood up and walked over, actually unable to maintain his act any longer. He arrived in front of the 2 siblings and smiled as he said, "Let me introduce myself as well, my name is Jing Tian, the owner of this villa." "Hello, Mr. Jing." The brother and sister looked at Jing Tian, who was dressed neatly and casually, with a fresh and youthful appearance, and were once again shocked in their hearts. In this world, even a child in their teens cannot guarantee a complexion and demeanor like Jing Tian's. Unless. Chapter 4 Mistaken for a superpowerful being. At this time, Wang Meng and Wang Lian, the brother and sister, both unconsciously speculated in the same direction. Unless those who had evolved to a higher level of abilities could maintain their skin and complexion so well. Click. Jing Tian controlled the closing of the door, making Wang Meng and Wang Lian shiver slightly. They surprisingly felt no energy fluctuation at all. "Seeing that you both are also ability users, why are you so restrained in front of an ordinary person like me? Come, sit down, have some water and chat, it's been a long time since anyone has talked to me." Jing Tian looked at the 2 of them who were so tense, feeling a bit amused. "You're still an ordinary person? That's too modest, isn't it?" Wang Meng and Wang Lian exchanged glances, both realizing each other's thoughts. But since Jing Tian said so, they didn't dare to make it clear. Who knows what strange temper this powerful person might have. The 2 sat stiffly on the sofa, afraid that the dust on them would dirty the sofa, barely sitting down at all. And when Jing Tian personally brought 2 cups of clear water over, the 2 were shocked again. Their shock was not only about the clear water itself but mainly because they clearly saw that Jing Tian had poured the water from a water dispenser that was powered. There was actually electricity here. If drones could barely explain it with batteries, then what about the villa's power supply? Drink some water to moisten your throat. Jing Tian was a bit speechless at their shocked expressions, even feeling like rolling his eyes. It was just a bit of water, right? Jing Tian obviously still didn't know that their shock was not only about the water but mainly about the power supply issue. When the apocalypse arrived, not only was the water source polluted, but all power supplies also became unusable, even including batteries. As for the water sources, apart from the remaining packaged water, other drinking water was boiled with lime and then heavily filtered. Not only was the water quality unlikely to be clear, especially there was that awful taste. Thank you, Mr. Jing, we haven't had pure water in a long time." The 2 suppressed their shocked thoughts and hurriedly thanked Jing Tian. Carefully lifting the water cup, they eagerly drank down a glass of water. In fact, as ability users, they could occasionally drink pure water, but it was only occasionally. Refreshing, so refreshing. Wang Meng couldn't help but shout loudly after finishing drinking. He felt that this water was so much better than the mineral water he had drunk before. This. And the attentive Wang Lian did not react as exaggeratedly as Wang Meng. But the shock in her eyes was even stronger. She could actually feel a surge of energy in this water. This energy seemed to make her mental strength clearer by a bit. Wang Lian wanted to say something, but looking at Jing Tian smiling at her, she quickly swallowed her words back. In the end, she turned her shock and doubt into a more respectful gratitude. "Okay, stop being so polite, it makes me feel a bit uncomfortable, let's just chat casually." Jing Tian was a bit tired of their politeness, it was rare to have someone here, how could they chat with such restraint? "Mr. Jing, what would you like to chat about? We promise to share everything we know." Wang Lian feared her reckless brother might say something to offend Jing Tian, secretly pressed him down, and she began to talk with Jing Tian. What Jing Tian naturally wanted to chat about was the situation outside. Wang Lian did not hide anything about this. In Wang Lian's mind, she was very certain of Jing Tian's identity as a super strong person. So, she patiently answered some questions from Jing Tian that seemed a bit childish. She took these as a form of testing from Jing Tian. As for what was being tested, Wang Lian couldn't be bothered to think. Anyway, there were no confidential topics, so just ask away. Little did she know, Jing Tian was only asking out of curiosity. Regarding the changes in the outside world, other than knowing about the mutated zombies and ability users, the information system had not released any further details. Jing Tian was now no different from a frog at the bottom of a well. After half an hour, Jing Tian had a rough understanding of the situation outside. It turned out that in this year, the survivors had already stabilized and started adapting to the new order. Strong individuals rose, forming their own forces. The exact number of forces and their distribution was still unknown because of the inconvenience of communication and transportation. Wang Lian and Wang Mang also figured this out very clearly. The siblings' abilities were not too strong. Wang Mang was a level 2 late-stage Earth-type ability user, and Wang Lian was a level 1 late-stage Wind-type ability user. The siblings came from a place 200 kilometers away from Yun City, a stronghold called the Iron Barrel Force. The name of this force might sound bad, but it very well expressed their intention. To make the stronghold as safe as an iron barrel. Aside from the situation of the stronghold, Jing Tian also learned about the strength levels of zombies and human ability users. This information system had only transmitted the most basic details at the beginning because there had been many changes over the past year, so it was necessary for Jing Tian to understand. Currently, the strongest known mutated zombies had already reached level 5. And among human warriors, the strongest known ability users, like Wang Mang and the others, also had level 5 individuals. Ability users and ancient martial artists were collectively referred to as ability users. The leader of the Iron Barrel Stronghold, Tong Zhan, was a level 5 ability user with formidable strength. Upon hearing about the level 5 ability users, Jing Tian couldn't help but feel envious and jealous. Mr. Jing, may I ask, what level of ability user are you now? I guess you must be above level 6, a returning ancient martial artist, right? Wang Mang held back for a while, finally unable to contain himself. Disregarding Wang Lian's secret obstruction, he asked out loud. Chapter 5, Gift Exchange. Me? When Jing Tian heard Wang Mang ask about his strength, he felt a wave of frustration. He thought, this guy really knows how to pick the wrong topic to talk about. Over level 6 ancient martial artists? If he had even level 1 ability, he would be secretly happy. I already said, I'm just an ordinary person. In his frustration, Jing Tian's expression turned unsightly. He was really just frustrated because he envied these ability users far too much. However, the way he looked and spoke made it seem obvious to the siblings that he was unhappy with Wang Mang's question about his strength. This made Wang Mang feel anxious and he shot an intense glare at Wang Lian. Mr. Jing, it's getting late, we have tasks to complete, so we won't bother you anymore. Thank you again for saving us and your hospitality, Is it already time to leave? Seeing Wang Lian suggest to leave, Jing Tian felt a bit reluctant. He couldn't go out, so having someone to chat with was quite nice. Yes, Mr. Jing, our task is very important. Wang Lian quickly said. She felt her brother had already upset Jing Tian, so it would be better to leave quickly. Important task? Can you share what it is? Jing Tian originally thought their task was to investigate the material situation in Yun City, but it seemed to be something else. There's nothing we can't say. Our leader's daughter, Tongyu, is only 13 this year. She should be inside Yun City. Wait a moment. Jing Tian interrupted Wang Lian halfway through her words. You say a 13-year-old girl is inside Yun City? Forget about whether she is still alive, is your leader out of his mind? It's been a year and only now he thought of searching? Our leader didn't know at first. He accepted a survivor a while ago, who told him that he had seen Tongyu and a group of people hid in an underground warehouse in Yun City. Wang Mang interjected from the side, seemingly not wanting Jing Tian to misunderstand their leader. I misunderstood then, but why didn't your leader come in person? With his level 5 power, wouldn't it be safer for him to come? Jing Tian's confusion arose. The leader naturally wants to come himself, but right now our Magic City base is in serious conflict between two forces. The leader has to constantly cultivate while also managing the overall situation, so he can win when fighting the other leader to protect our base from being swallowed. Wang Lian explained in more detail. Upon hearing Wang Lian's explanation, Jing Tian understood but was still a bit angry. Aren't we all survivors helping each other to live? Why do we have to fight against our own kind? It's truly ridiculous. The brother and sister exchanged a glance, smiling wryly. Wang Lian said, Mr. Jing, you lack nothing, so you don't mind. Right now, the number of people in the base is increasing every day, but supplies are getting scarcer. So for the sake of resources and living space, some battles are unavoidable. The stronger you are, the more resources you can acquire. It's all because of the damned apocalypse. At this rate, I don't know how long humanity can hold on. Jing Tian expressed his concern. There should be a solution soon, right? I heard there's a mysterious base force studying a new type of food that can be mass-produced. If they succeed, humanity's food problem will be solved. Is there such a thing? That's great. As long as we don't starve to death, maybe one day the apocalypse will end. Upon hearing Wang Lian's words, Jing Tian's eyes sparkled with genuine happiness. Although he had food provided by his villa system, it was only enough for 3 or 2 people, so he couldn't help everyone. Wang Lian and Wang Mang wanted to ask Jing Tian about the vegetables outside and the water and electricity issues in the villa several times. However, every time they opened their mouths, they ultimately didn't dare to ask. Then, the siblings insisted on leaving urgently under the pretense of searching for the leader's daughter. Jing Tian didn't want to keep them too forcefully and finally said, "Since you insist on going, I will give you a map. Follow the route and markings I give you to look for her, it increases your chances." The siblings were naturally once again excited and thanked him. After some preparations, Jing Tian gave them a map marking the route and packed the leftover 3 buns and 2 bottles of water in a bag. "This is all I can do, I hope you can survive. If you run into danger, try to come back to me." Jing Tian felt that their journey would definitely be fraught with danger since neither of them was even a level 3 ability user. Wang Lian was a late-stage level 1 wind-type ability user, which only gave her speed advantage. Wang Mang was slightly stronger, being a level 2 earth-type ability user. Forget about level 4 mutated zombies, even the level 3 zombies that chased them earlier would make them run for their lives. As for whether they could escape, it would depend on whether luck was on their side. Bun. Wang Mang actually didn't hear Jing Tian's words, staring with red eyes at the buns in the bag. The white and plump buns had completely captured his heart. Fortunately, Wang Lian had better self-control, absorbed Jing Tian's words, and thanked him for the nth time. They were supposed to leave now. However, after taking 2 steps, Wang Lian seemed to feel that leaving like this was somewhat inappropriate. After hesitating for a moment, he took out a small cloth pouch from his inner pocket. He opened the small cloth pouch and handed it to Jing Tian, saying, "Mr. Jing, although you might not think much of it, this is the most valuable thing we siblings have, so please accept it as a token of gratitude." "Why are you being so polite, cough cough?" Halfway through his words, Jing Tian's eyes widened in shock as he saw the object in Wang Lian's hand. "Is it a high-level zombie crystal core?" He initially wanted to appear aloof, but he couldn't maintain that facade once he clearly saw the crystal core in Wang Lian's hand. "It's not exactly high level, just a level 2 crystal core, given to us by the leader before he left," Wang Lian explained. The system's initial information had also described the crystal cores. They are crystallized products from the brains of zombies and the only pure thing on them, containing a certain amount of energy. Ordinary zombies have a very low probability of producing crystal cores, and even if they do, they are just colorless grains the size of rice. Level 1 mutated zombies have a 90% production rate for crystal cores, and due to certain special characteristics, they may exhibit some coloration, which is quite helpful to ability users. Naturally, the higher the level, the better it is. The 2 small crystal cores in Wang Lian's hand were about the size of her pinky nail, one light blue and the other earthy yellow, matching the siblings' superpower attributes perfectly. Jing Tian had seen these things from a drone before. It seemed they were useful to zombies too, as he always sent drones to collect them, but they were snatched by zombies every time. Now, observing this thing up close for the first time, he was very curious and naturally wanted to accept it, but he didn't want to take advantage of them without giving something in return. Jing Tian thought of something that might help their training. "I really like this, but I don't like taking other people's things for free, wait here." After finishing, he didn't give Wang Lian a chance to refuse and quickly went upstairs. "Little sister, you are so generous. These 2 crystal cores can make a big difference in our strength." Wang Meng finally snapped out of the temptation of the buns, glancing at Wang Lian's actions with a bit of reluctance. "How do I have such a stupid brother like you? Can't you feel that there's something wrong with your realm?" Wang Lian gave Wang Meng a completely helpless glare. "What's wrong with my realm? Oh crap. What's going on? I've actually made a slight breakthrough in my realm?" Wang Meng felt puzzled at first. However, after feeling his own realm for a moment, he was dumbfounded. In such a short time, his realm surprisingly had a tiny improvement. "Shut up, keep your voice down. Don't act innocent after getting a good deal, let's talk about it later when we leave. Don't upset Mr. Jing." Wang Lian hurriedly stopped Wang Meng from speaking. Wang Meng quickly covered his mouth with his hand. Looking up at the staircase, his eyes were filled with awe. To be honest, Wang Meng still didn't understand why his realm had improved a bit. But he was sure of one thing, this definitely had to do with the mysterious and powerful Mr. Jing. Moments later, Jing Tian came down from upstairs. He held a bound book in his hand, with a plain paper cover on which he wrote 4 big characters with a marker. Jing Style Secret Manual. The writing style, if described nicely, could be called lively and spirited; if described poorly, it was messy like Jing Tian's wild script. "Well, this is something I wrote myself, it might be useful to you guys. If it's not, just consider it a keepsake. Jing Tian felt a bit awkward. What he was giving away was a detailed explanation of superpower cultivation. He originally wanted to give the original version, but the original was a system product, and he couldn't give it to anyone. This hand-copied version was something he transcribed when he was bored and not yet fully copied. But the basic explanation of superpowers was complete, and if they were ability users, learning it at the beginning should be beneficial. At this moment, Jing Tian clearly didn't realize the impact that this casually gifted item would cause in the outside world soon after. Even more so, in the future, two factions appeared in the realm of supernatural abilities. One of the factions was called the Jing faction of supernatural beings. Even at this moment, Wang Lian did not dare to underestimate what Jing Tian had given her, and quickly accepted it with respect. Then, after a proper farewell, Jing Tian personally took the two to the gate of the villa. It wasn't that he didn't want to send them off further, but he simply could not step out of the villa gate. The brother and sister walked out of the gate of the villa area at the foot of the mountain and paused for a moment. "Little sister, quickly give me a steamed bun. I haven't seen such authentic white steamed buns for so long, I'm dying of hunger." The first thing Wang Meng did when he stopped was to ask Wang Lian for a bun. "All you think about is eating, here you go." Wang Lian glared at Wang Meng and handed him the bag of buns. She took out the stapled book. In front of Jing Tian, she felt embarrassed to look at exactly what it was, but she couldn't help her curiosity and prepared to take a peek. Meanwhile, Wang Meng took out a fist-sized bun. He thought that such a rugged man would surely devour half of it in one bite due to his eagerness. But the reality was quite the opposite. He held the bun, admired it, took a sniff, and then took a delicate bite as if he were a lady. The bun burst open, and it turned out to be his favorite filling of celery and pork from the height of his glory. Just as Wang Meng was about to be shocked that the filling contained pork, his expression suddenly froze. Chapter 7. Thus, they were promoted. Wang Meng clearly felt a special energy spreading in his stomach. It made his elemental power surge and his spirit became clear. The ability of supernatural beings comes, in part, from the elemental power within them. They are merely the trigger, the true control is through mental strength. At this moment, Wang Meng felt the fluctuation of his mental strength. Without thinking too much, he gobbled up the entire bun in just a few bites. On this side, Wang Lian did not notice Wang Meng's oddity, because she was also in a dazed state. She had just opened the book and, upon seeing the first few words, felt a special energy surge towards her. Finally, this energy directly flowed into her mental strength. In an instant, Wang Lian felt her mental strength increase, and the surrounding wind elements were absorbed into her body. Boom! Wang Meng felt a loud bang in his head. At the same time, a surge of earth elemental energy erupted from his body, attracting the surrounding natural elements to gather quickly around him. Boom! Wang Lian experienced the same situation just a few seconds after Wang Meng. The only difference was that around Wang Lian, blue wind elements were gathering. The siblings both collectively advanced in rank. One was due to eating a bun. The other just glanced at Jing Tian's handwritten book. The commotion they caused was not small, as wind and thunder sounds appeared in the area. Even Jing Tian, who had just returned to the villa, felt the abnormality. Jing Tian originally wanted to examine the two crystal cores. But when he sensed the anomaly from outside, he hurriedly grabbed a pair of binoculars and ran to the rooftop to see what had happened. Looking through the binoculars, Jing Tian quickly discovered the situation of the Wang siblings. Instantly, his eyes widened and he cursed. What the hell is this? Are they really advancing in rank? What are these siblings doing? Advancing right at our doorstep? Is this meant to provoke me? After seeing all this, Jing Tian understood what was happening. Although he could not personally experience the feeling of being a supernatural being, it did not prevent him from being a theoretical master. The books left for him in the safe house, he could recite backwards. Every sentence and every word inside, he understood incredibly well. He was filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred, unable to fully express his feelings. Fortunately, he did not know that it was because of him that the two had advanced, or he might have vomited blood on the spot. But even if the Wang siblings said in front of Jing Tian that they promoted because they ate his buns and read his books, Jing Tian probably wouldn't believe it even if he were beaten to death. The buns were made by Jing Tian himself, and he often ate them. If they could promote him, why was he still an ordinary person? Can reading hand-copied books promote someone? That's even more nonsense. He had read the original ones until he wore them out, and he felt nothing at all, let alone the fake copies he copied out of boredom. You two are lucky. No matter what, being promoted means you will be safer while moving around in Yun City. After feeling a bit frustrated and jealous, Jing Tian quickly smiled lightly. He felt that the two were not bad, even if they weren't close friends, they were at least familiar with each other. If they had a little more safety, Jing Tian was also happy for them. Jing Tian didn't want to watch the two stimulate him, so he turned around and went back to the villa. Because of this, he missed the next actions of Wang Meng and the others. The promotion of the siblings only lasted a little over a minute. When the elemental storm stopped, the siblings took a while to wake up. After exchanging glances, they turned their heads toward the mountaintop villa at the same time. Then they knelt down together. They knocked their heads on the ground 3 times respectfully toward the villa. Great benefactor, if we siblings have the chance, we will repay you with our lives. Yes, you are truly a godlike person and a good man. You knew we were going to take on dangerous tasks, sensed our low level, and secretly helped us promote our strength. In the future, you will be like a second parent to me, Wang Meng. Even this rough man, Wang Meng, spoke with a face full of sincerity at this moment. Clearly, the two thought that Jing Tian had deliberately made a deal with the buns and books to help them enhance their strength, providing them a bit more assurance for the upcoming tasks. Afterward, the siblings left the villa area with awe and gratitude. Just a minute after the Wang siblings left, suddenly, a round, fierce-looking bulldog appeared at the place where the two had been. This bulldog looked just like a normal bulldog. However, its eyes were constantly moving, clearly showing a high level of intelligence. The bulldog glanced in the direction the two had left, then turned to look at the villa on the mountaintop. In its eyes was a bit of fear, but even more, it was a desire. After observing for a while, the bulldog turned and ran toward a ruined villa halfway up the mountain. Clearly, this bulldog was not intimidated by the aura of the safe house like those zombies. Jing Tian was unaware that he had been deified in the hearts of the siblings, nor did he know that a suspected uninvited guest had appeared in the villa area. Back on the first floor of the villa, he continued to admire the crystal core. This thing can help abilities improve strength? I wonder if it can make me an ability user in one go, whether an ability user or an ancient warrior. Jing Tian suddenly had a whimsical thought. Deep down, he knew this wasn't very realistic, but he still pretended to grasp the crystal core, trying hard to imagine the absorption of energy. Ding! Just when Jing Tian had just grabbed the crystal core and acted like it, a prompt sound suddenly rang in his mind. Then an electronic synthesized mechanical voice sounded, "Energy detected for absorption, do you wish to absorb it?" Who what the heck what the heck what the heck? Jing Tian was first taken aback, then suddenly jumped up and shouted loudly, "System, you're awake? Finally, you damn thing is awake." Jing Tian was so excited that tears fell from his eyes. For a whole year, he had been waiting for the system to wake up. If not for complaining about it several times every day, he would have almost forgotten about it. This damn system just threw him into such a safe house and didn't care after that. Do you wish to absorb energy? Host has not confirmed, will be considered abandoned after 3 seconds, 3. Absolutely, so damn absolutely. So you need zombie crystal core energy to reboot, why the hell didn't you say so earlier? Jing Tian complained in his heart. Absorb 2 level 2 zombie crystal cores, transform energy 6 points, deduct the host's debt 4 points, remaining 2 points. The system's mechanical voice did not care about Jing Tian's emotions, reporting on its own. Wait a minute, what energy points? And, when the hell did I owe 4 energy points? All of the host's food, housing, water, electricity, etc. in the past year were supplemented by system energy transformation, so naturally, you owe the system. Work hard to earn energy. Although the system was still electronic synthetic sound, it seemed to have a little emotion in it. So everything here is exchanged with energy points? I thought they were all bonuses from the safe house. System, can we negotiate? Let me leave this safe house for a while, I want to go to Haishar and bring Grandpa Jing from the orphanage and the little brothers and sisters there over. Is that okay? Hey, system, say something. What's going on? Is it dead again? Jing Tian started out quite excited, saying a whole bunch of things. But soon he found something was wrong, the system was not responding to him at all. Damn it, damn it. Not this again? Get out here. You damn system, you wake up when there's something good, then play dead after you eat? Come out. Do you believe I will smash your mainframe? Cough cough. Grandpa, Auntie, please just say one more word, just one word. Jing Tian used soft and hard approaches, but unfortunately, it was useless. The system disappeared like a fleeting flower. If it weren't for the crystal core in his hand disappearing, Jing Tian would have thought he was hallucinating. Damn. You're something else. Wait until I truly wake you up, then I'll deal with you. Jing Tian struggled for a few minutes, confirming that the system had indeed disappeared again. He could only complain in self-comfort. But after thinking about it, Jing Tian was still quite happy. At least he would no longer be waiting blindly and stupidly. This brief glimpse of the system gave him a glimmer of hope. That is to collect crystal cores for the system to absorb. But, how can I collect the crystal cores? If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have let the Wang siblings leave. Soon, Jing Tian became a bit gloomy again. He arrived at the luxurious master bedroom with a swimming pool on the 3rd floor, glanced at the drone which had only charged 60%, and shook his head in helplessness. This thing could only fly for an hour each day, yet it needed to be fully charged for 20 hours to restart. After a small ripple in life, everything returned to tranquility. No matter how much Jing Tian complained about the system, how he pondered about it, he eventually resumed his usual leisure mode, running to the rooftop to practice Tai Chi boxing. Jing Tian practiced boxing purely to kill time, and his martial arts skills were just for strengthening his body. Especially practicing Tai Chi allowed him to achieve a peaceful mindset. After practicing for an hour, he returned to the villa and entered corpse-laying mode until his stomach protested in the evening, prompting him to get up. He turned on all the lights in the villa, making it a shining pearl amidst the ruins of the city. Then he went downstairs to the kitchen to prepare dinner. The safe house villa had 3 magical features. The first was absolute protection. The second was that Jing Tian could control everything inside the safe house, but he was used to a normal way of living, rarely utilizing this control ability. The third was the 2 magical system products in the kitchen: a cabinet and a refrigerator. As long as food or vegetables and meat were lacking inside, they would be replenished the next day. Although it wouldn't be much, it was certainly enough for 2 or 3 people. Jing Tian had gone from being amazed at first to now having gotten used to it. After all, the existence of the system itself didn't make any sense, so it was not surprising what the system produced. Jing Tian also started to occasionally use the drone to collect some edible snacks in the ruins of the city. But soon, Jing Tian found that those things were simply unpalatable compared to the food he made himself. So from that day on, cooking became one of Jing Tian's greatest hobbies. He discovered that not only did the meals he cooked become more delicious, but they also brought him a strong sense of satisfaction. After a while, a dish of meat and a dish of vegetables, along with a bowl of white rice, were ready. "I'm a bit lazy today, let's keep it simple." After picking up the bowl of rice, Jing Tian comforted himself. If this was heard by survivors outside, they would probably scold him to death. Now, how many people outside could enjoy a fresh bowl of rice? Fresh vegetables and meat were even more impossible. The sky had completely darkened, and Jing Tian leisurely enjoyed his little life. Just as Jing Tian had eaten half of his meal, suddenly his expression changed. He felt someone touching the door of the villa. It couldn't be zombies, because zombies would never approach a safe house. Could it be that the Wang siblings have returned? Jing Tian's expression showed a bit of joy, and he hurriedly tossed down his bowl and chopsticks and ran quickly to the villa courtyard. Chapter 9, Tongyu. As soon as Jing Tian stepped out, he saw that it was not the Wang siblings at the door, but a small, skinny figure lying against the villa door. "Who is it?" As Jing Tian approached, he asked. He shouldn't have shouted, because as soon as he did, he saw the small figure directly fall to the side. Jing Tian raised an eyebrow and quickly rushed to the door. Upon seeing the figure on the ground, Jing Tian was stunned. It was actually a frail little girl. She lay there with her face to the side, her clothes so dirty that the original color could no longer be discerned. Could this be the child Tongyu that the Wang siblings mentioned? How has she survived? Jing Tian was first shocked. After all, it had been a year since the apocalypse started. For such a small girl to survive was absolutely a miracle among miracles. After his surprise, he quickly opened the door, pulled the girl inside, and picked her up. Fortunately, because the Wang siblings had come earlier, Jing Tian had unsealed the defenses of the safe house for humans. Otherwise, the girl would not have been able to approach the fence, and Jing Tian would have had to wait and hope she would wake up on her own. At this moment, the girl's hand had crossed the protective boundary, allowing Jing Tian to pull her inside. As soon as he picked her up, Jing Tian felt some heartache. The little girl was just over 1.5 meters tall, but weighed only a little over 70 kg, looking quite pitifully thin. Although her face was dirty, he could still see that she had a very delicate appearance, with an oval face and refined features, long eyelashes, a small nose, and a small mouth, her lips pale and her brow tightly furrowed, with uneven short hair that was clearly cut off by her own means. Jing Tian quickly looked around but still did not see the Wang siblings' figures. He frowned slightly inside, then turned back to the villa with the girl. The girl had a bit of an odor, but Jing Tian had nothing to complain about. He directly placed her on the sofa and gave her a simple examination. He quickly found that the girl was just weak and faint from exhaustion. This made Jing Tian feel a lot more at ease. Then, seeing the girl's cracked and pale lips, Jing Tian fetched a cup of warm water and fed it to her little by little with a spoon. When the water reached her lips, the little girl surprisingly reflexively swallowed, drinking a full cup of water before stopping. After a bit of time, Jing Tian noticed that the girl's brow had loosened somewhat, and her breathing had become more steady. After covering her with a thin blanket, he sat down at the other end of the sofa and waited. In this waiting, Jing Tian also dozed off. When he opened his eyes, he discovered that the girl on the sofa had surprisingly disappeared, and it was already bright outside. How embarrassing, I slept too heavily. Jing Tian first felt a bit embarrassed. He knew how deeply he could sleep, probably because being in the safe house gave him a sense of absolute security. Without shouting or searching, Jing Tian slightly closed his eyes, using his control of the safe house to locate the little girl, and soon knew where she was. The girl was actually curled up with a blanket in the corner behind the sofa. Jing Tian quickly got up and moved to the back of the sofa. He crouched down, looking at the girl's big eyes filled with fear and tension, and his heart was touched once again. "You are Tongyu, right? Don't be afraid, you are safe here," Jing Tian said gently, wanting to reach out to help the girl up. However, as soon as Jing Tian reached out, the girl immediately showed a look of panic on her face and shrank back hard. Jing Tian felt helpless, knowing that the girl was just too nervous and scared, so he could only give up the action and continue to comfort her softly. After a long while, Jing Tian truly felt that comforting a child was really a tough job, especially for a clearly overly frightened little girl. Finally, when he mentioned the Wang siblings, the little girl's eyes changed a bit. Jing Tian's eyes brightened at once, and he could be sure that the girl was indeed Tongyu without a doubt. Next, Jing Tian began to fabricate a story about himself being good friends with the Wang siblings, which finally relaxed the girl's vigilance. "Uncle, I'm hungry." The little girl Tongyu finally spoke. "Uncle?" Jing Tian's forehead darkened slightly, but he quickly nodded and said, "You wait, uncle will go cook for you. Can you take a shower by yourself?" The little girl Tongyu nodded slightly. When Jing Tian reached out to pull her again, she hesitated for a moment but did not avoid him. "After you finish bathing, you can have delicious rice porridge." Jing Tian continued to smile broadly. Bathing. Tongyu's eyes flickered. Could she still take a bath freely in this world? There were indeed restrooms on both the first and second floors, but Jing Tian still took the little girl into his big bedroom. "Ah!" As soon as Tongyu entered Jing Tian's bedroom on the third floor, she exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 10, The Stunned Little Girl. The scene before her brought unparalleled shock to Tongyu's young heart. This bedroom was about 80 square meters, with a big bed in the corner, a TV, an air conditioner, and most surprising to Tongyu was the little swimming pool. It was a full pool of clear water. She had been hiding in an underground warehouse for a year. Although food was indeed not lacking, the water source was scarce. During that time, she even had to get by on just one sip of water a day. "Go wash up, there's hot water in the bathroom, and you can use the toiletries. You can wear my clothes for now, and I'll help you find some fitting new clothes after we eat." Jing Tian looked at Tongyu's shock and felt a little proud inside. Tongyu turned to glance at Jing Tian and nodded, "Thank you, Uncle Jing." "Ahem. No need to thank me, just go." Jing Tian felt both happy and bothersome about Tongyu's way of addressing him. Naturally, he was happy that Tongyu was beginning to get close to him. But it was bothersome that she called him uncle. He was only 22 years old, a youthful and handsome young man, alright? Couldn't she just call him brother? After ensuring Tongyu was arranged to wash up, Jing Tian returned to the first floor and went into the kitchen. Cooking would take a little while, and it was best for someone who had been hungry for a long time to have some porridge. In the end, Jing Tian used last night's leftovers with diced meat and preserved egg to cook a pot of preserved egg and lean meat porridge. This was also Jing Tian's favorite kind of porridge. Then he prepared 4 dishes, 2 meat and 2 vegetables, and even boiled 4 eggs. Jing Tian wasn't afraid of wasting. After all, what was used up the next day would be replenished to the original number. About 25 minutes later, Jing Tian had everything ready and brought it to the dining table. Then, just as he turned around to check on the little girl Tongyu, he found she had already come downstairs by herself. "Pretty little girl, you're just a bit too thin, come eat." Jing Tian was startled for a moment and then waved his hand to beckon her. The little girl had finished her bath. She was completely different from before. Not wearing the clothes of Jing Tian, just wrapped in a big bath towel, besides being thin and her skin looking slightly pale, this little girl was undoubtedly a perfect beauty. "Thank you, Uncle Jing." Tongyu politely expressed her thanks, her eyes still showing a strange awe towards Jing Tian. Clearly, the little girl had experienced many shocks during her bath just now. Not only was there electricity here, but there was also a real water heater. When the clear water flowed out of the water heater, she didn't wash first. Instead, she couldn't help but drink a good amount directly. Sitting at the dining table, the little girl's eyes widened again. What did she see? Century eggs and lean meat porridge, her favorite type of porridge. Stir-fried cucumber slices, shredded meat with cowpeas, spicy stir-fried diced meat, braised pork ribs, plus 4 boiled eggs. This. Tongyu felt it was somewhat unreal. Was this the end of the world? It seemed that even in a prosperous time, her family's breakfast had never been this lavish. Most importantly, where did the vegetables and meat come from? Don't just stand there dumbfounded, aren't you hungry? After your bath, you should be even hungrier, hurry up and eat. Seeing Tongyu not moving, Jing Tian immediately smiled and said, I can really eat? Tongyu stupidly asked. Of course, you can eat, come on, let's eat together. Jing Tian was amused by Tongyu's adorable look and directly sat down to hand her chopsticks. the little girl finally sat down. At first, she was a bit reserved, but after a mouthful of porridge went down, her eyes widened again. This porridge. Besides being delicious, it actually had an indescribable feeling. It was as if a force burst open in her stomach and then swept through her entire body. Chapter 11, Golden Level Task. Tongyu was not a power user, so she naturally could not understand the existence of energy. She just thought Jing Tian's porridge was amazing and super tasty. Then, Tongyu went from taking small bites to gradually entering a state of forgetfulness. She even ignored Jing Tian's presence and frantically swept through the food on the table. Jing Tian smiled as he watched from the side. Naturally, he hoped to receive compliments for his cooking. And Tongyu's performance was 100 times more sincere than any compliment. Originally, Jing Tian wanted to ask about the Wang siblings, but seeing Tongyu so engrossed in eating, he temporarily gave up on this question. Of course, Jing Tian also reminded Tongyu to eat slowly at appropriate times. After all, eating too fast is not good for the body, especially for someone who has been hungry for a long time. It's not suitable to eat too full. At one meal, Tongyu actually ate as much as Jing Tian. Remember, he was a young man in his early 20s, while Tongyu was just a 13-year-old frail little girl. You ate too much, go for a walk to digest, I'll wash the chopsticks. Uncle Jing, let me do it. I can do it. Tongyu unexpectedly insisted on washing the dishes. Looking at the little girl's determined and stubborn eyes, Jing Tian conceded after a second, smiling, then you can do it, I'm going to practice on the rooftop. The practice Jing Tian spoke of was shadowboxing. Before it was just a way to kill time when bored, but over time, it became a habit. And Jing Tian would box for an hour, something most martial artists definitely couldn't do. Tongyu's eyes sparkled when she heard Jing Tian mention shadowboxing, and she obediently nodded. Jing Tian loved to practice Tai Chi. Although he couldn't become an ancient martial arts power user, he could still feel that every time he practiced Tai Chi, it would relax him, especially helping to calm some of the restlessness in his heart. Unknowingly, half an hour passed. When Jing Tian turned around, he saw Tongyu also came to the rooftop, watching him practice with great focus. Jing Tian smiled and suddenly had a mischievous idea. He moved his feet like a dragon, waving his hands. Suddenly, visible blue energy currents appeared around his body. These currents of air, like living beings, transformed into 9 dragon shapes, swirling and dancing around Jing Tian. This moment left Tongyu shocked, her mouth agape, eyes sparkling with deep admiration. This was just like the special effects from movies she'd seen before. Suddenly, the 9 energy dragons turned, moving directly towards Tongyu, causing the little girl to panic. Don't be afraid, they won't harm you. Jing Tian said with a gentle smile. Upon hearing this, Tongyu immediately calmed down, letting the 9 streams of air swirl around her. In the end, they actually lifted her small body slowly off the ground. Tongyu was startled again, but soon realized she was only a dozen centimeters above the rooftop, slowly moving across it. She quickly transformed from shock to excitement. Probably for the first time in a year, this was Tongyu's first smile, as her initially stiff expression gradually became more natural and happier. This is how a child should look. Jing Tian also laughed beside her. Unexpectedly, showing off his control over the safe house had such an effect. This was a pleasant surprise. After a moment, the current slowly dissipated under Jing Tian's subtle control, and Tongyu gently landed back on the ground. Wasn't that fun? Jing Tian asked with a smile. Uncle Jing, can you teach me martial arts? After landing, Tongyu first nodded, then hesitated before asking Jing Tian. Jing Tian was taken aback, then felt awkward. He was no martial artist, what could he teach her? Learn that dragon of air from just now? That was just the system's cheating ability, no one else could do it, and even he could only do it within the safe house. Seeing Tongyu's earnest and expectant gaze, Jing Tian felt like he had overreached. But admitting he was a fraud in front of the little girl? That would be too embarrassing. Ding. Just as Jing Tian was trying to find a reason to brush it off, a notification sound suddenly rang in his mind. Then an electronic synthetic voice began to speak. Tongyu's dedication to learning has triggered the Villa System's Golden Level mission. Take Tongyu as a disciple and help her achieve level 1 in 1 month. Completing the task will yield surprise rewards. Chapter 12, Tongyu's Experience. Oh no, system. After a moment of shock, Jing Tian's expression suddenly changed, and he shouted in his mind. Don't run away. What do you mean by Golden Level mission? Let's talk. Unfortunately, the system ignored Jing Tian completely. No matter how much he yelled, it seemed to only be there to issue tasks to him. What was most frustrating was that it didn't even specify the rewards. Surprise? Surprise my foot. Uncle Jing, what's wrong with you? You don't need to be angry if I don't learn. Though Tongyu didn't hear Jing Tian's internal shouts, she clearly misunderstood by seeing his furious expression. Ahem, don't not learn. I see you have a unique bone structure, you must be great material for training. I was just thinking about what to teach you. Jing Tian forced himself to calm down and spoke gently to Tong Yu. Really? Can I really learn? Upon hearing Jing Tian's words, Tong Yu's small face lit up with surprise once again. Of course, absolutely. But your body is still a bit weak, and I need to think about what to teach you, so let's talk about it in 2 days. Jing Tian said. Tong Yu quickly nodded. At that moment, the little girl inexplicably felt a new sense of closeness and respect towards Jing Tian. Jing Tian didn't want Tong Yu to keep pestering about learning, so he changed the subject and asked. Can you now tell me how you spent this past year? And how are Wang Lian and Wang Meng? These 2 questions completely shifted Tong Yu's focus. She first showed a hint of panic on her face, then slowly recounted her experiences. This story took a full 5 or 6 minutes to tell. Tong Yu was obviously trembling as she spoke. Even Jing Tian felt his heart race while listening. At the same time, he felt a bit of admiration for the little girl. It turned out that Tong Yu had come to Yun City with a group of classmates, and when the apocalypse began, they hid in an underground warehouse of a large supermarket. At that time, the underground warehouse was not only filled with their group of kids, but also some workers who were inside. Later, those workers saved some other survivors who were hiding in the warehouse. After all, at the beginning of the apocalypse, people didn't think too far ahead. However, gradually, everyone realized that the world had completely changed, and once all order vanished, the dark sides of some people began to emerge. Bullying appeared in the warehouse, and a group completely controlled the people inside. During that time in the dark warehouse, Tong Yu hid in a concealed spot and was not discovered from the beginning. In the following days, Tong Yu truly witnessed the negative sides of human nature. Cruelty, perversion, her little friends and others, the boys either submitted or were killed. As for the fate of the girls, it was even more miserable, and she could do nothing but hide in the dark and listen to their screams. In the end, there were fewer and fewer people in the warehouse. For various reasons, conflicts began to arise among the bad people. In less than a month, only the severely injured leader of the bad guys was left. As Tong Yu spoke about the end, her eyes reddened, and she trembled with a hint of confusion and fear, saying, In the end, I was afraid he would heal and discover me, so I set fire and burned that bad person to death. Uncle Jing, am I also a bad person? No, little girl, you are a good child, a very smart good child. Remember what Uncle says, fighting evil is virtuous, so you did nothing wrong. Jing Tian comforted Tong Yu firmly and definitely. Although Jing Tian was not a psychologist, he was a serious top student and understood many principles clearly. He knew that if he didn't give Tong Yu a positive answer or lean towards a biased opinion, it might greatly affect her mental state. Sure enough, after hearing Jing Tian's words, Tong Yu's eyes regained some sparkle. Really? I didn't do anything wrong? Of course, don't say it's the apocalypse now. Even during peaceful times, if that bad person killed your friends and others, what do you think would happen if the police caught him? He would definitely be executed. Tong Yu responded. Exactly. He is a person who deserves to die. You only did what you were supposed to do. Honestly, burning him was too lenient, he should have been torn apart by horses. Jing Tian said bitterly. Uncle Jing, you're so cruel. Tong Yu exclaimed. This world doesn't stand still without a bit of toughness. Alright, let's talk about Wang Lian and the 2 of them. Jing Tian decisively ended the previous topic. When Tong Yu heard this question, her mood sank again, and with red eyes, she recounted the situation at that time. It turned out that when the Wang siblings broke into the sealed warehouse, they were already discovered by zombies. The 2 were lucky to find Tong Yu. But they didn't have time for much communication, they only confirmed each other's identities before beginning their escape. In the end, just as Jing Tian had guessed before, the Wang siblings could not resist the increasingly numerous and stronger zombies while protecting Tong Yu. They could only delay the zombies and let Tong Yu escape in the direction of Jing Tian's villa. So, you didn't see the 2 of them being killed by zombies with your own eyes, right? Jing Tian asked in the end. At this moment, Tong Yu's eyes were already red and filled with tears. She nodded in response to Jing Tian's question. Don't be sad. Maybe they were just chased away by zombies to another place. Let's look for them, come help me point the way. As Jing Tian spoke, he went downstairs directly to his bedroom. The drone was fully charged, and under Tong Yu's surprised gaze, Jing Tian controlled the drone and flew it out. Come on, point me in the direction. Jing Tian called out to Tong Yu, asking her to point the direction in front of the TV screen. Chapter 13, The Wang siblings are still alive. The little girl had an impressive memory. Even in yesterday's chaos, she could remember the route she took to run here and continued to guide Jing Tian in the right direction. Unfortunately, the drone searched for hundreds of meters around the incident site but couldn't find any trace of the Wang siblings. In the end, Jing Tian even extended the drone's distance to the limit, yet there were still no discoveries. This made both their hearts sink. Not finding any bodies means there is still a glimmer of hope, perhaps they have already left Yun City. Jing Tian comforted Tong Yu, but he was actually just trying to comfort himself. There were many reasons for not seeing the bodies, being eaten by zombies or being infected and turned into zombies themselves. The most unlikely glimmer of hope was that the two of them had escaped. Tong Yu was quite understanding, although she knew there was less than a 10% chance in Jing Tian's words, she still nodded. Alright, let's play a game called the treasure hunt game, it's just perfect to help you collect some clothes back. I'll teach you how to control the drone, doing it yourself will feel more rewarding. Jing Tian didn't want to see the little girl sad and shifted the topic once again. Although they had gone through a year of darkness, it was rare that Tong Yu's nature had not changed greatly. Especially when she heard that Jing Tian would let her control the drone herself, she immediately became happy. The drones produced by the system were excellent in every aspect and had a 5-kilogram grabbing function, definitely the strongest scavenger in this apocalypse. Tong Yu quickly immersed herself in it. Seeing her so engaged, Jing Tian smiled and turned to leave the room. He needed to ponder the tasks assigned to him by the system. Since the system had given him this task, it meant there was hope for completion. He had a wealth of methods for training ability users, the only issue was choosing the right training direction for Tong Yu. Of course, besides looking forward to creating an ability user, Jing Tian was also excited about the surprise reward the system promised. Golden level mission. Surprise reward. Just the sound of it seemed impressive. In the blink of an eye, Tong Yu had been at the villa for 3 days. Jing Tian spent 3 days also basically confirming the teaching plan for Tong Yu. On that morning, Jing Tian, who had believed that the Wang siblings were unlikely to survive, found that they had returned to the Devil City stronghold. Devil City was originally a small second-tier city. Due to the relatively small population base, soon after the apocalypse began, some ability users brought people in to develop it and established a safe stronghold. At first, the small factions were numerous and very chaotic. After some time of settling down and fighting, now only 2 forces remained to restrain and balance each other. It had stabilized a bit. The Iron Barrel Force, to which the Wang siblings belonged, had its base in a schoolyard. At this time, in a rather luxurious room on the top floor of an office building, the Wang siblings reported to Tong Zhan about finding Tong Yu. What? Xiao Yu is really still alive? Why didn't you bring her back directly? Tong Zhan, Tong Yu's father, was also the leader of the Iron Barrel Stronghold, just turned 40 this year. He was originally the principal of a key primary school, considered young and accomplished, and had an elegant demeanor. But those who truly knew him understood that Tong Zhan had great ambitions. I'm sorry, leader, at that time, we were surrounded by a large number of mutated zombies and could not protect Xiao Yu, so we could only let her go to Mr. Jing for help by herself. Wang Meng slightly lowered his head, feeling a hint of guilt. As for Wang Lian, accustomed to being aloof and silent in the stronghold, stood beside, saying nothing. Mr. Jing? What happened? Tong Zhan's expression changed again. His daughter was in a life and death situation, and now another Mr. Jing appeared out of nowhere? Chapter 14, Going to Yun City. It's like this. Wang Meng's spirit lifted as soon as he mentioned Jing Tian. As they entered Yun City and began to talk about Jing Tian, he started sharing his story. With Wang Meng's animated narration, Tong Zhan's expression kept shifting. First, he was shocked, then he gradually began to doubt, finally ending up cold and distant. When he saw Wang Meng's exaggerated expression speaking of how they advanced in their realm just by eating a bun and glancing at a handwritten book, he could no longer hold back his rage and stood up. Enough! You didn't bring Xiao Yu back, I won't blame you for that, but I cannot tolerate you fabricating stories to fool me. Tong Zhan's face darkened, as if ink would drip from it. Fool the chief? I didn't. Wang Meng looked at Tong Zhan's furious face, confused, as he believed he spoke nothing but the truth. Didn't fool me? You entered Yun City and encountered a drone guiding you to a luxurious villa with normal electricity and water. A super strong young man fed you a bun, and you all advanced in your realm just from that? Do you think I, Tong Zhan, am an idiot? Who would believe such nonsense? Tong Zhan said with a faint sneer on his face. This. Wang Meng was somewhat at a loss, and couldn't help but turn to look at Wang Lian. Chief, everything my brother said is true, not a word of it is false. Our realms have all improved, Mr. Jing's handwritten book is right here. Wang Lian did not remain silent this time, speaking directly while taking out the bound book she kept close. You could feel a deep reluctance in Wang Lian's eyes as she took out the bound book. Tong Zhan frowned but eventually took the bound book handed over by Wang Lian. The first thing he saw was the hastily written bold words, Jing's secret technique. Just these few words sparked a sense of disdain as he casually flipped it open. Buzz. A faint energy surged into Tong Zhan's forehead, causing his expression to change dramatically. It seemed the energy in the book had already been mostly absorbed by Wang Lian and Wang Meng, although Tong Zhan felt the energy, it was clearly much weaker. But even so, it was enough to shock Tong Zhan. His expression became serious as he carefully examined the writings in the book, growing more solemn with each glance. He looked this way for a solid 10 minutes. The Wang siblings exchanged glances. Wang Lian shook her head at Wang Zhan, signaling him not to say more. Finally, Tong Zhan finished looking through the dozens of pages of the handwritten book, and after seeing the blank pages at the back, his expression changed again. What about the pages at the back? It was like that when Mr. Jing gave it to me. Wang Lian said, deliberately emphasizing the words gave me. Oh, take good care of this book is a treasure for you lower-level supernatural beings. Tong Zhan hesitated slightly before returning the handwritten book to Wang Lian. Wang Lian quickly accepted it back, visibly relieved. Now tell me more about this Mr. Jing. Tong Zhan noticed Wang Lian's reaction but did not probe further, officially inquiring about Jing Tian's situation. After a full half an hour, Tong Zhan's eyes narrowed, clearly deep in thought. After a moment, he instructed Wang Lian to notify all the base managers to come for a meeting, announcing he was going to Yun City to bring his daughter back, Tongyu. Once this news came out, the leadership at the Iron Barrel base immediately urged against it. Right now, the Demon City base was anything but peaceful, opposing factions were watching them closely, and it had already been agreed that in 3 months, the two leaders would duel to determine the ownership of the base. If Tong Zhan left at this time, it would undoubtedly be harmful and beneficial for their Iron Barrel power. However, Tong Zhan was very insistent, decisively establishing the order despite the objections. Close to noon, he set off with 9 supernatural beings, including Wang Mang, leaving the Demon City base. As for Wang Lian, she was left at the stronghold. Chapter 15, The First Disciple of the Mountain. Jing Tian, of course, did not know that the Wang siblings were still alive. Nor would he know that Tong Yu's father was already on the way to Yun City with his men. At this moment, he had developed a plan to teach Tong Yu and had decided on her training type, which was to be a supernatural being. Because compared to ancient martial artists, the initial stages of supernatural abilities are relatively easier. As a master of theories, he had more experience with the initial theories of supernatural powers. In these 3 days, the little girl Tong Yu had also gotten used to life in the villa and had grown increasingly close to Jing Tian. At this moment, seeing Jing Tian sitting at the tea table, she sweetly poured tea for him. I must say, in just 3 days, little girl Tong Yu had undergone quite a change. Her hair had become neat, there was a hint of flesh on her skinny cheeks, and she was dressed in a clean and fitting denim outfit, making her appear youthful and vibrant. Little Yu, are you sure you want to learn from me? Jing Tian suddenly adopted a serious tone as he asked Tong Yu. Yes, Uncle Jing, I want to become strong like you, and then personally go to the Demon City to find my dad. Upon hearing Jing Tian's question, Tong Yu quickly replied with a serious expression on her little face. Although she hadn't asked Jing Tian about it in the past 3 days, every time he practiced punches, she would watch him covetously with hope in her eyes. Ahem. Jing Tian felt a bit awkward at first, as his image as a super strong person had surely solidified in the little girl's heart, and he could only continue to play along. Since you are determined to learn, I will agree to you, but you will have to call me master in the future, and you'll also have to bow down. Once a master, forever a father. If one day you betray me, I won't betray Uncle Jing. I mean master, I will never betray my master, ever. Before Jing Tian could finish, Tong Yu eagerly stated her intention. At the same time, she very seriously knelt down to bow and then handed the tea to Jing Tian. Ahem, good, from now on you are my first disciple of the mountain. Jing Tian received the tea, feeling a bit hesitant, and spoke with a rather peculiar expression. He certainly didn't insist on such an ancient formality, but the system had emphatically stated that he had to take her as a disciple. He didn't want to end up in a situation where the system no longer recognized Tong Yu as his disciple. Wouldn't his rewards go to waste then? For this somewhat unreliable system, Jing Tian had to think of every possible outcome. Alright, now I will teach you how to become a supernatural being. First, you must learn to meditate, then feel the mental energy and the elemental powers of the world, and see which elemental energy resonates with you most closely. Jing Tian was quite eager, and once they confirmed the start, he couldn't wait to begin teaching. Although he was quite anxious inside, after all, he had tried this method himself countless times, and it had shown no results at all. Tong Yu was very serious, but there were too many things she didn't understand, and in just a short while, she asked Jing Tian dozens of questions. Fortunately, Jing Tian was unbeatable in theory and was able to easily answer any question, making Tong Yu's admiration for him upgrade once again. An hour later, Tong Yu had no more questions. She seemed to enter a sort of state, closing her eyes and becoming serene. Jing Tian initially did not think the little girl could achieve anything in just 1 hour. Even if it took her 10 days or half a month to produce some reaction, he would be thrilled. However, after observing for a while, Jing Tian's eyes gradually widened. Usually, it was he who shocked others, but this time it was his turn to be shocked. This is the meditative state. The little girl has connected with elemental energy? Jing Tian felt the surrounding energy slowly gathering towards Tongyu, and he was so shocked that he wanted to shout out. Fortunately, in the end, his rationality told him to hold back. At this moment, absolutely do not interrupt Tongyu. The little girl is definitely a genius in cultivation. Time slowly passes, and the surrounding energy of heaven and earth gathers thicker around Tongyu. Gradually, the energy wraps around Tongyu's petite body. This should be fire attribute elemental energy. It seems this little girl is a fire-type ability user. Truly unbelievable. At this moment, Jing Tian has confirmed that Tongyu has joined the ranks of ability users in just under 2 hours. And what about himself? Thinking about it makes him feel so frustrated he could spit blood. As Tongyu continues, Jing Tian inadvertently glances toward the distant Yun city. At this glance, Jing Tian squints and quickly grabs the binoculars to observe. What's going on? Have all the zombies mobilized? Why is it so chaotic? Jing Tian sees that in the ruined Yun city, there are many more zombies than usual. Originally, there were some areas he classified as safe, now, they are all occupied by zombies. When Jing Tian's gaze shifts to the northwest direction of Yun city, he notices the zombies there are very active, seemingly in a panic to escape, with indistinct shadows of mutated zombies. Release the drone for investigation. Jing Tian feels that the view through the binoculars is still not clear enough and plans to send out a drone for a closer look. There is something unusual about the zombies in Yun city. This is a rare abnormal situation. However, just as Jing Tian is about to go downstairs to release the drone, suddenly something changes with Tongyu, making him stop his actions. At this moment, the surrounding fire elemental energy suddenly starts to increase rapidly. And it concentrates into a red energy that drills into Tongyu's glabella. Then, a faint flame rises around Tongyu's body. This is the real transformation into an ability user. The little girl's talent is too powerful. Jing Tian's heart is filled with shock, along with a deep sense of envy and jealousy. Buzz. Suddenly, a wave of air vibration comes, and the elemental energy around is instantly absorbed by Tongyu. The pale red flames around her body also suddenly double in size. The heat wave does not harm Jing Tian, but it still makes him instinctively take 2 steps back. Ah, Uncle Jing. Master, did I succeed? At this moment, Tongyu slowly opens her eyes. Seeing herself surrounded by flames, she is not flustered. She can feel the intimacy of these flames, she can completely control them. That's right, you succeeded. You became a fire-type ability user in just 2 hours. Jing Tian says with a complex expression. Ding. Just as Jing Tian is filled with excitement mixed with frustration, a system prompt sound suddenly comes from his consciousness, instantly wiping away his gloom. The reward has arrived. He wonders what surprise the system's so-called surprise reward will bring. The system's electronic synthesized voice sounds, reward issued, disciple ability borrowing. Disciple ability borrowing? What does that mean? Jing Tian is taken aback and immediately asks. 3 seconds without a response, Jing Tian secretly thinks this is bad and quickly presses for answers. Hey! System, please explain? Damn, it's pretending to be dead again, you're really something. After calling for a while, Jing Tian quickly confirms that the system has run away again. He must figure it out himself. Disciple ability borrowing? Sounds a bit understandable. After pondering for a moment, Jing Tian's gaze turns toward Tongyu. A disciple? Isn't there one right in front of him? Borrowing the abilities of disciple Tongyu? Jing Tian intended to try it out to figure out what the reward effect is. As soon as the thought passed, he suddenly felt a slight tremor in his spiritual power. Then, the surrounding elemental energy also produced a wave of fluctuation, rapidly gathering toward Jing Tian. It is fire elemental energy. It was truly a surprise for Jing Tian. Even a wild joy, although it was an ability stolen from others, he could finally use the ability himself. With this, was he now an ordinary person? Or a supernatural being? Soon, he spread out the borrowed ability, only to find his body still empty inside, clearly still an ordinary person without a doubt. At most, he could count as a fake supernatural being, right? Surprise, what a truly surprising reward. System, you've finally been reliable this time. Jing Tian was filled with overwhelming joy, complimenting the system for the first time. Then, Jing Tian seriously fiddled with the fire element, and his theoretical experience finally came in handy at this moment. In an instant, he borrowed the ability again, and a fireball the size of an egg gathered and formed in the palm of his hand. This was exactly the basic configuration of a level 1 fire ability. Wow, Master, turns out you are also a fire ability user, that's amazing. Beside him, Tongyu was pondering how to control fire abilities when she suddenly saw Jing Tian gather a fireball in his palm and immediately exclaimed in surprise. Master can do much more than this, I just want to show you the application of fire abilities, come, learn with me. Jing Tian felt a bit embarrassed because his ability as a master was to steal from his little disciple Tongyu. Then, Jing Tian began to teach Tongyu some control methods for fire abilities. Jing Tian was immersed in the sense of achievement from teaching, forgetting for a moment to observe the changes of zombies in Yun City. At this moment, for some unknown reason, all the zombies in Yun City began to stir restlessly. After a moment of chaos, suddenly, one after another, piercing roar echoed throughout Yun City. Are a few high-level zombies going wild? Jing Tian and Tongyu naturally heard the roars and were forced to stop teaching. Jing Tian quickly grabbed the binoculars to observe. Master, what's wrong? It looks like zombies are coming towards us over there. After hearing the noise, Tongyu was initially puzzled. Then, seeing a large group of zombies moving towards the villa from not far away, she exclaimed. Don't be afraid, you are very safe with Master here. You continue practicing here, and I will go see what is happening. Jing Tian reassured Tongyu. In fact, he also felt a little nervous. After all, this was the first time he had seen such a situation. I will accompany Master. At this moment, Tongyu couldn't focus on practicing anymore. The two returned to the third floor and directly sent out the drone. After the drone flew away from the villa, it rose to a high altitude, clearly showing the situation of most of Yun City. From above, Jing Tian noticed that these zombies had separated into two groups, approaching the villa from both sides at the same time. However, Jing Tian soon discovered that these zombies were not coming to attack the villa. Because the two groups of zombies met 1,000 meters away from the villa and began to frantically attack and devour each other. What the hell, they are fighting among themselves. Seeing this scene, Jing Tian was a bit dumbfounded. Usually, he occasionally saw some mutated zombies killing and devouring each other, and Jing Tian had thought about the reason, ultimately determining that it was a way for them to enhance their powers. Devouring the opponent's crystal core could gain a certain boost in ability. Could it be? Are these ordinary zombies also collectively enhancing their abilities? A somewhat frightening thought suddenly arose in Jing Tian's heart. After observing for a while, Jing Tian became more certain of his judgment. Master, why are they fighting each other? Beside him, Tongyu looked at the scene in the video, unable to help but feel puzzled. They are leveling up collectively. Jing Tian's expression was serious. The battle lasted a long time. After about an hour, the number of these zombies had decreased by nearly half. In contrast, the remaining zombies were getting stronger and stronger. The drone was about to run out of battery, and Jing Tian could only summon it back. Wait a minute, Master, I think I just saw a little dog. Just when the drone was turning around to return, Tongyu suddenly shouted. Chapter 18, A Special Bully Dog. Puppy? There's nothing surprising about a mutated dog. Jing Tian was taken aback for a moment but then laughed and said. In the entire Yun City, zombies were everywhere, but there were still quite a few pets, and Jing Tian had seen many animals turned into zombies, which were very disgusting things. No, Master, that seems to be a normal puppy, you should turn back and take a look. Tongyu said urgently. Alright, let's take a look. Jing Tian smiled helplessly and made the drone hover, turning the camera around. Soon, the screen indeed showed a scene of a dozen mutated zombies chasing after a small dog. This group of zombies turned out to be all mutated, around level 2 to level 3. And in front of them escaping was a chubby gray bully dog. The bully dog wasn't large, and it was named for its somewhat fierce appearance. In fact, the bully dog was quite gentle by nature and was extremely loyal to its owner. After observing, Jing Tian realized that this bully dog indeed seemed to have no mutations. At least its fur and eyes showed many normal signs, and it seemed a bit tired, but it could still stay ahead by more than 10 meters and was very fast. You should know that mutated zombies had a certain level of intelligence, and their speed was much faster than that of ordinary zombies, as well as more agile. How could a dozen mutated zombies not catch up to this exhausted bully dog? Master, what a cute puppy. Can we help it? Tongyu looked at the puppy on the screen, her little face showing a hint of nervousness and pleading. Help it? I can't help at all, and it looks like it should be able to escape. Jing Tian shook his head helplessly. Not to mention that he couldn't go out, even if he could, with only a bit of fire ability, he couldn't possibly match those mutated zombies. The drone had low battery, even if Jing Tian didn't control it, it would return to the system's safe house by itself. Little doggy, you have to survive. Tongyu didn't understand why her powerful master never left the villa area. But being sensible, she didn't force Jing Tian and could only pray that the bully dog had a strong fate. Without the drone, Jing Tian also didn't want to continue observing the changes in zombies. After all, he had already guessed the final result. Starting tomorrow, the number of zombies in Yun City would sharply decrease by more than half, but the remaining zombies would become doubly stronger. Jing Tian had Tongyu arrange her own tasks. He turned and went downstairs to prepare dinner. Although Tongyu also wanted to take over the cooking, Jing Tian felt it was somewhat bullying a child. The main point was that he enjoyed the feeling of cooking himself. Master, quickly open the big door, that little doggy has run to our villa. Just as Jing Tian was finishing dinner, Tongyu suddenly shouted with joy, running down from upstairs. Jing Tian was startled and quickly took Tongyu to the yard. As soon as they stepped outside, he saw a chubby gray little dog standing a few meters outside the courtyard gate. It was precisely the bully dog that had been chased by zombies before. Besides the bully dog, Jing Tian also saw a large group of zombies gathering outside the gate of the community below the villa. They surprisingly didn't leave quickly like before. It seemed they were waiting for something while also fearing something that kept them from getting close. Little doggy, come here quickly. Tongyu's eyes were only on the dog. Seeing the bully dog standing a few meters away without coming closer, she quickly clapped her hands to call it. Woo woo. The bully dog glanced at Tongyu and whimpered twice, then its gaze turned towards Jing Tian. Oh, it's quite clever, knowing I'm the master here? Jing Tian felt a hint of flattery in the bully dog's eyes as it looked at him. This instantly made him happy. Jing Tian also started to like this fierce-looking little creature. He didn't think too much and directly unsealed the safety house's protection for the bully, then opened the door. The bully rushed in as soon as the door opened, a flash of red light flickering in its eyes. But soon it began to wag its tail at Jing Tian, opening its mouth to spit out something at Jing Tian's feet. Chapter 19. The system can be upgraded. Ha! This is a crystal core? Jing Tian was taken aback, then his expression changed as he picked up the object, which was actually a red crystal core the size of a marble. This is actually a level 3 crystal core. With just a glance, Jing Tian confirmed the level of this crystal core, which was significantly larger than the 2 level 2 crystal cores Wang Lian gave him. Woof woof! The bully dog barked at Jing Tian twice, making a begging gesture. Is it really becoming smart? It clearly came to trade with a crystal core. Jing Tian was shocked by the bully's behavior. Master, can I give it some food? Tongyu was watching without paying attention to the crystal core. She genuinely liked this dog. Go ahead, but wash it first. If it misbehaves, I'll stew it. It's so fat I could make a big pot of dog meat. Jing Tian smiled slightly at the bully dog and said. Woof woof. As soon as the bully dog heard Jing Tian's words, its fur stood on end, clearly understanding what Jing Tian said. It really understood. It seems that this apocalypse has made some changes to you. But since you contributed a crystal core, I will allow you to act out this time. If I see you baring your teeth at me again, just wait and see if I really stew you. Jing Tian squinted, gently kicking the bully dog with his foot. Woof. As the bully dog was about to react, Tongyu scooped it up. Master, I'll take it to bathe. After saying this, the little girl ran back to the villa. The bully dog seemed to struggle a bit, clearly not fond of being held by Tongyu. Interesting, can an ordinary little dog get a level 3 crystal core? Even if it picked it up, other mutated zombies would have to agree too, right? Once Tongyu took the bully away, Jing Tian squinted his eyes. He felt that this bully was definitely not simple, at least it was very intelligent and definitely had undergone some mutations. However, the safety house did not have the function to detect other life forms. From Jing Tian's own observation, he can only tell that this bully dog was not ordinary and had a high IQ. Before long, Jing Tian stopped thinking about the dog. Once it was in the villa, no matter how it changed, it would still have to behave. Glancing again at the zombies gradually dispersing at the foot of the mountain, Jing Tian smiled slightly. The deterrent power of the safe villa was definitely not to be underestimated. Then, Jing Tian's gaze fell on the crystal core in his hand. Ding! Before Jing Tian could admire it carefully, the system's fusion voice sounded in his mind. Detected energy from a level 3 crystal core. Do you wish to absorb and convert? Oh, come on, system, are you a dog? You jump out whenever there's something good. Let's have a good chat first. The host has 3 seconds to consider. After that, it will be automatically forfeited. It seemed the system intentionally interrupted Jing Tian's words. Damn, absorb. Jing Tian was taken aback but quickly made a decision. Don't be fooled by Jing Tian's usual complaints and curses about the system. Whenever the system appeared, he would immediately shrink back. Absorbed 1 level 3 crystal core, converted energy 30 points, total energy 32 points. When it reaches 50 energy points, it can upgrade and activate the villa system. The system's fusion voice rang out. Chapter 20. The bully dog that eats and sleeps. What? It can be upgraded and activated? That's great. Upon hearing this information from the system, Jing Tian was instantly thrilled. As was his habit, Jing Tian asked the system several questions in a row, and the results were, as expected, not surprising. It seems that these zombie crystal cores must be collected quickly. A level 3 crystal core actually has 30 energy points, 10 times more than level 2. Jing Tian pondered as his mind raced, while glancing at the zombies gathering at the foot of the mountain again. Unfortunately, he could only watch. He still had no way to go out hunting. After a moment, Jing Tian returned to the villa, where Tongyu was still washing the bulldog in the nanny's room, and Jing Tian continued to prepare dinner. Master, look. Little Fat is actually a light brown color, how beautiful. As Jing Tian brought dinner to the table, Tongyu also carried the bulldog, looking full of helplessness, into the dining room. Called him Little Fat? Not bad, that name fits perfectly. Jing Tian first smiled faintly, fully approving of the name Tongyu gave to the bulldog. The bulldog was much cleaner now, with short hair and a light brown color. Obviously, the previously gray-brown color was from being dirty. The bulldog had no reaction to its name, but upon seeing the food on the dining table, its eyes suddenly lit up, and with a shake of its body, it broke free from Tongyu's arms and lunged toward the table. Stop right there! Seeing Little Fat about to jump on the table, Jing Tian glared and shouted. The bulldog Little Fat was startled by Jing Tian's shout, forcibly stopping at the corner of the table, its earthy yellow eyes glaring at Jing Tian with deep dissatisfaction and a hint of fear. What's wrong? Do you want to show your teeth at me? Jing Tian squinted his eyes. Woof woof. The bulldog let out a low growl, its posture showing some frustration as it lowered its head. I know you can understand my words. Today, you contributed a crystal core, so I can keep you and give you food. But in the future, I can't provide you with food entirely for free. If you want to eat well and be full, you will have to continue collecting zombie crystal cores in exchange, understood? Jing Tian said to Bulldog Little Fat with narrowed eyes. Woof. The bulldog clearly hesitated for a moment, then reluctantly barked a response at Jing Tian. Deal? Great, come over and eat. From now on, you are considered a member of my villa. Jing Tian instantly understood the bulldog's meaning, and finally, a radiant smile appeared on his face. Next, Jing Tian had Tongyu bring a small bowl, mixing rice and some dishes together, placing it in front of Bulldog Little Fat. As soon as the bulldog saw the food in front of it, it completely forgot everything and started devouring the food wildly. In less than 2 minutes, the small bowl of food was completely cleaned out by Little Fat, and after eating, the bulldog directly squinted its eyes and lay down on the ground, seemingly asleep. Finished eating and straight to sleep. Are you a dog or a pig? Jing Tian kicked the bulldog lightly. But the bulldog didn't react at all to Jing Tian's action, as if it were sound asleep. After fussing for a while, Jing Tian found he really couldn't wake this lazy dog and lost interest. After explaining some cultivation theories to Tongyu, he went back to his room to rest. Just when the villa fell into complete silence at midnight, the whole city also returned to quiet. Clearly, the zombies' cannibalistic upgrades had completely finished. At this moment, in a rundown building at the edge of the city, a group of well-equipped survivors quietly emerged, infiltrating into Yun City. There were more than 20 of these people, and you could tell from their movements that they were all ability users. Most importantly, all these people were actually carrying firearms. One must know that firearms are quite damaging to zombies. Even mutated zombies at level 2 cannot withstand the attacks of firearms. This group of people moved like ghosts, quietly sneaking into the city. From their movement path, it was obvious they had a clear target and were trying to avoid conflicts with zombies as much as possible. With a combination of luck and strength, these people stopped at a location after more than an hour. After a round of scouting, they suddenly all cheered up, each giving high fives to celebrate. Chapter 21, Discovering Outsiders Again. Great, boss. That guy didn't lie to us. There is really a weapons cache here. Shut up. Damn, you attracted the zombies. After a voice of surprise and a scolding, the originally peaceful night came to an end. The zombies began to roar in small groups, gradually expanding their circle, as if an ice cube had been thrown into a hot pot. Team up to kill the enemies. No matter who successfully leaves in the end, we must return the news of the weapons cache to the base. The leader yelled loudly while waving his hands. Golden beams of light flashed, and one by one, the level 2 zombies rushing up fell to the ground. These zombies, though upgraded to level 2, were still ordinary types and had a significant gap compared to mutated zombies. Moments later, the battle in this small area completely ignited half of Yun City. Roars and gunfire echoed throughout most of the city. However, none of this was known to Jing Tian and Tongyu, as Jing Tian activated soundproofing during sleep. Instead, the bully Xiaopang woke up in the middle of the night. Though he couldn't hear the noise outside, Xiaopang quickly jumped to the window to look outside with a changed expression. From the mountain villa, even the first floor could see part of the situation in Yun City. Xiaopang's eyes sparkled with a red glow, clearly able to see the scene under the pitch-black night. Xiaopang showed a moment of hesitation, but finally shook his head slightly in a very human manner. In the end, he turned and jumped back, then jumped onto the sofa, choosing a comfortable position to continue sleeping. The next morning, Jing Tian woke up completely unaware of what happened last night. He was quite annoyed that Xiaopang was sleeping on the sofa, and after throwing him a sausage, he kicked him out of the villa. If we don't get a crystal core today, you'll have to sleep outside on an empty stomach tonight. Jing Tian shouted at Xiao Pang like a miser. After breakfast, the two of them went to the rooftop. Jing Tian continued practicing his punches, while Tongyu continued to skillfully control and use elemental energy according to Jing Tian's teachings. An hour later, Jing Tian finished his morning exercise and, as usual, picked up the binoculars to observe the surroundings of the villa. I feel like something is not right. After observing for a while with the binoculars, Jing Tian felt an indescribable sensation. He clearly didn't see anything, but something still felt off. Then, Jing Tian returned to the third-floor bedroom and released the drone. When the drone captured a certain location, Jing Tian commanded it to stop. Looking at the scene below, his brow furrowed slightly. There were several fresh corpses and obvious traces of gunfire everywhere. There are survivors with firearms coming in. I wonder if they survived. The drone continued to search. Soon, the screen froze on the roof of a 6-story abandoned residential building. On this roof, there was a group of male survivors in uniform combat gear. Some of the gear was slightly damaged, but they all looked uninjured, only very tired, lying in disarray without much dignity. Jing Tian focused his attention on the only man standing. This man was a middle-aged man in his 40s, exuding a wild and proud air. The man spoke to the zombies swaying below and those sprawled behind him, gradually restoring their determined expressions as they slowly sat up. Just as Jing Tian hesitated whether to lower the drone to hear what this man was saying or to greet him. Suddenly, the man looked up, glancing at the drone hovering 100 meters above him. Through the screen, Jing Tian first saw a hint of surprise in the man's eyes. Then, a scene that shocked and angered Jing Tian happened. Suddenly, the man raised his hand violently, and a golden light shot straight towards the drone. What the hell? Attacking as soon as we meet? Jing Tian shouted. Chapter 22, What do you have to teach us? Although they were more than 100 meters apart, Jing Tian felt that if the drone didn't dodge, it would definitely be hit by this attack. Quickly, Jing Tian controlled the drone and turned it around to fly back. The man on the rooftop, after missing his shot, jumped down directly from the 6th floor and then chased after the direction of the drone. After the man jumped down, those with him were momentarily stunned but then followed him down from the rooftop. Some people jumped directly, while others used some external force. In short, within seconds, these people arrived downstairs, following the middle-aged man to chase the drone. Jing Tian adjusted the drone to a higher altitude, and when the camera panned, he discovered that the middle-aged man was indeed chasing them. After a brief moment of shock, a cold smile appeared on Jing Tian's face. The drone could have flown faster, but Jing Tian deliberately slowed it down, leading the middle-aged man and his group to the foot of the hillside villa area. How is this possible? The group arrived at the foot of the hillside villa area, and after eliminating a group of zombies wandering nearby, they discovered a brand new 3-story villa at the top of the hill. Boss, did you all see that? A young man beside the middle-aged man rubbed his eyes and asked. You're not seeing things, that is indeed a complete villa. Let's go check it out. The boss was surprised for a moment, and his eyes sparkled with excitement as he urged several people to head up the hill quickly. Soon, the group arrived at the outer fence of the villa. Immediately, they were stunned again, some even looking shocked and incredulous. The fence was not a wall, everything inside the yard was clearly visible. What was that? Half a flower bed, half a vegetable garden. This is unscientific. I heard there's an organization that built an extremely special greenhouse, manually excavating deep soil, and it took half a year just to barely grow a single type of vegetable. How can there be one here? The young man who spoke before was the first to respond. This is indeed unusual. With the drone and the vegetable garden, let's investigate the situation first. Don't rush in, we should be polite first. The boss's eyes shifted before he waved his hand to the people behind him. Yes. The 9 people behind him replied in unison, and then the talkative young man approached the door and shouted loudly, People inside, listen. We are from the Haishur base, please come out, we have some questions for you. What kind of greeting is that? The boss stepped forward and slapped the young man on the back of the head, his expression somewhat displeased. I said please, isn't that polite enough? The young man looked puzzled. The others each gave the young man a roll of their eyes. At that moment, a slightly lazy voice floated down from the top of the villa. What questions do you want to ask me? Everyone looked up in unison. On the rooftop of the villa stood a handsome young man, beside him was a small, cute girl. Is it just the two of you in the villa? The young man seemed taken aback upon seeing Jing Tian and Tongyu. Yes, just the two of us. What do you have to teach us? Jing Tian's expression and tone remained calm. However, inside, he felt somewhat anxious. These people looked much stronger than the Wang siblings. Especially the middle-aged boss. Jing Tian sensed that he was very strong, much stronger than Wang Meng and his sister. Jing Tian was uncertain if the defenses of the safe house could withstand this man's attack. After Jing Tian responded, the group immediately exchanged glances. Chapter 23, Do you dare? Among them, a slender man suddenly whispered, "This young man has no ability energy. The little girl is a level 1 ability user." What? Just that little level 1 ability user, or is it that little girl? Wenshin, you must be mistaken. Somebody expressed surprise and doubt. When have you ever seen my judgment go wrong? The man named Wenshin said. Hearing what Wenshin said, the young man Jin Woo squinted his eyes. He didn't wait for the boss to say anything, his expression immediately turned cold as he shouted at Jing Tian, "Kid, come down. Give this villa to us, and we won't kill you." So you want to take my villa? I was going to treat you with respect, but now it seems I should just forget it. If you have the guts, come in, as long as you can get past the door, not just the villa, I'll even give you my life. Jing Tian squinted his eyes, his tone a bit icy. Although he was worried, he couldn't show weakness at this moment. If the villa's defenses were truly broken, he could only accept his fate. Damn, it's just a little broken fence, I can kick it down with one leg. The young man said as he walked forward, lifting his leg to kick the villa's door. Bang! A muffled sound came. These people sneered coldly, waiting for the door to be kicked down. The result? The next second, they all froze. The villa door didn't just not fly open, it didn't even shake at all. And the guy who kicked it was knocked back several steps, almost falling. This. The young man's face instantly changed. Oh? What's wrong? Didn't you eat? Kick it down. When Jing Tian saw the young man fail, a hint of relief appeared on his face, and he began to mock. Damn. Jin Woo, stop. The young man, after being mocked by Jing Tian, didn't even consider the reason, roaring angrily as he prepared to step forward again. But at that moment, the boss suddenly said in a deep voice. Young man Jin Woo immediately halted his movement, his expression shifting. At this moment, he calmed down and felt a bit horrified. He was a level 3 ability user, and he couldn't even kick open a door? Friend, just now, Jin Woo was impulsive. We really have no ill intentions. I am Chung-kun, we just want to get to know you. The boss stopped everyone behind him from moving, personally speaking to Jing Tian, while also stating his name. Humph, do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? When hard doesn't work, you come soft. Though I'm not afraid of you, I also can't be bothered to waste words with you, just get lost as far as you can. Jing Tian said coldly. Chen-kun's face darkened as he was angered by Jing Tian's words. Do you really think that just because you have some tricks, you can be so arrogant? Chen-kun also sensed the villa was not simple, but he only thought Jing Tian had some special abilities or tricks and didn't believe that Jing Tian could resist him. After all, he was a level 5 ability user, and in this apocalypse, he was definitely among the top strong ones. At least that was what Chen-kun believed. What's the use of being arrogant? If you have the guts, just come in and try. Jing Tian was most afraid of this kind of provocation and threat, sneering. Alright, I originally thought you could cooperate obediently, if we can't be friends, no need to be enemies. Now you've angered me, and you've pushed yourself into the abyss. Chen-kun was clearly not a peaceful character, and he was enraged by Jing Tian's attitude. After saying alright twice, he didn't bother to say more nonsense, his figure flashed forward, and with a loud shout, he threw a punch, open for me. A ball of golden light wrapped around Chen-kun's fist, like a cannonball, slamming towards the villa's door. Chapter 24, Crisis in the Safe House. Seeing Chen-kun's attacking stance, Jing Tian's heart tightened. Beside him, Tong Yu couldn't help but reach out and grab Jing Tian's arm. Boom! A burst of golden light exploded, and the entire villa seemed to tremble slightly. This power was absolutely not less than a cannonball strike. However, after the shake, the villa's seemingly flimsy black iron fence remained completely undamaged. Chen-kun's face suddenly changed. A hint of horror finally appeared in his eyes. Jing Tian's expression first relaxed and then changed again. At the moment of the explosion of the attack, he found that the protection had not been breached. At the same time, a system notification sound echoed in his mind. Ding! The safety house's protection has encountered extreme attack, the protection is damaged by 90%, please host replenish energy for repair as soon as possible. Repair, I have 32 points of energy, just deduct whatever you need. Jing Tian said quickly in his mind. Deducting 2 points of energy, the safety house's protection is repaired to 30%. The system did not waste words this time, and directly got to work. Deduct 2 points to repair to 30%? Why not fully repair it at once, it's not like there's no energy. Jing Tian frowned. System repair requires cooldown time, second repair after 5 minutes, if you want an immediate full repair, you must upgrade the system. The system surprisingly responded to Jing Tian again. Damn. If this guy attacks again, won't it be all over? Upgrading requires 50 points of energy, where do I get that now? Jing Tian said gloomily. This time the system ignored Jing Tian, seeming too lazy to respond to such questions. Jing Tian exchanged with the system for more than 10 seconds, while outside the door, Chung Kun was still in shock. He was a metal-type ability user, although at level 5, as an aggressive metal-type ability user, his real attack power was definitely not lower than an average level 6 ability user. Boss, what's going on? Seeing that even his boss couldn't open the courtyard door in one go, everyone was astonished. Chung Kun's face regained some color, he slightly waved his hand for everyone to be quiet, and looked at Jing Tian with a serious expression. After a moment of shifting eyes, his aura began to gather again. Clearly, Chung Kun was about to attack once more. Jing Tian's expression finally changed completely. He knew that the current protection of the safety house at 30% absolutely could not withstand this guy's next attack. If the protection broke, then he would lose control of the safety house, and then he would truly be at the mercy of others. Bark, bark. Just as sweat appeared on Jing Tian's forehead, and Chang Kun was about to launch another attack. Suddenly, two angry barks came from behind those intruders. Little fatty, is that little fatty back? What's it doing? Tong Yu looked down and saw the bully little fatty behind the group. This little fatty dog actually snarled at the group, obviously provoking them, which made Tong Yu immediately tense up. Little fatty's roar interrupted Chung Kun's attack for a moment. Oh, there's actually an unmutated little dog, so fat it could give us a whole meal of dog meat hot pot. At the back of the crowd, a level 3 ability user saw little fatty and his eyes brightened. Woo! Woof! Little fatty heard this person's words and an angry glint flashed in his eyes. The muscles in his legs tensed slightly, and his figure suddenly transformed into an afterimage. In the next second, he appeared right at that person's feet. That person didn't even have time to react before little fatty bit his ankle. Crack! Ah! A crisp sound of a bone fracturing accompanied a scream that erupted. This. Everyone was stunned. They were all ability users, with the lowest level being 2, and the one who was bitten was a level 3 Earth-type ability user. Earth-type ability users, although slightly slower, had high defense due to their body strength and elemental traits. However, at this moment, they were bitten off by a seemingly plump little dog in a single bite. Kill it! Someone shouted at this moment. A group of people instantly reacted, attacking little fatty with various powers. In an instant, various elemental energies surged toward the bully little fatty in a specific area. Only the boss did not attack, perhaps out of face or feeling it was unnecessary for him to act. Little fatty, come back! Tong Yu, watching from the rooftop, was so nervous that she couldn't help but shout loudly. Woof! Among the chaotic ability attacks, suddenly a dog's bark echoed out. Suddenly, two figures were seen flying out unexpectedly. A chubby shadow burst out directly from the chaotic attacks. In the next second, it jumped into the villa from the big door. Chung Kun initially wanted to stop the little fat one, but just as he was about to move, his gaze caught a scene that made his motion freeze suddenly. At the moment Chung Kun reached out, he caught a glimpse of a young man on the villa roof, who swooped down with a little girl directly from the top. No doubt about it, they flew down. What they did earlier could only be called jumping. Jing Tian, carrying Tong Yu, weightlessly glided down for dozens of meters, and landed right in front of the little fat one. What the heck is this realm? There's not a hint of energy fluctuation? At that moment, Chung Kun's heart trembled. He couldn't help but turn to glance at Wen Shen, who had judged Jing Tian to be an ordinary person. Not only was Chung Kun shocked, everyone who saw Jing Tian's movement was stunned. Even the two people who were knocked away by the little fat one, and that guy with the bitten-off leg, forgot to get up. These people completely overlooked the little fat one's toughness. In ordinary times, if a small dog could knock them, the superpowered ones, it would be absolutely shocking. The bully little fat one was also a bit dumbfounded, his eyes flickering as he looked at Jing Tian. Clearly mesmerized by Jing Tian's display. Jing Tian was initially surprised and worried about the little fat one, but then suddenly realized that his jump seemed to have stunned Chang Kun and the others? Jing Tian's eyes suddenly turned, and his expression became calm. You did well, little fat one. I'll reward you later. Jing Tian smiled faintly and praised the little fat one. Woof! Woof! The little fat one's eyes instantly lit up, and it excitedly barked at Jing Tian. Then its throat stirred, and two crystal nuclei, one black and one red, were spat out at Jing Tian's feet. Oh? More gains? Not bad, not bad. Seeing the two crystal nuclei, Jing Tian's eyes lit up, and he quickly bent down to pick them up. He didn't care at all that they were spat out by the little fat one. This dog can actually hunt mutated zombies? And there's even a level 3 one. I must kill this dog, skin it and pull its tendons. Chung Kun's group of underlings changed expressions upon seeing the crystal nuclei. What stunned them was not the nuclei themselves, but that the little fat one could actually hunt level 3 mutated zombies. And that last words came from the unlucky guy who had his leg bitten off by the little fat one. Shut up. Skin it and eat meat? With 2 more like you, you'd probably just be dog food. Chen Kun suddenly turned around and glared at this underling, then turned back to Jing Tian. When Chen Kun turned back to look at Jing Tian to say something, he was startled again. He saw 2 different attribute crystal nuclei disappearing from Jing Tian's hands. Chapter 26, Timely Upgrade. Absorbed? This. All ability users know that they can absorb crystal nucleus energy. But even Chen Kun, this peak level 5 ability user, needs a whole day to absorb a level 3 nucleus. Let alone Jing Tian absorbing 2 at once, and they were of different attributes. What level of ability user are you exactly? Chen Kun recalled that the strongest ability user in their stronghold already had peak level 6 strength. Could he do it? Chen Kun quickly shook his head in his heart. He suddenly felt that these people had offended someone who surpassed level 6. Should he cry or laugh? Jing Tian naturally didn't know Chen Kun's thoughts. He was eager to absorb the crystal nuclei, wanting to convert enough energy to upgrade the system and fully restore the safety house's defense. Ding! Absorbed 2 crystal nuclei, converted energy 33 points, total energy 63 points. Do you want to consume 50 points of energy to upgrade the Super Villa Master System? The system asked in Jing Tian's mind. If I upgrade, besides completely restoring the protection, are there any other benefits? Jing Tian, seeing Chen Kun and the others still in shock, couldn't help but ask the system again. He thought there wouldn't be a response, but unexpectedly, the system indeed replied this time. The safe house's protection instantly restores to 100%, resistance doubles, while the safe area expands by 100 meters, plus an additional reward of auxiliary function. Then what are we waiting for? Upgrade. Upon hearing the system's words, Jing Tian confirmed without a second thought. Protection restored, protection doubled, protection area expanded by 100 meters. Most importantly, there was an auxiliary function that Jing Tian had never heard of before. System upgrading, approximately 30 seconds needed. The system's voice sounded. At that moment, Chen Kun, after a change of expression, cupped his fists toward Jing Tian, who was less than 10 meters away. This friend, we truly offended you before, Chen Kun apologizes. Oh? You guys really are switching tactics, huh? You think I'm easy to bully and come hard at me. Now that you can't bully me, you're switching to soft tactics? Well, let me tell you, I'm just an ordinary person. Are you going to rush to rob my villa again? At this point, Jing Tian felt more certain. Just now, this group of guys had indeed scared him a little, and now they wanted peace? There's no such easy deal. You're still an ordinary person? As soon as Jing Tian said this, the group exchanged glances, each showing expressions of frustration and disdain. Not to mention your ability to fly, just the bully dog you've raised, at least more than half of these people wouldn't stand a chance. Setting aside their leader Chen Kun being level 5, in fact, half of his subordinates were level 3, while the rest were level 2, with no level 4 abilities among them. And among those level 3 ability users, at least 2 would need to join forces to hunt down a level 3 mutated zombie. Friend, I've already apologized. Are you going to be unreasonable? Although we are a small team, we have our own base, and our base chief is a level 6 peak ability user. Chen Kun said with a somewhat ugly expression, and at this moment, even he began to bring up a stronger presence. Like little kids fighting, when facing someone they can't beat, they want to mention someone stronger to suppress the opponent. I'm being unreasonable? A level 6 ability user? He. Jing Tian was taken aback, then immediately showed a face full of mockery. I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen anyone as shameless as you. It was you who came to find trouble with me, and it was you who wanted to rob my villa. Now, I've become the unreasonable one? Jing Tian's face full of mockery made Chen Kun and the group look somewhat ugly, yet they had nothing to retort. After all, the facts were indeed as Jing Tian said. Boss, should we go all in together? Someone in the group suggested in a low voice. Boss Chen Kun didn't nod or shake his head, just furrowed his brows and looked at Jing Tian, obviously hesitating. At this moment, a cold smile suddenly appeared on Jing Tian's face. Want to team up and attack together? Truly overestimating yourselves. As long as you can block this one move of mine now, I'll repeat what I said before, everything here is yours, including my little life. After Jing Tian finished speaking, he lightly waved his hand towards Chen Kun and others. Chapter 27 Task, Transforming the Battle Car. The moment Jing Tian waved his hand, Chen Kun felt an irresistible force directly hit him. As his expression changed dramatically, his body was sent flying backward. Then, the others were not spared either. Even before they could react, they were all sent flying away. In a flash, all 10 people flew over 50 meters before crashing down on the hillside. In an instant, all 10 were covered in dirt and dust, but not a single one of them got up. It wasn't that they were seriously injured, but they were completely stunned with fear. Just how powerful was this technique? They were knocked away with just a light wave of his hand. Jing Tian saw this scene, a trace of pride flashed in his eyes, but his face was cold as he said, I really don't want to kill, otherwise each of you would be leaving your heads here. Get away from me, and if you want to come closer, then bring enough crystal cores as a sign of sincerity. Jing Tian threw down this harsh word and turned around, walking gracefully into the villa. Master, you are really amazing. Tanya's heart was completely at ease at this moment. She linked her arm with Jing Tian's, her eyes filled with little stars, expressing her admiration for him. Woof woof. Little Fatty was just stunned. After all, Jing Tian waving his hand to drive the enemy's back was 100 times more shocking than flying down from the top of the villa. Coming back to his senses, Little Fatty had a flattering look on his dog face and ran to Jing Tian's feet, showing a spoiled posture. Jing Tian slightly enjoyed the admiration from Tongyu and Little Fatty but felt a little embarrassed inside. What he had just done was merely using the system upgrade and expanding the safe house's defenses to push those people away. At this moment, Jing Tian suddenly remembered Little Fatty's previous might and was even more certain that Little Fatty was not simple. Very, very not simple. Previously felt Little Fatty was not simple, and now it seemed he still underestimated him. Back in the villa, Jing Tian told Tongyu and Little Fatty to keep an eye on Chang Kun and the others from the rooftop. He himself sat on the sofa to sort out the benefits from the system upgrade. The Super Villa Master System had already reached level 2, with 13 energy points remaining. The safe house's protective ability had recovered and defensive power doubled, expanding the safe area by a diameter of 100 meters. This meant that Jing Tian's current activity range had expanded by 50 meters in both directions. These were not what excited Jing Tian the most. What thrilled him the most was that the system had finally started normally and would no longer play any disappearing tricks. In that instant of upgrade, a screen-like thing appeared in his mind. At this moment, half of the screen displayed a 3D image of the safe house villa, marking various functions inside the villa. The other half of the screen resembled a dialog box, only showing the remaining number of energy points in the corner. Finally, it provided a reward for after the upgrade, surprisingly giving the option to choose one of two so-called auxiliary functions. Battle Vehicle Modification and Enhancement Function or Physical Enhancement Function? The system could obviously sense Jing Tian's thoughts. This time, it did not issue a voice, but the screen flashed and the texts of both auxiliary functions appeared in the dialog box. At the same time, below the screen, there were detailed introductions for these two functions, and Jing Tian quickly focused on one. The Battle Vehicle Modification function allows transforming a discarded vehicle by consuming some auxiliary materials and energy points to enhance and modify it. As long as there are various metal materials and enough energy points, the battle vehicle can be upgraded indefinitely, eventually even turning into a cosmic battleship. Jing Tian was exceptionally eager for this battle vehicle modification function, because it not only had the power to replicate some functions of the safe house. The main point was that once upgraded to level 2, it could take him out of the safe villa area. But when Jing Tian saw the physical enhancement function, he became conflicted. Although this function indicated that it still could not make him an ability user or an ancient martial artist. But it could allow his physicality to be infinitely enhanced. Imagine this. When the body becomes tough to a certain extent, no ability or ancient martial arts could harm him even if he stood there. How awesome would that feeling be? Of course, this body enhancement function's upgrade was slow to say the least, and most importantly, it didn't allow him to leave the safe house. Conflicted. Please make a choice within 3 seconds, otherwise, the reward will be considered forfeited. The system's warning suddenly rang out. Damn again with this. Don't count down, I choose, isn't that good enough? I choose the battle vehicle modification and enhancement function. Jing Tian was extremely annoyed with the system's operations. But he had to make a choice quickly. If the rewards were really cancelled, he wouldn't even know where to cry. Ding! The system's electronic voice sounded again. Battle vehicle modification strengthening function activated, side mission issued, complete level 1 battle vehicle modification strengthening within 3 days, rewards available upon completion. What? There's a time limit for modifying the battle vehicle? I can't even go out. Where am I supposed to get the materials for the vehicle upgrade? As soon as Jing Tian heard the system's voice, he immediately shouted out. At the same time, the screen began displaying the items needed for the battle vehicle enhancement. A vehicle, no restrictions on condition, 1 heat weapon, no restrictions on type, 1000 kilograms of metal, and 100 energy points. The requirements for level 1 battle vehicle were not strict, even quite simple. But for someone like Jing Tian, who was limited in his activities, it was still very difficult. At that moment, the system screen flashed, adding another line of text, side mission countdown, 71 hours 59 minutes x seconds. Even after activation, it's still the same trap. When can we have a pleasant conversation? Jing Tian could only express his frustration and disdain towards the system, with no other options available. While Jing Tian was studying the system, outside, Chun Kun and the others finally got up and gathered together, each with a very grim expression. Chapter 28, he actually has electricity there. Boss, what should we do? This guy is too mysterious. And too powerful. He might really be a level 7 ability user. How about we return to the base? The news about the weapon cache will get back, and the big leader will definitely come. We'll get our rewards then and let the big leader deal with this guy. You fool, the big leader is only level 6. Can he handle it? Rewards? Don't forget we haven't really pledged allegiance to the big leader. That guy is probably unhappy. We might end up with nothing. A group of people began discussing in a jumble. As they chatted, they seemed to stray off topic, and no one brought up the idea of getting closer to the villa again. Let alone their previous thoughts of seizing the villa. Everyone, quiet down. Let's go settle down in that villa over there before we make a plan. Chen Kun interrupted the chatter of the few people. As soon as Chen Kun spoke, everyone quieted down and headed towards a villa a few hundred meters away. This hillside villa area, although somewhat damaged, was still much better compared to the crumbling ruins of Yun City. At least most of the villa structures were intact. Master, those people moved into villa number 3. Tong Yu, watching from the rooftop, saw Chen Kun and the others enter a villa and hurried down to report to Jing Tian. They haven't left? That's great. Upon hearing that Chen Kun and the others hadn't departed, Jing Tian's eyes narrowed. He was worried about completing his task. Now, he could only pin his hopes on these people. Woof woof. Little Fatty tugged at Jing Tian's pant leg, whining a bit. Hungry? You really are like a pig, but since you performed well today, I'll give you an extra meal. Jing Tian patted Little Fatty as he said. Time passed quickly, and soon it was evening. In Villa number 3, Chen Kun and his group surprisingly found rice and some already expired canned sausages in the villa. They were astonished that Jing Tian hadn't plundered the belongings here. Then this group went to the rooftop to ignite a fire to cook the rice. The water they used was carried by themselves because the outside water couldn't be consumed directly. Even though they, as ability users, had some resistance to the zombie toxin, consuming it recklessly would likely cause problems for them. Whoa! Boss, you guys come look over there? The talkative youth, Jinwoo, was the first to reach the rooftop of the villa, his gaze immediately landing on something unusual at the mountaintop villa. He suddenly called out to Chen Kun and the others like he had seen a ghost. Everyone rushed forward. Without even having to ask or for Jinwoo to explain, they were all stunned. Because the villa at the mountaintop was currently too conspicuous, brightly lit and illuminating the entire peak. This is simply the only shining pearl in the pitch-black night, making it impossible not to notice it. How is this possible? Does he have electricity there? This is completely irrational. How many forces have spent so much manpower and resources and still couldn't restore the power system? Even wind and solar power generation is ineffective. How could he possibly have electricity? Chen Kun was starting to accept it all a bit reluctantly. If it were just vegetables growing in the yard, one could still explain it with a lucky coincidence. After all, there had been successful precedents in this experiment. But electricity? You wait here for me, I need to go talk to him again. This matter is too serious. After a series of changes in expression, Chen Kun prepared to seek out Jing Tian for another talk. Boss, please be careful, I feel that person is too strange. His teammates were now a bit worried about Chen Kun's safety. At first, they all looked down on Jing Tian, but after a series of events, they had all developed a genuine fear of him. Chen Kun nodded in understanding and then touched the small cloth pouch in his pocket. Feeling a bit more confident, he jumped off the villa and headed straight to the number 1 villa on the mountaintop. Chapter 29, Visiting with Sincerity. At this time, Jing Tian was having dinner with Tong Yu. Because of the little fat guy, he had to prepare more food. Fortunately, the food provided by the system every day, along with the vegetables from the garden, was enough for the needs of 2 people and 1 dog for a day. Although the villa had leveled up, the internal matters had not changed. Jing Tian had studied this. The upgrade was triggered by the increase in his energy point reserves, which the system would notify him about. Just as dinner for the 3 of them was nearing its end, the little fat guy suddenly stopped his movements, whimpering at Jing Tian and signaling outside. Keep eating, don't mind it. Someone had triggered the security system, and Jing Tian knew better than the little fat guy. He smiled lightly and ignored it. Outside, Chen Kun was 50 meters away from the villa when he found himself blocked by an invisible wall. After testing twice and failing to get closer, he didn't dare to force it again this time. Sir, Chen Kun has come sincerely, please show yourself. Chen Kun shouted outside, his tone indeed sounding more sincere. Even his title had changed to Sir. It wasn't that Cheng Kun didn't want to add a surname before Sir, but the key was that until now, Jing Tian had never told him his name, and he didn't dare to ask. Seeing that he received no response, Cheng Kun frowned slightly but did not leave directly. Instead, he waited in place. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, the villa door suddenly opened, and Jing Tian's indifferent voice came, "Let me see your sincerity first." Jing Tian had already eaten his fill, and the little girl Tong Yu was handling the other household chores, leaving him quite leisurely. Cheng Kun was stunned. It was the first time he had seen a powerful person be so straightforward and realistic. "I have 3 level 4 crystal cores and 10 level 3 crystal cores, and I just want to be friends with you," as an apology for the previous rudeness. After a moment of hesitation, Cheng Kun gritted his teeth, bearing the pain in his heart. "Oh?" Jing Tian made an "oh" sound and fell into a brief silence. In fact, Jing Tian was taken aback. 10 level 3 crystal cores meant 300 energy points. As for the level 4 ones? If they had 10 times the energy of level 3 crystals, then the 3 would have 1,200 energy points? Jing Tian felt like his mentality was a bit off. He quickly corrected himself and, after rolling his eyes around, said, "Given your sincerity, let's temporarily overlook what happened before. Come in." Jing Tian controlled the safety of the house and lifted the restrictions on Cheng Kun. Hearing that Jing Tian had allowed him to enter the villa, Cheng Kun felt overjoyed and cautiously stepped forward. This time, he truly advanced without any obstruction. Once inside the villa courtyard, Cheng Kun surprisingly felt a bit nervous for no reason. When he entered the villa, Cheng Kun was once again stunned. Not only is there electricity here, but also all kinds of home appliances from the time of prosperity, and they are clearly all running. "A guest is a guest, come and have a seat." Jing Tian didn't stand up, holding himself with great pride, just pointed at the sofa opposite and said calmly, "Thank you, sir." Cheng Kun couldn't help but place himself in the humble position of a guest. He walked to the sofa and sat down. Seeing Jing Tian up close, Cheng Kun felt more and more confused. No wonder his subordinates said this man was ordinary. Even this close, he couldn't feel a trace of energy from him. If he's not ordinary, then how much stronger than me must he be to hide his energy so perfectly? Cheng Kun didn't dare to think further. "Xiaoyu, pour a glass of water for our guest." Jing Tian looked at Cheng Kun's constantly changing expression and smiled lightly, then called out to Tong Yu. "Got it, master." Tong Yu replied, then filled a cup of water from the water dispenser and brought it over. Someone of Cheng Kun's level could often drink bottled water. But seeing Tong Yu casually fetch water from the dispenser, he couldn't help feeling shocked inside. What shocked him most was naturally the water dispenser. Of course, there was also some envy and jealousy. "Thank you." Cheng Kun came back to his senses and quickly thanked Tong Yu, but out of caution, he just politely placed the water on the tea table. "Go ahead, since you said you came with sincerity, then surely you're not here just to make friends. Whatever your question is, you can ask now." Jing Tian looked at Cheng Kun's actions, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes as he spoke. Facing Cheng Kun, Jing Tian did not treat him with the same warmth as he did the Wang siblings. As soon as Cheng Kun heard Jing Tian's words, he immediately understood. This was a hint to take out the crystal core. If he didn't take it out, he probably wouldn't get to ask anything. Cheng Kun took out a small cloth pouch from his pocket and very politely placed it in front of Jing Tian. But just as he was about to speak, he was shocked to find the pouch had directly flown into Jing Tian's hand. Chapter 30, If you don't believe me, look for yourself. Tea telekinesis? So Sir is a martial artist from the ancient arts. Cheng Kun's eyes widened as he cried out in surprise. He hadn't felt a single trace of supernatural energy, so he was sure Jing Tian was an ancient martial arts user. Ancient martial artists were much rarer than superpowered individuals. Any ancient martial artist above level 3 was always stronger than a superpowered person of the same level. Jing Tian's intention was to scare Cheng Kun, so naturally he didn't explain anything. With a faint smile, he said, "Don't bother asking what kind of ability user I am. You're not my match anyway. If you've got nothing serious to say, then I won't keep you." Jing Tian's words were not polite at all, even a bit arrogant. But to Cheng Kun, they didn't spark any anger. Deep down, he had already accepted he wasn't this young man's match. "It's like this, sir. I'd like to ask you how you got electricity here? This could change the fate of all surviving humans. Please, sir, do not hold back your wisdom." Cheng Kun didn't waste words and went straight to the point. Electricity was definitely the most important thing. Even vegetables would rank far behind. With electricity, so many things could be done. "You want electricity?" Jing Tian narrowed his eyes, then said, "It really is about the survival of the survivors. It's rare to see such noble concern in someone. It'd be wrong if I refused you. Sir, you are truly noble and righteous. I, Chang, thank you on behalf of all human survivors." Chang Yi didn't wait for Jing Tian to finish before showing a deeply grateful attitude. Hold on, don't thank me yet, I haven't finished talking. Jing Tian waved his hand and continued, I personally would absolutely love to tell you the method, but unfortunately, I don't know what's going on. When I arrived here, there was already electricity. Jing Tian wore a helpless expression. Jing Tian knew that the electricity came from the villa's system, but when it came to the root cause, he really didn't understand the principle, so Jing Tian truly hadn't lied. This. Chung Kun instinctively disbelieved Jing Tian's words upon hearing them, feeling furious and wanting to erupt. However, the anger only lasted a moment, as he thought of Jing Tian's terrifying strength. No matter how angry he got, it wouldn't be useful. No need for any of that, I know you don't believe me. You can check at will to see where my electricity comes from. Jing Tian noticed the change in Chung Kun's expression, smiled faintly, and spoke directly. Jing Tian really wasn't afraid of anyone inspecting the villa. The product of the system, he couldn't figure it out after a year of pondering, so there was no way Chung Kun could discover anything. I wouldn't dare be presumptuous, since you say so, I will believe it. It's just a pity about this electricity issue. Chung Kun didn't believe that Jing Tian would let him check freely, so after a moment of annoyance, he said this. It really is a pity. How about this? You can try to connect a line from here and see if it works, but I can't guarantee anything. This idea truly flashed in Jing Tian's mind. You're willing to let us connect electricity from here? Chung Kun's eyes also lit up. Of course, but it can't be for free, a suitable payment would be necessary, right? At this moment, Jing Tian seemed like a businessman. Yes, you're right. As long as it's feasible, we naturally won't use it for free. Chung Kun's eyes flickered as he spoke. As long as the electricity was connected, there would be so many things they could do. Chung Kun felt a special excitement in his heart. He could even imagine that once he spread the news about controlling the power source, it would definitely be 100 times more valuable than the weapon warehouse they discovered. If he could control this villa area and the power source, then this villa area would definitely become a sacred place for humanity. Looking at Chung Kun's constantly changing expression, a hint of unusual emotion flashed in Jing Tian's eyes as he spoke. Alright, the issues you've come here for have mostly been resolved. I can't guarantee whether the electricity can be used, so you can come back tomorrow to try connecting the lines. Jing Tian seemed to have an attitude of sending off a guest. Sir, Chung Kun still has a small request. Chung Kun quickly came back to his senses, he still had another purpose for coming here. Chapter 31, Talking about Cooperation. Hearing Chung Kun had more business, Jing Tian said lightly, let's hear it. Jing Tian actually had something he hadn't mentioned yet, but he was waiting for a chance to take the initiative. Regarding negotiation, Jing Tian, a former small agent, had some experience. It's about the issue with your vegetables. I don't know if you would be willing to sell your cultivation method, we are willing to pay a huge price. Chung Kun seemed to have noticed that Jing Tian valued the crystals, so he proactively offered a huge price right at the start. You finished thinking of my electricity and now you're thinking of my vegetables? That's not possible for now, but I can occasionally sell some to satisfy your cravings. This is also good, thank you, sir. I wonder what the price for the vegetables would be. Chung Kun was slightly disappointed but dared not push too hard since they had already benefited from the electricity issue. Upon hearing Chung Kun ask about the price, Jing Tian's face immediately revealed a slight smile as he said, for the first batch of vegetables, I won't charge crystals, you help me collect some items, and I'll give you 10 pounds. 10 pounds? Chung Kun obviously felt it was too little, but was even more curious about what Jing Tian wanted. I wonder what items you need, sir? Very simple, a vehicle, preferably a camper, along with a ton of metal and a gun. That shouldn't be too difficult for you, right? Jing Tian said. The vehicles now are like scrap metal, completely unable to start. Jing Tian interrupted Chung Kun, saying, that's not your concern, I naturally have a way to fix it. You just need to say whether you can do it or not. Do you have a way to fix the car? This. Chung Kun was dumbfounded, wanting to doubt Jing Tian's words, but there was a feeling telling him that this young man was not lying. The only confusion was, if he could fix the car, why wait until now? Of course, he didn't dare to ask too much, because he had already seen the impatience on Jing Tian's face. I can do it, and I promise to deliver these things to the gentleman before noon tomorrow. Seeing Jing Tian's dissatisfaction, Chung Kun stopped thinking too much and agreed straightforwardly. That's good, and we can't let you come here for nothing. Jing Tian's expression relaxed, and then he turned to Tong Yu, who was playing with little Fatty, and said, Xiao Yu, take Shang Lao Da to pick 5 kilograms of vegetables. Okay, master. As soon as Tong Yu and little Fatty heard Jing Tian's words, they rushed over. Chung Kun somewhat dazedly got up and followed Tong Yu and little Fatty to the yard. It wasn't until Tong Yu filled a bag with vegetables that he came to his senses. Thank you, miss you. I still don't know your master's name. May I ask? As for my master, his name is... Woof woof. Tanya was just about to speak when she was interrupted by Little Fatty barking twice, shaking his head at her. Huh? Little Fatty, you said not to tell him? Okay then. Tanya also didn't understand Little Fatty's meaning. Anyway, since Little Fatty shook his head, she just said it plainly. Chun-kun felt a little dark on his forehead, clearly sensing that this fierce bully dog was much more experienced in society than the little girl. From now on, he definitely couldn't take this dog lightly. Besides being cautious regarding its strength, he had to treat it like an old fox too. Chun-kun thought to himself, and then took out 2 level 2 crystal nuclei from his pocket and said, I forgot to give you a meeting gift earlier, this is just a small token. Woof. Little Fatty flickered and snatched the 2 crystal nuclei from Chun-kun's hand, then gave Tongyu one red one. Thank you. My master is named Jing Tian, and also, I hope you won't come to hit our villa's idea again. My master can kill people using the method of dismemberment with 5 horses when he gets angry. Tanya's little face broke into a smile as she finished speaking to Chun-kun and directly turned to leave. Before leaving, Little Fatty turned around to glance at Chun-kun, his eyes full of both threat and disdain. Chun-kun opened his mouth, ultimately speechless, knowing that he was being dismissed. Looking down at the 5 kilograms of vegetables in his hand, his eyes flashed with a glimmer. This 5 kilograms of vegetables should count as a deposit, right? If in a prosperous world, someone exchanged 10 kilograms of vegetables for a car, along with 1,000 kilograms of metal and a gun, they would definitely be laughed at as a fool. But now, Chun-kun actually felt like he made a profit. Vegetables, nowadays, are absolutely the most precious food. After all, the human body can lack meat for a long time, but long-term lack of vegetables will definitely lead to many problems. Carrying the vegetables, he walked about 100 meters out of the yard, and the villa's light could no longer reach this place. Chun-kun stopped, immediately reached into the bag, and grabbed a cucumber. Looking attentively at this fresh cucumber, he then took a bite. The first thing he felt was its crisp texture, a long-lost cucumber fragrance rushing to his mind, making him involuntarily emit a comfortable sound. It's so delicious, Chun-kun felt it was truly too satisfying, and even this usually composed level 5 boss couldn't help but exclaim. But just after that bite of cucumber went into his stomach, his expression suddenly froze, and fear appeared on his face. This cucumber actually contains energy, able to directly transform into elemental energy, and can even restore mental strength. Chun-kun was stunned. The feeling from the first bite was very weak, and to confirm that he wasn't hallucinating, Chun-kun quickly took several more bites until he finished off the entire cucumber. Closing his eyes, he felt the energy spreading and transforming within his body. For several minutes, Chun-kun opened his eyes, and a flash of golden light passed by. I've struck it rich. If these vegetables are like this, their energy must be at least as much as a level 4 crystal core. Chun-kun looked down at a bag of vegetables, unable to hide his hesitant expression. In that moment, greed stirred within him. For a brief instant, he didn't want to share these vegetables with his companions. Suddenly, Chun-kun jolted and thought of Jing Tian. Turning to look at the expression in the villa, he became uncertain once more. Who exactly are you? Unmatched strength, mysterious items, and you can grow such vegetables, For a moment, Chun-kun couldn't find the words to describe his judgment of Jing Tian. The only certainty was that his awe for Jing Tian was growing stronger. After many thoughts, Chun-kun finally grabbed a bag of vegetables and quickly returned to villa number 3. Meanwhile, as soon as Chun-kun left the villa, Jing Tian couldn't wait to return to his bedroom. 3 level 4 crystal cores and 10 level 3 crystal cores. Come on, system, let's have a feast this time, then get to work. Jing Tian grabbed all the crystal cores in his hand and summoned the system for absorption. Crystal cores can enhance abilities for ability users, but for Jing Tian, they could only be converted into energy for the system, and aside from that, they were of no use. Ding! System detected 13 energy crystal cores, would you like to absorb them all? Is there even a need to ask? Absorb! Jing Tian confirmed directly. Energy absorption and conversion in progress. Gain 600 energy points, total energy points, 613. The system reported, and at the same time, there was a slight change in the task completion status on the screen in Jing Tian's mind. Energy required for battle vehicle enhancement, 613/100. What? A level 4 crystal core only provides 100 energy points? Upon hearing that the energy was only 600 points, Jing Tian felt it was far below his expectation. He thought that one level 4 crystal core would give at least 300 points. Unfortunately, the system wouldn't explain these things to Jing Tian. Probably tired of being pressed by Jing Tian, suddenly, with a ding, a line of text flashed on the screen in his mind. Current energy points sufficient, activating mainline upgrade task. Upgrade the main system to level 3 within 3 months, completion will yield a surprise reward. What the hell? What's going on? Suddenly there's a mainline task, didn't I just reach level 2? Jing Tian was startled by the system's sudden appearance of a so-called mainline task. The system paid no attention to Jing Tian, but now with the projection screen, Jing Tian could look up the detailed conditions required for the task. The Super Villa system requires 500 energy points to upgrade to level 3. This doesn't seem too much, Jing Tian already has 600 points. But the next few conditions made Jing Tian realize it wasn't that simple. He needs to activate 5 auxiliary functions and level them all to level 2 for the villa's main system to reach level 3. The list showed that there are currently only 4 auxiliary functions. Water and electricity supply function. Living resource supply function. Battle vehicle modification and enhancement function. Lastly, there's the disciple ability borrowing function. Among these 4 functions, the disciple ability borrowing function is also unable to be upgraded. This means, to reach level 3, Jing Tian needs to activate 2 more auxiliary functions. In the lower corner of the system screen, a line of text appeared at the right moment, showing the auxiliary function list. Jing Tian quickly clicked to open it. Upon seeing it, Jing Tian couldn't help but exclaim. The auxiliary functions had as many as 50 pages, and each page had 10 auxiliary functions. To activate 2 more functions, where's the physical enhancement function? Jing Tian, shocked yet delighted, scrolled down searching for the physical enhancement function. However, when he found this function on the last few pages, he was somewhat dumbfounded. What the hell, this is a loss. Jing Tian saw that activating the physical enhancement function surprisingly required 2000 energy points. And that was just to activate it to level 1, how much would it take to level it up to level 2? If I had known, I wouldn't have chosen the battle vehicle modification and enhancement function. Jing Tian felt gloomy for a while. He felt he had taken a big loss. Because the battle vehicle modification and enhancement function. To level up to level 1, only 100 energy is needed, leveling up to level 2, how much more can it double, right? After a brief moment of frustration, Jing Tian decided to choose 2 relatively cheap auxiliary functions to activate. To mainly gather numbers, in preparation for the system upgrade. The auxiliary functions on the first page are not expensive, the cheapest only requires 100 energy. Activate cold weapon forging function, ordinary vehicle restoration function. Jing Tian directly chose the 2 cheapest functions to activate. Activating. Activation successful, deducted 200 energy points, current remaining energy 413 points. With the activation successful, Jing Tian noticed a slight change on the 3D screen of the villa. A nanny room on the first floor changed, marked as a forging room, and to level up to level 2, the host needs to forge 2 cold weapons. As for the vehicle restoration function, there is only an icon, restoring only requires 1 energy point, and completing the restoration of 100 vehicles will upgrade it to level 2. Although it is quite cheap, it's not useless, not bad. Jing Tian looked at his 5 upgradable auxiliary functions, a smile appearing on his face. Currently, both can be upgraded to level 2, needing only 200 energy points. After a slight hesitation, since the energy points were enough, Jing Tian wanted to see the changes after upgrading, so he issued the command, upgrade water and electricity supply function and food supply function. Upgrading. Duration required, 30 seconds. Bang! The moment the system prompted the upgrade, the power in the room was instantly cut off. Ah, master, the power went out. Tonyu upstairs suddenly yelled. Don't worry, it will be restored soon. Jing Tian responded. Sure enough, the system was punctual. As soon as 30 seconds was up, the villa's electricity was restored. Upgrade complete, deducted 200 energy points, current remaining energy points 213. Water and electricity functions upgraded to level 2, can output to the outside, daily water supply can output 20 tons, electricity can output 200 kilowatts. Resource supply function upgraded to level 2, changed to resource exchange function, detailed explanation available for self-viewing. The system was lazy, when there were many words, it didn't use voice, only flashing text on the screen. Jing Tian ignored this. When he saw that water and electricity could be output, his eyes narrowed slightly. It was quite timely, otherwise, if Chung Kun came for electricity tomorrow, it really wouldn't work. Water and electricity output was not free for Jing Tian either. 1 ton of water and 10 kilowatt-hours of electricity were 1 energy point each, while the villa's own water and electricity consumption were deducted monthly at a very minimal rate, considered a benefit for the villa's host. That night, Jing Tian slept quite soundly, and for once, he even had a dream. In the dream, Jing Tian utilized various functions provided by the Super Villa system, turning into a lazy gluttonous salted fish in this apocalyptic world. Chapter 34, Carrying Wires to Restore Electricity. Damn, I absolutely do not want to be a salted fish, what a crappy dream, it's all reversed. Jing Tian scorned his dream but felt a bit uncertain inside. If he really couldn't leave the villa, wouldn't he just be a big salted fish? Even if I am a salted fish, I must be a luxurious, carefree super salted fish. Tangyu, the little girl downstairs, hadn't woken up yet, and Jing Tian went downstairs as usual to make breakfast. This little fatty was quite energetic. Seeing Jing Tian come down, he wiggled up to him, acting cute and spoiled. Go play by yourself, come back when breakfast is ready. Jing Tian kicked the little fatty out the door. The resource supply had turned into a resource exchange, and Jing Tian was still a bit unaccustomed to it. However, after checking the exchange list, the resource items were richer than those previous food items, and there was still the former supply mode. Only requiring 2 energy points for a month, Jing Tian chose the supply mode without hesitation, and the food in the refrigerator and cabinets was instantly filled. Breakfast was ready, and after calling Tangyu and the little fatty to finish eating, they began their daily routine morning exercise. Tangyu, the little girl, was improving very quickly. In just 2 days, she had already begun to master the use of supernatural abilities and was experiencing rapid growth in her realm. Jing Tian observed Tangyu's strength increase with his own eyes, and joy filled his heart. The stronger Tangyu became, the stronger the power he could borrow. Even Jing Tian had already started thinking about finding opportunities to bring in more talented disciples, so that in the future, his abilities would become more diversified. Woof woof! Just as Jing Tian's movements came to a stop, the little fat dog called out twice at the edge of the rooftop. Jing Tian turned his head to look down and found Cheng Kun standing outside the safe area of the villa, accompanied by 3 subordinates, each carrying a roll of electrical wire. You really are anxious. Jing Tian smiled faintly, then instructed Tangyu to focus on his training, and he took the little fat dog downstairs. Go ahead, bring them in. After arriving in the living room on the first floor, Jing Tian gave a simple command to the little fat dog. The little fat dog shook his head in response, then turned and dashed outside. What a clever dog! Jing Tian smiled and shook his head slightly, then adjusted his expression, pretending to be a calm and detached expert. After the little fat dog came out, he pushed open the villa's main door and approached Cheng Kun and the others, barking with his head held high. Damn, this dog! Jin Wu saw the little fat dog's proud demeanor and was about to curse, but was immediately stopped by a glare from Cheng Kun. Even when hitting a dog, one must see the owner, especially when it is a dog whose strength he could not gauge. Cheng Kun was unsure how strong the little fat dog was, but he was certain of one thing: abilities below level 4 posed no threat to this dog. Jin Wu felt awkward. Recalling how the little fat dog had performed last night, he realized that he indeed was not as capable as this dog. The little fat dog strutted ahead, while the few people behind tried to keep up, and they found there was indeed no obstruction as they carried the electrical wire into the villa's yard. Once they entered, all their gazes turned to the vegetable garden beside them. Seeing the garden filled with bountiful vegetables, their eyes turned red, and their throats moved. Last night, Cheng Kun had not eaten those vegetables all by himself. Instead, he shared them with his 10 subordinates, and as a result, all of them were stunned by the energy within the vegetables. Even the lowest level 2 ability users showed signs of breakthrough. One could imagine that if they could consume these vegetables regularly, it would be impossible not to become stronger. At this moment, they were even more convinced that Jing Tian could not possibly be an ordinary person. Cheng Kun and his group had discussed until late the night before, and this morning, they sent 5 people to collect vehicles and metal for Jing Tian, while Cheng Kun brought the remaining 3 to Jing Tian's villa. As for the one whose leg was bitten off by the little fat dog, he stayed behind at the villa to recover and guard. Woof woof! Seeing the others staring at the vegetable garden with red eyes, the little fat dog growled viciously to warn them. Jing Tian did not know that these vegetables contained magical energy, but the little fat dog did. Seeing that these people seemed to be planning to steal the vegetables, he obviously could not allow it. Okay, little fat dog, let the guests in, you go play. At that moment, the villa door suddenly opened, and Jing Tian's voice came from inside the room. When Jing Tian's voice sounded, the little fat dog glared disdainfully at Cheng Kun and the others, then ran straight to the rooftop to find Tangyu. Everyone, keep it low. If anyone makes Mr. Jing angry again, they'll face the consequences. Cheng Kun warned the 3 people beside him in a low voice before he led them into the villa. Chapter 35, Vegetable Pricing. As soon as they entered, Jin Wu and the others gasped in amazement. Are there still such luxurious rooms in this world? Most importantly, all the appliances here were functioning normally. Hello, Mr. Jing, we brought the wires, could we connect the power? After exchanging greetings with Jing Tian, Cheng Kun cautiously asked. Yes, connected from the electric meter outside. The price is 10 degrees of electricity for 1 level 2 crystal core. Is that okay? Jing Tian spoke directly without beating around the bush. No problem, thank you, Mr. Jing, this price is very reasonable. Cheng Kun calculated for a moment, realizing that this electricity price was definitely within their limits, and he gladly agreed. Jing Tian smiled slightly and waved his hand, asking them to go connect the electricity. Jing Tian didn't intentionally send them to connect the electricity meter, it was completely because the system required it. Since electricity is being supplied externally, the system charges Jing Tian energy points based on the output amount. Of course, the system offered Jing Tian a price of 1 energy point for 10 degrees of electricity. For Chang Kun and his group, they were charged 1 level 2 crystal nucleus, allowing Jing Tian to earn 2 energy points. By all accounts, Jing Tian was definitely not a greedy merchant. After receiving Jing Tian's permission, Chang Kun did not move, while Jin Wu quickly took action with 2 companions. Moments later, the wires were connected, and Jin Wu's trio eagerly tugged on the cables, connecting them to Villa number 3, which was 500 meters away. Luckily, the original villa wiring could still be used, they just needed to connect the power to the original main switch. Soon, amidst Chang Kun's somewhat anxious anticipation, Jin Wu ran back with excitement. Jin Wu first looked at Jing Tian in awe, then nodded vigorously at Chang Kun, saying, "Boss, we have electricity now. We won't have to live like cavemen anymore, all appliances can be used normally." As Jin Wu finished speaking, his gaze became somewhat strange. Because many people originally thought that things with electronic components could not be used, as cars could not function, otherwise, they wouldn't have been unable to power the battery. Can it really all work? This. Chang Kun, excited, looked toward Jing Tian, who was still sitting there calmly. "Don't look at me, I don't know anything," Jing Tian said lightly. The more Jing Tian said that, the more Chang Kun and the others doubted. This matter definitely had something to do with Jing Tian. "No matter what, thank you, Mr. Jing Tian. Here are 50 level 2 crystal nuclei, the cost of 500 degrees of electricity." Chang Kun thought Jing Tian didn't want to discuss the appliance issue, so he naturally would not say more, respectfully taking out a small bag of crystal nuclei to give to Jing Tian. Jing Tian's eyes lit up, this business was great. Good, I like sincere people. In the future, you can think of me as a businessman. If you have any needs, just bring enough crystal nuclei, and I will welcome you. Jing Tian directly accepted the crystal nuclei, looking at Chang Kun and speaking. Chang Kun was taken aback, then quickly nodded, saying, "I understand, sir. In the future, if you need anything, we will do our best to help you. I wonder if you can sell us a large quantity of vegetables in the future. Want to buy vegetables in bulk?" Jing Tian squinted and then said, "You should know my vegetables are very precious." "We know, of course we know, so we can accept if your prices are a bit high." Chang Kun nodded repeatedly, and Jin Wu nodded even more vigorously. At this moment, both sides had evidently misunderstood each other. When Jing Tian said that the vegetables were precious, it was because there were basically no vegetables in the outside world. After all, rarity makes it valuable. But Chang Kun and Jin Wu understood it as being precious because of the energy contained in the vegetables. After all, eating vegetables is not only good for the body, it satisfies the appetite and also enhances energy, much more than simply absorbing crystal nuclei. Such vegetables being precious was naturally normal. Watching their reactions, Jing Tian squinted and mused for a moment before saying, "My vegetable garden is only that big, and the yield is limited, so I can only sell 10 Jin a day, at the price of 5 Jin for a level 3 crystal nucleus." As Jing Tian stated this price, he felt somewhat uncertain inside, even he felt it was a bit too greedy. However, the reactions of Chang Kun and Jin Wu afterward left Jing Tian somewhat confused. After a brief pause, both quickly nodded, as if afraid Jing Tian would change his mind. Jing Tian looked at their reactions, feeling a bit puzzled. Could it be that he was selling too cheaply? But he quickly stopped worrying about it. After all, he felt that at this price, he had made a big profit, since the vegetables were grown by himself and had almost no cost. In the future, he could expand the planting area at any time. After finalizing the vegetable deal, he told Jing Tian that the others would go collect vehicle metal next. Chang Kun just wanted to return to villa number 3 quickly. Buzz. At that moment, the air in the villa suddenly vibrated. Immediately, the fire elements in the air became unusually active, gathering towards the rooftop. What? Is the girl leveling up? Jing Tian was stunned. Chapter 36, Tongyu levels up again? Feeling the aura of Tongyu's breakthrough, Jing Tian didn't care about Chang Kun anymore. With a flash, he used the power of the safe house and disappeared from the spot. In the next second, he appeared on the villa's rooftop. Chang Kun and Jin Wu widened their eyes, not reacting at all. They had encountered Tongyu before. She was just a little girl who had recently awakened her powers. It would definitely take a few months to level up, right? But now she had actually leveled up? And the scene of Jing Tian disappearing just now once again startled their little hearts. After hesitating for a moment, Chang Kun didn't dare to follow but turned to leave the villa with Jin Wu quietly. Jing Tian arrived on the rooftop and saw a large amount of fire element energy gathering around Tongyu's body. Little Fat was beside her, eyes wide with amazement, seemingly shocked by Tongyu's sudden level up. How could she level up suddenly? Jing Tian furrowed his brow, looking at Tonyu's state. Woo woo. Little Fat whined softly, pulling out a small, pea-sized crystal core. This. Are you saying Tonyu absorbed a level 2 crystal core and broke through? Jing Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. Yesterday, Chung Kun gave Tong Yu and Little Fat 2 level 2 crystal cores. Jing Tian knew this, he hadn't asked for anything from Tong Yu. He had seen that one was fire attribute and told Tong Yu to hold it while practicing, as it would help a bit. He never expected Tong Yu would break through just like that. Not good, her realm is a bit unstable, the energy is beginning to disperse. Jing Tian suddenly realized that the concentrated fire elements were showing signs of scattering. If these energy elements didn't enter Tong Yu's body, failure to level up would be the least of their worries, it would mainly affect her future promotions. Master Theorist Jing Tian pondered for a moment before using the safe house's control to forcibly compress the fire element power back and then squeeze it into Tong Yu's body. Little girl, you have to endure the pain. Jing Tian said softly, then increased his control. About 10 seconds later, Tong Yu's body suddenly trembled. Those fire element energies roared and quickly rushed into Tong Yu's body as if finding an outlet. Success! Jing Tian raised an eyebrow, his heart instantly relaxing. Although I helped a little, it's mostly due to the girl's talent. How did she level up in just a few days? Jing Tian watched as Tong Yu began stabilizing her realm, a hint of astonishment returning to his face. Gently closing his eyes, Jing Tian quietly recited the ability borrowing function of his disciple. A surge of fiery elemental power rose from within him, his mental energy slightly fluctuating as he clearly sensed that he had grown much stronger at this moment. A level 2 supernatural being is indeed much stronger than level 1, it seems developing disciples is definitely a promising road. As Jing Tian felt the true power of a level 2 ability user, he thought to himself. Woo woo. While Jing Tian was lost in thought, Little Fat opened his mouth to make a sound as if he wanted to say something. However, after a moment of hesitation in his eyes, Little Fat closed his mouth again. Clearly, he suppressed his previous thoughts. Moments later, Tong Yu awoke, still in a semi-dazed state. Master, You've leveled up to a level 2 supernatural being, congratulations, little girl. Jing Tian said with a slight smile. I really got stronger again. After a moment, Tong Yu reacted and exclaimed loudly, then jumped into Jing Tian's arms. Alright, your talent is very good, this is just the beginning. You will get stronger and stronger, but next time don't be so reckless. Jing Tian had a smile on his face as he spoke to Tong Yu. I understand, Master. I didn't know that absorbing the crystal core would be like this. Can I still use the crystal cores in the future? Tong Yu asked with some concern. Well, you can, but you need to wait until your level stabilizes. During this time, you must practice and solidify your skills, understand? Jing Tian said after a moment of contemplation. I understand, Master. Did you help me later? I felt like I was about to fail. Tong Yu answered obediently, then showed some confusion. Clearly, she didn't understand the situation where Jing Tian had helped her. I'm your master, helping you is what I should do. Jing Tian smiled slightly and patted Tong Yu's little head again. Woof woof. At this moment, Xiaopeng ran to Tong Yu's side, joyfully barking twice, as if congratulating her. On the rooftop, Jing Tian explained some experiences and precautions to Tong Yu. As noon approached, Jing Tian suddenly stood up and looked towards the foot of the mountain. Master, they pushed a minibus over. Tong Yu also looked towards the foot of the mountain, calling out in confusion. Chapter 37 Vehicle Transformation. These guys, they brought a minibus instead of a camper for me? But this will do. Jing Tian glanced at it and felt slightly disappointed. However, the system only required a prototype of a vehicle, even if it's just an empty shell, so he quickly stopped worrying about it. After a moment, Jing Tian took Tong Yu outside the villa to wait. Cheng Kun and a group of 9 pushed a minibus that looked about 70 to 80% new in front of the villa. Mr. Jing, is this okay? This is the most intact vehicle nearby, we can't bring anything further back, and it's loaded with over a ton of steel ingots, plus this gun for you. Cheng Kun approached Jing Tian, slightly nervous, as he spoke. After all, Jing Tian originally wanted a camper. It's fine, push it to the back of the villa. I need to make some modifications to the vehicle. Jing Tian nodded, casually putting away the gun. He only needed one gun, but this guy even brought a fully loaded magazine. As for metal, it was now basically available everywhere in Yunqing. It was very easy to collect 1,000 kilograms just by going for a stroll. Mr. Jing, can you really get the vehicle running? At this moment, a Jin Wu beside Cheng Kun couldn't help but loudly ask the question Cheng Kun had asked earlier. As soon as he asked, everyone else stopped their movements and looked at Jing Tian, obviously valuing this question. What a stupid question. If it doesn't run, what use do I have for it? Jing Tian shot Jin Wu a look of disdain. This Mr. Jing, I'm not doubting you. If you succeed in the modification, would you sell it? I'd pay any amount of crystal cores. Jin Wu was stunned for a moment and then looked at Jing Tian with a mix of tension and expectation. Want to buy a vehicle? Jing Tian squinted at Jin Wu when he heard this. His battle vehicle definitely had security functions, and it was absolutely impossible to sell. But the fact that he said any amount of crystal cores made Jing Tian's eyes light up. He had just activated the repair function for ordinary vehicles, it only took 1 point of energy. This definitely was another good way to earn crystal cores. Let's talk about buying the vehicle later. Xiaoye, give them the remaining 5 pounds of vegetables. Jing Tian didn't agree with Jin Wu, nor did he refuse, he simply diverted the topic. Jin Wu still wanted to ask, but was interrupted by Chang Kun. A group of people pushed the vehicle to the back of the villa, receiving the 5 pounds of vegetables that Xiaoye brought over. They also wanted to buy some vegetables directly. But unfortunately, they were running low on crystal cores themselves. Looks like I need to expand my little vegetable garden, it might become a major source of income. Jing Tian looked at Chun Kun and the others holding their bit of vegetables joyfully and couldn't help but make a small plan in his heart again. Now the safe house's protective area has expanded, and it's really no problem to plant more vegetables. Back in the villa, Jing Tian did not immediately modify the combat vehicle, but waited until nightfall. Now, within the half-mountain villa area, there are already 2 bright spots. Apart from the brightly lit villa number 1 at the mountain's peak, there is also a slightly smaller villa number 3 giving off some light. Of course, compared to the brightness of number 1, the light from number 3 is like the difference between a bright moon and a glow of fireflies, and shortly after it lit up, it extinguished. When everything fell silent, Jing Tian quietly came to the location where the minibus was situated behind the villa. The minibus is 7 meters long, originally meant to be a company commuting vehicle, with a total of 28 seats, low mileage, and all systems in the engine and gearbox are in good condition. Of course, Jing Tian didn't care about any of this. After confirming that there was enough metal inside the vehicle, he tossed the gun into the car and summoned the system screen. Modify the combat vehicle. Jing Tian directly issued the command to the system. Shacking. Meets the conditions for initial combat vehicle modification, deducting 100 energy points, consuming 1,000 kilograms of metal, 1 firearm, modification time required is 30 minutes. After the system responded, Jing Tian saw his energy points drop from 213 to 113. At the same time, the metal on the vehicle liquefied like mercury, coating the entire minibus. This scene was very magical, but unfortunately, only Jing Tian could appreciate it. Half an hour later. Jing Tian looked at the newly refreshed combat vehicle in front of him, his eyes flashing with a hint of fondness. The shape of the vehicle had not changed much, but the color had completely transformed. With no patterns, the overall finish was a shiny azure gold, giving a solid and heavy feel. Secondly, the tires had considerable changes, becoming much wider, and the center of the hubs had mechanisms that could spring out spikes like a wolf's teeth, capable of shredding anything on either side while in motion. Master, how did this car change? Just as Jing Tian was admiring the vehicle's appearance, a sudden exclamation came from behind him, it was Tongyu. Jing Tian turned around, discovering the little girl standing a short distance behind him in a bright yellow cartoon pajamas. Why aren't you asleep? Jing Tian asked blankly, feeling as if his secret had been discovered. Luckily, the most magical changes had already been completed. I couldn't sleep and suddenly woke up. Master, this car is so beautiful. The little girl casually replied, quickly captivated by the transformed combat vehicle before her eyes. Ding! Initial modification of the combat vehicle completed. According to the host's inner wishes, the first layer has been modified towards a recreational vehicle direction. The system's prompt sounded in Jing Tian's mind, and then the screen displayed the data of the newly transformed combat vehicle. Master, what's wrong? Can I go up and take a look? Seeing Jing Tian in a daze, Tongyu couldn't help but ask. Of course, this will be our tool for going out in the future. I'll take you up to have a look, but don't ask Master how it was done, okay? That's a secret. Jing Tian was interrupted before he could take a detailed look at the data, so he had to come up with a reason to tell Tongyu. I know, Master. The little girl's eyes sparkled, and she nodded obediently, then cheered and ran toward the vehicle. Wow, this is an RV. There's a kitchen, a bathroom, and a big bed. Ah, and there's a second floor. As soon as Tongyu entered the vehicle, she let out a series of surprised exclamations. Jing Tian smiled slightly, climbing aboard after her while checking the detailed data of the combat vehicle. Initial combat vehicle data and equipment. The entire vehicle is 8 meters long, 4 meters high, with 2 layers, a power of 200 horsepower, the first layer equipped with a remote-controlled driving room, a leisure tea seat, a kitchen, a washroom, and a bedroom. The second layer is equipped with a rooftop attack weapon, capable of rotating 360 degrees. In the beginning, 50 bullets were offered for free, later bullets must be exchanged for energy points, 1 energy point for 50 bullets. Master, come quickly. There's actually a machine gun on the second floor, such a big machine gun. Tong Yu had already run to the second floor, amazed at the only weapon equipped on the car. Jing Tian glanced over the first floor and went to the second floor. The second floor looked quite empty, with a height of about 1.7 meters, and Jing Tian had to slightly lower his head. However, this floor was clearly the combat area, with a round lift platform in the center, on which sat a type of machine gun weapon that Jing Tian had never seen before. Jing Tian quickly pulled up the introduction data for this weapon. Beginner shotgun, can switch between manual and intelligent operation, can be fired in single shots or continuous bursts, with a maximum firing rate of 5 rounds per second. The beginner shotgun can definitely kill zombies of level 3 and below, and has certain damage threat to level 4 zombies. Wow, such a powerful and impressive gun is actually called a shotgun? What a pity! After his surprise, Jing Tian felt a bit dissatisfied with the weapon's name, but he didn't bother to change it since it was given by the system. Ding! Side quest vehicle creation completed. You must name the vehicle to receive a reward. At this moment, the system suddenly prompted him. Jing Tian was stunned for a moment, then felt a little happy, having forgotten that there was a small reward for completing the vehicle modification. Master, can we drive this car out to hunt zombies now? Tong Yu asked Jing Tian with sparkling eyes filled with expectation. We still have to wait a while, there are some parts that haven't been improved yet. Jing Tian momentarily ignored the system and smiled at Tong Yu. It wasn't that Jing Tian didn't want to go out and have fun, but the system clearly indicated that he couldn't leave the safe zone with a level 1 vehicle. The system probably guessed that a level 1 vehicle wasn't enough to ensure Jing Tian's absolute safety outside. Is that so? What a pity, can we drive it now? Tong Yu felt a bit regretful. We can do that, I'll take you for a couple of laps around the villa. Jing Tian smiled slightly and then went to the driver's seat on the first floor. The driver's seat of the vehicle was high-tech, and Jing Tian felt very comfortable once he sat down. In addition to manual driving, Jing Tian could even remotely control it to drive automatically through the system. Wow! Master, you've already started it, and I didn't feel a thing. As the car slowly started moving, Tong Yu, sitting in the passenger seat, exclaimed again. Before the apocalypse, the little girl took the school bus to and from school every day, so she was very familiar with the sounds and vibrations when cars start and run, but in this vehicle, there was no feeling at all. Jing Tian smiled slightly, this was a system-modified vehicle. Chapter 39, Naming the War God. Jing Tian didn't know the conditions of the vehicle's engine and other aspects, but he knew that the fuel was energy points. It consumed 1 energy point for every 100 kilometers, which was extremely energy efficient and environmentally friendly. The driving experience was super enjoyable, and Jing Tian drove around the villa for more than 10 laps before reluctantly stopping. Alright, let's go back and sleep. Once the modifications are fully finished, I'll take you out. After getting Tong Yu out of the car, Jing Tian urged. Okay, master, you should go back and rest early too. Tong Yu was also a little reluctant, but she immediately got out and went back to the villa to rest. Let's name it, the War God. After Tong Yu left, Jing Tian started to complete the final task. After all, he was still looking forward to the system reward. Ding! The system acknowledges that the host named the vehicle War God. The War God is currently level 1, side quest completed, small reward is being issued. The system prompt sounded, making Jing Tian a bit expectant, but also a little frustrated and worried as he murmured, a reward is a reward, why a small reward? The reward has been issued, a set of camouflage clothing appears in the host's wardrobe, function data to be viewed by yourself. Camouflage clothing? What is that? Jing Tian was startled. Suddenly, the system screen popped up, and indeed there were various data about the disguise suit. Jing Tian finished looking at the features of the disguise suit, his expression a bit strange, satisfied? Disdainful? Depressed? This, damn, is just a flashy suit that fools people, but it does have practical uses. The disguise suit cannot be upgraded, has no defense or attack power, can change into various clothing forms, is washable and iron-free, can self-repair using energy points when damaged, and can disguise itself as a level 9 or lower zombie or ability user. Then Jing Tian quickly returned to the villa, went to his bedroom wardrobe, opened it, and directly saw what was called the disguise suit, which turned out to be a fist-sized gray object, somewhat like soft glue. Thinking of putting on the disguise suit. The next second, the clothes that Jing Tian was wearing automatically removed themselves, and the soft glue-like object directly covered his body. After a bit of squirming, it transformed into the same clothes Jing Tian originally wore, a tank top, beach shorts, and flip-flops. Very comfortable. It seems to have a constant temperature function, not bad. After feeling it a bit, Jing Tian was quite satisfied. A thought flashed, and the disguise suit changed into a set of comfortable pajamas. Jing Tian directly lay down on the bed. Thinking about the gains of the day, everything felt very happy. The only small regret was that the war vehicle must reach level 2 to leave the safe house range. Calling up the upgrade data for the war vehicle from the system, Jing Tian smiled bitterly and shook his head. Leveling up to 2 didn't seem too difficult, but he couldn't complete it in a short time. To upgrade the war vehicle to level 2, it needed 1,000 kilograms of steel, 500 kilograms of copper, 300 kilograms of aluminum, 200 kilograms of rubber, 50 kilograms of silver, and 500 energy points. Although he slept late last night, Jing Tian still got up very early the next day. After breakfast, Jing Tian took Tongyue and Xiaopang upstairs to exercise. Ah, master, is that vehicle still there? I thought it was a dream last night. As soon as they reached the rooftop, when Tongyue saw the war god outside the yard, a hint of excitement and embarrassment flashed on her small face as she spoke. Of course it's not a dream. I named it War God, work hard and train well. Jing Tian replied casually while starting to punch. Wow, War God is such a majestic name. But I think calling it Master's Vehicle sounds better. Master's Vehicle sounds good? Jing Tian's forehead darkened a bit, somewhat doubting this little girl's aesthetic sense. And Xiaopang seemed to have no interest in the vehicle at all. After glancing at it, seeing that Jing Tian and Tongyue were too busy to pay attention to him, he soon ran out of the villa by himself. It can be said that here, Xiaopang was the only one who could freely enter and exit the villa. Even Tongyue could not go out without Jing Tian's permission. An hour later, after Jing Tian finished his exercise, he saw Tongyue still immersed in her training, smiled with satisfaction, and prepared to go to the forging room to mess around with some cold weapons. Just as Jing Tian was about to leave the rooftop, he noticed that Cheng Kun and his group had appeared outside the villa's rear defense line at some point. They were pointing and discussing his war god directly. Chapter 40, A Bargain Again. It was clear to see the shock on Cheng Kun and others' faces. Jing Tian thought about how much upgrade material he still needed for the war vehicle, and with a quick turn of his eyes, he jumped off the rooftop of the villa. The next second, he landed on the roof of the war god. Hello, Mr. Jing. Mr. Jing, can we get a closer look at this vehicle? Mr. Jing, this vehicle has started, we saw the tire marks. Jing Tian's stunning appearance made everyone quickly greet him, and then they all spoke at once. This time, Cheng Kun brought all 10 people, even the guy whose leg was bitten off by Xiaopang was here. Jing Tian didn't hold back either. With a proud and smug smile, he waved his hand, granting this group access permission to enter the defense area. At this moment, they had no time to be shocked by anything else. As they got closer to the war vehicle, even the calm Cheng Kun couldn't help but show an excited expression. Circling around the vehicle, occasionally tapping it, they were filled with wonder at every part of the war chariot. These people watched and whispered, all marveling at the various features of the war chariot. However, no matter how shocked they were, they didn't dare to ask Jing Tian anything. They were very clear about what the front of the war chariot looked like. It was worlds apart from what they saw before them. They understood that such confidential matters were futile to inquire about, and could even provoke Jing Tian's anger. Mr. Jing, can this vehicle really be driven? Can we drive it? It's impossible to drive my war god. Only I or someone truly worthy can pilot it. Before the other person could finish speaking, Jing Tian directly refused, his last words somewhat hurtful. But Cheng Kun and a few others also understood that they had previously even had conflicts with Jing Tian. That Jing Tian could still allow them to be here, even selling them power sources and vegetables, was already showing great mercy. They didn't dare to think about truly being accepted by Jing Tian as one of their own for the moment. Seeing the dejected expressions on Cheng Kun and the others, Jing Tian didn't know they had so many thoughts, thinking they were just upset about not being able to drive. With a gentle smile, Jing Tian spoke again, if you want to drive, bring your own vehicle, I can help you fix it. Really? Is Mr. Jing really willing to fix our car? Cheng Kun's eyes widened instantly at Jing Tian's words, feeling somewhat incredulous. The other few people clearly breathed a little heavier, even their eyes somewhat reddening. Now without communication, if they had mechanical transportation tools, it would definitely have an immense significance. I never joke, but I'll only fix the vehicle you brought to ensure it can be driven. I won't be responsible for anything else, and the repair cost is not low. Jing Tian narrowed his eyes as he spoke. No problem, we are willing, just tell us the price. The talkative youth, Jin Wu, immediately spoke up. Good, you're straightforward enough. I initially wanted to charge 4 level crystals, but considering your combat strength, let's stick to 3 level crystals, 10 of them to repair a vehicle. Jing Tian said. Initially, Jing Tian wanted them to help gather upgrade materials for the war chariot. But then he thought that those materials were somewhat negligible compared to the crystals, and bringing them along could just allow these people to help out. Okay, thank you, Mr. Jing. We'll go collect crystals and vehicles right away. Hearing Jing Tian's price, Cheng Kun, without any hesitation, nodded in agreement. Then, Cheng Kun impatiently called his subordinates, leaving the villa area. 10 level 3 crystals were definitely not cheap, but for a vehicle, no one felt it was expensive. Having a vehicle would greatly assist their team, something not even the crystals could measure. Looks like it's getting cheaper again. Seeing Cheng Kun's group agree so readily, Jing Tian suddenly felt it was supposed to be lower. However, then he murmured to himself in relief, just consider it a benefit for you, next time, it'll be 10 level 4 crystals. Jing Tian then appreciated the war god chariot again, before happily returning to the villa and entering the forge. Chapter 41, Handcrafted Weapons. The forge was about 40 square meters, with a furnace and a forging table, large and small hammers, and various techniques for making cold weapons, etc. Jing Tian gathered some scrap metal and directly started his first forging. Melting metals, forging fine steel, creating molds, pouring casts. After a whole morning of fussing about, Jing Tian walked out of the forge drenched in sweat. In Jing Tian's hand was a dagger made entirely of fine steel, the blade length being 30 centimeters, and with the handle, it reached a total length of 50 centimeters. This could be considered a large dagger, right? Plain and unadorned, but the blade radiated cold light. System, evaluate the level of my dagger? Jing Tian asked the system. He thought it wouldn't respond, but unexpectedly, a line of text flashed on the system screen, level 1 low-end weapon. Ha, it actually reached a level. This doesn't seem hard at all. Jing Tian exclaimed excitedly upon seeing the system's rating. Wow, master, did you make this short sword yourself? It looks so sharp. Tanyue was cleaning downstairs at that moment. Seeing Jing Tian come out admiring the dagger with a big smile on his face, she immediately shouted out in admiration. Short sword? This is a dagger, just a little bigger in size. Jing Tian said, a little frustrated. Tanyue's little face turned red, and she quickly made a playful cute face. Although the dagger didn't look beautiful, Jing Tian still liked it, even considering keeping it as a collection. He believed that with more forging and honing, he could definitely craft even prettier weapons. Indeed, Jing Tian never thought of forging weapons to kill. He considered it a form of entertainment and pursued a kind of artistic beauty. Next step, he planned to reshape his kitchen utensils. Although rated at level 1, Jing Tian was unaware of the specific details of this level and still needed to test the sharpness of the dagger. He went to the yard and found a wooden stick to slice. Swish! A dry stick as thick as a wrist was surprisingly sliced through without any resistance. This is simply a peerless divine weapon that can cut hair. Jing Tian exclaimed, continuously slicing the stick into several segments, unable to contain his astonishment at the dagger's sharpness. Such a thick stick, even the sharpest dagger would be lucky to cut a few centimeters, but this one? Woof woof. Just as Jing Tian was about to find some iron wire to continue testing the dagger, suddenly, a little chubby dog ran back to the villa, barking at Jing Tian and Tanyue. The little chubby dog seemed to have a hint of urgency in its eyes. What happened? Both Jing Tian and Tanyue felt that something was wrong, but this time they couldn't understand the little dog's meaning. Woo woo, woof. The little dog knew that the two didn't understand its more complex dog language, so it called out to Tanyue and then turned to run outside. It seems to be related to you, it wants you to follow it? Jing Tian frowned. Master, should I? Tanyue looked at Jing Tian, unsure whether she should follow. It's too dangerous outside for you, let's use the drone to see the situation before deciding. Jing Tian quickly said, losing his enthusiasm for testing the dagger. He directly tossed the dagger onto the kitchen knife rack, then the master and disciple headed to the large bedroom with a swimming pool on the 3rd floor. Just as Jing Tian released the drone to catch up with the little dog, approximately 10 miles away on a street near the villa, two groups of people were fighting a horde of zombies on the street less than 200 meters apart. Chapter 42, Battle in front of the arms vault. Among the two groups, there were 9 people, led by Chang Kun and others. To hunt mutated zombies more easily, they took a risk to come to the arms vault, planning to take away a batch of powerful weapons. Unexpectedly, as soon as they reached the vicinity of the arms vault, they discovered a small team of 10 people here. The leader of this team was also a peak level 5 psychic. Their formation was basically the same, with level 2 and 3 psychics equally divided. The main point was that this group had obviously also found the arms vault. Before long, they had already started fighting after just 2 exchanged words. Then, things got worse. As the two groups began to battle, they attracted a large number of zombies. Both sides could only engage the zombies with 2 level 5 powerhouses. Adding to this, there are currently no large powerful mutated zombies, and for now, the two teams can control the situation. However, this is clearly only temporary. If the fighting continues like this, the zombies will gather more and more, and the consequences will be dire. One group is led by a somewhat slender middle-aged man with a somewhat elegant appearance, but his movements are exceptionally fierce. With a wave of his hand, fireballs are released, and these ordinary level 2 zombies are instantly reduced to ashes. Level 2 ordinary zombies do not produce many crystal cores, and they lack the powerful energy of mutated zombies of the same level. Among this group of people, there is a very noticeable bald strong man. If Jing Tian and Tong Yu saw him, they would definitely recognize him as Wang Meng from the Wang siblings they encountered a few days ago. Clearly, this 10-person squad is made up of members from the Iron Bucket Force led by Tong Zhan, belonging to the Mo City base. After departing from Mo City, it took them 2.5 days to arrive at Yun City. They initially wanted to rush directly to Jing Tian's villa but unexpectedly discovered an underground weapons cache at this location. What's even more unexpected is that just as they were excitedly preparing to make a fortune, they ran into Chung Kun's group. At this moment, both groups are fighting desperately against the zombies. At the same time, they are also moving closer to an inconspicuous building, clearly intending to rush into this building. In the underground warehouse of this building is precisely the weapons cache that Chung Kun and the others are searching for. Moreover, this weapon cache is not small, and the weapons inside are quite advanced. We can't let them get in first, brothers, let's push harder and get in there. Chen Kun noticed that the other side seemed to be closer to the weapons cache than they are, and he felt a bit anxious. With this shout, his followers increased their output and slightly quickened their pace. Leader, we shouldn't go in now. Leaving is a good opportunity. With them attracting the zombies, it will be easier for us to reach Mr. Jing's villa. The bald Wang Meng shouted at their leader Tong Zhan while crazily attacking. Let's go in first. With the weapons here, we will be like tigers gaining wings. It won't be too late to go to that villa later. Tong Zhan said calmly. But no need to say more. Focus on fighting. Xiaoyu's life and death are still uncertain, the weapons in front of us are more important. Tong Zhan directly interrupted Wang Meng, who was about to continue speaking. Both Chung Kun and Tong Zhan's groups are very strong and have had some good luck. Before a large number of powerful mutated zombies appear, they have cleared out most of the ordinary zombies in front of them. Almost at the same time, they appeared at the entrance of the building. In an instant, the two groups faced each other again, tension thick in the air, ready for a potential battle. Woof, woof. At that moment, the shout of the bully little fat came from a nearby building. Chapter 43, Tong Zhan's Thoughts. A dog barking? Both groups froze simultaneously, turning to look, but the reason for their confusion was different. Chung Kun's group was puzzled about how little fat came here. Tong Zhan and the others were surprised that there was actually an unmutated dog here. Ah, it's Mr. Jing's drone. When Chen Kun and others saw little fat, they also noticed a black dot slowly descending from above him. They instantly realized it was Jing Tian's drone. Mr. Jing. Among Tong Zhan's crowd, Wang Meng suddenly shouted excitedly. He naturally recognized Jing Tian's drone. What the hell, a drone? How is that possible? Wang Meng's companions looked at the drone, revealing looks of shock. Earlier, on their way while Wang Meng and Tong Zhan were coming, they had always said they were there to pick up Tong Yu, without mentioning anything about Jing Tian and the villa to their subordinates. Therefore, their subordinates had no knowledge of the drone's existence. At this moment, Tong Zhan narrowed his eyes slightly, watching as the drone approached closer and closer. You all know Mr. Jing too? Wang Meng reacted only after shouting, as if the other party had also called Mr. Jing just now. Of course, we just parted with Mr. Jing and are helping him collect crystal nuclei. Do you think we don't know him? The talkative Jin Wu behind Chung Kun replied with strong disdain. Although they were collecting crystal nuclei for trade, it wasn't wrong to say it was for Jing Tian, as these crystal nuclei would undoubtedly end up in Jing Tian's hands. Damn, then this means we are one of our own, Chief. Wang Meng was stunned for a moment and then called out, looking toward Tong Zhan. Who's one of our own with them? We must get this weapons depot. Tong Zhan's expression darkened as he spoke. Originally having other thoughts in his heart, upon encountering this weapons depot, that thought became even more certain. But this is Mr. Jing's side. Everything you said to Wang Lian, I still need to verify, especially since Xiaoyu doesn't know life or death right now, so... Daddy, it really is my daddy. Just as Tong Zhan's face darkened, scolding Wang Meng. Suddenly, a voice full of joy came from the drone above. Yeah? Is that really Yaya's voice? Tong Zhan was stunned, and then his expression suddenly turned into surprise. No matter what thoughts he had before, his love for his daughter was definitely real. In this moment, hearing his daughter's voice, the joy was truly genuine. Little Yu is still alive and with Mr. Jing, that's so great. Wang Meng was stunned for a moment and then laughed loudly. Daddy, it's me, it really is me. And Uncle Wang Meng, where's Sister Wang Lian? Tong Yu's voice called out in surprise. Ahem. Little Yu, you call Wang Lian sister, but call me uncle? That feels a bit off. Wang Meng was immediately made grumpy by Tong Yu's way of addressing him. But he quickly replied, Wang Lian stayed at the base to watch over things, she's fine. That's great, Daddy. Yeah, it's so good that you are alive. Wait a moment, Daddy will handle things here and come to get you right away. Tong Zhan was excited for a moment but quickly calmed down again. At this time, he was still thinking about the weapons depot here. We need to leave here immediately, you have already attracted a large number of zombies. At least nearly 100 level 3 and 4 zombies are approaching you, accompanied by even more level 2 zombies. Jing Tian's voice came from the drone at this moment. What? As soon as Chen Kun heard Jing Tian's words, his expression changed, and he shouted to the people behind him, "Give up this place, we'll return to the villa immediately." Yes. Chen Kun's subordinates immediately responded loudly. Friends, wait a moment. Why don't we unite? If we combine forces, even with more zombies, we can fight if we have more weapons. Tong Zhan saw Chen Kun and the others about to leave and didn't respond to Jing Tian's words first, but instead quickly called out to Chen Kun. Chapter 44 All Taught by Master. Uniting is possible, but we can't stay here. Chen Kun glanced at Tong Zhan before saying, "You don't understand the zombies in Yun City. Having weapons won't help if we're trapped. Let's return to the villa, regroup, and plan again before taking action. Chief, let's first go to the villa. Let's see Mr. Jing and Ye before we talk." Wang Mang also spoke up from the side. This. All right. Tong Zhan was somewhat dissatisfied, but having these people facing a large number of high-level mutated zombies was clearly impossible. There was no time to waste, and Tong Zhan didn't even have the chance to talk to Jing Tian. The drone changed direction, leading both groups, avoiding the massive zombies, and after a while, they successfully left that area. The next part of the journey went smoothly. When they arrived near the villa, Jing Tian said nothing further, and the drone directly returned to the villa. When Chen Kun and his group arrived at the foot of the villa, under the curious gazes of Tong Zhan and the others, they pushed two nearly new raptors over from a hidden location. Although the car was covered in dust, it was clear that overall there was not a bit of damage. This is what Chen Kun and the others had previously collected to put here. Vehicles can be easily collected in Yun City. Brothers, what are you pushing this junk for? Do you plan to use it as a bedroom? Wang Mang directly voiced the doubts of Tong Zhan and his group. Bedroom? The talkative Jin Wu heard Wang Mang and immediately spoke up. "It seems you don't know how powerful Mr. Jing is. He can help us fix the car." Usually, Jin Wu wouldn't tell anyone so explicitly. But these people were clearly related to Jing Tian, so he figured if he didn't say it now, they would find out later anyway. What? He can fix the car? How is that possible? Tong Zhan exclaimed in surprise, as Wang Meng and Wang Lian hadn't mentioned before that Jing Tian could fix cars. This was not Wang Meng and Wang Lian's fault, as when they left, Jing Tian didn't even know he could fix cars. Seeing Tong Zhan's surprise, Wang Meng directly said, "Leader, I believe this brother's words. As long as Mr. Jing says it, he can definitely do it." Wang Meng was indeed Wang Meng, his faith in Jing Tian far exceeded expectations. Before Tong Zhan could say anything more, he suddenly saw a small figure quickly running down the mountain, instantly shifting his attention. "Daddy!" Tong Yu dashed down the mountain, calling out loudly from a distance. Yeah. Tong Zhan also rushed over quickly. Moments later, after a year apart, believing each other to be gone, the father and daughter embraced tightly. "I'm really envious of you, leader, to have such a talented daughter accepted as a disciple by Mr. Jing." Jin Wu said to Wang Meng, then he, along with Chen Kun and others, pushed the car and went ahead up the mountain. Xiao Yu was accepted as a disciple by Mr. Jing? This. Wang Meng was astonished upon hearing this. After a moment of excitement, as father and daughter gradually calmed down, Tong Zhan carefully observed his daughter and inquired. To be honest, Tong Zhan never expected his daughter to still be alive, and judging by her current state, she looked fine. Yeah, you have awakened your ability? Suddenly, Tong Zhan noticed a faint wave of power emanating from his daughter. Yeah, my master taught me, I'm now a level 2 ability user. Tong Yu replied. Level 2? Your master, you must have awakened your ability at least a few months ago, right? Tong Zhan raised his eyebrows and asked immediately. He thought his daughter must have awakened at least a few months ago, otherwise, she couldn't have reached level 2 now. That's impossible. When we met Ye, she definitely hadn't awakened her ability. Wang Meng couldn't help but interject. Not a few months, my master only started teaching me 3 days ago, and I just reached level 2 yesterday. My master said I have great talent. Tong Yu said with a hint of pride, completely because of Jing Tian's compliments. What? You said your master taught you for 3 days and made you a level 2 ability user? Wang Meng exclaimed again in shock. Chapter 45 Don't ever hold grudges against the master. Although Wang Meng greatly admired Jing Tian, this still surpassed his understanding. Ability users awaken naturally through personal talent. He had never heard of anyone being able to activate it through external force, let alone being taught to become an ability user. Wang Meng felt a bit unreal. Let alone Tong Zhan. The only thing he could think of was that his daughter must have awakened a long time ago. It's just that Wang Meng and his sister hadn't noticed, and Tong Yu herself was not very clear, she only needed a little guidance from Jing Tian. Otherwise, how could someone awaken 3 days ago and level up? And to level 2. Let's go, Dad, my master is still waiting for us outside the courtyard. Tongyu was unaware of the shock her ability had caused her father and others. At that moment, all she felt was pure joy. This Mr. Jing is quite impressive. The mountains themselves are unwilling to come down. Tongjian said lightly with a smile as he faced Wang Meng. Chief, you mustn't have any objections to Mr. Jing, he is so remarkable and powerful, and he even saved little Yaya. Wang Meng, upon hearing that Tongjian seemed somewhat dissatisfied with Jing Tian, immediately felt a bit worried. You don't need to remind me, no matter what, I remember the kindness he showed by helping Yaya. We'll talk about it when we meet. Tongjian interrupted Wang Meng's words. Then, Tongyu held Tongjian's hand and led Wang Meng and the others towards the mountaintop villa. This place is really nice, a villa area close to the city center with no traces of zombies. If Yun City is completely liberated, this will be the best base for our power. As Tongjian walked towards the mountaintop, he observed the surroundings and spoke. He didn't know if it was forgetfulness or intentional, deliberately ignoring the reason why zombies feared this place. Chief, do you want to develop a base in Yun City? Wang Meng's eyes brightened upon hearing Tongjian's words. If it's possible, that would be best, it would avoid further conflicts with the Steel Helmet Force. Unfortunately, even if all our people came, it wouldn't be enough to clear the zombies in Yun City. After a flicker of his gaze, Tongjian spoke with a trace of helplessness. If clearing the zombies here were easy, it would have been occupied by other bases long ago. Maybe, we can ask Mr. Jing for help. I think as long as he is willing, he can definitely do it. Whenever Wang Meng mentioned Jing Tian, his face was full of reverence. Ha, you just said he is only one person, how much can he possibly do? You are overestimating him. After another flicker of his gaze, Tongjian smiled lightly. Wang Meng opened his mouth to argue, but at that moment, everyone had already arrived 50 meters outside the villa. They saw Jing Tian standing there waiting. In fact, Jing Tian was really giving Tongjian face. The safe zone had now expanded to 50 meters outside the villa, and Jing Tian had already reached his limit position to welcome him. Chen Kun and the others were very self-aware, knowing that Jing Tian wanted to host Tongjian and his group, so they pushed the car to the side of the villa and did not come to disturb. Mr. Jing. Seeing Jing Tian at the door, Wang Meng immediately ran forward with excitement, greeting him loudly. Jing Tian, seeing Wang Meng's chubby face, felt inexplicably friendly and patted Wang Meng's shoulder. Wang Meng, I'm really happy to see you again. Wang Meng was surprised by the flattery and scratched his bald head, grinning foolishly. Master, this is my dad. Tongyu pulled Tongjian to introduce him to Jing Tian, never releasing Tongjian's hand. Hello, Mr. Jing, I didn't expect you to be so young. Thank you for helping my daughter. Looking at Jing Tian, Tongjian observed him closely, his brows faintly furrowing before relaxing, making it impossible to see what he was really thinking. No need to be polite, Yaya is your daughter and my apprentice, so we are somewhat family, Jing Tian smiled at Tongjian. Yes, family. Then I'll call you Brother Jing. Tongjian also laughed, then continued to look around and said, Brother Jing, this place is really great. How did you manage to protect it so well? I heard from Wang Meng that there are many magical things here. Magical things? Wang Meng is joking, they are just some ordinary things. Please come in, Chief Tong. Jing Tian smiled again and gestured for Tongjian and the others to enter. As for Tongjian's first question, he directly chose to ignore it. The group quickly reached the villa door, and before entering, they all stopped. One by one, they widened their eyes in disbelief, staring at the flowering plants and vegetables in the villa yard. Wow, Chief, look over there. Tongjian's subordinates pointed at the flower bed and vegetables in the yard, trembling as they shouted. I see it, this is actually real vegetables. Tongjian was filled with shock and couldn't help but glance at Wang Meng. Wang Meng grinned widely. Can green vegetables be fake? He had mentioned before that there was water, electricity, and green vegetables here. It seems the leader didn't believe it before, but now he must believe it. As for the shock of Tongjian and the others, Jing Tian stood by, a trace of pride flashing in his eyes. With the precedent set by Chen Kun and others, he knew it was inevitable that these people would be shocked, and he somewhat enjoyed their reactions. Dad, come in quickly. There are many great things in Master's villa. Tongyu joyfully pulled Tongjian inside. The little girl was very happy, as if she was showing off her excellent grades to her parents. Leader, can we eat some vegetables? Yes, leader, we haven't eaten green vegetables in so long. The subordinates brought by Tongjian finally came back to their senses, each looking at the vegetable garden with red eyes. What are you doing? This is Mr. Jing's yard, you are not allowed to mess around. Hearing his comrade's words, Wang Meng immediately reminded them unhappily. Wang Meng, the brothers just want to eat something fresh, Mr. Jing hasn't objected, so why are you acting like this? Tongjian frowned, clearly unhappy with Wang Meng. Wang Meng was taken aback, looking at Tongjian in disbelief. The leader he always respected would say such rude things? Jing Tian also frowned, his perception of Tong Zhan dropping slightly, and he said, I'm sorry, Leader Tong, the vegetables here are sold for 5 pounds per level 4 crystal core. Anyone who eats has to pay. Jing Tian lied, what he sold to Chung Kun and those people was actually 5 pounds per level 3 crystal core. Tong Zhan frowned but then smiled and said, I was being reckless, I'm just really sad that the brothers haven't eaten green vegetables for too long. Jing Tian shrugged, choosing not to reply. If it weren't for Tong Zhan's attitude just now, he could have invited these people to eat. But now, Jing Tian felt a bit uncomfortable. If you want to eat, then take out your crystal cores to buy. The group arrived at the villa door, and Jing Tian opened the door, inviting Tong Zhan and others inside. Under normal circumstances, Tong Zhan, even out of politeness, shouldn't let all his subordinates follow him in. But when entering, Tong Zhan didn't consider this at all, or he did it on purpose, directly bringing everyone inside. Wow, there's electricity here, and there's even air conditioning running. A water dispenser, clean water. Damn it, even in a prosperous era, I have never lived in such a luxurious villa. Awesome. The kitchen has a refrigerator. Wow, there are sausages and ice water, this is amazing. Except for Wang Mang, Tong Zhan's subordinates, after entering, began yelling as if they had entered a paradise. Then they admired everything, and what was even more outrageous was that someone directly went to the kitchen and opened the refrigerator. What are you all doing? No manners at all. Dad, tell them. Tong Yu, having woken from her joy, couldn't stand their behavior and shouted at Tong Zhan. Wang Mang became anxious and, regardless of Tong Zhan's attitude, shouted at his comrades, everyone stop it. Don't be rude in Mr. Jing's place. Jing Tian's brows really furrowed, a surge of anger rising in his heart. However, he didn't speak immediately but waited for Tong Zhan's reaction. Chapter 47 I Really Care. Tong Zhan glanced at the actions of his subordinates, smiled faintly, and then pulled Tong Yu to sit on the sofa. Yeah, tell Dad how you have spent this year? As he said this, Tong Zhan looked at Jing Tian and his subordinates again and continued, as for them, there's no need to pay attention. In this apocalypse, they haven't really been happy in a long time, I think your master wouldn't mind. I'm sorry, Leader Tong, I really care. Jing Tian finally realized Tong Zhan's intentions, his expression darkening as he said, if you can't control your subordinates, I can only clean them out. Master. Dad. Tong Yu's small face changed, was her father and master suddenly going to turn against each other? Having experienced the darkness of human nature, Tong Yu understood too much. If she still couldn't sense something was wrong at this moment, then she would truly be a fool. Leader, Mr. Jing. Wang Meng's expression also changed as he shouted. Brother Jing, why be so petty? We agreed we're family now. Let the brothers enjoy a little, it won't damage anything, right? You should come sit too. Tong Zhan still smiled faintly, one hand holding Tong Yu, not letting her stand up. This tone, this posture. Especially the last sentence, Tong Zhan clearly behaved more like the master here, while Jing Tian was the guest. Dad, what you're doing is wrong. Let them go out, otherwise my master will get angry. As Tong Yu shouted, she tried to struggle to stand up, but was held tightly by Tong Zhan. Yeah, you don't understand enough. Your abilities are awakened by yourself, and your master is just an ordinary person. What can he teach you? Tong Zhan comforted Tong Yu and then looked at Jing Tian, saying, I'm not wrong, am I, Mr. Jing? This time, the term of brother changed back to Mr. Jing. Jing Tian was furious, but hearing Tong Zhan's words, he suddenly calmed down. He nodded with a smile and said to Tong Zhan, Leader Tong indeed has sharp eyes. You saw through my ordinary status. Impressive, so what does Leader Tong want to do? I don't want anything special, just that I'm interested in this place. I plan to set up a new headquarters here, Mr. Jing, please bear with it. Don't worry, there will still be a place for you to stay in this villa area. Tong Zhan said flatly, his thoughts completely exposed. As soon as Tong Zhan finished speaking, before Jing Tian could respond, Wang Meng couldn't help but shout loudly, Leader, you're crazy. How could you do this? Mr. Jing is a benefactor to me and Xiaolian, as well as to Xiao Yu. Wang Meng, what's your identity? Tong Zhan coldly interrupted, frowning and not letting Wang Meng finish. What identity do I have? I'm doing this for your own good. If Mr. Jing really gets angry, we will all be finished. Wang Meng shouted. Wang Meng, stop talking. This time, it was Jing Tian who interrupted Wang Meng. Wang Meng's face changed, but he quickly shut his mouth. Looking at Tong Zhan, his eyes were filled with confusion and disappointment. After Jing Tian interrupted Wang Meng, he looked at Tong Zhan again and said, I was too kind, naively thinking I could consider you a friend. What a pity. Jing Tian's face suddenly turned cold, speaking to Tong Zhan and his subordinates, except for Wang Meng, all of you get out. For Xiao Yu's sake, don't make me take action myself. Jing Tian was angry. He had intended to act directly, but seeing Tong Yu's tearful eyes, he slightly restrained himself. The little girl did nothing wrong, and if there really was some conflict, she must be the one suffering the most. Chapter 48, What realm are you at? Jing Tian calmed down, but Tong Zhan was not thankful. Instead, he disdainfully laughed. In his eyes, Jing Tian's restraint was mere bluster. No matter how fierce he was, he had no power to drive them out. As for his daughter's attitude? At first, she might be angry. But he was her biological father. After some sweet words later, she would be fine. Mr. Jing, it's really wasteful for you to occupy this place alone. This place has water and electricity. If you leave it to us as a headquarters, I believe it will become the most prosperous and powerful one among all the bases. Enough. You have 10 seconds. If you don't leave voluntarily, I will have to take action myself. Jing Tian interrupted Tong Zhan's words with a dark expression. Master, woo-woo. Tong Yu noticed Jing Tian was truly angry. A mix of fear and grievance overwhelmed her, and she couldn't help but cry out. Why are you crying, silly girl? If you like this place, from now on, this is yours. He is an ordinary person and doesn't qualify to be your master. From now on, Dad will teach you. Dad is a level 5 peak power user and has a lot of crystal cores for you. Dad, how can you do this? You've changed, you're not the dad I used to know. Tong Yu suddenly shouted loudly, using all her strength to finally shake off Tong Zhan and ran directly to Jing Tian's side. Xiao Yu, forget it, in time, you will understand what Dad means. Since Mr. Jing isn't leaving, you all help to ask Mr. Jing to go out. Tong Zhan's last words were directed at his subordinates. His subordinates, seeing their leader give instructions, immediately let out a roar of excitement and surrounded Jing Tian. This is what I call inviting the wolf into the house. Jing Tian forced a smile and then looked at Tong Yu, saying, I'm sorry, Xiao Yu. No matter who it is, anyone who dares to have ideas about my villa, I won't welcome them to stay. Woo-woo. Master. Dad. No matter how smart and sensible Tong Yu was, at this moment, she didn't know what to do. Mr. Jing, I really don't want to hurt you. You should just leave on your own. Tong Zhan seemed to want to persuade Jing Tian one last time. Hurt me? You need to have the ability for that. Jing Tian sneered, suddenly thinking of the disguise ability he had just obtained. At this moment, Wang Meng suddenly shouted angrily, whoever dares to be rude to Mr. Jing, first pass my Wang Meng's test. Wang Meng, are you planning to betray me? Tong Zhan's expression turned cold. Betrayal or not, let it be. Wang Meng shouted loudly, in the past, whatever you did, I could understand and obey. After all, survival in the apocalypse requires being ruthless. But among these matters, it does not include doing such ungrateful things. I, Wang Meng, am ashamed to be with you. Alright, Wang Meng, I didn't realize you were so principled and sensible. Jing Tian looked at Wang Meng, finally showing a hint of a smile. This strong man with a face full of muscles could say such things, which truly surprised him. Then let's throw you all out together, I don't need subordinates like you. Tong Zhan said coldly. Do. Wang Meng roared and was ready to fight with the comrades rushing forward. At this moment, everyone suddenly stiffened. An unmatched powerful pressure made everyone present feel immense fear and pressure. What is happening? It's the aura of a super strong person. Tong Zhan's subordinates all turned pale, their bodies trembling. You, what realm are you at? Tong Zhan's face suddenly turned white with fear as he looked at Jing Tian and shouted. His realm was much higher than his subordinates, instantly sensing where this pressure came from. It was from Jing Tian, whom he had judged to be an ordinary person. This aura that made Tong Zhan unable to resist left him completely dumbfounded. Humph, you're not worthy to know my realm, now all of you get out. Jing Tian coldly snorted at Tong Zhan and then waved his hand, causing the other 8 people, except for Wang Meng, to float into the air uncontrollably. Ah, Mr. Jing, spare us. We won't dare again. The 8 people felt themselves floating, each of them screaming in terror. Chapter 49 You can't even enter the door. It's too late. Jing Tian sneered, but secretly sighed. This disguise ability combined with the safe house was truly a seamless show-off artifact. Jing Tian used the disguise ability to simulate a level 9 power aura, scaring Tong Zhan and the others, believing it was only effective inside the villa. But he didn't expect that this aura had already burst out of the villa compound, making Chung Kun and others nearby feel it very clearly. What the hell, what is happening? Why do I feel an inexplicable tremor? The talkative Jin Wu said, shaking his teeth. It's the pressure of a strong person's aura. Did those guys anger Mr. Jing? Chung Kun's face also looked a bit ugly as he felt somewhat uneasy under this pressure. What the hell, boss, you guessed right, look quickly, someone is flying out of villa number 1. Suddenly, someone pointed towards Jing Tian's villa and exclaimed. Under the shocked gaze of Chang Kun and others, the door of the villa opened, and 8 figures lined up slowly floated out. As soon as they stepped out of the door, these originally drifting figures suddenly accelerated. Like being thrown out, the 8 figures were directly flung 70 or 80 meters to the ground. From the villa door to the courtyard gate is 30 meters, and the safe area of the system has expanded another 50 meters. So these people were directly thrown out of the safe zone. Chang Kun and his group stared blankly at this scene. The terrifying aura disappeared at this moment, bringing them back to their senses from their stupor. Chang Kun wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said, "Mr. Jing's aura, I judge it absolutely exceeds level 7. His subordinates looked shocked, wanting to doubt it but feeling powerless to refute. They had always thought that their leader in Haishi's level 6 ability was the strongest, but now they found that the aura of that leader was far from being as terrifying as this one. A bunch of idiots. Mr. Jing invited them in, yet they didn't know how to be grateful and even angered Mr. Jing. That Tong Zhan is also a fool, his daughter is Mr. Jing's disciple, yet he didn't control his subordinates. What the hell? What the hell, their leader Tong Zhan was thrown out too. While Chang Kun and the others were discussing, they suddenly saw another figure being thrown out of the villa, and upon closer inspection, it was the Iron Barrel leader, Tong Zhan. Interesting, let's go comfort him. After a moment of surprise, Chang Kun's eyes narrowed, wearing a playful expression as he walked over. Over here, Tong Zhan was thrown out and felt great humiliation, even momentarily forgetting the terror of Jing Tian just moments ago. Bastards, all get up, rush in with me, throw that bastard out, I want to flatten this place. After Tong Zhan shouted, he found that none of his subordinates responded to him, they were all lying on the ground, motionless. Rush in? And then be thrown out again? Or worse, they might be directly killed. Tong brother, what's wrong with you? Chang Kun approached, a look of surprise and concern on his face. Clearly, Chang Kun wasn't a good person either, his exaggerated demeanor made it obvious to anyone that he was somewhat gloating. Hoof. Tong Zhan naturally saw Chang Kun's mockery, snorted coldly without saying much, and got up to walk back toward the villa. Tong brother, I advise you not to be impulsive, if you anger Mr. Jing, you won't even be able to get in the door. Nonsense, not only will I get in the door, but I will also tear down this broken villa. Tong Zhan's head was totally filled with blood, feeling that he was too embarrassed. At this time, Tong Zhan also ignored the previous terror of Jing Tian, he just wanted to regain some face and suddenly shouted loudly, accelerating as he charged forward. What an idiot! Chang Kun saw this scene from the side, his eyes flashing with more disdain. Bang! In just 2 steps, Tong Zhan's body was violently knocked back, landing on the ground. This. Tong Zhan was dumbfounded, and this blow calmed him down. In an instant, Tong Zhan's face flushed red. What a foolish thing he had done. Was Mr. Jing an ordinary person? That powerful aura made him not dare to let out a fart, and with a wave of the hand, he was thrown out without resistance. Yet he had the gall to boast about taking over someone's villa? At this moment, Tong Zhan really wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide in. Just then, Wang Meng's sturdy figure walked out from the villa. Oh? This guy actually isn't hurt? Jin Wu's eyes suddenly widened, they hadn't noticed before, but there was still a leak in Tong Zhan's team. Seeing Wang Meng come out, Tong Zhan quickly got back up and said eagerly, Wang Meng, you tell Mr. Jing that I was just out of my mind, that I was blinded by pig oil. Tong leader, I'm just here to deliver a message for the sir, so it's useless for you to talk to me. Wang Meng looked at Tong Zhan calmly and said, originally, according to the master's intention, you were to be directly expelled from this villa area, but for the sake of Xiaoyu, the master allows you to stay here. Whatever you want to do in the future, the master won't interfere with you. After finishing speaking to Tong Zhan, Wang Meng turned to Chang Kun and others and declared, Brother Chang, the master said you should take the car to the back of the villa. You can go pick it up tomorrow morning, remember to prepare the car repair costs. Alright brother, I appreciate it. I went out today and collected some crystal cores, so I will pay half to Mr. Jing. Chang Kun was very polite to Wang Meng, and as he spoke, he tossed a small cloth bag to Wang Meng. Wang Meng caught the bag and took a glance, inside were 10 different colored level 3 crystal cores. Wang Meng smiled, holding the crystal cores, and turned to walk back towards the villa. Wang Meng, let Xiaoyu come out for a moment, Tong Zhan called out. Wang Meng paused for a moment, then slightly shook his head and ignored Tong Zhan. Inside the villa, Tong Yu was crying helplessly and sadly, while Jing Tian sat on the sofa watching. It wasn't that Jing Tian didn't want to comfort her, he simply couldn't find the right words to say to the young girl. Fortunately, Tong Yu was very understanding, after crying for a while, she stopped, filled with guilt and nervousness, and apologized to Jing Tian. Master, I'm sorry. My dad. You don't need to apologize, it has nothing to do with you. Don't say your dad is bad, after all, he is your dad. Jing Tian said, patting Tong Yu's shoulder. But he really went too far. So I taught him a lesson, you just have to not blame your master for throwing him out, Jing Tian replied. Of course I won't blame my master. Even though I'm small, I can tell right from wrong. I'm very grateful that my master didn't directly drive him out of the villa area, Tongyu said maturely and sensibly. Seeing Tongyu being this sensible, Jing Tian felt very gratified and smiled, saying, if your dad were as understanding as you, it would be great. Don't worry, I won't do anything to your dad. If he can accept this lesson, I can still be friends with him in the future. Thank you, master. I will definitely make him accept this lesson well. Let them stay outside for now. Whenever they come to sincerely apologize to you, then I will forgive him. Tongyu understood what Jing Tian meant, and a hint of a smile finally appeared on her face. At that moment, Wang Meng returned and handed a small bag of crystal cores to Jing Tian. After knowing it was 10 level 3 crystal cores, Jing Tian felt a rush of joy. Xiaoyu, arrange for Wang Meng to stay in the empty room next to the casting room. I need to go handle something. Jing Tian instructed Tongyu and Wang Meng, then turned and went upstairs. Jing Tian didn't go upstairs to rest, of course. Chapter 51, You Can't Beat the Chubby Kid. Back in his bedroom, Jing Tian first calmed his emotions. Then he took out all the crystal cores, preparing to convert them into energy points. After upgrading and transforming the battle god ship, there were still 113 energy points left. Why are there only 112 points left? Jing Tian observed the data on the system screen and was slightly stunned. He initially thought it was to cover the utility fees, but upon checking, he discovered it was due to the use of the camouflage suit, which deducted 1 energy point. He had tried to scare Tong Zhan and the others before by using the camouflage suit to simulate the aura of a level 9 power user. Unexpectedly, it consumed 1 energy point. Fortunately, he was now financially robust. 1 energy point didn't concern him, mainly, the feeling of having scared Tong Zhan and the others was really satisfying. Jing Tian was unaware that it wasn't just Tong Zhan and the others inside the house who were scared. Even Chang Kun and the others far outside were sufficiently frightened. The 10 level 3 crystal cores he had just received and the 50 level 2 crystal cores purchased by Chang Kun for electricity were quickly converted. Moments later, they turned into 450 energy points, bringing the total energy points to 562. As Jing Tian looked at the increase in energy points, a hint of satisfaction appeared on his face. I initially wanted to lie upstairs for a while longer, studying the distribution of energy points. As a result, while Jing Tian was dreaming of being a wealthy landlord counting money, he suddenly heard Wang Meng's howl from the villa yard downstairs. There was also the furious roar of the bully, Xiao Pao. Jing Tian hurriedly looked down from the window. He saw Xiao Pao chasing Wang Meng, running wildly around the villa. Meanwhile, Tongyu was standing by, giggling at this scene. Seeing this, Jing Tian couldn't help but shake his head and smile. It was definitely that Xiao Pao had come back, and Wang Meng had idled around, so he was being chased. Jing Tian had no doubt about Xiao Pao's fighting power, he could easily take out Wang Meng. But with Tongyu there, he didn't have to worry about any trouble, and Xiao Pao should know his limits. His gaze casually glanced towards the distance and found that Tong Zhan and others had not left, they had moved into villa number 2. Time flew by, and soon it was evening. Jing Tian went downstairs to prepare dinner, but Wang Meng was not inside because Xiao Pao was blocking the door with red eyes. Master, Uncle Wang offended Xiao Pao and won't let him in. As soon as Tongyu saw Jing Tian come down, she immediately reported the situation. Tongyu also knew her father was staying at the nearby villa number 2, and her mood seemed to have improved a lot. Alright, Xiao Pao, don't bother with Wang Meng. He just doesn't know how powerful you are. Jing Tian stepped forward and kicked Xiao Pao lightly. Xiao Pao let out a couple of humps after being spoken to by Jing Tian, then reluctantly turned back to the living room and jumped onto the sofa. Sir, what is this dog exactly? You'd better not speak carelessly, if you provoke it again, I won't help you. Anyway, as a level 3 superpowered person, you definitely can't beat it. Jing Tian looked at Wang Meng, who peeked in with a face full of fear, and couldn't help but laugh. I sir is sir. Gods raise dogs that follow gods. I guess I will have to behave like a dog in the future. Wang Meng muttered after taking one last look at Xiao Pao. Dinner was prepared to welcome Wang Meng. Jing Tian cooked all the ingredients provided by the system for the day, along with the vegetables from the garden, making a total of 6 dishes and 1 soup. Before Wang Meng arrived at the table, he was already salivating with envy. He couldn't help but remember the bun that had helped him level up before. Villa number 1 was brightly lit, and villa number 3 also had faint lights glowing. However, villa number 2 was incredibly dim, even giving off a sense of desolation. Chapter 52, It's actually Wang Meng leveling up. Boss, the supplies here have been looted. The dry rations we brought barely last for 1 meal, and we are out of water. One of Tong Zhan's subordinates reported on their food situation. The others looked at Tong Zhan, and their eyes turned red while gazing at the other 2 villas. Both villas had electricity, so there must be cooked food, and maybe even hot water, etc. Especially after seeing the vegetables in Villa Number 1 and the food in the fridge, looking at the hard dry rations in hand made it hard to swallow. Chen Ming, go to Villa Number 3 and see if you can borrow some food and water. Tomorrow we will go and gather some to return to them, and also check on their electricity situation. Tong Zhan said to a slightly older subordinate. Chen Ming quickly nodded and then walked out the door. Boss, are we not going back to the base? One subordinate cautiously asked as he listened to Tong Zhan. Not for the time being. I want to bring Xiaoyu back and find a chance to figure out the situation in Yun City. We must get that batch of weapons. If other bases find out, we might not get another chance. Tong Zhan's eyes flickered as he spoke, deliberately avoiding the topic of Jing Tian. What the boss said makes sense, but Jing. Do not mention him to me. As soon as Tong Zhan heard a subordinate about to mention Jing Tian, his face immediately turned cold. Everyone fell silent at once. After a moment, the earlier gone Chen Ming returned, empty-handed. They don't have any water either? Tong Zhan looked at Chen Ming and frowned. No, they have plenty of food and clean water there, but they don't lend, only sell. 1 pound of rice or 1 bottle of water costs 1 level 2 crystal core, Chen Ming said with a somewhat ugly expression. Damn, that's so black-hearted. At our base, 1 level 2 crystal core can be exchanged for 5 bottles of water and 5 pounds of brown rice, someone exclaimed in anger. Tong Zhan's expression darkened, but he did not say anything. He continued to ask, what about electricity? Did they say anything? They said it's been taken to Villa Number 1. Even if we give them more crystal cores, they wouldn't dare let us use it. That has to be approved by Villa Number 1, Chen Ming replied. Jing. Tong Zhan's expression changed. He felt a surge of anger but held back the harsh words when he thought of Jing Tian's power. Let's go to Villa Number 3. It's just a crystal core. We're not out of them. Tong Zhan said, darkly as he got up to head outside. Buzz. As Tong Zhan led his people outside, he suddenly felt a special vibration in the air. In shock, the elemental energy in the air suddenly became active and quickly surged toward the mountain top. This is a soil-based ability user about to advance, and from level 3 to level 4. Tong Zhan's eyes widened in disbelief. Soil-based ability? Level 3 to level 4? Then, is it Wang Meng? Impossible, he just advanced to level 3 a few days ago. But? A group of people looked somewhat dazed. Tong Zhan's expression changed dramatically, his gaze fixed on Villa Number 1. At this moment, the air's soil elements became even more active, and nearly the entire villa area could feel it. Inside Villa Number 3, Chung Kun and others also rushed out quickly and joined with Tong Zhan and the others. At that moment, Wang Meng's figure suddenly floated out from inside Villa Number 1, landing directly in the courtyard. Jing Tian, Tong Yu, and Little Fatty stood at the door watching. Damn, it really is Wang Meng advancing. How could this be? Didn't he just advance to level 3? At this time, Tong Zhan and Chung Kun arrived outside the safe line, clearly seeing the scene in the courtyard. When they saw Wang Meng's state, Tong Zhan's subordinates screamed as if they saw a ghost. Chapter 53, Suddenly, a mission arrives. About half a month ago, Wang Meng was just a level 2 ability user. A few days ago, he returned to the base after a trip around Yin City and advanced a level along with Wang Lian, which was enough to make his companions envious. But that was just envy. Encountering a bit of opportunity in level advancement wasn't too outrageous. It was only because they knew Wang Meng had just advanced to level 3 that they were extremely shocked now. As the end of days dragged on, the distinction of levels among ability users became clearer. In the early stages for ability users, level 9 meant major stages every 3 levels. Advancing from level 3 to level 4 was considered a significant promotion, it was a hurdle. You said Wang Meng just advanced to level 3 not long ago? Chang Kun and his group were also shocked after hearing Tong Zhan's subordinates. Jin Wu even directly asked, how long has it been? About a week or so, a subordinate of Tong Zhan responded. I'll be damned. Brother Wang is truly a genius. Advancing from level 3 to level 4 in just a week? Jin Wu exclaimed. Half a month ago he was at level 2, and now he's advanced to level 4 within just a few days at level 3? Isn't that a joke? It must be related to Mr. Jing. Cheng Kun suddenly spoke up. In an instant, everyone's expressions changed. Previously, they all thought Wang Meng was lucky, but now connecting it to Jing Tian made them feel more and more that Cheng Kun was speaking the truth. Wang Meng's advancement was definitely related to Jing Tian. Everyone's gaze turned toward the farther Jing Tian, and they couldn't see his expression, otherwise, they would definitely feel puzzled. At this moment, Jing Tian had a speechless expression on his face. Wang Meng devoured half a table of food and just set down his chopsticks when he suddenly advanced. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and moved Wang Meng to the courtyard when the energy became agitated. Otherwise, the situation might destroy his room. At this moment, Wang Meng's body was completely surrounded by a massive energy element of earthy yellow, nearly 10 meters in diameter. Except for Jing Tian, the others had no idea of Wang Meng's condition at that moment. The time lasted for about 5 minutes. The earth elements surrounding Wang Meng explosively burst open. Immediately, they transformed into streams of earth dragons, swirling and flying in the air for a while before rushing back towards Wang Meng. Wang Meng, like a sponge, directly absorbed these elemental energies. After a few seconds of silence, Wang Meng suddenly opened his mouth and let out a roar that made the surrounding air tremble slightly. Then, Wang Meng turned around and, under the astonished gaze of the others, knelt down with a thud in front of Jing Tian, who stood at the door. "Sir, from now on, I will be your most loyal follower," Wang Meng called out with a serious expression, then his bald head knocked onto the ground. "Get up, you don't need to do this." Jing Tian's figure flickered, and he brought Tongyu to Wang Meng's side. He actually had some recognition of Wang Meng as a friend and did not intend to treat him as a servant. Ding! Just as Jing Tian was about to help Wang Meng up, a sudden electronic sound from the system rang out. System detected the heart of loyalty, triggering hidden quest, recruit 1 follower. Reward, life form information and data detection function. Mission will be cancelled if not accepted within 3 seconds. Oh wow, I can take on a quest? And there's a reward? Jing Tian was momentarily stunned before swiftly issuing a command, accept. A task that can be completed soon, with a long-named functional reward. Refusing it would definitely be foolish. Chapter 54, The Incoming Tasks. Sir, I plead you to accept me. Seeing that Jing Tian did not speak for a long time, Wang Meng thought he was going to refuse him. Stubbornly kneeling on the ground, he made another request. Jing Tian came back to his senses, and his eyes flickered. Then a hint of helplessness appeared on his face as he said, "Alright, I agree, but I have to correct one term. It's follower, not servant, got it?" "Yes, I understand, sir. I am a follower, not a servant." When Wang Meng saw that Jing Tian agreed, he was immediately overjoyed and got up after knocking his head on the ground. While both servant and follower refer to subordinates, there is a significant difference in status. Ding! Task completed, rewards being distributed. As soon as Wang Meng got up, the system alert rang again. This was the quickest task completion ever, taking less than half a minute. The rewards completed, and on Jing Tian's mental screen, an additional activated auxiliary feature appeared. The life form information and data detection function, abbreviated as information detection. Jing Tian quickly clicked on the details of this function and found it to be very practical. This feature has a maximum of 3 levels, and it can only upgrade once the Supreme Villa Master System reaches level 3. It can not only probe various data of humans but can even detect non-living entities like zombies. While Jing Tian was pondering this function, the system alert rang out again. Ding! System long-term side quest issued, recruit 30 followers, and within 1 year, make sure that 3 of these followers reach over 80 loyalty. Complete the task for a surprise reward. Another task? Jing Tian was momentarily stunned, but after seeing this task on the system screen, his heart relaxed immediately. The task duration was a whole year, plus it had a surprise reward. Congratulations, Uncle Wang Meng. At this moment, Tongyu ran over and congratulated Wang Meng, bringing Jing Tian back to his senses. Although Wang Meng's realm had increased, his personality had not changed much. He scratched his head and grinned after being congratulated by Tongyu. Woof woof! Little fatty barked at Wang Meng by Tongyu's side. Feeling still a bit dismissive, even carrying a hint of provocation. That. Wang Meng looked at the little fatty, his gaze flickering, clearly having some thoughts. Jing Tian also noticed the atmosphere between the person and the dog, his eyes flickering. At this moment, he was also unsure if the little fatty could really defeat Wang Meng. By the way, the function just rewarded. Jing Tian suddenly thought of the system's reward information detection function, which could directly probe various data and know how strong the opponent was. Although the data was fixed and could not infer the combat power boost from skill release, the data could still explain a large part of the problem. Jing Tian's gaze immediately turned to the promoted Wang Meng. Wang Meng, level 4 Earth-based ability user. Body strength, 132. Strength, 187. Comprehensive combat power, 405. Skill combat power boost, none. Loyalty to the host, 75. This was Wang Meng's data. Jing Tian was not very interested in the others, only caring most about the loyalty level. The system also had a detailed introduction to loyalty. 0 to 20 is familiarity. 20 to 40 is affection. 40 to 60 is awe. 60 to 80 is loyalty. Anything above 80 is absolute loyalty. Only exceeding 80 would they never betray in any circumstance. It can be said that Wang Meng's loyalty to Jing Tian was already very high, unless Jing Tian maliciously abused or mistreated him, or did something Wang Meng simply could not accept, he would not betray again. After exploring Wang Meng, Jing Tian curiously used the detection function on Tong Yu next. Chapter 55, The Terrifying Data of the Little Fatty. Tong Yu, Level 2 Fire-based Ability User. Body Strength, 53. Strength, 32. Comprehensive Combat Power, 135. Skill Combat Power Boost, 178. Loyalty, 70. Jing Tian originally just wanted to see the comparison of loyalty, but was surprised that Tong Yu's loyalty was lower than Wang Meng's, and also discovered another unexpected find. Wang Meng's skill attack power boost displayed none, while Tong Yu had this item displayed. What does this mean? Jing Tian was somewhat puzzled, asking the system but receiving no response or explanation. Congratulations, Mr. Jing Tian, for gaining a powerful follower, and congratulations to Brother Wang for his strength promotion. While Jing Tian was still pondering, a group of people outside the protective boundary, led by Chang Kun, began to congratulate Jing Tian and Wang Meng. And Tong Zhan's expression changed for a moment before he directly turned to leave. His subordinates hesitated slightly before following him. This scene was seen by Tong Yu. A flash of loneliness crossed her face but was soon concealed. Thank you, brothers. Wang Meng's face was about to bloom with a smile, not knowing if it was because of his promotion or becoming Jing Tian's follower. Jing Tian also temporarily regained his senses, chatting with Chang Kun and the others for a few words. Chang Kun clearly wanted to befriend Wang Meng and invited him to their side to drink and celebrate. Wang Meng liked making friends, especially hearing about alcohol. His eyes immediately lit up, but still looked at Jing Tian properly. If Jing Tian shook his head, he would absolutely not go. Go ahead. Jing Tian naturally would not limit Wang Meng's freedom to make friends. Chang Kun and the others enthusiastically took Wang Meng away, while Tong Zhan and others looked awkwardly on. Tong Zhan wanted to call Tong Yu over but opened his mouth and then closed it again. Tong Zhan felt a bit embarrassed to speak in front of Jing Tian, turning directly and taking his subordinates back to Villa number 2. If you want to go, then go. You can bring some food and drinks for your dad. Jing Tian looked at Tong Yu's somewhat tangled expression, smiling lightly. No, he must realize his mistake and apologize to the master himself. Tong Yu shook her head firmly, then turned back inside. Jing Tian shook his head and smiled slightly, then turned and walked towards the back of the villa. The rewards for Chang Kun's team had already been deposited, the car was also delivered, and he needed to fulfill his promise. As Jing Tian walked away, he quickly noticed the little fatty happily following behind him. What are you following me for? Jing Tian looked at the little fatty and asked. Woof woof. The little fatty barked at Jing Tian a few times, clearly with a hint of special emotion. What do you mean? This time, the little fatty's expression was very special. Jing Tian truly could not understand what the little fatty meant. Woo woof. The little fatty seemed a bit anxious, and there was a hint of complaint directed at Jing Tian in its emotion. A dog is just a dog, no matter how smart, it can't speak human language. I really can't understand what you mean. By the way, let's check your data. Jing Tian suddenly thought to probe the little fatty's data information. Damn it! How can this be? When Jing Tian saw the little fatty's information, his body staggered, almost knocked down by the shock of the little fatty's data. Mutant Bully Dog, Level Unknown. Body Strength, 670. Power, 530. Overall Combat Power, 870. Skill Combat Power Increase, 1100. Loyalty, 40. Damn it, how can you suddenly change like this? What level are you? Even the system can't figure it out? Jing Tian's eyes widened, looking at the little fatty as if he had seen a ghost. Chapter 56, The Conditions for Taming Battle Pets. The little fatty didn't understand why Jing Tian suddenly looked like this. But it could roughly understand Jing Tian's words, knowing he was asking about its strength, and immediately barked out loud. Level 1? Get out of here. You little stupid dog, if you say you are level 1, then wouldn't the level 5 ability users like Chang Kun and Tong Zhan have to go eat shit? This time, Jing Tian understood what the little fatty meant and couldn't help but curse out loud. Although he hadn't checked the combat power data of Chang Kun and Tong Zhan, Jing Tian believed that the strongest combat power of these two level 5 ability users couldn't possibly be several times stronger than Wang Meng. The little fatty still had a look of grievance on its face, making Jing Tian really want to give it a kick. But after thinking about it, Jing Tian finally held back. This was truly a monster-level dog, and its loyalty was still not high. It's a pity the system doesn't have the function to translate beast language. Jing Tian stared at the little fatty for a long time but still couldn't fully understand what it meant, feeling a bit helpless. Ding! The system has detected a high-level mutated species, activating the Battle Pet mission. Tame the high-level mutated species as a battle pet. Reward, communication with mutated species and spirit attachment ability. Just when Jing Tian was feeling helpless inside, suddenly the system issued another mission prompt. Jing Tian was stunned for a while. Had the system gone crazy today? This mission after mission? But, this system really knows my heart. I was just worried about how to communicate with the little fatty. Jing Tian quickly browsed through the information of this battle pet mission, and soon his expression changed again. The mission description was simple, but Jing Tian felt it was a bit difficult. The condition to tame a battle pet is very simple, it just needs to reach a loyalty level of over 80. The little fatty in front of him is the pet at hand. But this guy's loyalty is only 40, just on the line of affection and awe. To reach 80, it is clear that it must grow more in respect for him. In the end, he also needs to make it incredibly moved, so that it can rise to absolute loyalty. Not easy, looks like this can only be done slowly. Although Jing Tian figured this out, he had no quick way to complete this task. The main thing is that Jing Tian couldn't reveal the system's mission to the little fatty. The little fatty felt helpless too, its complicated thoughts Jing Tian couldn't understand. After that it whimpered twice and turned back into the villa. After Jing Tian arrived at the back of the villa next to the God of War number, he saw 2 raptors sent by Chung Kun. Vehicle repair, each consumes 1 point of energy. The next morning, Jing Tian prepared breakfast as usual. The automatic supply of food materials at 2 points of energy per month was no longer enough, so Jing Tian could only spend 2 points of energy separately to exchange for 20 pounds of rice and 10 pounds of meat. At breakfast, Wang Meng was initially a bit cautious. He was worried about gaining too much power after eating the food. But obviously, he was overthinking. The food energy had already given him 2 growth boosts, and when he ate it again, it no longer had such a strong effect. In this world, the longer you eat the food, the more it fades away. Otherwise, without mentioning Jing Tian, Tongyu would have become a god long ago. After the meal, Tongyu took the initiative to go upstairs to practice, while Jing Tian stayed behind. "Sir, is there something you need me to do?" Wang Meng asked, looking at Jing Tian with anticipation and a hint of nervousness. "If you are kept in the villa every day, you surely won't be idle, right?" Jing Tian replied, looking at Wang Meng without answering the question. "Well, if the sir needs it, I can stay." Wang Meng scratched his bald head and said, Don't be nervous. I want you to do something for me, but it might be dangerous," Jing Tian said, feeling speechless. It was better to be straightforward with this guy. "I am not afraid of danger, just give your orders." Wang Meng's spirit lifted upon hearing this from Jing Tian. Perhaps in the apocalypse, some people are more afraid of death, but there are others, like Wang Meng, who are just the opposite. "Come with me," Jing Tian said without directly mentioning what they were doing, leading Wang Meng out the door towards the back of the villa. Chapter 57 The vehicle starts. Jing Tian brought Wang Meng to the back of the villa. "Sir, this RV is really impressive," Wang Meng exclaimed with joy upon seeing the war god vehicle. Wang Meng was not too shocked because he had seen the war god vehicle while running away from little fatty yesterday. Unfortunately, he hadn't had the chance to admire it then. "This is the war god vehicle, it's not fully modified yet, but once it's done, you can drive it for fun," Jing Tian said with a smile. "That's great. I miss the feeling of driving." Wang Meng's eyes lit up when he heard Jing Tian say that he could drive. Jing Tian smiled. As long as Wang Meng followed him, there would be plenty of chances to drive in the future. At that moment, from another direction, Chung Kun and 9 subordinates were all walking over, their expressions filled with excitement and anticipation. "Good morning, Mr. Jing." "Good morning, Brother Wang." As Chung Kun's group approached, they hurriedly greeted Jing Tian and Wang Meng. Jing Tian nodded in response. Wang Meng, on the other hand, greeted these people warmly, as they had shared drinks together last night. The bond between men can sometimes be quite simple. Often, it can be formed over a meal or a drink. Of course, it's hard to say how strong such bonds really are. "Let's try out your vehicles," Jing Tian said as they finished greeting each other. "Is it fixed?" "That's awesome. Mr. Jing is truly a god." Jin Wu jumped up excitedly upon hearing Jing Tian's words. The 2 Raptor pickup trucks looked like muscular giants. But standing next to the war god vehicle, they seemed like small girls. Chung Kun waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to test the vehicles. Boom, roar. Soon, the deep rumble of the engine echoed. Good, it started. Amazing. Chung Kun, seeing the vehicle actually start, immediately shouted with excitement. Then the others also began to cheer loudly. They couldn't care less about anything else and all rushed to the vehicles. Wang Meng watched enviously from the side but remained standing next to Jing Tian without moving. Chung Kun's group was excited for 5 or 6 minutes before gradually calming down. "Thank you, Mr. Jing. We will head into the city to collect crystals and deliver them to you right away. Is there anything else you need?" Chung Kun, calming down from the excitement, approached Jing Tian with gratitude. At this moment, Chung Kun was filled with confidence. With these 2 vehicles, their mobility would be much stronger. Naturally, it would also make collecting supplies easier and more convenient. I do have some things that I need your help to collect. I'll tell Wang Meng later, and you can take him with you. Is that okay? Jing Tian said directly without any waste of words. No problem, not a problem at all. Brother Wang is a level 4 ability user, having him with us will greatly enhance our strength. Chang Kun nodded without hesitation. Wang Meng, listening from the side, felt a slight surge of excitement. I have been promoted to level 4, so naturally I want to test my battle power. Jing Tian smiled slightly and waved for Wang Meng to follow him back to the villa. He had some things to explain to Wang Meng. As soon as Jing Tian left, Chang Kun's subordinates gathered around him again, each one still unable to hide their excitement. Boss, this is amazing. Calm down, let's have a small meeting. Chang Kun pressed his hand down, his expression becoming slightly serious. The crowd immediately fell silent and looked at Chang Kun. First, I want to ask, what are your thoughts for the future? Chang Kun suddenly raised this question. Jin Wu and the others were taken aback, exchanging glances, and Jin Wu spoke up, my thought is to follow the boss, wherever you go, I will go. You slippery guy. Chang Kun couldn't help but chuckle. Yes, what Jin Wu said is right, we think the same way. Right, we are all without any attachments, and we don't want to be bossed around, following the boss feels much easier. As long as we have food and drink, we are satisfied. Several people chimed in, basically expressing that they had no particular thoughts. Chapter 58, Chang Kun's Thoughts. Forget it, I won't ask you anymore, I'll just say my thoughts, and you can express your opinions, Chang Kun said, seeing the way his subordinates were acting. It's about time, Jin Wu chuckled. What I'm thinking is that we will stay here and follow Mr. Jing. How do you feel about that? Chang Kun looked at the others. I agree. Agreed. Following Mr. Jing is definitely better than going back to the Sea City base. The group almost didn't hesitate and unanimously approved. They were previously an independent team, more like a mercenary squad. Originally, the big leader of the base, a level 6 powerhouse, tried to recruit them, but they never truly joined. Only because they did not want to be controlled. Alright, if everyone agrees, then wait until we finish today's mission and propose it to Mr. Jing. Chang Kun smiled slightly. Chang Kun was confident in his idea, hardly considering the possibility that Jing Tian might refuse. Next is today's task arrangement. Besides what Mr. Jing needs, there's one more thing we must collect. Is it weapons the boss is talking about? Jin Wu asked, pretending to be clever. Wrong, while weapons are urgent, they can be put second. Don't forget, vehicles might become popular in Yun City in the future. Chang Kun said. I understand, it's fuel. Wen Shen called out. Chang Kun nodded, their vehicles didn't have the high-tech capabilities that Jing Tian's had, they needed fuel. Of course, they didn't know that Jing Tian's war god vehicle didn't need gasoline. The small meeting among the group discussed for about 3 or 4 minutes before Jing Tian returned with Wang Meng. Wang Meng was carrying a backpack stuffed with a lot of items. This backpack was bulging. A moment later, with Jing Tian watching, 2 raptors roared out of the villa area carrying 11 people. As the 2 vehicles left, Tong Zhan's team also stepped out of villa number 2. Tong Zhan and his group watched as the raptors disappeared, feeling nothing but shock, envy, and jealousy. Everyone, lift your spirits, what they have, we will also have. Now, let's get energized and go collect supplies and crystal cores. After glancing at villa number 1, Tong Zhan led his men out of the villa area. Jing Tian naturally saw Tong Zhan's group leave, but he didn't react. Turning back to the villa, he gave Tongya some guidance before returning to the first floor and then entering the forging room. In the deserted city of Yun, on a slightly remote street, 2 raptors appeared quietly. The cars were not fast and made very little noise. Although they occasionally encountered zombies along the way, they were mostly ordinary level 2 zombies, basically killed in one hit. Soon, the vehicles stopped on a street bustling with hardware and building materials. In less than half an hour, the back of one raptor was filled with 500 kilograms of brass. Quickly leave. Because Wang Meng had the route map given by Jing Tian, their actions were much smoother. On Jing Tian's route, there would be no obstacles, and it was also a street with relatively few zombies. The next target for the group was a gas station. Jing Tian thought things through, letting Chang Kun and others help, and wouldn't just take advantage of them. He only needed Chang Kun and others to collect one material for him each time they went out. Brother Meng, can you lend me your dagger for a bit? While driving to the gas station, Jin Wu sat next to Wang Meng, with a flattering and eager expression on his face. Chapter 59, The Unusual Dagger. I can show it to you, but don't have any bad thoughts. This was given to me by my master. Wang Meng smiled and said, pulling out a dagger wrapped in leather. The dagger was about 30 centimeters long, a bit longer than an ordinary dagger, with a faint blue glow. What? Mr. Jing gave it to you? No wonder it slices through iron doors like butter. Upon hearing Wang Meng's words, Jin Wu's eyes widened instantly. Chang Kun, who hadn't been paying attention before, also turned to look with bright eyes. Clearly, they had all become accustomed to the fact that things taken from Mr. Jing were never ordinary. Jin Wu repeatedly nodded as he took the dagger and began to examine it carefully. Chang Kun also joined in the admiration, and everyone in the car started to look as well. The more they looked, the more they felt this dagger was extraordinary. At first glance, the dagger seemed a bit strange, but the more one stared at it, the more one would feel a special sensation, a feeling that was hard to describe. Brother Meng, you see. I can give you all my crystals in exchange. Give it back to me. Wang Meng didn't even wait for Jin Wu to finish before snatching the dagger back. This dagger was the first weapon made by Jing Tian. He originally wanted to keep it as a treasure but ended up giving it to Wang Meng. At this point, the group only felt that the dagger was remarkable and extremely sharp, but they didn't have a particularly strong feeling yet. The vehicle quickly arrived at the target gas station, where there were relatively many zombies roaming around, a total of about 200 inside and outside the station. The zombies now had all become level 2, but these ordinary level 2 zombies were just a bit more agile and sturdier than before. Their real combat power was not strong. Currently, no mutated zombies had been spotted. Let's make it quick, fill the tank and return to the villa. Chang Kun issued the command seriously. Yes. The group responded in low voices and then quickly spread out, rushing toward the gas station. Chang Kun and the others had clear objectives. The first was to scavenge for gasoline, and the second was to eliminate zombies. After all, zombies are something you can never kill completely. Even if everyone was cautious, fighting was still unavoidable, and soon the entire gas station area erupted. 11 supernatural beings unleashed their powers, causing zombies to explode one after another. In less than 10 minutes, the ordinary zombies near the gas station were basically cleared out. Brother Meng, you haven't used your ability even once. Jin Wu leaned close to Wang Meng, looking at him in shock. Hee, with this divine weapon given by my master, these zombies are just like tofu, so easy to cut. I forgot to use my powers. Wang Meng laughed. As he spoke, he admired the dagger in his hand, whose blue glow was becoming more intense. If it were an ordinary weapon, after killing dozens of zombies consecutively, it would definitely become dull, or even completely ruined. But Wang Meng's dagger remained shining and had not a single speck of dirt on it. This Brother Meng. Don't even think about it. Wang Meng interrupted when he saw Jin Wu's eager expression again. Alright, Jin Wu, hurry up and move, I have a bad feeling, let's gather the fuel quickly. Chang Kun shouted from the side. Business was urgent, and Jin Wu hurriedly ran over reluctantly. Boss, there are 3 oil tankers here, all fully loaded. We've hit the jackpot, we really struck it rich. Suddenly, someone shouted in the gas station's backyard. It turned out that the fuel dispenser was already out of gas, but there were 3 fuel tankers parked in the backyard. These 3 tankers weren't the biggest, but they still had a capacity of 20 tons. What a pity, we can't drive the trucks away. Can our vehicle even drag them? Chang Kun looked at the 3 tankers with slightly reddened eyes. The others shook their heads helplessly. The Raptor is fierce, but dragging away a 20-ton fuel tanker is simply a fool's dream. Find containers and take as much as we can. Chang Kun immediately commanded. Then everyone quickly moved to find several small oil barrels to fill them and load them onto the vehicle. Roar! Just as the crowd filled about half a tank of gasoline, an exceptionally angry roar suddenly echoed from a distance. Boss? Everyone's expressions changed, and their eyes turned to Chang Kun. Chapter 60, Suspected Level 5 Zombie. Jin Wu and the others only had a maximum level of 3, so they couldn't sense certain things. If there were only a few level 3 or 4 mutated zombies, they wouldn't worry. This is the first time I've heard such a roar filled with obvious emotion. It is definitely stronger than a level 4 zombie. This makes me feel uneasy, we should retreat. Chang Kun decisively said. The others believed Chang Kun's words, even though they were reluctant to leave the remaining fuel behind. However, their actions were ultimately a step too slow. Roar! Just as a few were about to get in the car, they saw a small group of zombies appear, blocking their path. When Chang Kun saw this group of zombies, his expression suddenly changed. There weren't many zombies, only 7. But all of them were mutated zombies. Moreover, looking at their terrifying, reddish appearance, they were all level 3. Yet what changed Chang Kun's expression wasn't those level 3 mutated zombies, but rather the one zombie sprinting at the forefront. This zombie was actually wearing complete clothing. Its skin had a slight red hue, but it wasn't as horrifyingly crimson as the others. Most importantly, this zombie's muscle tissue appeared significantly fuller, and its pale eyes had a glimmer. This is completely different from the level 4 mutated zombies I've seen before. It is most likely a level 5. Everyone, fight with all your might. After observing the leading zombie, Chang Kun had no more time to consider anything else. Wang Meng and the others' expressions drastically changed. Level 4 zombies were the strongest they had encountered. Even Chang Kun, a level 5 esper, had exerted tremendous effort to kill one. Now level 5? The battle nearly erupted within seconds. Chang Kun unleashed his strongest attack without holding back, aiming directly at that leading zombie. On the other side, 5 level 3 and 4 level 2 espers faced off against 7 level 3 mutated zombies, which was extremely difficult in itself. Fortunately, this time there was Wang Mang, who was already a level 4 esper, significantly more powerful than level 3. Let's see how effective the gentleman's weapon is against these level 3 mutated zombies. Wang Mang shouted loudly, not using his powers but charging forward with his dagger. Puff. In direct combat with mutated zombies, most of the time they didn't have the habit of dodging. Perhaps they thought their bodies were strong enough, or maybe it was due to their lack of pain and fear. Ordinary weapons had limited lethality against mutated zombies, let alone level 3 ones. However, when Wang Mang thrust his dagger, one mutated zombie's head was directly severed. Although it wasn't exceptionally easy, he also didn't use up all his strength. Ah, beautiful. Just restrain them, and leave the rest to me. Wang Meng's spirit soared after successfully trying it out. Damn, this dagger is too fierce, I must ask Mr. Jing to buy one later, no matter the cost. Jin Wu and the others yelled in excitement. They had known the dagger was sharp, but they hadn't expected it to be this powerful. The bodies of level 3 mutated zombies were tough and resilient, several times harder to cut than ordinary level 2 zombies and even metal sheets. With Wang Mang and his mighty weapon, they felt hopeful. The battle here was countless times easier, victory only needed a little time. On the other side, Chang Kun's battle was much more difficult. Even though Chang Kun was at the peak of level 5, facing this seemingly level 5 mutated zombie was clearly not enough. Chang Kun's golden power attack was very strong, but this mutated zombie was even stronger. Not only could Chang Kun's attack not harm it, but the zombie's movements were incredibly agile, forcing Chang Kun to quickly switch from offense to defense, constantly retreating and dodging. Brother Meng, hurry up and help our boss. With 2 mutated zombies remaining, Jin Wu noticed Chang Kun's situation and loudly called out to Wang Meng. Without a second thought, Wang Meng turned around and rushed towards Chang Kun's direction. This time, Wang Meng also used his powers and relied heavily on close combat with his dagger whenever he found the opportunity. With Wang Meng's addition, the battle situation visibly improved a little. And soon both of them noticed that this fierce zombie seemed to avoid Wang Meng's close combat attacks somewhat. Little brother, he actually fears your dagger. Chang Kun, as an onlooker, realized the situation and suppressed his astonishment, loudly reminding Wang Meng. Chapter 61, The Dagger Maker's Shock. Wang Meng also noticed this, so he completely gave up on power attacks and relentlessly pursued the mutated zombie. Roar, roar. The zombie truly seemed to fear Wang Meng's dagger, roaring continuously. However, Wang Meng's movements were also much slower than that of the zombie, and no matter how hard he attacked, he couldn't touch it. Chang Kun was using his powers from the side, but the effect was still minimal, and the battle seemed to have reached a stalemate. Roar. About 2 minutes later, the zombie seemed to lose patience, suddenly turning its body and running away quickly into the distance. As it ran away, it turned back to glance at Wang Meng. Chang Kun and Wang Meng were both dumbfounded. It was their first time witnessing a zombie running away in the middle of a battle. And it was a level 5 zombie scared off by a level 4 ability user. Its intelligence is very high, it knows that continuing like this is certain death, so it ran away. Chang Kun's face suddenly became serious. It's already running away, what is Boss Chang still worried about? Wang Meng was somewhat confused by Chang Kun's reaction. Because their intelligence is growing stronger, the threat to us survivors is becoming greater. Chang Kun explained simply. Hearing this, Wang Meng and the others fell silent. It was a very simple truth, anyone who didn't understand would be foolish. Alright, we should head back immediately, perhaps that escaped guy went to gather reinforcements. Chang Kun didn't give everyone much chance to feel emotional. A group of people quickly nodded, collected the crystal cores, and hurried back to the villa. Chang Kun's guess turned out to be correct, less than 3 minutes after they drove away. The previously escaped level 5 zombie returned. And it really brought reinforcements, 2 other mutated zombies that looked similar to it. After seeing that Wang Meng and Chang Kun and the others had left, the zombie was clearly furious, howling at the other 2 zombies, obviously communicating something. Being able to communicate clearly indicated a certain level of intelligence. Woof, woof. Just as the 3 zombies were communicating, 2 dog barks suddenly came from the direction of the operating room. The 3 mutated zombies were immediately attracted, turning their heads to look. A chubby bully dog, its eyes glowing red, was staring fiercely at the 3 of them. Roar. Upon discovering the bully dog, the 3 zombies hesitated not at all, screaming simultaneously and rushing towards the bully dog with a hint of madness. Meanwhile, Wang Meng and Chang Kun and their group returned to the villa area very smoothly. As soon as they entered the villa area, they felt an immense sense of peace. They always believed that the safety here was due to Jing Tian's strong aura deterring them. At this moment, Jing Tian was unaware that Chung Kun and the others had returned so quickly. He was busy forging his second weapon in the forging room. This time it was still a dagger, but it was much more refined than the first one, and should look better. After a while, the dagger took shape. Jing Tian observed and experimented for a while, finding that it indeed looked much more beautiful. However, aside from its beauty, it fell short in every other aspect, including feel, compared to the one given to Wang Meng. What's the reason? Jing Tian flipped through the dagger, frowning. Clearly, he had put in more effort, yet it was worse than something created more casually. Master, Uncle Wang, and the others are back. As Jing Tian stepped out of the forging room with the dagger, Tong Yu rushed over to report. That was fast. Jing Tian was taken aback, then lifted the dagger and followed Tong Yu outside. Chang Kun and the others had parked their vehicle beside the war god in the backyard and were unloading a truckload of brass. Sir, the dagger you gave me is amazing. It scared away a level 5 zombie. Upon seeing Jing Tian, Wang Meng jumped over excitedly and shouted. What? Jing Tian was clearly surprised. The casually crafted dagger had such an effect? You said this dagger scared away a level 5 zombie? Are you kidding me? After a moment of shock, Jing Tian asked. He couldn't believe it. If that were true, then any little child holding a dagger could chase after level 3 or 4 zombies. Mr. Jing, Brother Wang may have exaggerated, but level 5 zombies indeed fear this dagger. Chen Kun came over, speaking earnestly. The fact that a level 5 zombie ran away was not solely due to the presence of the dagger. However, the dagger did play a big role. Tell me what happened. Jing Tian quickly asked. Chang Kun nodded quickly, recounting their group's experience and the encounter with the suspected level 5 zombie. It was definitely level 5, level 4 zombies never care about clothing and wouldn't lose to you. Jing Tian confirmed it was a level 5 zombie, then turned back to the dagger question, so, the weapon I crafted really is a good one. After listening, Jing Tian squinted his eyes. Mr. Jing, you mean this dagger was made by you? Chang Kun exclaimed in surprise, and the others behind him widened their eyes. At that moment, they also noticed the even more exquisite dagger in Jing Tian's hand. Earlier, they all thought Jing Tian had acquired some divine weapon from somewhere, but it turned out he had forged it himself. If that were the case, didn't they all have a chance to get a dagger like Wang Meng's? It was made by me, but I was just playing around because I was bored. Jing Tian smiled lightly as he noticed Cheng Kun and the others looking at him. Mr. Jing, could you sell this dagger? Cheng Kun asked on behalf of all his subordinates. Sell this one? Better not, I don't want to let you down, the quality isn't good. Let's talk about it once I can make a better one. Jing Tian thought for a moment and replied. He was a strong figure in their hearts, how could he let go of his craft? Cheng Kun and the others felt a little disappointed at Jing Tian's words. However, Jing Tian did not close the door entirely, so they still had hope. Then they unloaded the brass from the truck, wanting to leave some gasoline for Jing Tian, but he refused. Jing Tian didn't want to take advantage of Cheng Kun and the others, and besides, he didn't need the gasoline. Seeing that it was still early, Cheng Kun and Wang Meng discussed and decided to top off the gas before heading out again. Within half an hour after Cheng Kun and the others left, the bully Xiao Pang returned. This dog was a bit strange today. Unlike usual, he didn't immediately cling to Jing Tian, flattering him. Instead, he climbed onto the sofa and fell asleep. Jing Tian kicked him a few times but didn't wake him, so he ignored it. After all, with him snoring so loudly, there wouldn't be any other issues. After a moment, Tong Zhan and his group returned, drawing the attention of both master and apprentice once again. Jing Tian and Tong Yu watched closely. When Tong Zhan's team went out, there were 10 people, but now only 6 remained. Moreover, the remaining 6 were all extremely tired, carrying several backpacks and heading directly back to Villa number 3. If you're worried, just go take a look. Jing Tian spoke up, noticing the full of worry on Tong Yu's little face. No, if he doesn't come to personally apologize to Master and get Master's forgiveness, I won't bother with him. Tong Yu stubbornly said, then turned and went downstairs. Jing Tian felt a bit helpless. He understood the little girl's feelings and thought it best to find a chance to forgive Tong Zhan, so the little girl wouldn't be stuck in the middle feeling sad. Just as Jing Tian was thinking this and about to head downstairs, he suddenly heard the roaring sound of an engine coming from afar. Jing Tian frowned, wondering if Cheng Kun and the others had gone mad. How could they make such a loud noise? Moreover, they had only been out for about an hour, right? He quickly picked up the binoculars to observe. Looking through them, about 2 or 3 kilometers away from the villa area on a street, 3 cars were rushing towards them at high speed. Indeed, there were 3 cars. Behind 2 raptors, there was a military green Dongfeng warrior being towed. This vehicle looked even more ferocious than the raptors. However, that wasn't the main point. About 1,000 meters behind the three vehicles, there was a dense crowd of zombies. WTF, Chung-kun, did you throw bombs into a zombie den? Jing Tian was dumbfounded. Through the binoculars, the view extended back to reveal tens of thousands of zombies. These zombies were not slow, especially the first 5 mutated zombies wearing complete gear, who were moving faster, quickly closing the distance to the 3 cars. No wonder Chang-kun and the others hit the gas like crazy. With things being this way, they didn't care about the noise at all. Fortunately, the cars truly sped up to about 150 to 160 miles per hour, rushing into the villa area in a very short time. Jing Tian thought those zombies would stop at the edge of the villa area. But this time he was clearly mistaken. The large group of zombies behind did stop. However, the first 5 mutated zombies paused a moment at the villa entrance. But a few seconds later, they continued entering the villa. Only now their speed was not as fast as before, and they seemed a bit more cautious. Fortunately, the safe house still has some influence. These zombies are actually all level 5? Jing Tian's brow furrowed deeply. Previously in Yun City, he observed no more than level 4 zombies. If he occasionally saw a level 5 one, it could be accepted. But the current situation left him unable to explain. This should be a result of the abnormal change from 2 days ago. If level 5 zombies could roam everywhere, wouldn't that mean level 6 could appear too? While Jing Tian was guessing in his heart, Chung-kun and Wang Meng drove the cars to the protective line of Villa Number 1. Jing Tian directly granted access for the 3 cars, allowing them to rush to the villa gate and stop. At this time, those level 5 zombies once again slowed their pace, deepening their caution as they approached Villa Number 1. If these level 5 zombies launch a collective attack, can the safe house defense hold up? Jing Tian frowned slightly. The safe house had no pressure defending against level 5 superpowers, but Jing Tian was unsure whether it could withstand the impact of 5 level 5 mutated zombies. Mr. Jing, Wang Meng is injured. At that moment, Chung-kun jumped down from the car, urgently calling out loudly to Jing Tian on the rooftop. What? Jing Tian's expression changed once again. Without thinking too much, he didn't care about the approaching zombies anymore. With a flash of his figure, he flew down from above the villa, landing directly beside the car. At a glance, he saw Wang Meng in the back seat, covered in blood and guts. Wang Meng's face was smeared with blood, and the areas of exposed skin were bruised, making him look almost dead. In an instant, an inexplicable rage surged up in Jing Tian. Although he was nominally a follower, Jing Tian regarded Wang Meng as a partner and a friend in his heart. Mr. Jing, they are getting closer, we will fight them. Chang-kun shouted loudly at that moment. Jing Tian turned his head and saw that 5 level 5 mutated zombies had already approached the safety house's defense line. They were less than 100 meters away from them. Chang-kun and his brothers were already prepared, without a hint of hesitation, ready for battle. At that moment, a suddenly overwhelming powerful aura erupted from behind them. What a fierce aura, Mr. Jing. In an instant, Chung-kun felt his legs weaken, and he stiffly turned his head to look at Jing Tian. The others directly slumped to the ground. Is this Mr. Jing's true power? So terrifying. It's F*King terrifying. Chang-kun struggled not to collapse, but his legs trembled uncontrollably. At this moment, Chung-kun felt like a small boat in a raging sea. Get lost! Jing Tian suddenly shouted, and an even stronger aura surged towards those zombies. The already cautious zombies were suddenly stunned by this fierce aura. The gray-white pupils flashed with horror, and then they all howled before turning to flee quickly down the mountain. In his fury, Jing Tian activated the disguise function of his disguise suit again. Originally, he wanted to disguise as a high-level zombie's aura, but the last shred of rationality reminded him that there were still Chang-kun and others nearby. This could cause trouble. The aura of a level 9 ability user was still effective against zombies, especially as it seemed to have gained a bit of enhancement in his anger. He once thought this disguise suit was useless. But at this moment, it proved to be extremely useful. The zombies fled, and Jing Tian retracted his aura. He motioned for Wang Meng in the car to come out, carefully placing him on the ground. Master, Uncle Wang. At that moment, Tong Yu also ran over, initially unaware of what had happened, but the next second saw Wang Meng. How could he be hurt like this? Jing Tian asked in a deep voice while checking Wang Meng. We were surrounded by a group of level 5 zombies. For some reason, they targeted Brother Wang specifically, and we also lost 3 brothers, Chung-kun simply responded. At this point, Jing Tian realized that, including Chung-kun himself, there were only 7 people left in Chung-kun's team. Let's save people first. Jing Tian had no reason to blame Chung-kun. It wasn't the time to dig into the root cause. How do we treat this? Does anyone know medicine? Jing Tian wanted to save Wang Meng, but suddenly found he had no medical knowledge whatsoever. Chung-kun and the others looked at each other, all shaking their heads helplessly. In the apocalypse, even minor injuries were dealt with by toughing it out or randomly taking some anti-inflammatory medicine. As for injuries from zombies, the approach was quite simple. Either you endure it yourself or ultimately become one of the zombies. Wang Meng's injuries were serious and inflicted directly by level 5 zombies. If it weren't to give Jing Tian an account, Chung Kun and the others would definitely have left Wang Meng behind. Master, my dad was a surgeon before he became a principal, Tong Yu said quietly from the side. Quickly go get Tong Zhan. Jing Tian's eyes brightened as he said loudly. Chung Kun quickly nodded, his figure flickering as he ran towards the second villa. Chapter 64, Is there really no hope? Tong Zhan and the remaining 5 subordinates had been hiding in the villa without moving. Even though they knew zombies had come to the villa area, they felt powerless to do anything, only able to hide inside the villa. They could even say they were waiting to die, with all hope resting on Jing Tian. Obviously, they were not let down. After the overwhelming aura, the zombies retreated. Brother Ton, Mr. Jing asks you to come help, Chung Kun's voice came from outside the villa. He asked me for help? Tong Zhan was taken aback, such a powerful person like Jing Tian asking him for help? Although puzzled, Tong Zhan quickly led his people out. Brother Ton, Wang Meng is injured, Mr. Jing asks you to go help take a look. Chen Kun said directly as he saw Tong Zhan. Wang Meng is injured? Was he scratched by a zombie? Tong Zhan's eyes narrowed slightly. Yes, it's quite serious. Chen Kun replied. Then what use is it for me? If it was just a scratch from a low-level zombie, he might survive, but if it's a scratch from a level 3 or above mutated zombie, it can only. Tong Zhan didn't finish, but the meaning was clear. If Brother Tong doesn't want to go, I will just reply to Mr. Jing like this. Chen Kun directly interrupted Tong Zhan's words. Tong Zhan hesitated for a moment, feeling a bit frustrated, but quickly thought of the strong Jing Tian, and that frustration disappeared. Let's go, take a look. Although Wang Meng is a traitor, he once followed me. Although Tong Zhan had resentment in his heart, he ultimately nodded. Whether he could save the person was another matter, but since Jing Tian invited him, he couldn't refuse. A moment later, Tong Zhan arrived in front of Jing Tian with Chung Kun. Daddy, quickly save Uncle Wang. Tong Yu cried out when she saw Tong Zhan. Although they hadn't known each other for long, Tong Yu had strong feelings for Wang Meng. She was brought out from the underground warehouse by Wang's siblings, and it was their guidance that led her to meet Jing Tian. If you can cure Wang Meng, then all our past grudges will be wiped clean, and I can also give you some things you want. Jing Tian wasted no time and directly addressed Tong Zhan. Jing Tian did intend to show some kindness to Tong Zhan. But this did not mean that Jing Tian had a saintly nature, there was a ruthless streak hidden deep within him. Tong Zhan first glanced at Tong Yu and Jing Tian, then his gaze fell on Wang Meng. After just one look, Tong Zhan shook his head and said, Mr. Jing, don't waste your effort. Wang Meng is injured by a level 5 zombie. Helping him now is the best for him. What? Is there really no way? Jing Tian's expression darkened, he was aware of the severity of the injury but was still unwilling to accept it. Tong Zhan instinctively wanted to shake his head, but suddenly thought of something and said, there is a theoretical method we can try, but I can't guarantee it will work. What method? Speak. Jing Tian urged. The inner strength of ancient warriors is very pure and can expel the zombie poison, but the ancient warrior must be one level higher than the mutated zombie. After saying this, Tong Zhan added, Wang Meng was clearly injured by a level 5 mutated zombie, so at least a level 6 ancient warrior's energy is needed, unless you are. At the end, Tong Zhan looked at Jing Tian, clearly suspecting that Jing Tian was a high-level ancient warrior. Jing Tian raised an eyebrow. I'm nothing. I can't even be called an ancient warrior, I need to borrow Tong Yu's abilities. However, at this moment, Jing Tian would not reveal this in front of others, after all, he had already crafted his image as a super strong person. Just as he was about to say something, Jing Tian's expression suddenly changed again, revealing a hint of joy as he said to Chung Kun and the others, I want to try, you all wait for me. After saying this, Jing Tian waved at Wang Meng and turned around, walking towards the villa. Wang Meng's body floated up and followed Jing Tian. What a powerful Mr. Jing. After Jing Tian entered the door, Chung Kun exclaimed, his face turning pale. It seems he should be a high-level ancient warrior, otherwise he wouldn't have reacted like this, but he can also teach Xiaoyu abilities, so this. Watching Jing Tian's reaction, Tong Zhan's eyes flickered, and he began to guess wildly. If Jing Tian is an ancient warrior, how could he also be teaching his daughter abilities? The more Tong Zhan guessed, the more confused he became, after all, he had never heard of someone possessing 2 types of abilities at the same time. Chapter 65, Still Between Life and Death. Jing Tian brought the unconscious, dying Wang Meng into the villa, placing him in the room where Wang Meng lived. System, do you have any way? Hurry up and tell me, Jing Tian directly asked the system in his mind. Clearly, it wasn't Jing Tian who had a solution, but the system had just actively mentioned that it had a way to save Wang Meng. Two choices. The first is to spend 500 energy points to dissolve the corpse poison and make him a mutant. The second is to spend 2000 energy points to clear the corpse poison, the system's electronic voice said without emotion. What the hell, 2000 energy points? Jing Tian exclaimed in shock, then shouted, even if I gathered all the crystal cores from Chung Kun and the others, I might not be able to gather 2000 energy points. This isn't a choice at all. Can Wang Meng even hold on for much longer? Detected that the injured person's condition can hold on for half an hour. After half an hour, he will completely turn into a zombie, the system said. Why are you suddenly telling me all this? Jing Tian suddenly asked. The system did not respond. Here we go again, it seems I have no choice. Jing Tian rolled his eyes and continued to ask the system, what happens if he turns into a mutant? Can he still live like a normal person? Normally, he behaves like a regular person, but in specific situations, mutations will be triggered. His combat power can increase, but the mutation will put a greater load on the body, and his mind will be somewhat affected. These negative influences can be eliminated by continuously growing stronger, the system explained in detail this time. That's not so bad. Jing Tian raised an eyebrow, then looked at Wang Meng and saw he had no choice. He directly said, then let's use the first method to save him. Deducting 500 energy points, fusing the corpse poison will take 5 minutes, the system decisively deducted the energy points. Jing Tian glanced at the system screen, which showed that his energy points had gone from 512 to 12. Jing Tian didn't feel any pain at this. If he had 2000 energy points at this moment, he would choose to save Wang Meng without hesitation. 5 minutes quickly passed, and amidst Jing Tian's anxious expectation, Wang Meng's body began to change. What the hell, system, explain to me what's going on. Jing Tian's eyes widened as he looked at Wang Meng. Wang Meng, who was already very muscular, suddenly began to grow again. Wasn't it said that he would be the same as a normal person normally? Originally over 1 meter 90 tall, he slowly grew to about 2 meters 50, his figure clearly becoming more robust. Wang Meng's clothes began to burst apart, and his dark green skin started to turn gray. Some wounds healed quickly, finally becoming like pieces of rock. The system did not respond to Jing Tian. Fortunately, this change stopped quickly and returned to normal within the next few seconds. However, his skin color was much paler than that of a normal person. Fusion complete, the system provided a notification at this time. Why hasn't he woken up after it's complete? Jing Tian frowned as he looked at Wang Meng, who still looked dead. The mutated body lost too much blood, the chance of survival is only 50%, the system replied. What the hell, why didn't you say that earlier? Jing Tian was instantly furious. The system did not respond. No matter how Jing Tian called, the system did not reply again. Damn it, just a money-hungry system. You only show up when there's energy to earn, and now that I give you energy, hurry up and replenish Wang Meng's blood. Jing Tian finally cursed loudly and ordered. However, the system arrogantly ignored Jing Tian once again. After shouting for a while without getting a response, Jing Tian calmed down. Since it's due to blood loss, then let's replenish the blood. Jing Tian muttered with determination and called for Tong Zhan, Chung Kun, and the others to come in. Tong Zhan walked into the villa again, feeling an indescribable sensation. What if he had been a little more low-key and humble back then? Tong Zhan's wild thoughts were quickly interrupted as all his attention was drawn to Wang Meng. Is he cured? Mr. Jing is truly a miraculous person. Tong Zhan and Chung Kun, after seeing Wang Meng's condition, gasped in unison. Thus, the two were even more certain that Jing Tian was a high-level ancient martial artist, at least above level 6. But thinking back to the terrifying aura of the ability user he had released earlier, the two were a bit confused. Jing Tian shook his head and said, it's not completely healed. Wang Meng has lost too much blood and is teetering between life and death. There's nothing I can do, I can only find someone from your group to give him a blood transfusion. No way. Wang Meng's blood type is very rare, and we can't possibly have a match here. Tong Zhan directly replied upon hearing Jing Tian's words. Wang Meng had once been his subordinate, and it was clear that he was aware of Wang Meng's rare blood type. Chapter 66, The Choice for Picking Up Wang Lian. Jing Tian was stunned. He thought it would be enough to just find a matching blood type. But it turned out Wang Meng had a rare blood type? Is there any other way to replenish blood? Jing Tian asked. Tong Zhan and Chung Kun exchanged strange looks. They were speechless at Jing Tian's ignorant question. Acute blood replenishment and gradual blood replenishment are two different concepts, okay? Seeing their expressions, Jing Tian realized it too and felt slightly embarrassed. Currently, there is only one best solution: bring Wang Meng's sister Wang Lian here. The siblings share the same blood type. Tong Zhan said. This is a long way to quench a near thirst. Jing Tian frowned. How long could Wang Meng hold on? The Demon City is 200 kilometers away, it's not that far by itself, but now the route is different. If driving, it won't take long. If all goes well, we can return in at most 3 hours. Chang Kun, knowing where Tong Zhan's base in Demon City was, offered a suggestion. Right. Now there are no obstacles or speed limits on the road, it's just 200 kilometers. Jing Tian's eyes lit up. Exactly. Although Wang Meng's state is quite dangerous, he can last a day or two without issue. Tong Zhan said. Jing Tian breathed a sigh of relief. But soon a new problem arose: who would go back to pick up Wang Lian? Sir, let me take people to go. Chang Kun volunteered actively. If you go, you'll attract the attention of another force, and you could encounter big trouble. Even if it can be resolved, it will delay a lot of time, so I should go back. Tong Zhan spoke up as well. As soon as Tong Zhan spoke, Chang Kun fell silent, looking at Jing Tian. If possible, everyone knew that Tong Zhan would be the most suitable candidate to go back. However, the biggest question remained: was Tong Zhan sincere? If he went back, the chances of not returning were quite high. This could lead to losing a vehicle. This was also what Jing Tian was worried about. Master, let my dad go. Tong Yu said from the side to Jing Tian. Jing Tian looked at Tong Yu. Tong Yu turned directly to Tong Zhan. Dad, if you can bring back Sister Wang Lian, I will forgive you, and Master will forgive you too. Hearing Tong Yu's words, Tong Zhan's face slightly changed, and he felt a bit awkward. Him being said this way by his daughter clearly showed that she didn't quite trust him, and that feeling hurt the heart of a father. Don't worry, as long as I don't die, I will definitely bring Wang Lian back. After feeling gloomy for a moment, Tong Zhan said seriously, his gaze naturally turning to Jing Tian. Tong Zhan wanted to get a promise from Jing Tian. Wait until I fix the vehicle I brought Wang Meng back with, it will be sturdier. As long as Wang Lian is brought back, I'll give that vehicle to you, and everything in the past will be forgotten, Jing Tian said. Okay, I will definitely go and return quickly. Hearing Jing Tian's words, Tong Zhan no longer hesitated. After speaking, Tong Zhan headed directly to Villa number 3, he needed to make arrangements and couldn't take all his subordinates back with him. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Jing Tian pretended to approach the Dongfeng warrior, lifting the hood and fiddling with it for a moment. After consuming 1 point of energy, the vehicle was repaired just like that. Originally, this vehicle was the one Wang Meng picked out for himself, and all conditions were perfect. Chang Kun and several of his subordinates naturally had the thought of sneaking a peek, but soon gave it up. Because they didn't understand any of Jing Tian's moves at all. It would be strange if they could understand. Jing Tian himself didn't even know what he was messing around with. He filled the warrior with gas and even brought an extra tank. Tong Zhan came back again, bringing only one subordinate. He thought the zombies outside the villa would be a hindrance. However, after those 10 level 5 mutated zombies were startled away, the massive crowd of zombies gradually dispersed. Time was precious, and Tong Zhan didn't waste any, directly leading his subordinate to the car. Jing Tian also released the drone, flying above the car to scout the best route out of the city. Seeing Tong Zhan drive smoothly away from Yun City, Jing Tian and the others felt half at ease. If everything goes well, he should be back in about 3 hours, Chang Kun said. Jing Tian nodded, feeling a bit of distrust towards Tong Zhan in his heart. But there was no other way now. Sir, why don't we follow him later? Chang Kun said again at this time. When Tong Zhan left earlier, Chang Kun had thought about suggesting to go together, but that might make Tong Zhan feel rebellious. Forget it, let's leave everything to fate. Jing Tian shook his head slightly and said, I believe Wang Meng absolutely won't die, you all worked hard today. It's not hard, sir, here are the remaining 10 repair fees, we also collected some more. Keep the extra for yourselves. If you need anything in the future, come to me to buy it, I won't give you anything for free, Jing Tian interrupted Chang Kun's words. Jing Tian would definitely not be tempted by Chang Kun and the other small favors, to avoid confusion in their relationship later. He was very clear about the relationship with Chang Kun and the others, they were his clients. Of course, as his clients in this villa area, they were also under his protection. In the end, Jing Tian accepted the 10 level 3 crystal cores, which he earned from repair work. Mr. Jing, Chang has one more thing to discuss with you. Seeing Jing Tian preparing to take Tong Yu back to the villa, Chang Kun hurriedly spoke. He had thought about this matter all day and only then decided to lay it all out with Jing Tian. What is it? Please tell me. Jing Tian listened and was a bit curious. I want to bring the remaining brothers to follow Mr. Jing, Chang Kun said seriously and straightforwardly. Follow me? Why? Jing Tian raised an eyebrow, looking at Chang Kun. Because you are strong. You can help us live better, Chang Kun said without hiding anything. Behind Chang Kun, his subordinates looked at Jing Tian expectantly after hearing what he said. I'm strong so I should help you live better? Jing Tian found Chang Kun's words a bit strange, feeling somewhat speechless inside. What Chang Kun said made him feel like a babysitter. Staring at Chang Kun for a few seconds, he then shook his head and said, Sorry, I can't accept you. Ah. Why? Chang Kun was stunned. He didn't expect that he, a level 5 ability user, would be rejected. Because I just don't want to, or let's say I don't have the idea of forming a team yet. What for should I take you in? We can help you gather necessary supplies, Chang Kun said. If I hire you to help me collect supplies, would you be willing? Jing Tian asked. Of course we are willing, but as long as you are willing, you provide the labor, and I provide the reward. You pay crystal cores to buy my supplies. This is an equal relationship unless you enjoy being driven. Although Jing Tian has a task to recruit followers. At this moment, he didn't want to accept Chang Kun. One reason was loyalty. He didn't want to take anyone in who didn't reach over 50 loyalty. Another critical reason was that Jing Tian didn't have a big heart. He harbored resentment against someone who had previously tried to take over the villa and caused conflict. Although he could allow them to stay in the villa area, they could only become his merchants to earn crystal cores from them. To put it another way, if Jing Tian could step out of the range of the safe house, perhaps Chang Kun and Tong Zhan may not stay here. Chang Kun was somewhat at a loss for how to respond to Jing Tian's words. Or perhaps Chang Kun's heart was not very firm in his own decision. Alright, I understand your thoughts. Even if you are not my followers, you can still stay here and develop your own power. Jing Tian looked at Chang Kun and said. Chang Kun's expression instantly brightened, and he then bowed to Jing Tian to thank him. Chang Kun was very happy to accept such a result. Then Chang Kun ordered his men to unload the rubber tires from the car. These were needed for the upgrade of the war god. Back in his Villa 3, Chang Kun and the remaining companions officially discussed the subsequent development issues. Time flew, and it was evening. It had been more than 3 hours since Tong Zhan left. Seeing that the sky had darkened, Jing Tian thought Tong Zhan might not come back today. After all, the danger level of entering the city at night was several times higher than during the day. After going downstairs and having a simple meal with Tongyu, Jing Tian went into the casting room. Seeing that Xiao Pang was still asleep, Tongyu, looking forward to her father's early return, ran into Jing Tian's bedroom and released the drone. After observing for less than a few minutes, the young girl's expression suddenly changed, revealing a hint of joy. She saw the car that her father drove appearing at the edge of Yun City. But soon Tongyu noticed that a large group of people was following behind the car. These people obviously were not chasing the car, but pursuing it. This was a team of nearly 200 people. Tongyu, seeing this, wanted to call Jing Tian, but thinking that her master was in the casting room and wouldn't want to be disturbed, she had to give up the idea. After a slight hesitation, Tongyu controlled the drone to lower its altitude and appeared in front of the warrior vehicle. At this time, the Dongfeng warrior had already rushed several miles into the city, completely returning along the route it took when it left. It's Mr. Jing's drone. A woman in the front passenger seat suddenly exclaimed with surprise. The woman, about 25 or 26 years old, originally had a very beautiful and heroic face, but it was marred by a long scar. This woman was Wang Lian, the sister of Wang Meng. Tong Zhan was still driving. This leader was personally driving, while his subordinates sat comfortably as if they were in charge. The middle row was occupied by subordinates who had returned with Tong Zhan earlier. The last row was a young couple. Both of them looked to be around 22 or 23 years old. The young man was handsome, with a slightly frivolous smile on his face. The young woman was quite pretty, but her behavior was obviously somewhat wild. She was almost glued to the young man, her hands unsteadily sliding around on him. From their aura, this young couple were also ability users, but their levels were not high, around level 2. Upon hearing Wang Lian's exclamation, the couple hurriedly opened the window to look outside. They immediately saw the silver-gray drone hovering about 10 meters diagonally above them. Ah! It really is a drone. I want it so badly. Upon seeing the drone, the young woman immediately exclaimed, her eyes flashing with strong desire. Chapter 68 Tong Zhan's niece. Li Dan, don't talk nonsense. Upon hearing the words of the woman in the back row, Tong Zhan's expression changed, and he hurriedly warned her, remember my words, when you see Mr. Jing, you must be respectful. I know, uncle. You've reminded me many times. I'm really curious about how strong Mr. Jing is that makes you so respectful. The young woman pouted. Shut up, the drone can hear our conversation. Tong Zhan frowned and directly silenced the young woman. From the way she addressed him, this girl named Li Dan was actually Tong Zhan's niece. The woman in the front passenger seat, Wang Lian, clearly had no good feelings for Li Dan. She frowned when Li Dan spoke. At this time, seeing the drone descend to just a few meters in front of the car. Hastily reaching out, he called, Mr. Jing, Wang Lian and the chief are back. Usually as cold as an ice block, now she acts like she's itching. In the back seat, Li Dan saw Wang Lian's appearance and could not help but murmur disdainfully. Sister Wang Lian, it's me. The voice of Tongyu came from the drone, filled with surprise. Xiao Yu? Wang Lian and Tong Zhan were slightly taken aback, but Wang Lian quickly revealed a rare smile and shouted, "It's so good to hear your voice again. Is Mr. Jing beside you? Master thought you couldn't enter the city at night, so he went to forge weapons." Tong Yu explained. Tong Zhan and Wang Lian were momentarily stunned, but soon nodded. Jing Tian's guess was indeed correct. If it weren't for unexpectedly encountering a group of people chasing them, they would have planned to enter the city tomorrow. After all, no matter how good human eyesight is, it can't match the convenience of zombies who don't need light at all. "Cousin Xiao Yu, do you remember me?" Just as Tong Yu was about to speak again, Li Dan peeked from the back seat and waved at the drone. "You? Li Dan? Why are you here too?" Tong Yu was first taken aback, and then her tone clearly carried a hint of doubt and displeasure. "You little girl, I'm your cousin, why can't I come?" Li Dan said with a hint of dissatisfaction. "Humph." Tong Yu was very straightforward, she snorted and ignored Li Dan. Then Tong Yu continued to ask Tong Zhan and Wang Lian, "Dad, Sister Wang Lian, what's going on with that large group of people behind us?" The car had already entered the city, but the speed was extremely fast without any obstacles, while the large group of people behind still pursued closely. "We're not too sure who they are, but they have a level 6 strongman who wants to steal our car. Xiao Yu, lead us to shake them off," Tong Zhan said quickly. "Ah. Okay, Dad. Keep close to the drone." Upon hearing that there was a level 6 strongman among those people and they wanted to steal the car, Tong Yu felt the urgency. During this time, Tong Yu had played with drones a lot, so she was quite familiar with the controls. She raised the drone and focused on finding relatively safe and clear roads for the car. With the drone leading the way and the fierce Dongfeng warrior, even encountering ordinary level 2 zombies, they could just crash through. About 10 minutes later, the car rushed into the villa area. The group chasing behind had already been thrown off midway and had vanished without a trace. The car stopped directly outside the villa courtyard. At this moment, Jing Tian was still in the forging room, completely unaware that Wang Lian had arrived. However, Shan Kun and Tong Zhan's subordinates heard the sound of the car and quickly ran out to meet them. Tong Yu also put away the drone and ran directly outside the villa's safety line to greet her father and Wang Lian. "Sister Wang Lian." Seeing Wang Lian in an old leather jacket, Tong Yu directly threw herself into Wang Lian's arms. Tong Yu's attitude towards Wang Lian was very intimate, much closer than with her father, Tong Zhan. "Xiao Yu, you've grown so much and you're even prettier. Come and let your cousin have a good look at you, I really missed you." At this moment, Li Dan also jumped out of the car and leaned over to Tong Yu, her face filled with excitement. "I don't want to see you." Tong Yu directly gave Li Dan a roll of her eyes. "Xiao Yu, speak nicely to your cousin." At this time, after greeting Chung Kun, Tong Zhan heard Tong Yu's words and said with a slightly heavy tone. "Speak nicely to her? I can't do that." Tong Yu, holding Wang Lian's hand, looked at Li Dan with a slightly gloomy face and said, "Since I can remember, every time she sees my mother and me, she bullies and looks down on us, making my mom cry many times. She's just a snob, I'll never recognize her as my cousin." That was many years ago. "Your aunt asked me to take care of your cousin before she passed away, and now your cousin knows her mistakes from the past, so don't bicker with her," Tong Zhan said with a bit of helplessness. "She knows her mistakes? I don't believe it." Tong Yu replied bluntly. "Xiao Yu. Cousin really knows she was wrong before, from now on we are sisters, and we should take good care of each other." "Humph." Tong Yu directly snorted, not listening to Li Dan finish her words, and turned to look at Wang Lian. "Xiao Yu, first congratulations on becoming Mr. Jing's disciple." Wang Lian smiled at Tong Yu and congratulated her, then asked, "How long will Mr. Jing be out? How is Uncle Wang Meng?" "I don't know how long my master will take to come out, Uncle Wang Meng is fine for now, Sister Wang Lian don't worry," Tong Yu said. "Xiao Yu, since Mr. Jing is busy, why don't you take us in first?" Li Dan spoke again. Li Dan had already seen the brightly lit Villa No. 1 and was eager to go in and enjoy it. "I heard there is water and electricity inside, and there are fresh ingredients," she really wanted to go in and take a good hot shower. "My master is not here, none of you can go in, just wait," Tong Yu said to Li Dan with no good attitude. "You?" Li Dan had been confronted by Tong Yu several times, and finally, a flash of anger appeared in her eyes. Li Dan wanted to explode, but was pulled back by the handsome man beside her. The man was clearly Li Dan's boyfriend, but from Tong Zhan's attitude, it seemed he didn't care much about this man. "Tong brother, since Mr. Jing is not here, you all can't go in, why not sit with us in our villa first?" Shan Kun invited Tong Zhan at this moment. Tong Zhan nodded, he also knew that without Jing Tian's permission, even if Tong Yu wanted to let them in, it would be impossible. Then the group went to Villa No. 3, which also had electricity, even Tong Yu pulled Wang Lian along. Less than 5 minutes after entering Villa No. 3, Li Dan pulled her boyfriend out. "Humph, we are completely ignored, all because of that damn little girl." As Li Dan pulled her boyfriend towards Villa No. 1, her face was filled with anger. It turned out that after entering Villa number 3, Chung Kun and others were very enthusiastic in receiving Tong Zhan and Tong Yu. But for Li Dan and her boyfriend, they were very indifferent, even ignoring them. Li Dan thought it was Tong Yu's trick, since they were ignored anyway, she simply brought her boyfriend out. Dear, this place is really great, not only is there water and electricity, but also no zombies. Li Dan's boyfriend, named Lu Ming, said while putting his arm around Li Dan's shoulder. Yes, it's amazing. I have to stay here, I want to live in that most luxurious villa. Li Dan's eyes looked toward Villa number 1, filled with strong anticipation. Wanting to live in is probably not easy, the leader said. Mr. Jing is extremely powerful, we might still need cousin Tong Yu's help to get in. Not necessarily, let's go see, maybe with good luck, we can meet Mr. Jing directly, and if he takes a liking to us, he'll let us in. Li Dan said with a glint in her eye. Lu Ming seemed not to notice anything wrong, still looking with a gentle smile as he took Li Dan closer to Villa number 1. However, soon, when they were still 50 meters away from the villa's wall, they were stopped by an invisible barrier. What is this? It's so tough? It seems this Mr. Jing is really powerful, it should be a special ability of his. After several fruitless attempts, the two could only move backward around the protective shield. Although the two were not greatly affected by the protection, they still caught the attention of Jing Tian, who was inside the forging room. He had originally crafted a dagger halfway, but upon sensing someone triggering the barrier, Jing Tian stopped. Furrowing his brows, he gave up on that weapon and directly exited the forging room to come outside. As soon as he stepped out of the door, Jing Tian heard a woman's exclamation coming from behind the villa, prompting him to quickly turn to the back of the villa. Husband, is this the god of war that uncle mentioned? It looks so beautiful and fierce. Yeah, if only we had a car like this. Li Dan and her boyfriend Lu Ming stood just a few meters away from the war god, their eyes filled with anticipation and envy as they commented on it. Who are you? As they began to imagine themselves as the owners of the war god, a deep question came from behind them. They turned around suddenly, seeing a young man in a tank top and beach shorts. You are. Li Dan initially thought he was a subordinate of Tong Zhan or Chung Kun. But upon turning, she realized the speaker was actually within the protective barrier. That aside, as the light from the villa illuminated the young man's face, Li Dan's eyes widened and her mouth fell open. Li Dan was stunned. And when Jing Tian recognized Li Dan, he was equally taken aback. Jing Tian? Li Dan? They both called each other's names at the same time. Clearly, they recognized each other. It really is you, how did you end up here? Li Dan stared wide-eyed at Jing Tian. I was already here, how about you? What are you doing here? Jing Tian looked at Li Dan with a strange expression. Li Dan was Jing Tian's university alumni. Though they were not in the same class, she lived with a girl Jing Tian had once pursued, so they were somewhat familiar. And Jing Tian knew that this Li Dan was quite vain and snobbish. They had a lot of grudges between them. If it weren't for Li Dan, Jing Tian might not have graduated from university without having a girlfriend. Jing Tian didn't even know how he had offended Li Dan to the point where she looked down on him and tried to make things difficult for him in various ways. Li Dan even used her roommate as bait, causing the somewhat naive Jing Tian to embarrass himself severely, and in the end, half the school knew about it, which was absolutely humiliating. Of course, all that was in the past. A year into the apocalypse, seeing a former classmate, Jing Tian, even if he held some grudges, was still a little bit happy. Let me ask you, your last name is Jing, could it be you are Mr. Jing? Li Dan suddenly thought of Jing Tian's surname, and her expression slightly changed. You speak like a fool. Since my last name is Jing, I must be Mr. Jing. Jing Tian shrugged, giving Li Dan a look that said she was silly. You? Li Dan was about to say something when her boyfriend Lu Ming pulled her aside and said, Dear, don't be fooled by him. Can't you feel it? He doesn't have any aura of an ability user at all. He cannot be the Mr. Jing the leader spoke of. Li Dan was already reluctant to believe that Jing Tian was that Mr. Jing. So hearing her boyfriend's words, she quickly focused her gaze on Jing Tian. Soon, Li Dan's face showed disdain. Sure enough, he is an ordinary person. I almost got tricked by this bumpkin. Trick you? If I am not Mr. Jing, then am I your Lord Jing? Jing Tian was taken aback, a bit confused about the situation. You poor thing, how dare you take advantage of me? You? Seeing Li Dan's expression getting slightly frantic, Jing Tian shook his head and said, Stop with the you and me. A year into this apocalypse hasn't changed you at all, you're still as annoying and snobbish. You are the one who is annoying and snobbish. Your whole family are snobs. I am a realist. What do you know, you dirt poor bumpkin? Now tell me, why are you here? Once Li Dan confirmed that Jing Tian was not the Mr. Jing mentioned by Tong Zhan, her tone and attitude immediately turned even worse than before. Jing Tian's eyes became more and more peculiar. If this were still on campus, he would probably have lashed out at this woman with a fierce argument. But now, looking at Li Dan was like looking at a clown, he couldn't even muster up the anger. Kid, what are you looking at? Honestly, answer my wife. Lu Ming shouted angrily upon seeing Jing Tian's strange gaze at Li Dan. Who the hell are you, yelling at me? Get lost. Jing Tian had been reminiscing about his campus days, but interrupted by Lu Ming's words, his face instantly darkened as he shouted angrily. Not getting angry at Li Dan can be seen as a gesture of school friendship, but what is this Lu Ming anyway? Damn it! You, an ordinary person, dare to act so arrogantly towards me? You have the guts to come out. Lu Ming yelled at Jing Tian. Jing Tian looked at Lu Ming like he was an idiot, thinking that if he could go out, he would definitely slap this pretty boy to death. Of course, Jing Tian could also let people in and then deal with him. But Jing Tian didn't want this guy to step even a half step into his safe zone. Honey, calm down, there's no need to get angry with this bumpkin. He's probably just a servant here. Li Dan coaxed her boyfriend, her expression full of charm. Jing Tian looked at how Li Dan treated Lu Ming and directly turned his head, making a gagging gesture. He really felt a bit nauseous. Seeing Jing Tian's look, Li Dan's eyes flickered for a moment, then she suddenly softened and said, Jing Tian, take me inside to meet Mr. Jing, and later let my cousin reward you. Your cousin is Tong Yu? Did you come with Tong Zhan and the others? Jing Tian was taken aback for a moment, then he reacted, albeit a bit slowly. Actually, he should have guessed something when he saw these two. However, he was distracted by Li Dan's schoolmate status. That's right, I am Tong Yu's cousin, Tong Zhan is my uncle. So, can you let us in now? Li Dan said with a strong air of arrogance. However, Jing Tian seemed to have not heard, urgently asking, then is Wang Lian also here? Where are they? Li Dan was momentarily stunned, then looking at Jing Tian's eager expression and eyes, she seemed to understand something. Li Dan's tone changed to one of strong disdain. Bumpkins will always be bumpkins. With such heavy tastes, you actually like a hideous person like Wang Lian. You both indeed match, a poor bumpkin and a scar-faced ugly woman. Chapter 71 The Identity of Those People. Shut up. Seeing that Li Dan misunderstood that he liked Wang Lian and kept saying worse things, Jing Tian lost his patience and coldly shouted, You go get Tong Yu and Tong Zhan for me. Li Dan was startled by Jing Tian's yell and immediately shouted in a neurotic manner, You, a poor bumpkin, dare to tell me to shut up and give me orders? Who do you think you are? Kid, if you have guts, come out from inside. Lu Ming also shouted at Jing Tian. Pretty boy, you talk less, I really might throw up. Jing Tian glanced at Lu Ming and quickly turned his head aside, looking as if he would really vomit if he looked any longer. Jing Tian's actions naturally triggered another round of cursing from Li Dan and Lu Ming. And Jing Tian didn't back down and fought back, seeming a bit spirited. The scene was boring and childish. Jing Tian knew it was childish to argue with the two, but he had no choice, he couldn't go out. Tong Yu and the others were clearly in Villa number 3, and he didn't know when they would come back. Seeing that Jing Tian didn't dare to come out, Li Dan was even more convinced that Jing Tian was an ordinary person. But no matter how much they insulted and enraged him, it still couldn't change the fact that they couldn't enter the protective line. Bumpkin, just wait and see, I will definitely make you kneel and beg me. Seeing that Jing Tian wouldn't come out no matter what, and she really couldn't get in, Li Dan could only throw down some harsh words, pulling Lu Ming, and turning towards Villa number 3. Jing Tian shrugged, feeling a bit bored, and also turned back to the villa. Soon Tong Yu and the others would definitely come over. And if Wang Lian came, then Wang Meng would be saved. Li Dan and her boyfriend walked along, both wearing hateful expressions. Heavens, how blind you are! A bumpkin like that can actually live in that villa. Li Dan gritted her teeth and said angrily. Wife, you need to be careful when talking to the leader and my cousin. Lu Ming wrapped his arm around Li Dan's shoulder and whispered a suggestion in her ear. Just say that, it will definitely make my cousin encourage her master to get rid of this poor bumpkin, otherwise, even if I live here, I won't be in a good mood. Li Dan vigorously nodded. In Villa number 3, Tong Zhan was chatting with Cheng Kun about the large crowd they encountered on the edge of the city when they returned. After Cheng Kun heard Tong Zhan's description of the leader of that group, his expression changed several times before he said. From the age, power level, and ability attributes, it must be the Haishur base, the leader of the most powerful Hua Hun group, Jin Long, no doubt about it. They are definitely coming for the armory, that armory is bound to be at risk. When Cheng Kun talked about the armory, a hint of helplessness and reluctance appeared on his face. No way? Even if that Jin Long is a level 6 ability user, with the number of zombies in Yun City now, they might not be able to succeed, right? Tong Zhan raised his eyebrows and said. Both Cheng Kun and Tong Zhan placed great importance on that armory. However, neither of them had a good opportunity, nor the absolute strength to transport it out. Cheng Kun shook his head with a bitter smile, you don't understand Jin Long. He never does anything without confidence. Since he dares to bring people, he is 80% sure he can succeed, and even if there are level 6 mutated zombies in Yun City, they can't stop him. Then, if those weapons are really taken by him, can this villa area still be safe? Tong Jian raised his eyebrows. Who dares to cause trouble here? My master will drive them away. Tong Yu directly stated from the side. Miss Xiaoyu is right. If they are causing trouble elsewhere in Yun City, that's one thing. If they dare to disrupt the villa area, even Jin Long is destined to return empty-handed. Chang Kun laughed in agreement with Tong Yu. In that case, I look forward to their arrival. As soon as Tong Jian heard their words, his eyes instantly lit up. Chang Kun understood Tong Jian's meaning in a flash and looked at Tong Yu. If they get the weapons and come to provoke Mr. Jing, at that time, Miss Xiaoyu, can you help us mention to Mr. Jing? We are willing to offer crystal cores to buy those weapons. The little girl was taken aback, then a sweet smile appeared on her face as she nodded. Okay, if we can earn crystal cores, my master will definitely agree. At this moment, Li Dan and Lu Ming walked back from outside. Chapter 72. A slap stuns. Wang Lian and Tong Yu glanced at the two without intending to pay attention to them. Xiaoyu, my cousin just got bullied. Li Dan didn't mind the attitude of the few people and walked up to Tong Yu, looking somewhat pitiful as she said. Bullied you? Tong Yu originally didn't want to pay attention to Li Dan, but her words still piqued the curiosity of Tong Yu and the others. Yes, I just went out with Lu Ming for a walk and happened to run into an old classmate. Li Dan began to tell her story. The story was simple. She encountered a former familiar classmate, which was originally a happy thing. However, that classmate, relying on being Mr. Jing's servant, attempted to violate her. Even with Lu Ming, her boyfriend, beside her, the other party was still very arrogant. We didn't dare to provoke him, fearing to offend Mr. Jing, so we could only leave. The most detestable thing is that he not only said he would make Sister Wang Lian his concubine but even said Xiaoyu would be his plaything in the future. After Li Dan finished this last part, she saw Tong Yu and the others' expressions change to anger. It was indeed effective. A hint of pride rose in Li Dan's heart. You said that person is Mr. Jing's servant? Where did you see him? Wang Lian asked with a cold face first. It was right next to Mr. Jing's powerful RV. Li Dan answered straightforwardly. Next to my master's war vehicle? What is your classmate's name? You must know, right? Tong Yu also quickly asked, her small face darkening. Of course I know, his name is Jing Tian. At first, he wanted to pretend to be Mr. Jing just because he shared the same surname as him. Look at him, what kind of person does he think he is? He was a nobody and a poor wretch before, and he's still just an ordinary person now. Enough. This is ridiculous. Tong Jian suddenly shouted angrily, startling both Li Dan and her boyfriend. Li Dan came back to her senses, still thinking Tong Jian was angry at Jing Tian because of her words, and continued with a pitiful expression. Humph, I really didn't see you wrong, you will never change for the better. Tong Yu suddenly stood up, her small face filled with disdain and disgust, and walked directly toward the door. Wang Lian also stood up, giving Li Dan a dangerous glare as she followed. Soon, Tong Jian and Chang Kun quickly stood up and left the room, completely ignoring Li Dan. Uncle, what do Xiaoyu and Wang Lian mean? Don't you believe what I said? Li Dan called out as she followed them out. You and your boyfriend, get to Villa number 2. If you dare to step out of this door, I'll break your legs. Tong Jian turned and shouted fiercely at Li Dan. Why, uncle? We are the ones being bullied. That jerk is just a servant, just an ordinary person, we didn't lay a hand on him. Get lost. Tong Jian interrupted Li Dan shouting directly. It's not that Tong Jian didn't want to reveal Jing Tian's identity at that moment, he realized that Jing Tian didn't explicitly say it, probably because he didn't want Li Dan to know. Since Tong Yu and Wang Lian didn't say anything, he certainly wouldn't either. Uncle, how can you do this? Are you afraid of offending that poor knucklehead? You have to believe me, he really teased me and insulted Wang Lian and Xiaoyu. Slap. This time, Tong Jian was even more straightforward, turning around and giving Li Dan a hard slap that knocked her to the ground. Lu Ming, if you can't control her, then you both get out of this villa area. Do you understand? Tong Jian coldly yelled at Lu Ming. Lu Ming was very afraid of Tong Jian, and upon hearing his words, he nodded repeatedly, quickly picking up Li Dan and running toward Villa number 2. Li Dan was dazed from the slap, showing no reaction or struggle, and was simply carried away by Lu Ming into Villa number 2. Damn jerk. If Mr. Jing gets angry, I will make her pay dearly. Tong Jian cursed under his breath as he watched Li Dan and Lu Ming enter Villa number 2, still feeling unsatisfied. Cheng Kun shook his head slightly in dismay, seeing Li Dan's schemes clearly, all he felt was contempt and disdain. As for Tong Yu, seeing Tong Jian slap Li Dan, her small face showed a look of satisfaction. From beginning to end, no one believed Li Dan's words. They all knew how unlikely it was for a super being like Jing Tian to tease Li Dan with a boyfriend by her side. As for taking action against Wang Lian and Tong Yu, that was even more absurd. Unless Jing Tian was out of his mind, why would he say something like that in front of others? The group arrived at the edge of the protective perimeter outside Villa Number 1, where Tong Yu ran in to report to Jing Tian. Without Jing Tian's permission, Tong Yu couldn't bring anyone inside. Come in. Before Tong Yu reached the door, Jing Tian's voice came through. At the same time, Jing Tian walked out from the villa. Mr. Jing. Cheng Kun, Tong Zhan, and Wang Lian hurriedly stepped into the villa's courtyard, bowing respectfully to Jing Tian. Especially Wang Lian, when she looked at Jing Tian, her attitude of reverence surpassed even that of her brother, Wang Meng. She almost resembled a little fangirl idolizing a superhero. Wang Lian, I'm really happy to see you again. Don't say anything, just go save your brother. Jing Tian smiled as he nodded at Cheng Kun and Tong Zhan before directly addressing Wang Lian. Jing Tian had always had a good impression of the Wang siblings, and seeing Wang Lian truly made him happy. The group nodded quickly and walked into the villa. After a brief hesitation, Tong Zhan approached Jing Tian awkwardly and cautiously, saying, Mr. Jing, I'm sorry, my foolish niece just treated you like a servant. So there was a bit of misunderstanding. I apologize to you on her behalf. No need to apologize. She and I are old classmates, we can handle things between us. You all don't need to interfere, understand? Jing Tian said with a light wave of his hand and a smile. In Jing Tian's heart, he truly didn't take Li Dan seriously. Of course, aside from the bit of schoolmate sentiment, Jing Tian also didn't know how Li Dan had slandered him in front of Tong Zhan and the others. Otherwise, maybe things wouldn't have stayed this quiet. Thank you, Mr. Jing, for your great tolerance. I will definitely keep her under strict control in the future. Seeing that Jing Tian wasn't truly angry, Tong Zhan couldn't help but feel relieved, and secretly decided not to let Li Dan appear in front of Jing Tian casually again. The group entered the villa and directly brought Wang Lian to the room where Wang Meng was. Seeing her brother's face pale as a corpse, Wang Lian naturally felt deep heartache. Even though she felt pain for her brother, Wang Lian still first turned to Jing Tian with gratitude and thanked him. Wang Lian had already learned from Tong Zhan that Wang Meng was wounded by a level 5 zombie. Now he hadn't died or mutated, just fainted from blood loss. It was definitely Jing Tian who had saved his life. Alright, no need to thank me, I couldn't fully cure him either, Sigh. Jing Tian sighed at the end of his words. Cheng Kun and Tong Zhan looked at each other and saw speechlessness in each other's eyes. They thought, he's already been healed to this extent, how is that not a full cure? But of course, they misunderstood. When Jing Tian said it wasn't fully cured, it was because the corpse poison inside Wang Meng hadn't been removed, but had instead fused into his body. Then without wasting more words, Tong Zhan brought in some 4 supplies, and directly drew 600 cubic centimeters of Wang Lian's blood to give to Wang Meng. This was only possible because Wang Lian was a physically strong ability user. An ordinary person would probably not be able to handle losing 600 cubic centimeters of blood. Wang Meng's current condition was simply lack of blood. As soon as the blood was transfused, it worked almost immediately. In just a few minutes, the deathly pale face began to show a hint of redness. From the looks of it, once this bag of blood was finished, his life would be completely saved. Wang Lian and Tong Yu stayed in the room to watch over Wang Meng. Jing Tian, Cheng Kun, and Tong Zhan went to the living room. This lazy dog is acting strange today, he's been sleeping almost the whole day and still hasn't woken up? Jing Tian glanced at the chubby dog on the sofa and smiled bitterly. As for the chubby dog, Cheng Kun and Tong Zhan didn't dare say anything, only chuckled awkwardly. Mr. Jing, I sincerely apologize again for my previous disrespect. Tong Zhan didn't sit down, but bowed directly to Jing Tian in apology. This was the second time today Tong Zhan had apologized to Jing Tian. Earlier it was for Li Dan, now it was for himself. Let the past stay in the past. Jing Tian waved his hand as he spoke. Jing Tian naturally knew why Tong Zhan was apologizing. To be honest, it was all because of Tong Yu. Otherwise, the way Tong Zhan behaved in the villa that time, he'd be dead or at least crippled by now. Jing Tian held grudges. He hadn't forgotten how Cheng Kun behaved when he first came to the villa either. But in reality, Jing Tian needed them, so on the surface he still had to maintain decent relations. This time, Tong Zhan had brought Wang Lian over, which counted as a good deed. It was a good opportunity to forgive him. Jing Tian also didn't want to see his little disciple looking so heavy-hearted every day. That would seriously affect her cultivation. Seeing that Jing Tian had accepted his apology, Tong Zhan let out a long sigh of relief and then said, Mr. Jing, I've given up my power in Demon City. In a few days, about 300 of my men will come to Yun City. From then on, including myself, we will all follow your orders. Tong Zhan's meaning was very clear, he wanted to lead his men to follow Jing Tian. Cheng Kun's expression changed slightly at the side. He had once wanted to follow with his men, but was rejected by Jing Tian. After hearing Tong Zhan's words, Jing Tian frowned slightly and directly checked his data. Tong Zhan, a level 5 fire ability user. Body strength, 145. Strength, 190. Ability attack power, 585. Skill enhancement attack power, none. Loyalty to the host, 15. 15 loyalty? Jing Tian felt speechless and smiled. This Tong Zhan's fondness for him hadn't even reached a good level? Although Tong Zhan was scared of Jing Tian now, it wasn't out of respect. Having fear but no respect cannot be counted as loyalty. Jing Tian suddenly wondered what level of loyalty Cheng Kun had towards him. Curious, he turned to look at Cheng Kun. Chapter 74, Wang Lian also wants to follow. Cheng Kun, a level 5 gold ability user. Body strength, 160. Strength, 200. Ability attack power, 590. Skill attack power enhancement, none. Loyalty to the host, 50. All data is clear at a glance, each item is slightly stronger than Tong Zhan. Especially the loyalty, which was more than 3 times higher. If Jing Tian really wanted followers, obviously Cheng Kun was much stronger than Tong Zhan. Jing Tian looked at Tong Zhan and smiled slightly. Leader Tong, I want to ask, what do you want by submitting to me? Honestly speaking, it is to strengthen my power, to become stronger, and to live a superior life. Tong Zhan said after a slight hesitation. This answer was quite genuine. Jing Tian nodded and smiled again. If that's the case, you actually don't need to follow me. Tong Zhan's expression changed as he was about to say something, but Jing Tian waved his hand to interrupt and continued. First, I haven't considered forming a team yet, so I don't need so many people. Second, following me still involves constraints, you can never truly become superior. This, Tong Zhan hesitated. Jing Tian continued, you want to submit to me, it's just to stay here, this thought is actually unnecessary. If you want to stay and develop, I welcome that. Cheng Kun and Tong Zhan exchanged glances, clearly seeing each other's thoughts. Jing Tian's words hit right at their hearts. Seeing their reactions, Jing Tian smiled faintly. He knew that leaving the safe house made him half useless. But he needed crystal cores to convert energy, to upgrade the system and various auxiliary functions, so Yun City couldn't avoid accepting outsiders. Only in this way could he act as a businessman, letting these people hunt for crystal cores, and come to buy items from him. In short, Jing Tian thought being a businessman suited him better, it was less stressful and more efficient, while secretly growing stronger. As for the matter of accepting followers, he would naturally do so, but they had to be those he found pleasing, with loyalty reaching his ideal standard. But he had to be selective, anyone below 60 loyalty would definitely be rejected. The topic of Tong Zhan's submission basically ended there, but both Tong Zhan and Cheng Kun got their answers that they wanted the most. Then the topic shifted to the group that chased in. Cheng Kun also shared his news with Jing Tian. The 6th level chief of the Haishir Huahan group brought a few hundred people into Yun City? How is this Jin Long as a person? Upon hearing this news, Jing Tian also felt a spark of interest. Jin Long is generally righteous by nature, and not only is he powerful, but he is also wise. He dares to bring people into Yun City, he must be confident in obtaining the armory. Cheng Kun said, clearly still longing for that armory. You all really want those weapons? Jing Tian looked at the two and asked. Of course, with that batch of weapons, we can recruit talented people and gradually clear the zombies within Yun City. It would be a great stronghold city. Tong Zhan said. Cheng Kun nodded along. That's a great idea, I can support you, but I hope when that day really comes, you two won't fight to the death, okay? Jing Tian said, looking at the two. Jing Tian's concerns were not unfounded. If Yun City were truly developed one day, and these two acted independently, conflicts would likely be unavoidable. Let's unite. Let's form a permanent peace alliance and develop Yun City together. Cheng Kun directly extended his hand to Tong Zhan. Tong Zhan hesitated for a moment, then smiled slightly and reached out to shake hands with Cheng Kun. The three were talking when suddenly, the door to the servant room opened, and a tall, bald man walked out. It was Wang Meng, followed by his sister Wang Lian and Tong Yu. Sir, thank you for saving me. As soon as Wang Meng came out, he tried to kneel before Jing Tian. No need for that, it's good that you've awakened, come and sit. Jing Tian waved his hand, preventing Wang Meng from kneeling. Looking at Wang Meng's complexion, he seemed completely recovered, at least on the surface, there was no sign of weakness. I don't know what side effects there are after merging with the corpse poison, just don't blame me later, I just want to save you. Jing Tian thought to himself as he looked at Wang Meng. Sir, Wang Meng is now your follower, I also want to follow you, Wang Lian said as she came to Wang Meng's side. Wang Lian spoke very seriously, even with a hint of pleading and sincerity. Chapter 75, Wang Lian cooks. Jing Tian was taken aback and wanted to agree immediately, but then he suddenly thought of Tong Zhan. After all, Wang Lian was still one of Tong Zhan's subordinates, and he had just rejected Tong Zhan's followers. Tong Jian reacted quickly and openly smiled. I respect Wang Lian's choice. Thank you, Chief, Wang Lian thanked Tong Jian. Jing Tian nodded slightly but did not directly agree. Instead, he glanced at Wang Lian's data. Wang Lian, level 3 wind elemental user. Body strength, 78. Strength, 112. Elemental attack power, 305. Skill amplification attack power, 350. Loyalty to host, 77. After reading Wang Lian's data, Jing Tian was surprised several times. Firstly, Wang Lian had actually reached level 3 elemental user. When he first saw Wang Lian, she was only at late stage level 1, she had been promoted to level 2 at the foot of the mountain. Unexpectedly, in less than half a month, she had actually reached level 3? Then there was the skill amplification attack power section. Currently, among everyone Jing Tian had checked, aside from Tongyu, Wang Lian was the second to have this data. Of course, he did not count that little fat dog. Jing Tian had never understood the reason behind this. Finally, there was the loyalty aspect. Wang Lian's loyalty was actually slightly higher than Wang Meng's when he first started. Alright, Chief Tong has no objections, and you are willing, so you will be my follower from now on. Jing Tian, after checking Wang Lian's data, did not waste any words and directly agreed to Wang Lian's following. Ding! The number of followers has increased to 2, please continue to work hard. At this moment, the system actually gave a prompt sound. Jing Tian then remembered that there was a long-term task involving followers from the system. Within a year, recruit 30 followers and have 3 with loyalty above 80. Great, now I can be together with my sister again. Wang Meng, seeing Jing Tian agree to Wang Lian's following, immediately beamed with joy. Wang Meng's words made it feel like he had a bit of an overly affectionate brother complex. Congratulations, Mr. Jing and Miss Wang Lian. Chung Kun, standing by, seized the moment to congratulate Jing Tian and Wang Lian. Thank you, I'm quite happy today, I will go prepare a meal, so please stay for dinner. Jing Tian said with a smile. He and Tongyu had actually already eaten dinner. But Wang Meng and Wang Lian hadn't eaten yet and didn't mind Chung Kun and Tong Jian being there. Hearing Jing Tian inviting them to stay for dinner, Chung Kun and Tong Jian happily thanked him. Tong Jian was happy that it seemed Jing Tian had really forgiven him. Chung Kun was excited because of the food, knowing the energy contained in those vegetables. Sir, from now on, let me take care of the cooking, Wang Lian said eagerly as she saw Jing Tian getting up to head to the kitchen. Now that she was a follower, how could she let her boss do such chores? You've just lost a lot of blood, you should rest, Jing Tian said. It's fine, cooking doesn't consume much energy, and I don't have any significant reaction. Seeing that Jing Tian actually cared about her, Wang Lian's eyes flashed with a trace of gratitude as she spoke. Sir, let my little sister do it. Her cooking skills are excellent, Wang Meng shouted from the side. At this moment, Chung Kun still did not understand how much energy was in the food, as it actually had a lot to do with how close he was to Jing Tian. If he had known this point now, he might have felt an impulse to strangle Wang Meng. After a moment of contemplation, Jing Tian did not insist. He liked cooking, but not just anyone could make him cook personally. He was a super strong man, and his value and depth must be significant. Over here, Wang Lian brought her little assistant Tongyu into the kitchen. Jing Tian and the others continued to chat, this time joined by Wang Meng. After a while, the aroma of food wafted in, drawing everyone's attention. 6 dishes and 1 soup, 2 meat and 4 vegetable dishes, Wang Lian used less than 20 minutes. After Tongyu invited everyone to eat, Wang Meng was the first to rush over. Though Chung Kun and Tong Jian were a bit impatient, they still managed to maintain a bit of restraint and politeness. After some small talk, they dug in directly. As each person took their first bite, their expressions began to change. First was Jing Tian, who felt it was acceptable, but still lacked that special feeling compared to what he cooked himself. Chung Kun frowned, believing the food should have a stronger energy. But the result disappointed him, even less satisfying than the raw vegetables. As for Wang Meng, he was just shocked. When it came to Tong Jian, he was stunned. He tasted the food and realized it actually contained energy. Not only could it transform elemental power, but it also had a slight effect on enhancing mental strength. What? How is this possible? The food actually contains magical energy? Tong Jian exclaimed in shock. Jing Tian was taken aback. What energy? Up until now, Jing Tian had no clue that any food or water produced within the range of his safe house contained energy. Dad, you're just overreacting. The food here is full of energy, I've been eating it all along, Tongyu said directly. Both Jing Tian and Tong Jian widened their eyes. This. Tong Jian quickly felt awkward and said, no wonder you've risen to level 2 so quickly. It's ridiculous that I thought you had awakened your powers without realizing it. Boss, I told you before that I leveled up after eating the buns sent by the teacher, but you didn't believe me. Wang Meng couldn't help but speak up as well. Wang Lian remained silent, she felt that the handwritten book Jing Tian gave her was even more impressive, but it was better not to say much now. Everyone expressed their shock at the special energy, but they did not notice that Jing Tian, the host, was still in a daze. Finally, Jing Tian came back to his senses and wanted to give himself 2 slaps. Stupid. So stupid it was beyond redemption. No wonder Wang Meng and his sister were so surprised when they started drinking the water. They had leveled up after eating what he had sent. The funny thing was, at that time, he was enviously jealous when he saw the siblings level up at the foot of the mountain. No wonder he sold his vegetables for an astronomical price of £5 for 3 level 3 crystal cores, and Shen Kun was so grateful. It turned out the reason was not that the vegetables were rare, but because the vegetables contained energy that allowed them to enhance their strength. Jing Tian's heart felt like it had received 100,000 critical hits. He had eaten for an entire year, only to realize the truth now. As for where the energy came from, Jing Tian didn't need to guess, it must have been the system's doing. Most infuriating of all was that he had eaten for a year and hadn't seen himself grow stronger. That was what truly depressed him. Am I destined to be ordinary for a lifetime, only to be a salted fish and a fake strong person? Jing Tian felt very, very bad. Master, what's wrong with you? At that moment, Tong Yu noticed that Jing Tian's expression was a bit unusual. Quickly expressed concern. Cough, cough, I'm fine, everyone eat. Jing Tian returned to his senses, forcing a smile. Jing Tian felt too embarrassed to reveal the truth. After a meal, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. Cheng Kun and Tong Zhan bid farewell and left, as they had more important matters to discuss. Wang Lian was arranged to the second floor, right where Tong Yu was, keeping her company. Little Fatty was still asleep, and Wang Meng was in his own nanny's room. Jing Tian, feeling not so cheerful, sat on the rooftop for a moment before returning to his room to rest. Early the next morning, Jing Tian habitually prepared to go downstairs to make breakfast. But as soon as he arrived downstairs, he found Wang Lian and Tong Yu already busy in the kitchen. Woof, woof. 2 barks of a dog drew Jing Tian over. You lazy dog finally woke up, you've slept for 30 hours. After greeting Wang Lian and Tong Yu, Jing Tian walked over to the sofa and directly picked up Little Fatty. Woof. Little Fatty shook and slipped from Jing Tian's hands. Oh? Seems like you've gotten fatter? Jing Tian stared at Little Fatty for 3 seconds, suddenly realizing he seemed a bit chubbier than yesterday. Woof, woof. Little Fatty let out a proud bark. You're still proud? Jing Tian was taken aback. This dog was less than a meter long with its short legs, and if it continued getting fat, it would have trouble moving. Was he really proud? Jing Tian was speechless at Little Fatty's reaction, but didn't think too much about it. Originally, this dog wasn't quite normal, and he never treated it like a regular dog. Unfortunately, Jing Tian didn't think to check Little Fatty's data at this time. Otherwise, he would be shocked to find that Little Fatty's current data had increased many times. Moments later, Wang Meng came out, and they all had breakfast together before heading upstairs. Wang Lian and Wang Meng were granted permission by Jing Tian to listen to his explanation of supernatural abilities to Tong Yu, which excited and thrilled both of them. But as soon as they reached the rooftop, they saw people from villas number 2 and number 3 rushing out quickly. What happened? Jing Tian was slightly stunned, then soon realized the reason. It turned out that a large group of people had appeared at the entrance of the villa area. There were about 200 of them, each carrying at least 2 weapons. These weapons were not knives, guns, or sticks, but powerful firearms. Chapter 77, I advise you not to go up the mountain. Sir, they are all carrying powerful firearms. They should be the Huahan group mentioned by Cheng Kun last night. Wang Meng said. Jing Tian nodded, indicating that he had already guessed this. He didn't expect the Huahan group to be so formidable. They managed to obtain the weapon cache at night and even made it to his villa? Sir, should we go take a look? Wang Lian asked. Go ahead, see what they want. If there's a conflict, come back immediately. If their attitude is friendly, then we'll talk. Jing Tian hesitated at the end, clearly uncertain about the possibility of them being completely friendly. Unless Cheng Kun had a good relationship with them to begin with. Wang Lian nodded in agreement and then jumped directly from the rooftop of the villa, running down the mountain. The villa area had 5 rows of villas from villa number 1 to the foot of the mountain, and that group of people had already reached the second row. Moments later, Cheng Kun, Tong Zhan, and others intercepted the group halfway up the mountain. The numbers on both sides were vastly different, separated by less than 100 meters. It's true, it's the Huahan group's big leader, Jin Long. Cheng Kun said to Tong Zhan after seeing the man at the front of the opposing team. Jin Long was around 50 years old, dressed in a former military combat uniform, with a slightly robust build and a square face, giving the first impression of being stable and wise. Cheng Kun, I knew you would be fine. When Jin Long saw Cheng Kun, a hint of a smile flashed across his face, then he greeted Cheng Kun in a very familiar tone. Big leader, good. Chen Kun's expression subtly changed as he stepped forward, greeting Jin Long politely. You're not bad. Your men sent back news, so I quickly organized a team to come. We brought out a small part of the weapons from the armory. Once we get back to the base, I want to reward you properly. Jin Long said, smiling and patting Chen Kun's shoulder. Thank you, Chief, but let's skip the reward at the base. If you can give me some weapons right now, I'd be satisfied. Chen Kun replied, stepping back slightly. Don't be in a hurry, what's yours will eventually be yours. There are too many high-level zombies in this city, and they have been angered by us. This place is surprisingly safe from them. Let's rest here for a couple of days before discussing further. Jin Long waved his hand, clearly indicating he wasn't eager to give Chen Kun any weapons, and then his gaze turned towards Tongjian. A cold smile flickered in Chen Kun's eyes, he had clearly guessed this outcome. Moreover, Jin Long had seen Tongjian drive in, yet he hadn't mentioned the car at all. This was simply not normal, it was obvious that Jin Long had other plans in mind. At this moment, Wang Meng and Wang Lian rushed over. The siblings had instructions from Jing Tian to observe the situation and would not interfere unnecessarily. At this point, Chen Kun noticed Jin Long waving to have his subordinates move up. He quickly reminded him, Chief, I must warn you that this villa area has an owner. You and your brothers can rest, but you must not go near the top 2 rows. Before Jin Long could speak, a young man stepped forward from behind him with an arrogant demeanor. An owner? It wouldn't be you, would it? Our chief has arrived, so naturally, he should stay in the best villa. Clear out with your people. This young man appeared to be in his late 20s and had a strong presence, only slightly weaker than Chen Kun and Tongjian. A level 5 power user, he hadn't reached the late stage or peak but was at least in the mid-stage. Your abilities haven't improved, but your arrogance is growing. Do you think you have a say here? Chen Kun frowned, speaking with a hint of disdain and a cold smile. Chen Kun recognized this young man, it was no surprise, a level 5 power user was naturally Jin Long's favorite subordinate and could be considered Jin Long's half-disciple. The chief is being generous and doesn't want to argue with you. Don't overestimate yourself, just say straightforwardly, will you move or not? You snorted coldly. I won't move. I'm kindly advising you, especially since you're thinking of targeting Villa number 1, that is even more impossible. Chen Kun said with certainty. So, Chen Kun, you're doing this for our good? Don't forget, although you haven't joined our Hua Han group, you are still a member of the High City base. Enough with the nonsense. From now on, I'm breaking away from the High City base. Chen Kun replied with a faint smile. He then looked at the group of people behind Jin Long, focusing on a few of them, and said, you guys can make a choice now. Come over to my side, and we'll still be brothers. The few people Chen Kun was looking at had originally been members of his small team. Jin Long said nothing, and Hu simply smirked without stopping him. The result was evident, after a moment of hesitation, the few people shook their heads and stood still, not moving an inch. You fools! Jin Wu beside Chen Kun saw this and became anxious, shouting halfway before being interrupted by Chen Kun's wave. He had actually anticipated this outcome. Alright, Chen Kun, don't make it difficult for me. Step aside. Jin Long finally spoke again, his tone and expression carrying a hint of helplessness, as if disappointed by Chen Kun's performance. Chen Kun shook his head, and the few subordinates behind him lined up, making their intentions clear. Tongjian was the same, wearing a cold smile as he blocked the mountain road with his men. Damn it, really refusing a toast and forcing a penalty drink, prepare the shooters. Seeing Chen Kun and Tongjian's stance. Suddenly, he cursed loudly and shouted at the team behind him. In an instant, the nearly 200 ability users behind him aimed their firearms straight at Chen Kun and the others. Chapter 78 The True Purpose. The atmosphere became extremely tense in a moment. Even though ability users above level 4 could use their powers to withstand ordinary bullets, this does not mean their bodies are invulnerable. Especially since these people had nearly 200 guns, and they were powerful firearms. One moment of negligence and inadequate defense could turn even a level 5 ability user into a sieve. Everyone retreat to the gentleman's villa. At this moment, Wang Lian suddenly spoke from the back of the crowd. Chen Kun and Tongjian exchanged glances, quickly nodded, and protected the people behind them while stepping back. Jin Long also seemed not to want anyone to shoot carelessly, stopping Hu from firing, and led the team step by step forward. Chen Kun and the others quickly retreated successfully behind the safety line of the safe house. It was clear that Jing Tian had temporarily allowed them entrance. Once here, Chen Kun and the others visibly breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, looking at Jin Long and the others who followed closely behind, everyone showed a hint of a cold smile. However, Jin Long and his group did not care about the expressions of Chen Kun and the others. Their gazes were all fixed on the 3 vehicles outside the villa fence, with each pair of eyes slightly reddening. Due to the angle, these people had not yet seen the other things inside the yard, that warrior is really here. And there are two raptors. Oh my god, I thought there was just one by accident. It looks much better than those modified battle cars driven by those southerners. We're rich. We really hit the jackpot. After seeing the three vehicles, the group erupted into discussion. Even Jin Long was breathing heavily at this moment, a hint of greed flickering in his eyes. Unfortunately, the noise was so loud that Chung Kun and Tong Zhan could not hear everything clearly, otherwise, some of the news among the crowd would definitely shock them. Chief Jin, your main purpose for coming here is actually for these cars, right? Chen Kun suddenly asked Jin Long blandly. Jin Long paused slightly, then nodded. Since it's made clear, then let's say it directly. If you are willing to hand over the cars voluntarily, I won't make things difficult for you. I might even give you some benefits as compensation. Chang Kun smiled. Jin Long was actually quite reasonable. If it were a typical ruthless person, they would have rushed up to forcibly take them by now. Chief Jin, I can give you the cars, but can I ask you to rest at other villas down the mountain? Chang Kun asked with a hint of negotiation in his tone. Jin Long was taken aback, glancing at the villa and pondering for a moment. Jin Long's goal was indeed just the cars. As for the villa, since he couldn't take it away, he really didn't care much about it and wouldn't press Chang Kun too hard. Damn, Chang Kun, what do you mean? Is the chief not qualified to stay here? Hurry and get lost, otherwise, we'll just shoot you to pieces. While Jin Long was considering, Huyu couldn't help himself anymore. Clearly, in his eyes, the items were in front of him, and taking them was the only option. Moreover, there were 3 cars here, the chief would definitely get one, and as the second strongest, he would surely get one too. If you dare to shoot randomly here and disturb my gentleman, I'll break your legs. Wang Mang, who was behind Chung Kun, suddenly spoke up. Wang Mang, who was not particularly stable in temperament, found Huyu's jumping around quite annoying. As soon as Wang Mang spoke, Wang Lian shook her head helplessly. With her brother speaking like this, the situation would certainly not remain calm. Sure enough, Huyu was taken aback by the suddenly emerging bald man, but he quickly exploded in rage. Hey, damn it, a little level 4 dares to be arrogant in front of me and even says he'll break my legs? I'll blow your head off first. After Huyu called out, he raised his hand and launched a wind-type attack at Wang Mang. Jin Long frowned slightly, and when he tried to intervene, he found Chung Kun and his group watching the excitement without a trace of worry, which made him stop in his tracks. At this moment, the two sides were less than 10 meters apart, and in Huyu's mind, he calculated that this foolish bald guy would be blown to bits in the next second. Imagining the moment the bald head would explode, a cruel smile involuntarily appeared on Huyu's face. However, he could not maintain that cruel smile for even a second, and his entire expression froze. Puff! The sound of a bubble popping echoed. That seemingly powerful wind-type attack directly exploded and dissipated. Wang Mang was indeed fierce. With the wind-type attack exploding less than 10 centimeters in front of him, he didn't even blink. Chung Kun and Tong Zhan both sighed in relief. Although they trusted Jing Tian a lot, there was still some worry in that split second. Now, all worries dissipated, and what followed was a deeper awe for Jing Tian. How is this possible? Huyu's eyes widened, staring at Wang Mang as if he had seen a ghost. Wang Mang suddenly grinned. Nothing is impossible, Grandpa stands here, and you can't hit him, now it's my turn. While speaking, Wang Mang waved his hand, and within 2 seconds, a soccer ball-sized earthball formed and struck towards Huyu. What a fast release speed! Jin Long beside him flashed a look of amazement. The higher the level of a power user, the faster the release speed. This is the consensus among all power users. But now, this bald giant seemed to have broken that consensus. Clearly only level 4, but the speed of releasing the power attack was almost twice as fast as Huyu, who was level 5. Huyu was even more shocked, but luckily he reacted quickly, his figure flickering to dodge the blow. While dodging, a wind blade formed again and attacked Wang Mang once more. Boom! Wang Mang's earthball was dodged, crashing into the distant ground and directly creating a deep pit. Puff! Huyu's wind blade was once again blocked by a protective shield, only causing a ripple. Ha, you shorty, you really can't hit me while Grandpa stands still, wait for Grandpa to hit you. Wang Mang teased him fiercely while waving both hands, launching slightly smaller earthballs towards Huyu. Damn! This is driving me crazy. Huyu shouted, repeatedly waving his hands to release wind blades to meet those earthballs. Bang bang bang! A series of explosions accompanied by a cloud of dust, followed by a few screams. 10 seconds later, as the dust settled, Huyu was covered in dirt. Among the more than 100 people behind him, at least a dozen lay on the ground with painful expressions. Mengu is indeed powerful, being made into this state by your level 4, level 5 Huyu. Good, I've long not liked this guy. Jinwu looked at Huyu's miserable appearance and immediately shouted at Wang Mang. Hehe, I feel like I didn't even use my full strength, this level 5 really is quite trash. Wang Mang said with a smug grin. Shoot, open fire and blast them away. Huyu felt immense humiliation, roaring at the people behind him. Jin Long frowned again but ultimately did not stop them. Bang bang bang, da-da-da. The sound of gunfire instantly filled the air. But in less than 5 seconds, including Jin Long, everyone was shocked, mouths agape. The shooters also stood stupidly, halting their fire. Even though it was only a few seconds, they wasted 500 to 600 rounds. However, just 20 meters in front of them, Chang Kun and the others hadn't even moved an inch. The bullets all turned into little iron discs, falling to the ground. What the hell is going on? Hu Yu suddenly shouted, unable to understand what he was facing. We can't let them hit us for free, brothers, fight back. At this moment, Tong Zhan suddenly roared. With a roar from Tong Zhan, everyone, including Chang Kun, gathered elemental energy and launched indiscriminate attacks at Jin Long and his group. What level 5 or level 6, anyway, they won't step out of the protective line, the others can only take the hits. 2 level 5 ability users led nearly 20 people attacking simultaneously. The scene was quite spectacular. Charge! At this moment, Jin Long had no other thoughts. He came to his senses and shouted loudly. Clearly, guns were useless now, and the group quickly threw down their weapons, releasing their powers in resistance. A chaotic explosion of elemental energy erupted, with constant booms and cries of pain. Damn it, their shield can't be broken. We can only wait to be hit. Great leader, think of something. A group of people shouted in frustration. They weren't afraid of fighting, but being in a situation where they couldn't hit back and could only take hits made them feel like vomiting blood. Let's retreat a bit. I don't believe this protective layer has no limits. I'll break it. Jin Long suddenly shouted loudly. As soon as Jin Long's words came out, the group immediately stepped back a few steps, hiding out of the enemy's attack range, each wearing an expression of anticipation. Chang Kun and Tong Zhan exchanged a glance. With the enemy retreating, they had no way to respond. Seeing Jin Long preparing to strike at Jing Tian's defense, Chang Kun and Tong Zhan felt a hint of worry. After all, Jin Long was a powerful level 6 ability user. Especially, Jin Long wielded the strongest attack ability, the gold-type power. In contrast, Wang Mang and Wang Lian had no worries at all. Their confidence in Jing Tian was incredibly strong. The release speed of a level 6 ability user's power was extremely fast. 1 second later, a gold elemental energy ball with a diameter of more than 1 meter slammed toward Wang Mang's position. Boom! A huge sound echoed, and the entire safe house seemed to tremble slightly. However, Wang Mang, just a short distance away, remained unscathed. This time, Jin Long's eyes narrowed fiercely. All his subordinates behind him showed expressions of shock. Chang Kun and Tong Zhan both let out a long sigh of relief, their faces showing smug smiles. So great, the master doesn't even need to take action, and can make them face defeat. At this moment, on the rooftop of the villa, the little girl Tong Yu watched the scene below, excitedly clapping her hands, full of admiration for Jing Tian. Clearly, the little girl always believed that the protection of the safe house was Jing Tian's own ability. Ding! System warning, encountered a strong attack, protective capability reduced by 30%. Jing Tian had been puzzled after seeing Jin Long's attack, thinking about something, when suddenly the system provided a prompt sound. The hundreds of bullets just now didn't even cause the protective layer to deplete. It had to be said that Jin Long's attack was quite strong. Just 30%? That's nothing, consume energy to restore the protective power. Jing Tian directly ordered the system. Consume 5 points of energy to restore 20%, time taken, 3 minutes, the system responded directly. Jing Tian ignored the system's repairs, he was now pondering one question. That is, these ability users' combat skills. They were all the most primitive forms of attack. What were they? Fireballs, earth balls, wind blades, water balls, and so on. To put it simply, these people were merely gathering elemental energy and throwing it to hit people. At this moment, Jin Long snapped back from his shock, looking at Chang Kun with disbelief. Chang Kun, it seems there really is a powerful ability user here, he must be skilled at placing protective barriers. Let's ask him to come out and talk. Jin Long calmed himself and felt a bit regretful, somewhat regretting not keeping Hu Yu in check. My master is not someone you can just meet. Get out of here. Wang Mang was about to say something harsh to Jin Long, being so arrogant toward a level 6 strongman made him feel incredibly satisfied and achieved. However, before he finished speaking, Jing Tian's voice came from the rooftop of the villa. Let Jin Long and Hu Yu in, everyone else step aside for now. When Wang Mang, Chang Kun, and the others heard Jing Tian's voice, they nodded without hesitation. Then, these people looked at Jin Long and Hu Yu with a hint of cold smiles and gloating expressions. Mr. Jing is about to take action. Jin Long and Hu Yu are definitely going to be in big trouble. They might even be killed by Mr. Jing directly. Chapter 80. An apology is not enough. Jin Long and Hu Yu, who had just been eager to rush into the villa, now hesitated. Especially Hu Yu, whose face turned slightly pale. What's wrong? Big leader Jin is scared? Tong Zhan mocked with a cold laugh. And that short grandson, weren't you the most arrogant just now? Wang Meng directly pointed at Huyu, mocking him. Tong Zhan and Wang Meng's provocation was very effective. After a brief hesitation, Jin Long suddenly smiled calmly and said to the people behind him, "Everyone wait for me at the foot of the mountain. Huyu, come with me." "Leader!" Huyu called out with some worry. "If you're scared or have other thoughts, then just leave." Jin Long's expression darkened. Following the leader, what's the big deal? Just putting on a show." After a change of expression, Huyu gritted his teeth and said. Anyone could hear that the latter part of his words was just him forcing himself to stay motivated. No one noticed that while the conflict was happening here, a pair of men and women on the third-floor window of Villa Number 2 were watching with binoculars. These two were naturally Li Dan and Lu Ming. They had been neglected by Tong Zhan, who hadn't even spoken to them, only ordering them not to leave the villa. How did those two cross the security line? We can't see anything after that. Honey, let's go out? Li Dan exclaimed in frustration. Let's not. We'll just wait for the outcome. If the leader finds out, we're really finished. Lu Ming was still afraid of Tong Zhan. He was given strict orders, and if he lost track of Li Dan, he would be the first to be in trouble. Really, I wish I could see that strong man kill that poor fool Jing Tian. Li Dan murmured with frustration. At the security line of the safe house, when Jin Long arrived, he paused to feel the surroundings. Unfortunately, there was absolutely no trace of security in the safe house. Anyone entering or exiting was just a thought from Jing Tian. Seeing Jin Long and Huyu enter, Cheng Kun and the others cleared a path, leaving the other subordinates to guard the place. Normally, entering inside the security line did not make the inner garden and flower bed visible, only near the fence could one see clearly. And Jing Tian didn't give the two any chance to get too close. As soon as Jin Long and Huyu stepped inside the security line, Jing Tian flew down directly from the rooftop with Tongyu. Jin Long and Huyu both narrowed their eyes sharply, shocked again. No energy fluctuations at all? It seems we were really reckless. Jin Long frowned and glared at Huyu. Hello, big leader Jin Long, I am the owner of this villa, Jing Tian. After landing, Jing Tian stood less than 10 meters in front of Jin Long, smiling faintly as he introduced himself. Jing Tian's attitude was surprisingly good, which made Cheng Kun, Tong Zhan, and the others beside him feel a bit surprised. They were all wondering about Jing Tian's intention in letting these two in. Especially Tong Zhan, who was thrown out of the villa for trying to mess with the villa's owner. Jin Long even pulled a gun, and Jing Tian was still this friendly? Something's wrong. It's definitely suspicious. Everyone present who had interacted with Jing Tian did not believe he had such a good temper. Though Jing Tian seemed easygoing most of the time, no one thought he was soft-hearted. Hello, Leader Jing, I apologize for the past offenses, I hope you can forgive me. Jin Long snapped back to reality. Although he could not sense Jing Tian's aura, he did not dare to have a slightest bit of disdain. How could someone like him, who could gather people like Cheng Kun and the others, possess such incredible protection and that swift descent? He must not be an ordinary person. Since I've been offended, a single apology seems insufficient, right? Jing Tian still smiled calmly as he looked at Jin Long. Here it comes. Sure enough, it's time to settle the score. I said the gentleman couldn't possibly be this easygoing. As Cheng Kun, Tong Zhan, and Wang Meng heard Jing Tian's words, their faces instantly showed a look of realization. Chapter 81, Your Punishment. Upon hearing this, Jin Long's expression changed dramatically. Anyone could tell that Jing Tian was preparing to settle debts. What do you want? Huyu spoke up first. Once Huyu entered the courtyard, he felt tremendous pressure, making him feel unable to bear it. Jing Tian raised an eyebrow and looked at Huyu. I don't recall talking to you, but since you seem so anxious, I guess I can deal with you first. What do you want? Huyu's face changed, and he unconsciously took 2 steps back. I've seen everything from start to finish. If it weren't for you, things wouldn't have escalated to this point, and you even shot at my villa. Don't you think you deserve some punishment? Jing Tian said lightly. Leader Jing. Jin Long wanted to say something, but just as he said 3 words, he found that Jing Tian slightly waved his hand at him. He was horrified to discover that he had been immobilized. Not only could he not move his hands and feet, but he also couldn't open his mouth, he could only watch and listen. In an instant, Jin Long's face turned pale. How strong must this power be? And he should be at least a high-level ancient martial artist, right? Ancient martial artists are rare, they are rarely seen in ordinary forces because they all gather within a single organization. Thus, either you don't encounter them, or when you do, it must be a team. I suggest you listen when I mention his issues, Chief Jin. Unless you are willing to take the punishment for him, in that case, just blink and I'll fulfill your request and let the two of you go together. Jing Tian's tone remained flat, but to those around, no one felt it was gentle. On the contrary, everyone felt a tightening of their skin. Jin Long was taken aback and measured the situation before glaring intensely, fearing he would accidentally blink. Jin Long's reaction seemed a bit ridiculous, but no one dared to laugh at him. Now, tell me, what punishment do you deserve? Speak up. Jing Tian turned to Huyu again. I was wrong, Leader Jing. I am willing to compensate with crystal cores. Huyu noticed Jin Long's abnormality and was utterly terrified, bowing his head repeatedly to plead for mercy. Jing Tian narrowed his eyes but quickly shook his head. Crystal cores are just compensation, they cannot substitute for punishment. If you don't propose a punishment yourself, then I will decide for you. And no, I will decide. I will decide. Huyu was both frightened and angry, inwardly cursing Jing Tian to the 18th generation, but his face only expressed fear and surrender. Jing Tian said nothing, waiting for Huyu to propose a punishment. I will slap myself. Forget it, it seems you have no sincerity either. I don't have the patience to waste on you. Wang Meng, he's yours now, do as you feel like, be it to kill or despair. Jing Tian instantly lost interest in Huyu and, after interrupting him, gave a command to Wang Meng. Yes, sir. I promise to make him beg me to kill him quickly. Wang Meng's eyes instantly shone with intensity. Then Wang Meng walked towards Huyu. And no, don't come here. I'll fight you. At first, Huyu retreated, but after a few steps, he suddenly yelled and charged at Wang Meng. Brother Wang, be careful. Brother, watch out. Chung Kun and Wang Yi both exclaimed at the same time. After all, Huyu was at level 5, while Wang Meng was only at level 4. However, in the next second, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. As Huyu rushed a couple of steps, he suddenly fell with a thud, and his head landed directly at Wang Meng's feet. Clearly, Huyu had also been immobilized by Jing Tian. Bang! Wang Meng was more straightforward, he lifted his foot and kicked out while cursing. It seemed that in order to avoid affecting Jing Tian, Wang Meng stepped forward, grabbing Huyu by the collar, and walked toward the back of the villa. Now it's your turn. While your subordinate may be despicable, you still bear considerable responsibility, right? After Wang Meng took people away, Jing Tian directly unbound Jin Long and said. Jin Long's face alternated between blue and red, and finally he nodded helplessly. Jin Long has made a mistake, let Mr. Jing punish me, but my subordinate. What? You want to plead for him? Jing Tian interrupted directly. Forget it. In this world, with his character, if he doesn't receive a deep lesson, he will die faster. Jin Long finally gritted his teeth and said. Consider yourself smart. Now tell me about your punishment. You said to let me punish you, so I won't be polite. Your punishment is. Jing Tian had a bit of mischief, saying the last part with an intentionally drawn-out tone, making Jin Long feel a wave of tension. Cheng Kun, Tong Zhan, and Wang Lian were all curious. They felt that Jing Tian's punishment for Jin Long must not be simple. Chapter 82, Tong Yu vs. Jin Long. Jin Long was nervous, and the others were curious and eager. Jing Tian suddenly smiled and said, as long as you can defeat my little disciple here, you can leave safely. What? Tong Yu was the first to exclaim in shock, her little face instantly blanched. Is the master trying to trap his disciple? Or is he trying to trap such a beautiful and cute little disciple? Tong Zhan and the others also froze, feeling that Jing Tian probably wouldn't be so mindless unless he wanted to deliberately let Jin Long go. But that doesn't make sense. Jin Long was stunned for a while, then filled with doubt. Leader Jing, the disciple you mentioned is this little girl? Exactly, I only have her as my disciple. Also, let me correct you, I'm not a leader, just call me Mr. Jing. Jing Tian nodded and corrected Jin Long's address. Jin Long no longer cared about the title. Feeling moody he said, I'm already at the late stage of level 6, close to the peak. How can I compare with the little girl? Jin Long's meaning was very clear, there was absolutely no comparison. A casual attack from the little girl could turn him into rubble. Of course we can't compare like this. You can control yourself at level 3, and that will do. Jing Tian said. So that's how it is. As soon as Jing Tian said this, the people around finally felt a bit normal, but still had some doubts. Why not let Jin Long control himself at the same level as Tong Yu, level 2? Even if they were at the same level, it wasn't completely fair. After all, an old-fashioned powerhouse's battle experience wasn't something a newbie could match. Jin Long was still a bit hesitant. Stop being wishy-washy. If you agree, let's get started. If you don't agree, you can go accompany your subordinate. Jing Tian was a little impatient. Fine, then let's go with Mr. Jing's terms, this isn't me bullying anyone. Jin Long was motivated by Jing Tian and became decisive at once. Master. Jin Long was ready, but Tong Yu was conflicted again. She had only started cultivating a few days ago. She hadn't even fought once. Don't worry, relax. With your master here, just fight like you normally practice. I believe you won't embarrass me. Jing Tian patted Tong Yu's little head. Hearing the last sentence from Jing Tian, Tong Yu's little face straightened, and she nodded seriously. I definitely won't embarrass my master. Go, Xiaoyu, I believe you will win. Wang Lian cheered for Tong Yu from the side. Tong Zhan also encouraged her with great expectations. Let's begin. Give it your all. Jing Tian said. Soon, both sides were ready, and this seemingly unfair duel began. Jin Long was somewhat indifferent. He believed that as long as Jing Tian didn't interfere, he would undoubtedly win. Tong Yu, however, was serious. From the beginning, she used the ability she thought she controlled best. Fire Dragon Dance. Tong Yu stretched out her hands, and in just 2 seconds, a fireball quickly condensed. The fireball squirmed a few times before turning into a nearly 2-meter-long, arm-thick fire dragon, bearing its fangs and claws, seemingly roaring, although it was silent. The figure, however, rushed straight toward Jin Long like an arrow. What the hell is this? Tong Zhan exclaimed immediately. He was also a fire-type ability user and had never known that fire abilities could transform into a dragon shape. Not only Tong Zhan was surprised, everyone had a look of shock on their faces, except for Wang Lian, who seemed to be pondering. Jin Long froze for a moment, and only when the fire dragon was about to collide with him did he hurriedly dodge aside. It looks beautiful, but it's just a flower. What the hell? Jin Long thought Tong Yu's attack would end there, but soon even the composed Jin Long couldn't help but exclaim. Not to mention Cheng Kun and Tong Zhan beside him, they were left speechless, mouths gaping. How is this possible? It turned out that after Tong Yu's little fire dragon dashed past Jin Long, it actually turned around a few meters away and charged back toward him. If Jin Long hadn't curiously turned to observe the fire dragon, it would have directly crashed into his back. Dumbfounded, Jin Long dodged just in time once again. After brushing past the fire dragon twice, Jin Long dare not be careless any longer. Although he did not retaliate immediately, he focused intently on that fire dragon. Sure enough, after 2 spirals, the fire dragon showed no signs of dissipating, and Jin Long dodged again. Dodge? Let's see how long you can avoid it. At that moment, Tong Yu, seeing her fire dragon unable to hit Jin Long, became a little irritated, waving her small hand repeatedly. Under the stunned gaze of Jin Long and the others, Tong Yu actually conjured up 2 more fire dragons. Though slightly smaller, they were still vivid and powerful. Tong Yu, realizing her skills had shocked everyone, felt a hint of pride on her little face. In this situation, even Wang Lian was completely astonished, with a hint of undisguised envy in her eyes. 3 little fire dragons spiraled and danced, searching every possible opening to attack Jin Long. Jin Long stared wide-eyed. At first, he could still dodge, but soon he discovered he could no longer avoid them. In the end, he had no choice but to unleash his ability to clash head-on with the fire dragon. Puff! 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 After releasing several golden energy balls, only 3 collided with the fire dragons before they simultaneously dissipated. Fire rain descends. Seeing the fire dragons dissipate, Tong Yu was not discouraged at all. She unleashed her second combat skill, which was also the last one she currently knew. As the name implies, fire rain descends meant a rain of fire would fall from the sky. But this sky was a bit low. A patch of sparks appeared, dropping just a meter above Jin Long's head. In an instant, everyone present was stunned again. This is impossible. Cheng Kun yelled loudly. For ability users, their elemental attacks are gathered in front of them. A portion of elemental energy in their body is catalyzed by mental power and then released. It's impossible to appear out of thin air at such a distance. Jin Long was also dumbfounded, staring at the fire rain descending in a 5-meter radius around him, completely forgetting to dodge. If you don't counterattack soon, you're going to be ignited. Jing Tian kindly reminded him. Ah. Unfortunately, Jing Tian's reminder was a little too late. A spark had already landed on Jin Long's hair. Jin Long immediately let out a startled cry and reacted quickly, falling backward to the ground. Jin Long, who had rich combat experience, made the correct reaction in the shortest time possible. As he fell, he also waved a hand to throw a golden energy ball upward to explode. Boom! The golden ball exploded, instantly dispersing a part of the fire rain, resolving the crisis of being burned. Even so, half of Jin Long's hair was scorched, looking quite disheveled. Fire rain descends. Seeing Jin Long lying on the ground dispelling her skill, Tong Yu immediately called out again. Waving her little hand, she prepared to attack once more. Stop, little you, I admit defeat. Jin Long shouted loudly before Tong Yu could finish her casting. This. Tong Yu hesitated. Without thinking, he looked towards Jing Tian. Alright, Xiaoyu, no need to continue, the verification is complete. Jing Tian said with a faint smile. Verification? What verification? The few of them looked at Jing Tian curiously at the same time. It's to verify your supernatural combat skills, and also to check Xiaoyu's recent training status. Now I'm sure, you all don't know any combat skills, you can only throw elemental energy. Jing Tian didn't hide anything and smiled faintly again. At this moment, Jing Tian was suppressing his excitement inside. Now he was sure that these supernatural beings could only perform primitive supernatural attacks and didn't know any skills at all. And the books provided by the safe house contained countless records of supernatural combat skills and application techniques. Supernatural combat skills? Is it the kind of moves that Xiaoyu uses? Tongzhan asked Jing Tian with wide eyes. Jing Tian nodded. The few of them were once again dumbfounded. At the same time, they couldn't help but imagine what it would be like if their elemental energy could be used like Tongyu's. After all, Tongyu's level was still low, and the power of her elemental energy was quite small. Mr. Jing, this skill, you taught it to Miss Xiaoyu, right? Can we? Chen Kun, after some hesitation, spoke to Jing Tian, and Tongzhan nodded in agreement, looking at Jing Tian. Although Chen Kun didn't finish his sentence, the meaning was very clear. Sorry, you two, I will only teach this kind of combat skills to the closest people around me. Jing Tian decisively shook his head. Jing Tian's meaning was also very clear, you two are not among those closest to him. Chen Kun and Tongzhan immediately had bitter faces, feeling so upset that they wanted to spit blood. Jing Tian didn't care about Chen Kun and Tongzhan's feelings, turning to the somewhat dazed Jin Long and said, Leader Jin, your punishment is done, we're all clear now, you can lead your people to rest at the foot of the mountain, it's up to you whether to stay or leave. Oh. Jin Long nodded absent-mindedly, not even sure if he understood Jing Tian's words, and left the villa in a daze. He even completely forgot about his subordinate Hu Yu. Just moments after Jin Long left, Wang Meng dragged the now unrecognizable Hu Yu back. Hu Yu had truly become someone that even his mother wouldn't recognize. Sir, I originally wanted to kill him, but later took his crystal core, so it's like giving him a reprieve, I broke his limbs but kept him breathing. Cough, that's enough, you can handle it however you want, no need to report. Jing Tian didn't care whether Hu Yu lived or died, even if he died, he wouldn't frown, and turned to Chen Kun and Tongzhan, saying, Brother Chang, Leader Tong, please return this person to Jin Long. Chen Kun and Tongzhan exchanged glances, knowing that Jing Tian wanted them to leave. With a bitter nod, the two bid farewell to Jing Tian and dragged Hu Yu away from Villa number 1. Back in the villa, the young girl Tongyu was excitedly sharing her battle insights. Wang Meng started off confused, and eventually asked Wang Lian to understand the situation. Wang Meng listened wide-eyed, suddenly looking at Jing Tian with a hint of resentment. Sir, can my sister and I learn the kind of skill Xiaoyu used? After Wang Meng asked this, Wang Lian beside him was filled with anticipation and nervousness. She wanted to learn too, but she just heard Jing Tian firmly refuse Chen Kun and Tongzhan. Of course you can. Jing Tian smiled slightly at the siblings, you two are my followers, so you are naturally the closest people to me. In the future, when Xiaoyu is training, you both come up with her, and I plan to teach you some combat skills. Thank you, sir. Wang Lian reacted even faster than Wang Meng, filled with excitement as she thanked Jing Tian, even pulling Wang Meng to kneel down and bow to Jing Tian. Teaching them combat skills was essentially like taking them as disciples. Jing Tian disliked the practice of kneeling to express gratitude without hesitation. Directly block the two. After chatting a bit with the three, Jing Tian fell silent, and the three tactfully did not disturb him. At this moment, Jing Tian was thinking about one thing, or rather, he had figured something out again. That is the increase in combat power in personal data detection. The reason Tongyu has this increase in attack power is that she has been following me to learn the otherworldly combat techniques. Wang Lian also has it because she has a handwritten copy of some detailed explanations of the otherworldly abilities. It is obvious that Wang Lian can also perform certain combat techniques. The others do not have it because they do not know how to use otherworldly combat techniques at all. After lunch, Jing Tian noticed Wang Meng and Wang Lian staring at him eagerly. Jing Tian understood the thoughts of the brother and sister, and with a bitter smile said, Let's go, since we have nothing to do, I'll first teach you some basics on the rooftop. Thank you, sir. The brother and sister instantly nodded excitedly. Upon arriving at the rooftop, Jing Tian first explained to the two the most basic requirement for combat techniques, which is the use of mental strength. Combat techniques involve controlling the otherworldly elements with mental strength, rather than just urging them on as these otherworldly users do. However, Jing Tian soon realized that the brother and sister could not even communicate with the elements effectively. It's not that they can't, but they are too clumsy, their control over the elemental energy is exceptionally stiff. Jing Tian was stunned for a moment, then suddenly thought of something he found hard to believe, and exclaimed to the two, You haven't received recognition from the elemental energy yet? Chapter 84, Forces and Alumni Come Calling Again. Elemental recognition is fundamental for an otherworldly user. Only by being harmonized with the elements to a certain extent can one obtain elemental recognition. After receiving elemental recognition, otherworldly users can more easily manipulate elemental energy. Then they can use mental strength to create various attack forms. It can be said that without obtaining elemental recognition, it is unlikely that one could ever perform complete otherworldly combat techniques in their lifetime. If this is true for the brother and sister, could it be that all otherworldly users have never obtained elemental recognition? If so, that would indeed be a shocking discovery. Sure enough, the reaction of the Wang siblings completely confirmed Jing Tian's speculation. What is elemental recognition? Wang Mang asked in confusion. Elemental recognition is feeling the elemental energy, gradually developing affinity, and then. Jing Tian was about to explain in detail how to obtain elemental recognition to them. Suddenly, a woman's voice called from below the villa, directly calling out his name. Jing Tian, come out, I have something to discuss with you. It was Li Dan. Jing Tian frowned and went to the edge of the villa to look down. He saw Li Dan standing alone outside the protective line. What's my dad doing? Why did he let this annoying woman out again? Tanya's face grew cold with dissatisfaction upon seeing Li Dan. Clearly, Tanya's dissatisfaction was mostly directed at her father, Tong Zhan. They all went over to Chung Kun's side, Wang Lian said, obviously having seen Tong Zhan and the others move. Let's see what she has to say first. Jing Tian smiled slightly and then asked Li Dan loudly, Li alumni, what business does this humble servant have with you? Jing Tian knew from apologizing to Tong Zhan that Li Dan had always regarded him as Mr. Jing's servant. This was quite amusing. The Wang siblings and Tong Yu had strange looks in their eyes. The three could see that Jing Tian wanted to tease Li Dan, and they certainly wouldn't expose him. Instead, they looked at Li Dan with a hint of pity and disgust in their eyes. Jing Tian, stop being sarcastic. My uncle is afraid of you, also because of Mr. Jing. I have something important to discuss with Mr. Jing, help me introduce me, and I will give you a benefit. Li Dan clearly struggled to suppress her anger towards Jing Tian as she shouted. Something important? Help you get introduced? There's also a benefit? Jing Tian narrowed his eyes, asking with great interest. Yes, as long as I meet Mr. Jing, I promise to give you a benefit that you care about. Li Dan said with a hint of pride. Is it still the benefits I care about? Then you say what the benefits are first, and I will let you meet Mr. Jing right away. Jing Tian was really curious. What can this woman give me as a benefit? What important matter does she have to discuss with me? No, I must see Mr. Jing first before I can tell you. If you don't go, I will let Xiao Yu help me notify him, and by then, you will gain nothing. Li Dan said, glancing at Tong Yu at the end. Tong Yu was very resolute. As soon as she heard Li Dan wanted her to call Mr. Jing, she pouted and turned her face aside, completely ignoring Li Dan. Jing Tian smiled and said, Here, I have the final say. Except for me, no one can call Mr. Jing. Jing Tian spoke to Li Dan with increasing amusement. That's right, except for my master, father, he is the one in charge here. If you keep talking nonsense, we will ignore you. Tong Yu chimed in to help Jing Tian, but almost let something slip. Well, let me reveal a little to you. I know information about your best buddy, Zhang Jian. How about that? What? You know about Zhang Jian? As soon as Jing Tian heard Li Dan mention Zhang Jian's name, his expression changed dramatically. Before Li Dan could finish her next words, he had completely forgotten to pretend to be his servant and, with a flash of his figure, flew from the top of the villa to the edge of the security line. After landing, he was only 1 meter away from Li Dan. How can you fly? Li Dan originally felt a bit smug seeing Jing Tian's reaction, but was stunned by his actions next. From the villa to here, it is more than 80 meters. Not to mention Jing Tian is an ordinary person, even an average ability user who reaches level 4 or 5 could not jump such a large distance. Chapter 85, The Best Buddy. Jing Tian was stunned, realizing he had gotten too excited. He actually forgot that in Li Dan's eyes, he was just a worthless ordinary person. But now Jing Tian really had no time to care about that. He opened his mouth and casually made up a reason, saying, It was Mr. Jing who helped me fly over here, you quickly tell me where Zhang Jian is. Li Dan, after hearing Jing Tian's words, was stunned for a moment and actually believed him. Li Dan was not completely brain dead, she had some cunning. However, sometimes she would be overwhelmed by some obsessive thoughts. In her heart, she did not believe Jing Tian could fly by himself, so she easily believed his evasive excuse. Li Dan stared at Jing Tian and said, You let me see Mr. Jing, and I will tell you the specific news about Zhang Jian. You? Jing Tian's eyes were a bit red, he really wanted to reveal his identity. But thinking again, first of all, would this woman believe it? Even if she did, she might do something else. He wanted to know Zhang Jian's news right away. In the end, Jing Tian forcibly suppressed his emotions and said, "You first tell me where Zhang Jian is. I guarantee you will see Mr. Jing right away, otherwise I will immediately call Tong Zhan and throw you out of the villa area." Jing Tian was really anxious and had to threaten her a bit. If Jing Tian could step out of the security line, he would definitely have grabbed Li Dan by the collar and interrogated her. Zhang Jian, Jing Tian's best buddy from university. Jing Tian was originally an orphan, truly poor during school. Sometimes he could not manage to find part-time jobs, and he could only eat one meal a day. Fortunately, he had a few good roommates who looked after him. Especially Zhang Jian. Although that guy had a very unpredictable personality and would play tricks on anyone, he was extremely sincere to Jing Tian, joking and teasing him while caring for him wholeheartedly. Looking back, Zhang Jian had done too many things that made Jing Tian cry with gratitude. In this apocalyptic year, besides thinking of Grandpa Jing from the orphanage, what Jing Tian thought of the most was his best buddy, Zhang Jian. Even the woman he had a crush on was second to Zhang Jian. Jing Tian, you despicable. Li Dan, upon hearing Jing Tian mention Tong Zhan to threaten her, felt a bit frightened. What have I done that's despicable? You tell me Zhang Jian's news, and I let you meet Mr. Jing. Isn't that fair? Jing Tian shrugged and said. This. Li Dan hesitated for a moment, then looked at Jing Tian and said, "Then you swear, if I tell you Zhang Jian's news, you will take me to the villa to meet Mr. Jing?" "Okay, I swear, as long as you say it, I guarantee you will meet the owner here. Anyone who lies will have a terrible fate." Jing Tian swore decisively. Just then, the Wang siblings came out of the villa with Tongyu. Li Dan saw Tongyu walking over and worried that this cousin would disrupt her, quickly said, "Zhang Jian is at the Devil City base, along with another one of your roommates. I saw them working a few days ago." "At the Devil City?" Jing Tian was startled and immediately asked, "Working? What kind of work? Is he not living well? He's just an ordinary person, do you think he can live well? Ordinary people must do some hard labor just to barely get a little watery rice porridge." Li Dan said naturally, and when talking about ordinary people, her eyes clearly showed disdain. In any base, there are constant constructions of defensive buildings, and capable individuals can go out to collect supplies, living much better. The hardest hit are of course ordinary people. Women with a bit of looks can live a little better, as the reasoning is understood. Among ordinary men, they are the most miserable. Just staying alive is already very difficult. Jing Tian had never seen the state of ordinary people within a base. But he could imagine the scene, that thin Zhang Jian doing hard labor every day, only able to drink muddy rice porridge. Thinking of this, Jing Tian's heart ached intensely. He even felt an impulse to immediately go to Devil City and bring Zhang Jian back. "Hey, why are you just staring blankly? I've already told you, hurry up and arrange for me to meet Mr. Jing." Seeing Jing Tian's red eyes as he clenched his fists, Li Dan despised him and loudly reminded. Jing Tian was snapped back to reality by Li Dan's words, glanced at her indifferently, and completely lost interest in continuing the act, opening his mouth to say, "No need to be so troublesome, you can see Mr. Jing right now, so say it, what's the important matter?" While Jing Tian was revealing his cards, his gaze suddenly sharpened, looking towards the mountainside. Li Dan thought Jing Tian was going back on his word. Just as she was about to explode, she suddenly heard a sound coming from down the mountain, and quickly turned to look. On the mountainside, a group of about 200 people, all armed, was running up the mountain with serious expressions. And the leader of the group was Jin Long. Could it be that Jin Long wants to take revenge for Hu Yu? Jing Tian frowned slightly. Chapter 86, Jin Long wants to become a master. About 200 people running up the mountain made quite a scene. Inside Villa Number 3, Cheng Kun and Tong Zhan, who were discussing matters, were also startled. After realizing the situation, they quickly led all their subordinates out of the villa and hurried toward Villa Number 1. They weren't foolish. With just over a dozen of them, how could they intercept a level 6 capable person leading nearly 200 armed subordinates? Unless they were struck on the head by a donkey. Reaching Villa Number 1 first would ensure absolute safety. Jing Tian looked darkly at Jin Long approaching with his team. The Wang siblings and Tongyu now arrived next to Jing Tian, ignoring Li Dan, each with cold eyes watching Jin Long approach. "Ah! Mr. Jing, someone is causing trouble at the villa, aren't you going to come out?" Ignored, Li Dan suddenly made a speechless move, yelling loudly at the villa as if in front of Jing Tian. "Li Dan? Why did you come here? Get back, where's that useless Lu Ming?" Just in time, Tong Zhan arrived, slightly faster than Jin Long's team. Seeing Li Dan there, calling for him in front of Jing Tian? Before Li Dan could respond to Tong Zhan, Jin Long approached closely. Jin Long came by himself, making the team stop several dozen meters away. Standing in front of Jing Tian, Jin Long bowed deeply and said, "Mr. Jing, please don't misunderstand, we are not here to cause trouble, I have an important request for you." You are that level 6 powerhouse, and you are bowing to him? Still calling him Mr. Jing?" Li Dan's eyes widened in disbelief, as if she had seen a ghost. Jin Long was momentarily taken aback, feeling completely confused by Li Dan's reaction. What a pity for the pretty girl, unfortunately, her brain isn't quite right. Li Dan, you are simply hopeless, Tong Jian felt really helpless. If it weren't for his sister's kindness, he would want to slap this niece silly. Uncle, did he call Mr. Jing Tian? Which Mr. Ging is it? Li Dan didn't pay attention to Tong Jian's annoyance, instead, she asked him in confusion. Fool, in the entire villa area, there is only one Mr. Jing, who else could it be? Tong Jian said with a dark face, still expressing apologies to Jing Tian. This is impossible. You must be mistaken. How could he be that Mr. Jing? Li Dan screamed as if she had been pricked by a needle. Shut up. I might as well hit you. Tong Jian really raised his hand to hit Li Dan. Enough, Leader Tong, just keep an eye on her, she provided me with an important message, so I forgive her this time. Jing Tian spoke up, feeling that he should thank Li Dan for the message about Zhang Jian. If it weren't for that, Jing Tian definitely wouldn't feel any sympathy for Li Dan. Tong Jian was slightly taken aback, but now wasn't the time for deep questioning. He thanked Jing Tian and then signaled his men to pull Li Dan aside, effectively controlling her. Even so, Li Dan kept shaking her head, as if she had been driven mad, muttering repeatedly, "This is impossible, he is just an ordinary person, a bumpkin, and a poor guy, he can't be Mr. Jing." Jing Tian ignored Li Dan and looked at Jin Long, asking, "Speak, bringing such a large group, you don't seem like someone with a request." Jing Tian initially thought Jin Long was here for that who you matter, but it didn't seem to be the case now. Jin Long was also confused by Li Dan's behavior, but when Jing Tian spoke, he regained his focus. Thud. Jin Long didn't speak, his first action was to kneel directly on the ground. Everyone was stunned, and Jing Tian was instantly confused as well. Meanwhile, Li Dan, who was being restrained, widened her eyes in disbelief and stopped acting crazy, nearly popping her eyes out as she saw a level 6 ability user kneel before Jing Tian. "Mr. Jing, Jin Long asks you to take me as a disciple. I brought my brothers here so more people can witness this." After kneeling, Jin Long looked up at Jing Tian, very serious and earnest, even in a posture of devout prayer. In that instant, everyone understood Jin Long's meaning. At the same time, everyone was dumbfounded. This was too sudden and somewhat bizarre. After all, they had just been at odds. A master-disciple relationship? No way. You are already level 6. Is the great leader Jin really this thick-skinned? Chang Kun and Tong Jian both froze after realizing, each unable to hold back an exclamation. In fact, the two had just entertained the same thought, only they didn't have Jin Long's thick skin. Chapter 87, Master Sister Tongyu. Jing Tian blinked, looking at Jin Long, his expression growing even stranger. A level 6 powerhouse wants to take him as a teacher? What is wrong with this guy's head? Agree? Not agree? Jing Tian was a bit confused, others regarded him as an unparalleled powerhouse. But he himself knew he was a counterfeit. Leaving the safe house could only use the abilities of his disciples. Even Jing Tian was not sure if this ability to borrow from his disciple could still be used outside the safe house. Borrowing the abilities of a disciple? Suddenly, Jing Tian's eyes brightened as he stared at Jin Long, and his eyes began to move. Not only did he think of borrowing the disciple's abilities, but he also remembered his recent discovery: all the ability users did not have any combat skills, nor did they receive elemental recognition. So he also had the ability to teach. What about a 6th level powerhouse? Even if they were at 7th, 8th, or 9th level, if it's like this, he could also be their teacher. As Jing Tian's thoughts drifted, the little girl Tongyu looked at Jin Long with great curiosity and said, You want to take my master as your teacher? Then you would have to call me senior sister. Yes, as long as the master accepts me, you will be my senior sister. I will respect and honor you like I do with the master. Jin Long looked at Tongyu and nodded seriously. Ah. The little girl opened her mouth, momentarily unsure of what to say. At only 13, being honored by a nearly 50-year-old man? Thinking of that scene, Tongyu felt a bit terrified, but it also seemed a bit interesting. While everyone was dumbfounded, Jing Tian's thoughts returned to normal, looking at Jin Long and said, You can get up now, actually, you are already strong enough. No, I am still very weak in front of you. Jin Long thought Jing Tian was going to refuse him and directly interrupted him. At the same time, he took out a small, bulging cloth bag from his bosom, raised it above his head with both hands, and continued to speak to Jing Tian, I want to learn combat skills from you. I am willing to pay any price, this is the master's acceptance gift I prepared. Anyone could see that this bag was full of crystal cores. Judging by the size, if they were all 3rd, 4th, or 5th level crystal cores, there were at least close to 100 in that bag. At this moment, Tongyu unexpectedly pulled Jing Tian's clothing and said, Master, I think he seems quite sincere. Why not accept him? If he is disobedient, you can just expel him from the sect. In this situation, with so many people around, only Tongyu could speak to Jing Tian like this. Clearly, the little girl had some thoughts. Thank you, senior sister, for your kind words. You are right. If I do anything wrong, the master can expel me at any time. Jin Long expressed his gratitude to Tong Yu with excitement. And Jin Long directly called her senior sister, and his tone was very natural. Tong Yu was startled, her big eyes squinting. This Jin Long actually called her senior sister? It felt a bit awkward. But more so, there was a strange sense of satisfaction and superiority. Chang Kun and Tong Zhan exchanged glances, once again marveling at Jin Long's thick skin. If it were them, at such an age, with such powerful strength, they would never kneel like this and express their respect to a little girl. Jing Tian's gaze grew stranger. He was starting to admire Jin Long's boldness. He first tapped Tong Yu on the head, then turned to Jin Long and asked, "Are you really sure you sincerely want to be my disciple?" "Yes, I beg master to accept me." Jin Long's spirit lifted, and his face showed excitement and anticipation. He felt there was already hope. Making the decision to become a disciple naturally took Jin Long some thought and consideration, and he even discussed it with his subordinates. Initially, he intended to be a follower of Jing Tian. But followers have to stay close to their master. What would happen to the stronghold of over 100,000 people he had built with great effort? Most importantly, followers may not necessarily learn genuine combat skills. Being a disciple is vastly different. Jing Tian looked at Jin Long, who was full of sincerity and expectation, and he had basically made his decision, but still first conducted a data probe on Jin Long. Chapter 88: Jin Long's excitement and shock. Jin Long, a 6th level gold system ability user. Physical strength, 170. Strength, 220. Ability attack power, 685. Skill attack power increase, none. Loyalty to the host. Jing Tian mainly focused on this loyalty. When he saw the value of 68, Jing Tian was surprised and a little delighted. This Jin Long, who met for the first time and even had conflicts, actually had such high loyalty. Much higher than Cheng Kun, let alone Tong Zhan's pathetic 15. With loyalty needing the standard, plus the substantial crystal core energy and the transfer of disciple abilities, Jing Tian's little plans overflowed. He basically had made a decision. Jing Tian suddenly straightened up and said seriously to Jin Long, "I can take you as my disciple, but you must think carefully. Once you become my apprentice, betrayal will absolutely not be as simple as just being expelled from the sect." "I understand." Jin Long's eyes brightened, and he said very seriously, "Once a day as a master, forever as a father. If master accepts me, I swear to prioritize master's will above all. If I betray, I am willing to suffer everything, living worse than death." Jin Long first bowed his head to Jing Tian, then raised his hand to swear. The oath was quite fierce. Living worse than death is far more terrifying than death itself. Especially in a world where life and death are already taken lightly. "Good, from now on you are my second disciple, remember your oath." Seeing Jin Long like this, Jing Tian also appropriately revealed a smile. "Thank you, master. The oath is in my heart, I will never forget." Jin Long was overjoyed and bowed to Jing Tian again in gratitude. Ding! At this moment, the system issued a prompt sound. "Congratulations to the host for recruiting the second disciple, completing the hidden task, and being rewarded with a small skill, disciple combat skill match." Jing Tian was stunned for a moment, then smiled. Putting aside whether the reward was good or bad, at least the system recognized Jin Long's identity as a disciple. In that case, he could naturally borrow Jin Long's level 6 ability. Then he understood a little about this so-called small skill reward. The disciple combat skill match is non-upgradable. It can directly match combat skills suitable for the disciple for teaching. The introduction was extremely simple, but its meaning was clear, and what surprised Jing Tian was. At this moment, he felt that all the secret books left in the safe house flashed clearly and thoroughly in his mind. Obviously, this skill had a small benefit, allowing him to deepen the impression of those books and understand them more thoroughly. "Congratulations, Mr. Jing Tian." "Congratulations, Leader Jin." Cheng Kun was the first to react, regardless of how he felt inside. His face was filled with sincere brilliance, beginning to congratulate. Then there was Tong Zhan, who, though unhappy, could not fall behind Cheng Kun. Next were Wang Meng and Wang Lian, the siblings genuinely happy. As for Tong Yu, the little girl began to curiously look at Jin Long. Thank you all for your blessings." Jin Long first respectfully bowed to Jing Tian, then stood up to respond to everyone's congratulations. At the same time, Jin Long handed the bag of crystal cores to Jing Tian. "Master, I will take good care of you and senior sister in the future." Jing Tian did not refuse and directly accepted the crystal cores. "I will take this. It seems your team needs vehicles. When you collect the vehicles yourselves, I will help you repair them as a meeting gift." Jin Long was stunned, then reacted and exclaimed, "Master, do you mean those vehicles are all repaired by you?" Jin Long's eyes widened. He originally thought they were obtained at a great cost from somewhere. As for Jinlong's shock, Tongyu, the little girl, stepped in to respond first. Of course, junior brother Jin, our master knows so much, fixing a car is nothing for him. The little girl spoke with a strong sense of pride. When addressing junior brother, it seemed very natural for her, and she seemed to enjoy calling Jinlong that way. Jinlong was even more shocked, not knowing how to respond. Jing Tian, this newly accepted master, had added another layer of mystery in his heart. It's just fixing a car, no need to be so surprised. Also, don't just stand outside, let's talk inside. Jing Tian said lightly. Everyone quickly nodded, and Jinlong finally managed to calm down. Then, Jinlong called over a level 4 ability user to give him some instructions. Huyu was basically useless, so Jinlong naturally needed to find another subordinate to handle the trivial matters. And there was Li Dan, who was under control. She had long stopped shouting and screaming, even though she was unwilling to admit it 1,000 times in her heart, the reality was right in front of her. Jing Tian, the poor man she had always despised, had truly transformed into someone she had to look up to. Li Dan should have realized her previous attitude and behavior were wrong, but when she saw Jing Tian being welcomed into the villa like a star, her eyes flashed with intense envy again. Damn it, the bastard won't even look at me. Just wait and see, you country bumpkin. Li Dan muttered resentfully, and was roughly dragged back to villa number 2 by 2 of Tongzhan's subordinates. Over there, Li Dan was dragged away with rage, while here, Jinlong entered the villa in shock. Flower beds and vegetable gardens. Although he knew that certain places could now plant things, it wasn't like you could just plant them anywhere in the yard. Still in shock, as soon as he stepped through the villa's door, more waves of astonishment hit him. Chapter 89 News from the South. You could say that in the apocalypse, there are very few people who would not be shocked upon entering villa number 1. Jinlong was no exception. Water dispensers, air conditioners, refrigerators, all the household appliances were complete. Most importantly, they were clearly all functioning normally. Jinlong sat on the sofa in a dazed state, and it took him a while to gradually calm down. However, his gaze towards Jing Tian grew even more curious. Master, have you already developed the power conversion device? Jinlong finally couldn't help but ask directly. Sort of. Jing Tian replied after pondering for a moment. There were too many unexplained things in the safe house, he could only give a vague answer. Anyway, believe it or not, if asked too much, he wouldn't answer. Master is mighty. Jinlong suddenly shouted, startling everyone. Even if he wanted to flatter him, wasn't this a bit exaggerated? You are already nearing 50, a level 6 powerhouse, and the leader of a base. Have some self-respect, please. However, Jinlong ignored everyone's reactions, excitedly saying, Master, the people from the south have just made some progress, you are already using electricity normally. If they knew, how could they still have the face to show off? Oh? What does Leader Jin mean by that? Chang Kun directly asked the question on everyone's mind. Chang Kun, in front of my master, don't call me leader, calling me brother Jin isn't too much, is it? Jinlong said to Chang Kun. Of course it's not too much, I'm benefiting greatly. Chen Kun said with a somewhat flattered expression. Jinlong smiled faintly, then explained what he had just said. A few days ago, some people from the southern base came to the north, and I heard some information about the current situation in the south from them. At that moment, Wang Lian took on the role of a caretaker, bringing fresh water to everyone. Jinlong hurriedly thanked her and took a sip. As it went down his throat, the cool and refreshing taste was much better than the purified water he usually collected. Just as he was about to sigh, his expression suddenly stiffened slightly as he stared at the cup, exclaiming, This water contains energy, right? All the food and water sources here have energy, junior brother, you need to get used to it and not be so surprised. Tongyu seemed to wait for Jinlong's surprise, and after he reacted, her young face wore the authority of a senior sister, proudly saying. Unfortunately, her tender and lovely face failed to convey any authority, it was only adorable. Jinlong widened his eyes, looking at Jing Tian. The vegetable garden was already enough of a shock, how could the food and water sources contain energy as well? What kind of existence is this new master of mine? Please continue to talk about the situation in the south. Jing Tian smiled slightly, clearly not wanting to explain much. Jinlong saw Jing Tian speak and quickly nodded to share what he had heard about the south. As Jinlong narrated, everyone in Jing Tian's group was a little stunned. The south turned out to be much stronger than the north. In the south, shortly after the apocalypse arrived, the weather underwent a dramatic change, and most of the south was covered in ice and snow. Though the climate was extremely harsh, this bad weather also gave the south some advantages. Besides food and supplies being better preserved. After the snow and ice melted, crops like food and vegetables could be planted in greenhouses. However, building such greenhouses consumed far too much. Also, the south had vehicles that were repaired, and they transformed the original vehicles into battle cars suitable for the current environment. Finally, Jinlong shared an even more explosive piece of news. survivors in the south had developed a new power supply method. Brother Jean, are you saying they use zombie crystal cores to produce power? How do they do that? Chang Kun asked Jean Long, his face full of shock. Such a confidential matter, I'm afraid only a few people know. Jean Long shook his head. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. In this world, power sources were definitely the biggest secret of any faction. Whoever could possess it might dominate the world. Such an important secret, of course, would not be revealed to outsiders. Actually, compared to the master, they are still far behind. It is said that their power conversion requires massive equipment, and the current is unstable. I find the masters here to be very stable. Seeing everyone amazed by the achievements of the South, Jean Long's gaze shifted back to Jing Tian, filled with deep admiration as he spoke. That's right, no matter how powerful the South is, in front of my master, they are still trash. Wang Meng bluntly echoed, and this was truly from his heart. Chen Kun and Tong Zhan nodded one after another, following suit, which somewhat felt like flattering Jing Tian. Jing Tian looked at the few people. On the surface, he was modest, but inwardly he quite enjoyed this feeling. Although everything was provided by the villa system, others didn't know, and the villa system was his own after all. They chatted until noon, and Jing Tian was in a good mood, generously spending 2 energy points to exchange for a batch of food ingredients, asking Wang Lian to prepare a sumptuous lunch. Then Jing Tian casually found a reason to return to the upper floor alone. Jing Tian was not resting or doing anything else, he was here to replenish the energy points of the system. After treating Wang Meng, there were only 12 points left, and after just exchanging for some food, plus the 2 points the system deducted unexpectedly, he now only had 8 energy points. He took out all the crystal cores. Among them were the 10 third-level crystal cores from Chung Kun's previous repair payment, and a bag of crystal cores that Jean Long had just given him. Yes. We're rich. When Jing Tian poured out the crystal cores from Jean Long, he couldn't help but cheer aloud. These crystal cores totaled a whopping 75. 50 were third level, 20 were fourth level, and finally there were 5 crystal cores as large as pigeon eggs, undoubtedly fifth level. Ding! Detecting a large amount of crystal energy, would you like to absorb them all? The system emerged at this time. Just as Jing Tian was about to agree to absorb them, he suddenly thought about his apprentice and 2 followers. He didn't need to worry about Jean Long, as a 6th level expert, he wouldn't lack crystal cores. His goal was just to learn special ability combat skills. But what about Tong Yu and the Wang siblings? Jing Tian directly picked out 3 4th level crystal cores, one each of wind, earth, and fire attributes from the pile of crystal cores. Then he gave the order to the system to absorb and transform the remaining crystal cores. Crystal energy absorption complete. This time, a total of 4,500 points of energy were gained, total energy points 4508. Please continue to work hard, host. The system absorbs energy very quickly, such a number of crystal nuclei absorb and transform in less than 10 seconds. 4,500? This, a level 5 crystal nucleus only has 200 energy points? Jing Tian frowned. Level 2 crystal nucleus 3 energy points, level 3 30, level 4 100, calculated this way, the level 5 crystal nucleus only has 200 energy. Jing Tian originally wanted to calculate the energy rules of the crystal nuclei, but now it seems useless, everything is determined by the system. System, are you embezzling my energy points? Jing Tian suddenly thought of a question. Unfortunately, the system absolutely would not respond to such a question. You better not let me find out, otherwise I'll uninstall you. Jing Tian threatened fiercely. Clearly, even he didn't believe this threat. At the same time, he felt a little sorry for Wang Meng. If his energy had come a little earlier, he wouldn't have left that hidden danger for him. No matter what, now that the energy was abundant, Jing Tian's mind began to race again. The most important thing right now is to upgrade the war god. I need to go to Demon City to rescue that guy Zhang Jian. When Zhang Jian sees me showing up so cool, knowing his character, he'll definitely cling to me and ask for support and sustenance, right? Don't worry, Zhang Jian, as long as you stick with me, you'll be eating and drinking well for the rest of your life. You have to wait for me. Jing Tian finally remembered his best buddy and felt more and more anxious to bring him back. Of course, now with a pretty awesome disciple, he could have him go get him too. But Jing Tian still wanted to personally bring his brother back. Then Jing Tian started organizing what was needed to upgrade the war god. War god, current level 1. Upgrade requirements, 1,000 kilograms of steel, 500 kilograms of copper, 300 kilograms of aluminum, 200 kilograms of rubber, 50 kilograms of silver, 500 energy points. Among them, the steel, copper, and rubber had already been completed, and the energy points were not a problem. For the upgrade materials, Jing Tian had already planned to have the Jinlong people collect them. Next is the upgrade of the Super Villa Master System, which Jing Tian wanted to upgrade to level 3 as soon as possible. After all, there was a surprise reward waiting for him. However, the system upgrade currently had a little bit of difficulty. Energy points were abundant, but first, he needed 5 auxiliary functions to reach level 2. Currently, only 2 items had reached level 2. While Jing Tian was researching, Tongyu ran up from downstairs, calling him to come down for lunch. The lunch was very rich, with a full table of at least 10 dishes. Unfortunately, Jing Tian had no habit of drinking, so he didn't exchange for drinks. Including Jinlong, the rest looked at the rich table, green with envy. If measured using crystal nuclei, they would gladly trade a level 5 crystal nucleus. But in Jing Tian's view, exchanging 2 energy points for a whole table of dishes was indeed a bit expensive. After all, normally, 2 energy points could provide food for 2 to 3 people for a month. This meal, aside from Jing Tian, as soon as Jinlong, Cheng Kun, and several men picked up their bowls and chopsticks, they couldn't stop. One reason was that the food was fresh, enhanced by Wang Lian's culinary skills, and there was also a faint energy in the food, making each dish irresistible. As a result, a lunch ended in less than 20 minutes. After Cheng Kun and Tong Zhan finished eating, they whispered and researched, then made a request to Jing Tian. The two wanted to ask Jing Tian if meat could also be sold. They both knew that this time they borrowed Jinlong's good fortune, and if they wanted to eat such meat in the future, they would probably only be able to buy it from Jing Tian. Jing Tian hesitated slightly but nodded. As long as the other side could offer a price for the crystal nuclei that satisfied him, he wouldn't miss out on any money. In the end, Jing Tian also gave a pricing. For any type of meat, it would be 1 level 3 crystal nucleus per pound, while vegetables remained at the original price, 5 pounds for a level 3 crystal nucleus. Cheng Kun, you guys are making a huge profit. My master could sell these things at other outposts for 3 times the value. Jinlong said. Cheng Kun and Tong Zhan nodded repeatedly. Clearly, Jinlong's words were fully agreed upon. Then, Cheng Kun and the others left. They needed to collect supplies and crystal cores, preparing for their soon-to-be greater team. Jinlong also went out for a while. Jing Tian asked him to help gather upgrade materials for the battle god ship, and he went to instruct his subordinates to go out with Cheng Kun and the others. After returning, Jinlong looked at Jing Tian with eager eyes, his thoughts too obvious. No need to look at me like that, let's go, we'll teach you how to cultivate on the rooftop. Jing Tian understood Jinlong's mind and didn't disappoint him. Originally, Jing Tian had found the key to guide the Wang siblings that morning, but was interrupted by Li Dan. Now it was just right to be with Jinlong. Chapter 91, The Senior Sister Trains the Junior Brother. Upon arriving at the villa's rooftop, Jing Tian first tested Jinlong's affinity and recognition for elements. The result surprised Jing Tian but was also somewhat expected. Jinlong similarly did not gain recognition from the elements. Discovering this, Jing Tian had an initial teaching plan in mind. Now let me explain to you, although your levels aren't low. But, from my perspective, your foundation is simply wrong. The foundation is wrong? Jinlong raised an eyebrow. He awakened his powers at the arrival of the apocalypse and had always practiced this way without feeling anything was wrong. Master is speaking, junior brother, you need to pay attention, what master says is all correct. Tongyu, beside them, pouted her small face and scolded. The Wang siblings looked at Tongyu reprimanding Jinlong, their faces immediately showing strange expressions. Jinlong's face also turned red, and he awkwardly nodded, glancing at Jing Tian with a bit of worry. Jing Tian was amused by Tongyu's little appearance, and he wasn't angry with Jinlong's doubts, rather, he continued explaining. You are merely superficially borrowing the energy of the elements but not truly controlling it. Therefore, I will teach you how to gain recognition from elemental energy. This is the most basic for an ability user. Jing Tian can't be considered a famous teacher, but after teaching Tongyu for some time, he has gained some experience. Most importantly, Jing Tian knew where the crucial entry point was. After finishing the initial theory, he could directly turn to practical teaching. Jing Tian shared some knowledge, ending with Tongyu demonstrating to the others how to meditate and communicate with the elements. With Jing Tian's explanations, the 3 quickly understood. After all, Jinlong and the others did not start from scratch like Tongyu, their characters were more mature and steady. So within an hour, the 3 successively entered a meditative state. Meanwhile, Tongyu, once meditating, became deeply immersed. Jing Tian looked at their conditions, softly nodding in satisfaction. This was a significant step towards success. Next, it depended on whether they could resonate with the elements and gain their recognition. Now, it was a matter of how long they would take to gain recognition from the elemental energy. Jing Tian directly moved a chair to the edge of the rooftop, observing the indoor situation while waiting for them. He originally thought it would take at least a bit of time before any effects were noticed. However, after just over 10 minutes, Jing Tian's surprise was soon followed by a dramatic fluctuation of elemental energy appearing behind him. Someone had clearly gained recognition from the elemental energy. Turning his head to look, it was Wang Lian. Around Wang Lian, streams of green wind elemental energy swirled constantly, and the wind elements nearby quickly gathered towards Wang Lian. In the blink of an eye, the wind elements transformed into a green mist, wrapping around Wang Lian. Wang Lian's state at this moment clearly showed successful communication, and she had gained recognition from the wind elements. Most importantly, her realm was gradually improving under the substantial infusion of elemental energy. While Jing Tian was astonished and puzzled by Wang Lian's talent, on the other side, Jin Long and Wang Mang also experienced changes almost simultaneously. Wang Mang was associated with the earth elements. Jin Long is the gold element, one is earth yellow, the other is golden yellow. The two elements quickly transformed into two clouds of different colored energy mist, wrapping around the two people. Jing Tian blinked his eyes. Is it really that easy? In just over 10 minutes, all three had received recognition of elemental energy? After thinking for a moment, it could only be attributed to the fact that they were originally ability users. Jing Tian was half right. The main reason was that ability users were recognized by elemental energy upon awakening. However, these ability users had no idea how to communicate and connect with elemental power. So in terms of recognition by the elements, ability users had always been left hanging. Simply put, this ability was something they already had but never knew how to activate. Now, with each ability user receiving recognition from their respective elemental attributes, naturally, their realms would grow. Even their mental strength was affected and increased to some extent. Time passed slowly. The Wang siblings, who had just advanced, were soaring in their realms and quickly reached their peak state at the current level. However, they stopped there and were unable to advance further. Wang Mang was at peak level 4, and Wang Lian at peak level 3. At this time, the elemental energy around them gradually stabilized, entering a stable state of their realms. But Jin Long was different. He was already close to peak level 6. No, he was already at peak level 6, under the impact of the enormous energy. It seemed there were signs of advancing his realm. But it always felt like he was stuck inside a thin membrane, unable to break through. This feeling was very uncomfortable. Even Jing Tian felt like he wanted to poke a needle to help break the membrane. A few more minutes passed, and the Wang siblings stabilized their breathing and woke up, while Tongyu also finished her meditation due to the impact of energy fluctuations. Master, sir. The three of them woke up and called out to Jing Tian at the same time. Tongyu was confused when she saw the fierce elemental energy swirling around Jin Long. The Wang siblings were excited. Sho, it seems Jin Long is going to advance. Everyone watch but do not disturb. Jing Tian directly made a shushing gesture to the three. In fact, Jing Tian was overthinking it. At this moment, Jin Long had no perception of the outside world. Unless someone approached him, he wouldn't notice. Advance? Does that mean he's going to level up to 7? The expressions of the three changed simultaneously, with shock filling their faces. Now they all knew that ability users had 3 stages at level 9, high, medium, and low. Each stage has 3 levels, and once one reaches level 7, they truly step into the ranks of advanced ability users. While the three were in shock, their gazes couldn't help but turn to Jing Tian. If Jin Long advances to level 7, it could be said that 90% of the credit belongs to Jing Tian. Don't look at me like that. Seeing the three staring at him with admiration, Jing Tian smiled slightly and wanted to say something. But just then, suddenly. Roar! An unusual roar came from afar. This roar was clearly filled with anger, and it did not sound like a zombie's roar. At least it was not the sound of zombies that Jing Tian and the others had heard before. The expressions of Jing Tian and the others changed at the same time, quickly looking in the direction from which the roar came. The source of the sound seemed still quite far away, making it impossible to determine the exact location at once. But soon, they discovered something unusual. In the southwest direction of the villa, about 5 or 6,000 meters away, a large moving shadow suddenly appeared. Chapter 92, The Little Fatty Being Chased by Zombies. As this shadow moved towards the villa, its area continued to grow. Zombies, it's a zombie wave. The Wang siblings' eyes widened in shock, their faces displaying horror. A zombie wave was a nightmare for every stronghold, especially for those with low defenses. Jing Tian slightly raised his eyebrows. It was indeed strange for such a massive number of zombies to gather. Could it be that, like some time ago, there would be another cycle of mutual cannibalism and advancement? Let's go, let's send out the drones to take a look and also find Cheng Chuantong and Zhan to have them avoid this. Jing Tian suddenly thought of those people outside collecting supplies. Tanyue heard this and immediately showed a look of tension on her little face. Recently, her relationship with her father Tong Zhan had gradually improved, and naturally, she did not want anything to happen to him. The breath from Jin Long was still stirring, and it was unclear how long it would take to have a result. Staying here would not help at all. Jing Tian took Tanyue and the three of them back into the building. The drone quickly flew out of the villa. In less than 2 minutes, the drone reached within 500 meters of the tide of corpses and faintly saw the general situation. The drone hovered and quickly lowered its altitude. Suddenly, Jing Tian widened his eyes and showed a look of surprise. Ah, master, it's Xiaopeng, these zombies are chasing Xiaopeng. Tanyue suddenly pointed at the screen and shouted. Indeed, Jing Tian also saw Xiaopeng. The camera quickly zoomed in, and they could roughly see Xiaopeng's condition. At this moment, Xiaopeng had lost many patches of fur and was covered in blood and flesh, looking quite tragic. However, this did not affect Xiaopeng's movements, he was still running fast. The drone flew directly above Xiaopeng's head. Xiaopeng, how did you get so miserable, and did you lead these zombies here? Jing Tian shouted directly. Woof woof. Xiaopeng suddenly paused, looked up at the drone, and barked twice, a bit angry and a bit weak. And as he looked up, Jing Tian and the others clearly saw that Xiaopeng's eyes had turned a strange red. This seems to be a mutation. Wang Lian exclaimed softly. Jing Tian was not too surprised. Because he already knew from Xiaopeng's data that Xiaopeng was a mutated species, and a relatively advanced one at that. Woo woof. Xiaopeng barked again, then suddenly slowed down his running speed. Jing Tian was taken aback, feeling the emotions in Xiaopeng's bark. There was hesitation, reluctance, and even a hint of loss. Xiaopeng felt that he was being blamed for leading the zombies towards the villa. Now stopping was as if he wanted to give up his own life as a dog? You silly dog, why aren't you coming back? Are you waiting to be eaten by zombies? Jing Tian suddenly yelled at Xiaopeng. Woof! Xiaopeng was taken aback, then barked excitedly, and his plump body suddenly accelerated again. What the feels like I've been tricked? Seeing Xiaopeng's instant excitement, Jing Tian suddenly felt that he had been played by this dog. This silly dog. After scolding, Jing Tian felt something was wrong. If he called Xiaopeng a silly dog and he was the one being tricked, then what did that make him? Sir, look behind, so many advanced mutated zombies. At this moment, Wang Meng said with a slightly dry voice. Only then did Jing Tian look at the zombies chasing after Xiaopeng. Seeing this, Jing Tian's back broke out in a cold sweat. Damn, Xiaopeng, did you throw the zombie ancestor's son into a well? Not to mention the ordinary level 2 zombies behind, there were actually over 2,000 mutated zombies in the lead. Looking at that red mass, none were below level 3. After rough observation, among them, about 7/10 were level 3, over 2/10 were level 4, and at the very front, there were more than 100 level 5 zombies in organized attire. And that was not all. Between these mutated zombies and Xiaopeng, there were 3 somewhat unique zombies. These 3 zombies not only did not have such dark skin, but their skin was also clean and intact. The biggest difference was their eyes. The eyes of these 3 zombies were completely milky white, and one could even see their eyes moving flexibly, indicating their thoughts were quite agile. These 3 mutated zombies were evidently faster and were closing the distance on Xiaopeng. At this time, Xiaopeng was still over 3,000 meters away from the villa area in a straight line. Sir, are those level 6 zombies? Wang Lian couldn't help but ask. They should be. We need to find a way to help Xiaopeng. He's injured badly, and his speed isn't what it used to be. Jing Tian also didn't dare to determine if those 3 were level 6 zombies. After all, I've never seen this before. But now is not the time to study this. The urgent task is to help the little fatty escape from the chase of these zombies. Looking at the speed of those 3 zombies, it won't be long before they catch up to the little fatty. But how can I help? The Wang siblings and Tong Yu all looked at Jing Tian. Right now, the best solution seems to be for the super strong Jing Tian to take action himself. Jing Tian immediately understood the expressions in their eyes. If he could go out, he would have a chance to save the little fatty, because he could now borrow Jin Long's strength. It is indeed the way it is, but, damn it, I can't go out either. Watching as the little fatty was chased closer and closer by those 3 zombies, it was now less than 50 meters away. Jing Tian became anxious. Even if he could go out now, it would be too late. Master, please save the little fatty. Tommy looked at the situation on the screen, her little face flushed and begging Jing Tian. Jing Tian squinted his eyes, then gritted his teeth, saying, "Stupid dog, for you, I might have to take a big loss." Chapter 93, Drone Destruction. After shouting, Jing Tian quickly controlled the drone to turn around and directly charge toward the first zombie. Jing Tian certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to think the drone could repel the zombies, he just hoped to create some influence. Interference tactic. But by doing this, Jing Tian was also mentally prepared for the drone to be destroyed. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said he might suffer a big loss. Zombies are very sensitive to sound, especially zombies of this level. Their eyesight must have improved. The front zombie heard the noise and suddenly slowed down its movements. Looking up at the drone, its completely white eyes seemed to flicker. Then this zombie jumped up, directly reaching for the drone. This zombie's movements were exceptionally agile, showing no hint of stiffness whatsoever. And its speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it reached the height of the drone. Damn, it was 7 or 8 meters high. What the hell? Jing Tian let out an exclamation, completely unprepared for this zombie's incredible jumping ability. At the moment the zombie swung its hand, he barely managed to control the drone to dodge. However, having avoided the first one, the other two zombies leaped up immediately afterward. Then, Jing Tian started maneuvering the drone to dodge quickly between the three zombies, just like playing a plane battle. Bang! Crack! Proving the saying, those who often walk by the river are bound to get their shoes wet. Greed will certainly lead to a bad end. Jing Tian originally intended to delay for another 3 seconds before flying away. But it turned out to be a miscalculation. The drone failed to dodge an attack from one zombie and was slapped away. Ah! Tong Yu inside the room gasped in surprise. Two of the drone's 4 propellers were immediately knocked out, clattering as they fell far away. Finally, the screen flickered with snowflakes for a second, then went bang. The screen turned black. Woo-woo, the drone is gone. Tong Yu realized the drone was completely scrapped and immediately cried out in pain. The Wang siblings were also very sad. The drone was a precious thing right now. With this drone to observe and guide, it would be much more convenient and safe to travel. Ding! Drone core damaged over 90%, no repair value, please host redeem a new one as soon as possible to ensure the integrity of the safe house. The system issued a prompt at the right moment. Can I redeem it again? That's great. Upon hearing the system's message, Jing Tian's heart suddenly brightened, and he immediately asked, what are the conditions? 2,000 energy points to redeem a new upgraded version. 2,000 energy points? Why don't you go rob someone? Jing Tian was instantly angry upon hearing the number of energy points. If not redeemed within 3 days, the drone redemption function will be permanently closed. The system stated coldly, then stopped paying attention to Jing Tian. Damn! Master, what do we do? The drone is gone, and we don't know how the little fatty is doing. At that moment, Tong Yu was still worried and sad. Don't worry, Master can still make another drone. Seeing his little apprentice's pitiful appearance, Jing Tian, hastily comforting, he continued, I delayed little fatty for a few seconds, it should be fine. I'll go check the rooftop. Can we still make a drone? Master, you are amazing. Tong Yu was stunned, her small face flipping like a book, instantly cheering, as if a storm had turned to sunshine. The Wang siblings looked at Jing Tian with even greater admiration. But Jing Tian's heart was bleeding. That was 2,000 energy points, lost unfairly. Now, the small fortune he had just gained had vanished by nearly half. All of it was little fatty's fault, that silly dog. He must remember this debt owed to it. The group returned to the villa's roof, where Jean Long was still stuck at some point, his whole body pulsing with energy. Approaching the rooftop edge, they could clearly see the dense black mass of zombies in the distance. The small group of higher-level mutated zombies in front was less than a kilometer away. Looking further ahead, Tong Yu joyfully called out, little fatty is okay. About 700 or 800 meters away from the villa area, a small dog shadow was seen running wildly. About 200 meters behind the dog were 3 suspected level 6 zombies. Clearly, the drone had not sacrificed itself in vain. Jing Tian watched little fatty's silhouette, unable to help but clench his fists, hoping it could be faster, even faster. At a distance of over 700 meters, little fatty took nearly 2 minutes. As it got closer to the villa area, its speed dropped again, bringing the 3 zombies' distance closer by nearly 100 meters. Fortunately, little fatty had now entered the villa's entrance, quickly sprinting toward the mountaintop. Jing Tian let out a slight sigh of relief. Even if the safe house's aura couldn't completely deter the 3 zombies, it would still have some effect. However, Jing Tian soon realized he was wrong. Those 3 zombies didn't pause at all and charged right into the villa area entrance. Jing Tian's brows furrowed. Previously, the level 5 mutated zombies were clearly cautious, but these 3 completely ignored it? Roar! Little fatty seemed to sense a great crisis, suddenly letting out a loud cry about 200 meters outside the protective line. Seemingly desperate, little fatty's speed surged, and in an instant, it dashed into the protective line. Once inside the protective line, little fatty completely exhausted itself, collapsing to the ground. Seeing this, Jing Tian immediately flew down from the villa rooftop to little fatty's side with Tong Yu and the others. Little fatty, how are you? Tong Yu rushed to little fatty's side, her eyes red, calling out with deep worry. At that moment, little fatty was truly in a sad condition. Its fur was matted with dry blood, and some flesh had been clawed away in places. Woo! Little fatty barely opened its eyes, the eerie red fading back to normal. It glanced at Tong Yu, then looked at Jing Tian, softly whimpering. Jing Tian genuinely felt an expression of gratitude from little fatty. Clearly, it was thanking him for not abandoning it in its most critical moment. Take care and heal, if you die, it would be a waste of my drone. Jing Tian said somewhat begrudgingly. Woo! Woo! Little fatty barked slightly annoyed, rolling its eyes before completely fainting. Jing Tian had no time to examine little fatty anymore. Because those three mutated zombies had already arrived a dozen meters outside the protective line. Surprisingly, they did not rush in directly, seemingly sensing the protective layer of the safe house. It made sense, level 5 was very cautious here, they couldn't possibly be unaware of something unusual, it was just a matter of fear or not. At this moment, Wang Lian and Wang Mang stepped forward, standing firmly in front of Jing Tian. Although they knew they were not as strong as Jing Tian and could not withstand danger, they did it without hesitation. Oh! One of the zombies suddenly roared at Jing Tian and the others. Then, this zombie made a shocking movement that left Jing Tian and the others stunned. This zombie actually stretched out its dry, pale hand, pointing at the chubby one. Jing Tian was taken aback, this zombie was actually expressing thoughts. Do you want this stupid dog? Jing Tian let the Wang siblings step aside, taking 2 steps forward to ask the zombie. At this moment, Jing Tian was less than 5 meters away from the zombie. He felt a bit anxious inside. But thinking about his trump cards, he calmed down. Oh whoa! To his surprise, the zombie nodded and let out a low, hoarse tone. What the hell, is that really the case? If it levels up again, can't it talk? Jing Tian looked at the zombie's response, a thick astonishment flashing in his eyes. Roar! Seeing that Jing Tian didn't respond right away, the zombie immediately shouted again with a hint of anger. Wang Mang, we definitely need to engage, hurry and bring the war god vehicle over. Jing Tian suddenly turned and commanded Wang Mang. The situation clearly couldn't be resolved peacefully. So they naturally had to be fully prepared for battle. Of course, letting the zombie into the safe zone might be a good idea. But unless it was absolutely necessary, it was better not to do that, it could end up bringing disaster right into their home. At the same time, Jing Tian also told Tongyu to bring the chubby one back to the villa. Upon hearing Jing Tian's command, Wang Mang excitedly nodded and turned to run towards the back of the villa. Oh whoa! The zombie seemed to get agitated upon seeing the chubby one being carried away, letting out a loud roar. After the zombie's roar, 3 zombies charged straight at Jing Tian. What the hell, so straightforward? Shouldn't we negotiate some more? Jing Tian exclaimed, subconsciously pulling Wang Lian back a couple of steps. Boom! The 3 zombies almost simultaneously crashed into the protective shield. A huge sound arose, causing the whole villa area to quake. Ding! Safety shield encountered extreme impact, protection power decreased by 80%. The system's alert startled Jing Tian, it seemed he had underestimated the situation. They actually lost so much protection power all at once? At the same time, Jing Tian saw a crimson exclamation mark appear on the system display in his mind. Clearly, this was an extremely dangerous warning. This has gone a bit too far. Repair immediately. Thinking too much was useless, taking advantage of the zombies being blown back, Jing Tian quickly issued the order to repair the shield. Ding! Costing 5 energy points, repairing 20%, time needed 3 minutes. Damn system, there are so many energy points now, can't you just deduct more at once for a direct repair? Jing Tian cursed, but the system didn't respond, clearly indicating that his request was beyond the accepted range. Oh whoa! Oh whoa! Ayo. The 3 zombies clearly didn't scan for damage, quickly regrouping, and began to howl at each other. This was clearly a discussion. At the same time, the horde of zombies trailing behind the 3 also arrived. The level 2 ordinary zombies all stopped, while those mutated zombies above level 3 walked into the villa area. It wasn't clear if it was because there were high-level zombies leading them or because the power of the shield had depleted. In any case, the mutated zombies that originally didn't dare to approach surged toward the villa. At this moment, Wang Mang's war god vehicle swiftly rushed from the back of the villa. The sound of the war god vehicle moving, other than the sound of tires crushing, made the engine almost inaudible. Ah whoa! At this moment, the 3 zombies simultaneously howled once again and charged forward. Meanwhile, the zombies in the back also suddenly accelerated, rushing towards the protective barrier along with the 3 zombies. Jing Tian raised his eyebrows but wasn't too nervous. Release the first trump card. The first trump card Jing Tian brought out was the camouflage suit. Originally, the camouflage suit was just a useless little function. But in Jing Tian's hands, it was a tool for intimidation. In an instant, an extremely powerful aura erupted from Jing Tian's body. Beside him, Wang Lian and Wang Mang in the vehicle both brightened their eyes upon sensing the burst of Jing Tian's aura. The master is finally going to strike. Needless to say, the aura exuded from the camouflage suit was indeed effective. 3 zombies took the lead, suddenly freezing, a hint of horror appearing on their dead faces. Their movement stopped, let alone the lower-level zombies behind them. The front row came to a sudden halt, while the back row, unable to break in time, crashed into them. In an instant, a scene of pushing and squeezing emerged. Even the three special zombies could not escape, being squeezed into the zombie crowd. In the blink of an eye, a large group of zombies was directly pushed against the protective shield. Although the protective shield had only 20% of its power left, blocking the zombie squeeze was still completely no problem. Wang Lian saw the scene and was instantly a bit starstruck. However, she quickly became puzzled. She thought the master would continue to take action and directly wipe out all the zombies. But the master stood there without making a next move. Jing Tian couldn't do anything. Looking cool didn't last more than 5 seconds. Because the disguise effect could only last 5 seconds. And there was a 1-hour cooldown time. But this was enough. After all, the chaos caused gave these zombies time to regroup. It was enough for Jing Tian to make his next move. Jing Tian's body did not move, but his mind was active. He brought up the system screen and controlled the War God's shotgun. Shotgun ready, exchange for 5,000 bullets. The shotgun initially provided only 50 rounds, which was nowhere near enough. The system unhesitatingly deducted 100 energy points, and the shotgun rose from the top of the War God's vehicle. The gun barrel adjusted slightly. Shoot! Jing Tian roared in his mind. Bang bang bang! The shotgun sounded like small cannons. Even when fired in rapid succession, it wasn't the usual rapid fire sound. In an instant, the gunfire erupted into a collective roar. The group of zombies had just stood up in the wake of the three zombies' howls. What greeted them was a hail of bullets. The Crimson Level 3 zombies exploded upon being hit by bullets. The bright red Level 4 zombies had 1 bullet per hole, hitting their eyes, or needing 2 or 3 bullets to be finished off. As for the Level 5 zombies, the Level 1 shotgun could only deal light injuries to them. The gap was a bit large, but there was nothing to be done. However, Jing Tian had plenty of bullets. With a frenzy of firing, even the Level 5 zombies could only be forced back step by step. At this moment, Jing Tian didn't care how much damage he dealt to these zombies. In any case, it was just pure bombardment. Soon, a flash of unexpected joy crossed Jing Tian's face. The system actually prompted that the zombies he had hunted were directly converted into energy points. The continuous prompt sounds made Jing Tian feel like the most beautiful music. Unfortunately, beauty is always easily interrupted. Ayo. The three seemingly level 6 zombies were completely furious at this moment. They roared and charged through the zombies blocking their way. Once again, they united and charged towards the protective layer. At the same time, faint black gas surged from the bodies of these three zombies. Jing Tian raised an eyebrow, focusing the shotgun fire on the three zombies. Bang bang bang! The three zombies were continuously hit by bullets, but they only paused their steps, their bodies swaying slightly. The black gas on them appeared weak, but it could block the shotgun's bullets. At most, it could only hinder their forward speed. What the hell, so tough? Damn it, does the protective layer need 1 more minute to recover? Jing Tian finally felt a bit worried. If the protective layer was hit again, it would basically be completely shattered. There was a big difference between consuming protection and completely breaking it. Although it could regenerate, the cost in energy points was not small. Come on, watch my last trump card. Jing Tian suddenly clenched his teeth and directly removed the protective layer. This was surely a smart and correct move. If not removed, it would be broken anyway. The shotgun switched to automatic shooting mode, borrowing the disciple's ability. Watch me! Jing Tian shouted loudly in his heart as he activated his final trump card. But mid-sentence, he suddenly got stuck. His face turned as if he had been constipated for over 10 days. Why is this happening? Because Jinlong's level 6 gold type ability showed no response. Only Tong Yue's pathetic level 2 fire element responded quickly to him. Damn it! Who the hell is playing me like this? Jing Tian's forehead was as dark as a burnt pot, and he cursed wildly in his heart. Whether it was Jinlong's problem or a system malfunction? Not clear? Forget it, just curse them all together. In this moment of distraction, the three zombies had already gotten within 20 meters. And they spread out, disrupting the shotgun's aim. Wang Mang, let's go together and tie down one. Just when Jing Tian felt a bit frustrated, and one of his trump cards failed, Wang Lian suddenly called out to Wang Mang. Wang Mang had just gotten off the battle god and, hearing his sister's call, nodded instantly, rushing towards one zombie. The brother and sister charged forward while unleashing their powers to attack. The Earth Blast and Wind Sphere successfully hit the target. Boom! Put! However, after those two sounds, the Earth Ball shattered, and the Wind Ball dissipated. And the zombie? It only swayed its dark aura slightly. It wasn't hurt at all. At that moment, the expressions of the siblings suddenly changed. The zombie suddenly flipped its claws and pushed, sending 2 streams of black gas straight at the two. The black gas moved in a strange and rapid manner, leaving the siblings no chance to react or evade. Boom! Boom! The two bodies were sent flying directly. At the same time, they were instantly wrapped in a ball of black gas. Everything happened too quickly. So fast that Jing Tian's warning hadn't even come out yet. The siblings looked like they had voluntarily run forward to deliver their heads. This was the result of the absolute gap in strength. Little sister. Ah! Wrapped in the black gas, Wang Lian's eyes went dark, and she fainted. But Wang Mang, after a roar, suddenly underwent a strange transformation. That layer of black gas was absorbed into Wang Mang's body in an instant. At the same time, Wang Mang's body swelled, like dough rising. In the blink of an eye, Wang Mang's clothes were shredded, and the dagger he carried was sent flying. Fortunately, in some spot, the elasticity was strong enough to barely remain. In just 2 seconds, Wang Mang transformed into a giant rock-like figure. Standing nearly 3 meters tall, his eyes were blood red. Roar! Wang Mang seemed completely unaware of his change. His eyes only fixed on that zombie, charging at it like a tank. Originally, Jing Tian felt a sense of guilt seeing the siblings injured. He was about to use his ultimate trump card to end the fight. But seeing Wang Meng's transformation, he hesitated for a moment. Wang Meng's appearance clearly showed the aftermath of fusing with the zombie poison. Maybe it could bring him an unexpected surprise. It seemed the zombie was stunned by Wang Meng's transformation. The next second, these two beings of unequal size collided head-on. Boom! Wang Meng's massive body trembled slightly, while the zombie was sent flying. Wang Meng's transformation took the advantage in their first exchange. Although it hadn't sustained serious injuries, the zombie was still thrown back over 10 meters, rolling twice before standing again. Like a mad bear, Wang Meng continued to pursue relentlessly, roaring the whole way. Arwa! Seeing Wang Meng rush over, the zombie emitted a specific sound and charged forward. As they were about to collide again, the zombie's figure suddenly dodged to the side, quickly reaching out to grab Wang Meng's ribs. Creak! A sound like hard objects scraping against stone rang out. 3 white marks appeared on Wang Meng's rib, yet the skin wasn't even broken. At this moment, Wang Meng seemed unaware, turning to continue his pursuit of the zombie. Relying on his tough skin and flesh, Wang Meng ignored the zombie's attacks, but his speed noticeably slowed. After several exchanges, this battle between man and zombie had reached a standstill. Wang Meng held firm, but Jing Tian's situation grew tense. 2 zombies kept shifting positions, closing in on Jing Tian. Even with the shotgun's power, in the end, it can only delay the approach of the other party. And the shotgun occasionally needs to deal with the restless mutated zombies behind. In the blink of an eye, 2 zombies were less than 10 meters away from Jing Tian. It seems I have to use my final trump card. Jing Tian felt the crisis, but he had never really panicked from the beginning to the end. Because he still had the hidden card among his final trump cards. Once this card is played, all crises will vanish into thin air. Boom! Just as Jing Tian was about to use his super trump card, suddenly, a loud bang came from the rooftop of the villa behind. Then the elemental energy in the air surged towards the rooftop like a tide. In an instant, it felt as if the air between heaven and earth had been drawn empty. Within a radius of 1 kilometer, all movements of people and zombies stopped. Of course, they did not stop voluntarily, but were temporarily suppressed by a powerful aura. Even Wang Meng, who was in a frenzy, stopped. As Wang Meng halted, his body quickly returned to normal from the state of mutation, and he suddenly went soft, fainting directly. The 2 zombies in front of Jing Tian stood just 5 meters away from him. Yet Jing Tian was not affected at all. Because he was the master of the safe house. Even without activating control, external energy could not bind him. This is what they call privilege. After the abnormal change, Jing Tian was stunned for a moment, then a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. Jin Long had succeeded in his promotion. Level 6 to level 7. Advancing from intermediate to advanced. This scene was quite grand. So cool. Most importantly, it saved him from using his life-saving trump card. About half a minute passed, the elemental tide weakened. Whoa! As the 3 zombies regained their freedom, they all let out a roar, then charged in 3 directions. 1 zombie headed straight for Jing Tian. The other 2 rushed toward the unconscious Wang Meng and Wang Lian siblings. Chapter 97, Instant Kill of 2 Zombies. Seeing the zombies move like this, Jing Tian reacted quickly. On one hand, he continued shooting with the shotgun. On the other hand, Jing Tian borrowed his disciple's ability again. Of course, the original intention was to borrow Tong Yu's fire ability. Although Tong Yu's strength was very weak. But interfering with the zombies was still possible. As long as he delayed, Jin Long would come down. The ultimate trump card was too precious, saving it once was worth it. Borrowing disciple's ability. With a thought, Jing Tian's expression froze for a moment, then turned to joy. Jin Long's ability could actually be borrowed. And it's level 7. There was no time to think about the reason, the situation of the siblings was critical. Golden light piercing. Jing Tian had memorized the abilities and techniques of this supernatural power well, and could unleash them instantly. With a wave of his hand, 2 beams of golden light flew out from his palm, aiming at the other 2 zombies. Wang Lian and Wang Mang must be saved. Using a big move was slightly slower, so he could only release the simplest and fastest small techniques. Puff puff. 2 sounds echoed. The 2 zombies, just like the Wang siblings earlier, had no chance to dodge and were pierced through a thigh each. After all, it was a level 7 ability. No matter how small the technique, its power should not be underestimated. Master, I will help you. At that moment when the 2 zombies fell, a roar came from the top of the villa. Jin Long had completed his promotion and awakened. As he roared, Jin Long jumped down from the villa's top. While still in midair, a mass of golden elemental energy, as large as a washbasin, smashed down. The target was the zombie that Jing Tian had barely limited with the shotgun. Boom! The zombie had been bombarded by the shotgun and never expected to have a calamity fall from the sky, being directly hit by the golden energy ball. The zombie was sent flying. Its black gas exploded, clothes turned to dust, and its pale body appeared with cracks. This zombie looked miserable, yet it did not die immediately. In fact, after borrowing strength to fly backward, the zombie soon stabilized its body. The black energy on his body quickly surged up again. Jing Tian glanced at Jin Long's attack. He silently complained about Jin Long's attack skills in his heart. Even as a level 7 advanced expert, he still just smashed hard like this. Jing Tian only had a fleeting thought, his main focus still on this side. The leg injury had little impact on the 2 zombies. After falling, he immediately got back up and continued charging towards the Wang siblings. Golden wheel kill. A brilliant light surged in Jing Tian's eyes as he shouted. A powerful ability technique. Jing Tian had plenty of these in his mind, they were absolutely effortless for him. After the shout, a golden wheel, 20 centimeters in diameter, formed in front of Jing Tian. In an instant, the golden wheel shot out with a whoosh toward the back of one zombie. It should be slightly slower than teleportation. Puff! The golden wheel sliced through the zombie's neck. After a faint sound, the zombie's head separated from its body. Another zombie was now less than 5 meters from Wang Lian. With just a lunge or a wave of its hand, it could take Wang Lian's life. But at that moment, the zombie suddenly stopped its actions and turned around. It ran away. Because it saw that the golden wheel that had severed its companion's head not only did not dissipate. Instead, it flew back toward itself after traveling over 10 meters. If zombies could curse, it would surely scream in rage, hating that it was born with 2 fewer legs. While desperately fleeing, this zombie pushed the black energy on it to the limit. However, this was all useless. Puff! In the blink of an eye, the golden wheel caught up with it, the black energy dissipated, and its head flew up. Another instant kill. Is this the power of a level 7 ability user? As the initiator of the attack, Jing Tian was also a bit shocked by the result. Ding! The system's prompt sounded at the right moment. Hunted 2 intermediate and advanced mutated zombies, received 1000 energy points, total energy 8765 points. Jing Tian was stunned, then overwhelmed with joy. High risk really does bring high rewards, I've really hit the jackpot this time. Though there were many dangers during this moment, the gains were equally huge. Of course, Jing Tian had never truly been afraid, he hadn't even used his ultimate trump cards yet. Afterwards, he recalled the system's level classification for these zombies. Intermediate and advanced? High-level zombies within the intermediate stage? That means the late or peak stage of level 6. Temporarily suppressing his emotions, he turned to look at Jin Long and another zombie's battle. After observing a few glances, Jing Tian shook his head in disbelief. How should I put it? Finding a vivid metaphor for Jin Long's attacks would be like smashing something that could be killed with one knife using fists, hit after hit. Maybe the result would be the same, but it was far too time-consuming and labor-intensive. Moreover, there was a high chance of letting the opponent escape halfway. As a result, Jing Tian's judgment soon came true. That zombie took advantage of being knocked away again by Jin Long to directly land among the level 3, 4, and 5 zombie horde. Aru! This zombie roared anxiously and angrily. These slightly lower-level mutated zombies went crazy, directly surrounding this zombie in the center. At the same time, they quickly fled down the mountain. You bastard, thinking of escaping? All of you go die. Seeing this, Jin Long roared angrily and chased after them. Jing Tian did not stop Jin Long and quickly turned to walk towards the Wang siblings. At this time, the safety room's protective power had recovered to 40%. Jing Tian did not waste energy points to continue the recovery. In non-urgent situations, the protective power could slowly recover on its own. Wang Meng was fine, just feeling severely exhausted. Wang Lian, however, was in a bit of a serious state. The black energy on her body might have all been absorbed, her skin turned a dark blue. She looked like someone who had suffered severe poisoning on TV. Tong Yu had settled the little fatty inside the villa and had been watching the situation from the window. At this moment, upon seeing the crisis averted, she quickly ran out. When she saw Wang Lian's condition, the little girl's eyes instantly moistened. Master, Wang Lian's sister, why is she like this? The little girl was too embarrassed to look at Wang Meng, as he was left with only a piece of cloth for modesty at this moment. Or Wang Meng's transformation before also made the little girl feel a touch of fear. Chapter 98, Jin Long's Shame. Seeing the little girl with a face full of sadness and worry, Jing Tian quickly comforted her. Don't worry, with Master here, Wang Lian will be fine. I believe Master can definitely heal Sister Wang Lian. Tong Yu had immense trust in Jing Tian. After all, Master had healed Wang Meng when he was badly injured. As for why her master didn't just kill the two zombies at first? This question was obviously not within Tong Yu's curiosity. System, how many energy points are needed to heal Wang Lian? Jing Tian couldn't understand Wang Lian's condition, so he simply asked the system directly. The system could be a bit tricky at times. But if energy points were incoming, it certainly wouldn't let him down. Ding! Corpse Chi has entered the body. Removing Corpse Chi requires 500 energy points. Do you want to remove it? Only 500 energy? Clear it right away. As soon as Jing Tian heard the system's response, he felt that the system was quite pragmatic this time. After all, Wang Meng had also been injured by zombies, and complete recovery required 2,000 energy points. Deducting 500 energy points, detoxification starts. Detoxification completed, remaining energy, 8,265 points. 3 seconds. Before Jing Tian could finish his thoughts, the system had already completed the clearing of Wang Lian's corpse chi. Wang Lian's complexion quickly returned to normal amid Tong Yu's surprise. Soon, with a soft hum, she opened her eyes. Jing Tian blinked. Is that it? Jing Tian had a strange feeling in his heart, as if the system had treated him like a fat sheep to be slaughtered. I didn't die? Wang Lian was somewhat bewildered. With my master here, Sister Wang Lian, of course, you won't die. Tong Yu exclaimed happily. Wang Lian raised her delicate brows slightly and quickly got up to thank Jing Tian. Looking at Wang Lian's condition, there was not even a hint of weakness. It's good that you're fine. Go bring Wang Meng inside. He just needs to rest and recover. Jing Tian waved his hand, instructing Wang Lian to carry Wang Meng inside. Wang Lian was puzzled about Wang Meng's condition. She didn't know anything after he fell unconscious. Tong Yu helped carry Wang Meng into the house while explaining to Wang Lian about Wang Meng's strange transformation, her face full of amazement. Jing Tian first remotely commanded the war god ship to return to the vacant lot in the backyard. Then he looked down the mountain. At the entrance of the villa area, a large group of zombies had already scattered. The highest level leaders were dead or fled, they didn't dare to linger nearby. Moments later, Jin Long returned, looking a bit down. Obviously, the pursuit did not go as expected. I'm sorry, Master, I let that level 6 zombie escape. Here are some crystal cores. As soon as Jin Long arrived in front of Jing Tian, he had a somewhat awkward expression. A level 7 expert letting a level 6 zombie escape was too embarrassing. Seeing his master easily slay 2 zombies with a wave of his hand. This was the difference. Jing Tian had no idea about Jin Long's thoughts. He felt indifferent about the zombie escaping. Keep the crystal cores for yourself, you just advanced, and your realm isn't very stable yet, right? Jing Tian didn't take Jin Long's crystal cores and directly changed the topic. Hearing about his realm issue, Jin Long suddenly kneeled down in front of Jing Tian. Thank you, Master, for your great grace. You guided me onto the right path of cultivation. If it weren't for you, I don't know how long it would take to advance to level 7. Jin Long said a lot of heartfelt words, genuinely grateful. Get up, don't bow down so easily for no reason. Jing Tian's face was stern as he continued speaking. Since you have pledged yourself to me as a disciple, I naturally have the obligation to teach you the right path. Jin Long quickly got up obediently, but his excited and adoring gaze grew even stronger. Jin Long knew very well. The benefits he gained were not just about advancing. Jing Tian had shown a bit of master's authority in front of Jin Long. Just as he was about to say something else, his gaze suddenly turned towards the mountain below. About 1,000 meters northwest of the villa area. A convoy of about 10 vehicles was slowly moving towards the villa area, accompanied by a large group of people as guards. Master, they are Chang Chuantong and the others returning. Jing Long also saw it. Jing Tian said to Jing Long. It seems they are avoiding the zombie tide and have gained some rewards. Go and meet them, then have someone clean up the zombie remains here. Jing Tian nodded, gave Jing Long a command, and then turned back towards the villa. Jing Tian was still worried about Little Fat's condition. If possible, Jing Tian really wanted to understand how Little Fat had provoked this group of zombies. Chapter 99, Upgraded Drone. Back indoors, Wang Lian and Tong Yu had already settled Wang Mang and came to the living room. Little Fat was placed on a thin blanket in the corner of the living room. His bloodstained appearance made one feel a bit heartbroken. Jing Tian checked him. He found that Little Fat's breathing and heartbeat were relatively steady. And those seemingly terrifying wounds had already started to scab. Aside from external injuries, he seemed to be in a state similar to Wang Mang, just run down. Of course, this was Jing Tian's judgment. To be reassured, Jing Tian still asked the system if it could help treat Little Fat. After a few seconds, the system finally responded, Advanced Mutated Beast Body, since it is not the host's battle pet, recovering from weakness requires 5,000 energy points. Host has sufficient energy points, do you want to proceed with recovery? What? Can you say that again? Jing Tian was startled by the system's words. It wasn't because of some advanced mutated beast body. And it wasn't a battle pet. But the treatment fee proposed by the system scared Jing Tian. He thought he was rich now, with plenty of energy for many function upgrades. But it wanted 5,000 energy just to do a simple recovery for Little Fat? It was recovery, not even treatment. At that moment, Jing Tian suddenly remembered that he had a drone he must redeem. 2,000 to redeem the drone, plus this 5,000? This would almost put him back to square one. This was ridiculous. The system was obviously one with thoughts and personality. When Jing Tian asked it to repeat, it just ignored him. Little Fat, you'd better recover on your own. Since the system was not responding, Jing Tian said somewhat stingily to the unconscious Little Fat. If Little Fat was going to die without treatment, let alone 5,000, even 10,000, Jing Tian would find a way. But right now, he didn't want to be a fool, being tricked by the system. He left Little Fat in the care of Tong Yu and Wang Lian, letting them clean and bandage him. Jing Tian returned to the bedroom on the third floor and directly issued the command to redeem the drone. Ding! Redemption successful, upgraded drone, consumed energy points 2,000, remaining 6,265 points. As soon as the system's prompt sound finished, a pitch-black new-style drone appeared next to the charging station by the bed. Jing Tian was instantly attracted by the design of this new version of the drone. Unlike the original four-wing spiral shape, this drone looked like a tiny combat aircraft scaled down several times. 1 meter in length, with a jet-black fuselage, the tail had a row of 4 energy jet outlets. There were 2 turbine fans at the center of the wings, which should facilitate hovering and vertical ascent and descent. Jing Tian quickly checked the specifications of this drone. The body weight was 20 kilograms, with a maximum speed of 600 kilometers per hour, charged in 10 hours, and had a 2-hour endurance. Sending images was its most basic function. The payload and body weight were equal. The body strength could withstand level 3 attacks. The flight area was doubled, and it was equipped with weapons that could eradicate level 3 zombies. Finally, this drone could upgrade along with the safe house. Wow, the money wasn't wasted. It's a bit expensive, but this thing is really powerful. Initially, he felt that spending 2,000 points was somewhat unfair. But after looking at these specifications, Jing Tian felt somewhat balanced. Does this drone count as an auxiliary function? Jing Tian suddenly had a thought. He quickly checked the current auxiliary functions of the system to see how much more was needed to upgrade the main system to level 3. Water and electricity auxiliary function level 2. Resource exchange function level 2. Battle vehicle modification enhancement function level 1. Vehicle repair assistance level 1. Cold weapon forging function level 1. Disciple borrowing ability cannot be upgraded. Disciple skill matching cannot be upgraded. Disguise clothing function cannot be upgraded. There is no drone option. This left Jing Tian somewhat disappointed. As he was pondering, Jing Tian heard a commotion outside. Walking to the window to look out, Chung Kun and Tong Zhan, along with everyone, had already begun clearing the zombie remains. On the mountainside, besides 2 pickup raptors and a Dongfeng warrior, there were also 7 off-road vehicles, mostly new. Jing Tian went downstairs and stepped outside. Seeing Jing Tian approaching, Chung Kun and Tong Zhan hurriedly came over to greet him, their tone slightly ashamed. They obviously knew that the villa had been attacked but could not get back in time to help. Jing Tian naturally would not blame them for this. The reason is simple. With their 2 level 5 abilities, leading more than 200 people, they would only be doomed against the army of zombies. Hiding at that moment was indeed the right decision. Master, I have gathered all the materials you wanted, and even some extras. Jin Long came over to report to Jing Tian. Previously, Jing Tian had asked him to help collect the upgrade materials for the war god vehicle. Good, just send them to the empty space at the back, and push the vehicles over. I'll finish the repairs tonight. Upon hearing that the upgrade materials for the war god vehicle were complete, Jing Tian's mood immediately improved a lot. If it were the past, he wouldn't be particularly anxious. But knowing Zhang Jian's news, Jing Tian really couldn't wait any longer. Chapter 100 Little Fatty Can Speak English. As night fell, the villa area was cleaned up and returned to its previous state. Wang Mang also woke up before dinner. Apart from being slightly weak, there were no other abnormalities. Little Fatty was still in a deep sleep. After dinner, including Jing Tian, everyone surrounded Wang Mang, curiously asking him what it felt like to transform. Unfortunately, after Wang Meng's mutation, his mind was in chaos. He only remembered the moment before the transformation, with only one thought left in his mind, which was to protect his injured sister from further harm. When Wang Lian heard Wang Mang say this, a look of touch and happiness flashed across her face. This brother, usually a bit stubborn, but he has truly protected her since childhood. After chatting for a while, everyone went back to their rooms to rest. Jin Long did not stay in the number 1 villa. There were still a group of subordinates down the hill needing his management. Soon, the night arrived after 10 o'clock. Jing Tian went alone to the back of the villa beside the war god vehicle. An hour later, the originally 8-meter-long azure golden war god vehicle had transformed into a 10-meter-long silver gray one. Jing Tian admired it for a while before joyfully returning to the villa. From Jing Tian's expression, it was clear that the transformation and upgrade of the war god vehicle changed more than just its appearance and size. At dawn, Jing Tian, still half asleep, unexpectedly heard a system prompt sound in his mind. Ding! System detected that pet Little Fatty's loyalty to the host has reached 80. Would you like to recruit it as a battle pet? Little Fatty 80 loyalty? Recruit battle pet. What the hell? Jing Tian was puzzled for a moment, then suddenly awakened. He quickly got up and ran downstairs. Little Fatty was neither on the blanket nor on the sofa. Jing Tian directly activated the villa's control to find Little Fatty. This little guy was actually stealing food in the kitchen. At this moment, this dog was full of spirit, its fur clean and tidy. Its small paws were clutching a 4 or 5 pound piece of fresh beef, tearing it apart with a bared mouth. Beside it were 10 or so sausage casings and a bare pig leg bone. Without asking, the culprit must be Little Fatty. Upon seeing Jing Tian, Little Fatty didn't even glance in his direction. As if that piece of meat was its father's nemesis. In the past, Jing Tian might have scolded Little Fatty a bit. But at this moment, Jing Tian did not touch it. He directly opened the data view for Little Fatty. Because he was too curious. A few days ago, Little Fat's loyalty was only 40. Why has it suddenly doubled? What the hell? Jing Tian exclaimed in shock upon seeing Little Fat's data. His face was filled with uncontainable astonishment. Advanced mutated bully dog, level unknown. Body strength, 1070. Power, 950. Combat power, 1290. Skill enhanced combat power, 1990. Loyalty to master, 80. What shocked Jing Tian was not the loyalty anymore. It was the other data, especially the combat power. How much is a level 7 Jinlong's combat power? Just yesterday, Jing Tian had checked Jinlong's level 7 stats, which were much lower than Little Fat's. What have you eaten, you dog? Jing Tian couldn't help but ask. Little Fat still ignored Jing Tian, seemingly very hungry, with only food in his eyes. System, how do I subdue a battle pet? Jing Tian asked the system directly as Little Fat ignored him. The battle pet had a mission, and it was a reward that Jing Tian cared about, so no matter what, he had to complete it. System assists in establishing battle pet contract, requires 500 energy points. Shall I immediately subdue the battle pet? The system responded very straightforwardly. Damn, you just keep charging in different ways. Jing Tian complained about the system and then confirmed to subdue the battle pet. Ding. Deducting 500 energy points, subduing bully dog as battle pet, establishing contract. Contract established, remaining energy 5,763 points. Ding. Battle pet mission completed, reward host with the ability to communicate with mutated species and the ability to awaken. The system directly delivered the rewards. Jing Tian didn't have time to say anything. He suddenly felt a shadow in his consciousness. A greatly reduced version of Little Fat's figure appeared. Little Fat? Jing Tian called out in surprise. Woof! Little Fat responded impatiently while eating meat. Jing Tian widened his eyes in shock. Little Fat was obviously still barking like a dog. But in his consciousness, it transformed directly into human speech. Why are you calling me? You won't understand what I say, let me finish eating first. A somewhat naive male voice, with a hint of childishness. It sounded like a northeastern accent? After Jing Tian's surprise, he decided to try again. Little Fat? Woof woof. Are you annoying? Why do you keep calling me? Little Fat growled again impatiently. Ha ha. I understood, I really understood. Jing Tian suddenly burst into laughter. Hearing Jing Tian's somewhat manic laughter, Little Fat stopped eating. He stared at Jing Tian, his dog eyes filled with confusion and concern. Woo woo woof. Jing Tian, are you crazy? You're the one who's crazy. Jing Tian's laughter abruptly stopped, glaring at Little Fat and said, I'm happy, I can understand what you're saying now. Woof. Oh, it? Little Fat's eyes widened in disbelief. Did you just say oh, it? Is that English? This time it was Jing Tian's turn to widen his eyes, he thought he might have misheard. Woof. What's so strange about it? My previous master taught me English. Little Fat proudly tilted his head, then continued to look at Jing Tian with confusion and asked, how did you suddenly learn dog language? Dog language. I learned it by myself. Jing Tian's forehead darkened as he gave a very perfunctory explanation. Then, one person and one dog, talking back and forth. They were surprisingly in sync. Perhaps because of the battle pet contract, both felt each other's closeness and trust. By the way, Little Fat, how did you attract so many zombies to chase you before? After chatting for a while, Jing Tian's curiosity settled down. He asked Little Fat one of the questions he was most curious about. I ate their boss. Once Little Fat heard Jing Tian ask this question, he responded very bluntly. Oh, ate? Jing Tian was shocked. He unconsciously repeated Little Fat's English. Woof. Isn't it impressive? Little Fat noticed Jing Tian's surprise and felt a bit proud. This is not just impressive, this is way too impressive. Jing Tian's eyes widened as he interrogated Little Fat, what level are you really? And what level was that zombie boss? Woof. I was originally level 2, ate a level 7 zombie boss, now I'm level 3. Little Fat's childish voice sounded like a very honest answer to Jing Tian. What? I believe you, ghost. Jing Tian widened his eyes. Level 2 defeated level 7? Jing Tian felt that if he believed it, he would definitely be an idiot. Not to mention anything else, he had personally seen that terrifying strength value of Little Fat. However, Little Fat seriously explained. He had only leveled up twice since the beginning. Calculating, that means he is level 3. Jing Tian was stunned, quickly giving up on this incomprehensible question. Tell me how you defeated the level 7 zombie? Did it have any impact on the zombies in Yun City after you killed the zombie boss? Woof. I battled with that level 7 zombie for 300 rounds, and in the end got a little hurt before killing it. So it's dead? There will soon be more level 7s appearing, I don't know what impact that will have. Little Fat responded very seriously to all of Jing Tian's questions. Damn, you killed a mutated level 7 zombie and ate its crystal core while you only got a little hurt, and you say it so casually. This is just blatant showing off. Jing Tian stared wide-eyed. I am truly a dog, never showing off. Little Fat rebutted with dissatisfaction. Damn, you dog, definitely the kind that appears simple but is actually quite deep. Jing Tian couldn't help but comment on Little Fat's appearance. Jing Tian suddenly felt that chatting with Little Fat was quite interesting. He especially liked it when Little Fat occasionally slipped in a bit of Northeast dialect in his silly voice. Just as he was about to ask more questions, voices from Tongyu, Wang Lian, and others came from the living room. Jing Tian quickly had to fill up the food Little Fat had stolen and took him to the living room. Both disciples and the Wang siblings were present. Good morning, master. Good morning, sir. Ah, Little Fat, you're all better. Everyone greeted when they saw Jing Tian coming out of the kitchen. Tongyu happily called out when she noticed Little Fat following Jing Tian. They were not too surprised at Little Fat's quick recovery. A year ago, if such a severe injury had healed completely overnight, he might have been sent for dissection. But now, since people could mutate, this little thing was just a small surprise. Nothing more. Master, this dog isn't quite normal, I feel a strong sense of crisis from it. Jin Long was officially encountering Little Fat for the first time. After glancing a few times, Jin Long looked at Jing Tian with astonishment and whispered. Don't worry, Little Fat is very safe, he is a special mutated variety. Jing Tian secretly chuckled as he saw Jin Long's cautious demeanor. A level 7 expert has keen senses. If it were Wang Meng or Chung Kun, they definitely wouldn't feel that kind of dangerous aura from little fat. After breakfast was finished, Wang Meng and Jin Long looked at Jing Tian with eagerness and anticipation. Jing Tian immediately understood what they meant. With a slight smile, he said, "Let's go upstairs, I'll teach you combat skills this morning." "I need to go out in the afternoon." Jing Tian spoke calmly, but inside, his emotions were tumultuous. One was that he could finally go outside and take a look. Two was that he could see his best brothers. Sir/Master is going out? Everyone looked over in surprise when they heard Jing Tian's words. Even little fat slightly tilted his dog head to look over. It wasn't strange to go out. But for someone who rarely stepped out of the door, suddenly saying he wanted to go out was bound to raise curiosity. "Yes, I'm going to Demon City, leaving in the afternoon, and if all goes well, I'll be back tomorrow," Jing Tian said. "Ah, I get it, Master is going to pick up a friend." "Sir, I'll go with you, I am familiar with Demon City." "Me too, we'll go with you." As soon as Jing Tian mentioned Demon City, Tong Yu and the Wang siblings understood, all eagerly requesting to go alone. Jin Long remained silent, waiting for Jing Tian's arrangements. "Alright, we'll decide who goes later, let's go upstairs now and I'll teach you some basic combat skills for you to master slowly." Jing Tian waved his hand and said. Once they heard about teaching combat skills, everyone instantly quieted down. Except for Tong Yu, the other three were filled with excitement and anticipation. They went upstairs, and little fat seemed to find it uninteresting. He stayed on the sofa. When several people arrived at the rooftop, the ones who were originally focused on preparing to learn combat skills were first distracted by the God of War vehicle in the backyard. As the morning sun shone, the reflected light made the God of War vehicle appear extremely dazzling. As for the 7 off-road vehicles next to the God of War vehicle, they were no longer there. It was clear that they had been taken away by Chang Chuantong's forces and Jin Long's subordinates, who had gone out early to gather supplies. "Damn, why is the God of War vehicle changed?" Wang Meng was the first to shout. He had driven the God of War vehicle yesterday, so he was absolutely sure it was blue and gold in color, but now it was silver gray. "It's even longer than the previous God of War," Wang Lian said faintly, while glancing at Jing Tian with surprise. "Stop guessing. It's still yesterday's God of War, just that I've completed the materials, and I modified it overnight," Jing Tian said with a faint smile. Jin Long had a slightly strange expression. "Master, do you really think we are children?" he thought to himself. "You can't possibly modify a car like this overnight, right? Yesterday it was an 8-meter-long blue vehicle, but after one night, it has changed color and length. This must be magic. Or maybe, in the apocalypse, even cars have become spirits?" Jin Long thought to himself but didn't show any of this on his face. Jing Tian noticed that the others, especially Wang Meng, kept staring at the God of War vehicle with envy. "How can we focus on learning combat skills like this?" So, Jing Tian led them to the side of the God of War vehicle. "Look all you want." As soon as they got closer, the massive body of the God of War vehicle looked even more majestic and domineering. The vehicle was 10 meters long and 4.5 meters high. Its body was seamless, with no gaps in the joints. The windows were obviously high-level anti-explosion glass. The wheels were wider than before and had double tires. The front of the vehicle was special, as if made from pieced-together steel plates. Jing Tian opened the door and invited them to get in and admire. A few seconds later, they heard the exclamations of Tong Yu and Wang Meng from inside the vehicle. Jing Tian smiled faintly. No matter how much they marveled, they could only see the surface of the God of War vehicle. Now, the level 2 God of War vehicle, without exaggeration, was like a smaller version of a mobile safe house. It had all the functions, a shield, complete control, and more. The most important part was that the God of War vehicle had a powerful firepower output that a safe house lacked. Chapter 102, Teaching Combat Skills. They stayed on the God of War vehicle for a good 10 minutes. Reluctantly, they returned to the rooftop. "Alright, you'll have plenty of opportunities to admire it later. Calm down, I'll start matching you with suitable combat skills now. Of course, before that, I need to explain to you what combat skills are." After getting them to calm down, Jing Tian officially started the explanation. With Jing Tian's disciple skill matching assistant and the fact that Jin Long and the Wang siblings weren't complete beginners, the teaching process went smoothly. About 2 hours later, the three of them had each learned a combat skill. It had to be said that it was fast, but it wasn't hard to understand. Jing Tian's explanations were thorough, the matched combat skills, the recognition of elements, and the foundation of the three's cultivation all combined well. If they still couldn't learn a move, Jing Tian would consider no longer teaching them in the future. "Master, how is my earth spike?" Wang Meng jumped in front of Jing Tian, seemingly wanting his evaluation. But looking at his expression, it seemed more like he was showing off. "Earth spike? Wang Mang yelled, and with one hand, he casually waved forward. Whoosh! A large earth spike, about 1 meter long and as thick as an arm, shot out suddenly about 2 meters ahead of him. It was indeed sudden. If an enemy were unprepared, this earth spike would absolutely be a deadly move. After executing the combat skill, Wang Mang looked at Jing Tian expectantly. The master would definitely praise me. Wang Mang thought happily. However, when Jing Tian spoke, Wang Mang's face turned bitter. The two most obvious flaws are, first, the soil thorns are loose and not solid enough, and the second reason is that the quantity is too small. With your current peak level 4 realm, releasing 10 is not difficult. And you only managed to create 1, what is there to brag about? Jing Tian finished speaking and cast a glare at Wang Mang. Wang Mang's heart was rough, a bit eager for quick success. Though he was scolded, Wang Mang felt gloomy but didn't argue at all, scratching his head and obediently running to the side to continue practicing. Please, sir, examine the battle skill Wang Lian has practiced. Wang Lian also walked up. Jing Tian smiled slightly and nodded. Tornado barrier. Wang Lian shouted softly. In an instant, a gentle breeze came from afar, quickly swirling around her. A second later, the gentle breeze suddenly changed, instantly turning into a heavy and violent tornado. This sudden change was quite shocking to the eyes. Wang Lian was completely wrapped inside, and the tornado's diameter continued to expand slowly. Such a heavy tornado barrier could definitely be used for both attack and defense. The rapid rotation could neutralize most strong attacks. Not bad, very good. Jing Tian generously praised Wang Lian. In such a short time, being able to reach this level shows your mental state and comprehension are much stronger than your brother. Wang Mang listened to Jing Tian belittle himself while praising Wang Lian, and felt no dissatisfaction, instead wearing a happy expression. Master, what about me? How do you see mine? Tongyu called out to Jing Tian, with 3 little fire dragons swirling around her. The little girl clearly wanted to earn praise from Jing Tian. It's detailed enough, but lacks power. However, it's not your fault, your level is still low, so meditate well to increase your realm. Master, please examine my battle skill too. The steady Jin Long also joined in. After Jin Long asked for permission, and with Jing Tian's nod, he shouted loudly. Golden Snake Dance. A beam of golden light flashed diagonally above. Soon, a 2-meter-long golden snake silently formed, rushing down. It started silently, but after circling below, it suddenly became agitated, flying wildly with a whistling sound. In an instant, the top of the villa was enveloped in a golden light. Wow, Big Gold is really strong. With this move, it could scare a few to death. Wang Mang, amidst the golden light, couldn't help but shout. This move by Jin Long was definitely suited for a sneak attack. If the opponent noticed or dodged, they would have to endure the real chaos of the golden snake dance. Not bad, great control in all aspects. Once you're skilled, you can try controlling 2 golden snakes, and the power will double. Jing Tian, in a teacher's posture, commented on Jin Long. Jin Long nodded respectfully in response, his face filled with excitement. Not only had he advanced, but he had also learned this move, giving him complete confidence for the upcoming duel. Meeting this master was definitely his greatest blessing since the apocalypse. Time quickly passed to noon. Jing Tian asked everyone to stop practicing. Although battle skills required diligent practice, there also needed to be a limit. After having a simple meal, the 4 looked at Jing Tian expectantly. At breakfast, they were eager to learn battle skills, and now they looked forward to Jing Tian taking them to the Magic City. Chapter 103 Departure of the War God. Who to bring, who not to bring, Jing Tian did not care, he thought it was only a matter of one day. You 4 discuss who will go with me, I can only take 2, leaving 2 to guard the house, and 1 must understand the Magic City. Jing Tian left the problem for the 4 to solve themselves. After finishing, he walked out of the room. There was nothing else, he just wanted to give the 4 a space to talk. Little Fatty swiftly followed him out. Woof! Jing Tian, you must take me. Little Fatty knew Jing Tian was going out, so he closely followed. Even if you don't come, I will still take you. Jing Tian laughed and said, what if we encounter powerful zombies? I will need you to step in. So hypocritical, clearly you are incredibly strong, but still want me to be the laborer. Little Fatty rolled his eyes at Jing Tian. Feeling down, I am indeed very powerful. But I am powerful only within a certain circle. Here, I am powerful in the circle of the safe house, close to being a god. Once I step outside, I am like a god in the safe zone of the war god. That's right, Jing Tian can leave the safe house now. But that doesn't mean he has completely broken free from the system's constraints. The war god safe zone has a diameter of 100 meters. Within these 100 meters, Jing Tian still has complete control. But outside this 100-meter safe zone, he only has a moving range of 500 meters. What does this mean? After leaving the war god, Jing Tian can only walk 250 meters in one direction. For this distance, Jing Tian feels an endless resentment in his heart. With little fatty, he wandered to the edge of the safe line, gazing around casually. Just as Jing Tian was retracting his gaze, he accidentally saw a window on the third floor of Villa number 2. A woman's figure stood by the window, looking this way. About 300 meters away, Jing Tian's gaze met the woman's gaze. Hello, alumni Li Dan. Jing Tian suddenly smiled widely and waved at Li Dan. His voice wasn't loud, Li Dan definitely couldn't hear him. But Li Dan could surely see Jing Tian's expression and movements clearly. Jing Tian, I will never let you be so carefree. One day, that villa will be mine. Li Dan's face flashed with anger and jealousy. She murmured a few words and turned away from the window. Jing Tian shrugged his shoulders. He didn't know what Li Dan said, nor did he care what she said. Woof. Jing Tian, do you want to mate with that woman? Little Fatty suddenly asked Jing Tian. Damn it. You perverted dog, what are you thinking? Jing Tian was taken aback and then lifted his foot to kick Little Fatty. Woof. Definitely, I know a term called helpless rage, that's you. Little Fatty was kicked a few meters away and confidently shouted after landing. Get lost, even if I want, that, I wouldn't choose Li Dan, that beautiful yet ugly-hearted woman. Jing Tian said fiercely to Little Fatty. As long as she can have babies, it's fine, it's the apocalypse now, what are you still picky about? Little Fatty took on a kind-hearted advising posture. Damn, don't talk to me about these topics, I can't communicate with you, you dog. Jing Tian frowned, not wanting to discuss this topic with Little Fatty anymore. But Little Fatty was still excited and shook his dog head while continuing to bark, woof woof. Why don't I understand? I just want to test you. Test me? What do you want to test me for? Jing Tian frowned again, but he was also intrigued by Little Fatty. To see if you are a good man. Little Fatty said very seriously, if you are a good man, then I will introduce my mistress to you. Jing Tian blinked and looked at Little Fatty with a strange expression. Are you also moonlighting as a pimp? No, as a matchmaker dog? Woof. My mistress is ugly, but she has a kind heart, isn't that what you like? Little Fatty said. When did I ever say that? Woof. You just said you don't like beautiful but ugly-hearted women, doesn't that mean you like ugly but kind-hearted ones? I'm left speechless. Where is your mistress? Jing Tian suddenly asked. Woo. In High City Ling County, Jing Tian, let's go. Little Fatty suddenly said in a deeper tone. High City Ling County, Damn. Jing Tian's eyes widened in surprise. High City Ling County is a place where Jing Tian had lived for over 10 years. High City is vast, and Ling County is the outermost county of High City. So when the group said it was a stronghold in High City, Jing Tian didn't react much. But Little Fatty directly mentioned Ling County. Could it be that he and Little Fatty are actually fellow villagers? So, since your mistress is in Ling County, why did you come to Yun City? Jing Tian asked. It's all the fault of that damned dog trader who drugged me and stole me out. Master, we have decided, when do we set off? Little Fatty was explaining his experiences. Tong Yu ran out from the villa, interrupting Little Fatty's words with excitement. Let's continue our talk later. Jing Tian said to Xiao Pang. At this moment, Jing Tian felt that there was still much to discuss with Xiao Pang. Perhaps Xiao Pang even knows about his past in the orphanage. Who are you going with? Jing Tian asked Tong Yu directly. Tong Yu looked so excited, it was clear she was chosen. Hee, I'm going with Sister Wang Lian and Master. Tong Yu giggled. Wang Lian's face also showed a hint of a happy smile. Wang Mang felt a bit helpless from the back, while Jin Long seemed indifferent. The discussion among the four was quite simple. Wang Mang gave the opportunity to his sister. Naturally, Jin Long, as a junior brother, let the chance go to the senior sister. Jin Long believed that his master was incredibly strong, and going to a medium-sized stronghold like Demon City was definitely a walk in the park. Okay, let's get in the car and go. You two take care of the house. Jing Tian said casually and nonchalantly. Inwardly, he was very excited. Because he did not see the trip to Demon City as a grand affair. And it really wasn't a big deal, after all, they would be back soon. So the farewell was very simple. Moments later. Jing Tian boarded the war god with 2 girls and a dog. He didn't choose remote control driving. Jing Tian personally sat in the high-tech cockpit. The moment the war god slowly drove out of the safety protection line, Jing Tian's heart suddenly felt a sense of liberation. Ding! At that moment, a system prompt echoed in Jing Tian's mind. Chapter 104, Task of Safe House 2. System prompt, host has left the main system safe house, triggering a mandatory task.
Within 1 month, establish Safe House 2 villa in a stronghold with a population of over 100,000.
Oh my god? Jing Tian exclaimed.
He had learned Xiaopeng's style of English. He initially thought the system was just informing him that he had left the safe house. He never expected to receive a mandatory task.
Master, what's wrong? Jing Tian's exclamation alarmed Wang Lian and Tong Yu. Even Xiaopeng looked at Jing Tian with confusion. Nothing. After a moment of hesitation, Jing Tian shook his head.
While starting the smart drive, he divided his attention to communicate with the system.
System, are you finding me too relaxed in giving me work? One safe house villa here is enough, why make a number 2?
Surprisingly, the system responded quickly this time. Super Villa system, every task has its cause and effect.
Please work hard to complete the task. Jing Tian narrowed his eyes and said, you said the task was triggered because I left the safe house, so if I go back, can the task be cancelled?
The task has already been issued, it can only be completed, not cancelled. The system responded coldly.
Jing Tian squinted again, suddenly saying, System, you are a real person, right? Controlling the system from somewhere.
The system completely ignored Jing Tian's question. A strange light flashed in Jing Tian's eyes. You little trickster, I'll figure you out sooner or later.
Jing Tian didn't bother with idle talk anymore. Since the task must be completed, let's see how to accomplish it.
The system screen flickered and appeared in Jing Tian's consciousness.
Mandatory task, establish Stronghold 2, deadline 1 month.
Requirements, a villa in a stronghold with over 100,000 survivors, independent and complete, without controversy, 1 loyal staff member with loyalty over 70, and 1 energy point.
The requirements looked surprisingly simple. And the 2 points that were a bit unclear had further explanations. An undisputed villa means without an owner there would be no controversy, with an owner, they need to acknowledge that the villa belongs to Jing Tian. In short, buying, trading, or even seizing would work. The loyal staff member means a disciple or follower, and in the future, 1 person has to stay behind to manage the safe house villa in place of Jing Tian. Finally, no explanation was needed for 1 energy point. Currently, Jing Tian had 5,260 energy points left. He thought he was relatively wealthy, but what happened? I still need to collect energy points.
Jing Tian's eyes flickered for a moment.
Ah, Master, there's a huge group of zombies blocking the road ahead. Tong Yu suddenly shouted.
Jing Tian suddenly felt energized and raised his head to look ahead. Vaguely, he could see a group of hundreds of zombies more than 500 meters away.
Great. Since you're not blocking my way, I was just about to come find you. A happy smile appeared on Jing Tian's face.
Suddenly, he realized that as long as he drove the war god out, 1,000,000 energy points was nothing.
Woof Jing Tian, I'm going to bite and smash them.
Xiaopeng directly shouted at Jing Tian.
No need, they are all mine. Jing Tian quickly glared and shook his head.
After Jing Tian finished speaking, he pressed a button on the control panel.
Bang!
A steel plate at the front of the car flipped open, and a palm-sized drone ejected out. At the same time, a monitor in front of Jing Tian lit up.
Additionally, the monitor in the living room also lit up simultaneously.
A bird's-eye view of all the conditions around the war god was presented.
Ah, Master, there are drones on the war god too? Tong Yu was stunned for a moment and then exclaimed in surprise. Of course, I told you I could build them. Jing Tian smiled faintly, shamelessly taking all the credit for himself.
The drone of the war god is a smaller version of the one that was originally damaged. Soon, the situation of the group of zombies appeared on the screen. 3 level 5 leaders, more than 30 level 3, followed by over 200 ordinary level 2 zombies.
Pretty good, if wiped out, there should be nearly 1,000?
Jing Tian roughly calculated the energy points, then suddenly accelerated the war god. The war god made a low humming sound, and its massive body shot past 100 miles per hour. At the same time, Jing Tian also activated the upgraded weapons of the war god.
Chapter 105, The Power of Level 2 Hunting.
The initial hunting rifle on the second floor had disappeared.
In its place were 2 new weapons, one at the front and one at the back. A thick and sturdy, elevating base. The glossy black multi-barreled gun body was connected to a huge magazine that looked like a box. The overall form resembled an oversized Vulcan multi-barrel machine gun. Unfortunately, this one is not called the Vulcan. This one is called the Level 2 hunting rifle. Jing Tian couldn't help but complain about this name in his heart. However, it was useless, the system simply named it that. Level 2 hunting rifle, capable of single shot or continuous fire, with a maximum output of 20 rounds per second. It can completely annihilate level 5 and lower mutated species and cause certain damage to level 6.
Originally, it grants 100 bullets, but in the future, it costs 50 energy points to exchange for 100 bullets.
These bullets are quite expensive. At level 1, 1 energy point gave you 50 bullets. Now, 1 energy point only gives you 2 bullets. Now you can consider the maximum output of the level 2 hunting rifle. Daka, 1 second. 10 energy points are gone.
Jing Tian just wanted to feel the power of the level 2 hunting rifle.
Otherwise, he really wouldn't need the hunting rifle, the war god itself could crush that group of zombies.
Only one hunting rifle was raised.
The speed of the war god was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it was less than 200 meters from that group of zombies. Jing Tian was already prepared to shoot in bursts, because he believed that burst shooting could save a lot of bullets.
However, at that moment, the group of zombies actually stopped moving.
Roar! Roar! Roar!
The 3 level 5 zombies in front, after stopping, suddenly roared a few times.
Then, they turned and ran. That's right, they fled. They didn't even care about their subordinates. Jing Tian was stunned, then quickly reacted. Damn, you can't run. Exchange for 500 bullets, shoot for me. No matter the reason. Jing Tian could not let these zombies run away like this. These are all energy points. Bang! Bang! Bang!
The level 2 multi-barreled hunting rifle fired, the gun barrel spun rapidly, and bullets bigger than high sniper rounds shot out.
Jing Tian didn't care about his previous intention to shoot in bursts anymore. The zombies over 100 meters away couldn't possibly run faster than the bullets now. Puff! Bang! Bang! One by one, the zombies burst open in an instant.
Black-purple blood and shattered body parts splattered everywhere.
15 seconds.
In just 15 seconds, not a single complete zombie was left in front.
These zombies are so disgusting.
Tong Yu watched the entire scene through the front window. At this moment, the little girl's face turned pale. Not out of fear, but simply because it was a bit nauseating. Although the villa had been attacked and Jing Tian had used a shotgun, it was nothing compared to the blood and gore before him. Besides, at that time, Tong Yu was also hiding inside the villa. Wang Lian raised her eyebrows twice and said gently, "If you can't get used to it, just turn away."
No, I'm fine. I want to adapt. I want to kill zombies like this in the future.
The little girl shook her head very firmly.
Wang Lian smiled and looked at Jing Tian. At this moment, Jing Tian was feeling joyful inside. Just in time to fire 300 bullets.
He had wiped out more than 300 zombies.
Clearly, one shot killed 2 or even more. The 3 level 5 zombies had also disappeared, obviously blown apart by the shotgun. Consumed 500 energy points, gained 2040 energy points, total energy 6,800 points, 300 bullets remaining. The system reported the income and expenditure in detail. It even reported the remaining bullets. A satisfied look flashed across Jing Tian's face. With the right weapons, gaining energy points was so easy. Woof! Jing Tian, open the door. I want to collect crystal cores. Xiao Pang called out at this moment. No need to go. They're all smashed. Jing Tian quickly replied in his mind. Smashed? Jing Tian, you're too wasteful. Xiao Pang called out somewhat dissatisfied.
Next time I'll let you take action, there are plenty of zombies anyway.
Jing Tian shrugged. Woof.
Forget it, your weapon is faster and less tiring for small monsters.
If I'm going to do it, I want to take on something big.
Xiao Pang hesitated for a moment and shook his head. Jing Tian rolled his eyes at Xiao Pang and no longer paid attention to it.
Retrieving the drone, Jing Tian took back the control.
Unless there were special circumstances, he preferred the feeling of driving himself. Originally, Jing Tian looked forward to the upcoming journey, hoping to encounter more zombies.
However, reality often disappoints.
Though there were zombies appearing on the way, they were all low-level zombies and in small numbers.
Jing Tian was even too lazy to waste bullets.
About 10 minutes later, the war god vehicle drove out of Yun City.
Of course, Jing Tian also wanted to prioritize speed.
Otherwise, the zombies in Yun City would take him 10 days to hunt them all.
Jing Tian paused the war god at the edge of Yun City. He brought the 2 people and the dog down from the vehicle. Finally, I see the world outside Yun City again, but unfortunately, in today's world, it was basically devoid of green. Even if there were plants, they were all withered, yellow, and small. Especially in the extremely hot weather, as a slight breeze blew, it was a sky full of black soil and yellow sand flying everywhere. Looking at this scene, Jing Tian couldn't help but sigh. He couldn't help but think of Jean Long's descriptions of the South. If only the North and South could harmonize a bit now. Wang Lian and Tong Yu did not understand Jing Tian's feelings. But neither of them said anything.
Jing Tian remained still, and they stayed behind him. Even if the sight was all dry and desolate yellow earth.
In just 2 minutes, Jing Tian no longer liked the outside environment. Who would want to stay outside when there was such a cool and comfortable space inside the vehicle? Woof woof. Jing Tian, look over there.
Just as Jing Tian was about to get into the car, Xiao Pang suddenly called out, pointing in a direction.
Jing Tian turned curiously and looked in the direction Xiao Pang was pointing. Someone is coming.
About 1,000 meters to the west of them, a large cloud of dust was rolling toward them.
If not for careful observation, they really wouldn't notice it was a group of people.
Sir, the other side has quite a few people.
They might be searching Yun City. Let's avoid them. Wang Lian also noticed the situation and immediately said to Jing Tian seriously. Wang Lian knew very well that no matter who they encountered, they could harbor ill intentions toward them.
Not for any other reason, but because of the ultra-luxurious war god behind her, even good people would harbor bad intentions.
Moreover, in today's world, the lines between good and bad people have become very blurred. Chapter 106, What are you waiting for? Hearing Wang Lian's suggestion to avoid them, Jing Tian directly smiled and shook his head. Wang Lian, what's the quickest way to the Demon City? Jing Tian asked.
The fastest route is to go straight west, but it will take us through 2 counties, 3 towns, and dozens of villages.
If we detour. Wang Lian began.
No need to say more, let's go straight.
Jing Tian decided without waiting for Wang Lian to finish the second detour route. Having passed through Yun City, why fear those small counties?
Encountering a few zombies would provide a chance to harvest crystal cores for energy.
Seeing this, Wang Lian naturally did not argue further. However, Wang Lian took a slightly helpless glance at the rolling dust in the west.
I hope those guys can open their eyes a bit.
Wang Lian clearly knew that there weren't many people with open eyes.
The battle vehicle, the God of War, had not traveled 500 meters before encountering a team up close.
This was a team of over 500 people. If the other party cleared the road, Jing Tian would naturally not make a fuss. Unfortunately, that was impossible. The God of War was directly intercepted. The 500 people surrounded the God of War completely. They are from the Steel Barrel faction. Wang Lian recognized the opposing members and was slightly surprised. Steel Barrel? The power of the Demon City? Jing Tian squinted. That's right, the leader is the vice leader of Steel Barrel, level 5 fire ability user Yao Huashan. Wang Lian said. Friends in the car, please come out and meet. Outside the car, vice leader Yao Huashan shouted at the God of War. Yao Huashan was strong and muscular, with a face full of flesh, looking like a butcher. Despite his rough appearance, he was definitely not a reckless man. Although they surrounded the car, they did not dare to draw their guns immediately. Clearly, they wanted to first probe how strong the people inside the car were. Let's go down and see what this vice leader wants. Jing Tian said with a slight smile. Master, many of them are holding guns. Tong Yu pulled Jing Tian's sleeve. Don't worry, even if they had cannons, it wouldn't matter. Jing Tian replied confidently. The more than 500 people surrounded the God of War very closely, all within 50 meters. Just right. The safety perimeter of the God of War had a diameter of 100 meters. With such confidence from Jing Tian, Wang Lian and Tong Yu's worries vanished instantly. They opened the door and got out, and little Fatty also followed with some boredom. Just you 3? As the 3 of them got out of the car, Yao Huashan and all those behind him were stunned. Such a luxurious and grand car, yet there were only 3 people. They had all been shocked, nearly speechless when they saw the car from a distance. These 3 people, one big and one small female, neither showing strong energy. And this man, why did he feel like an ordinary survivor? Yao Huashan had doubts in his heart, but at the same time, his caution eased significantly. Jing Tian scanned the opposing formation and then directly spoke. Let's get straight to the point. You stopped my car, what do you want? Jing Tian's attitude made Yao Huashan's heart beat uneasily. Surrounded by so many people, yet still so calm? Either he had backing. Or he was just a reckless fool. With a shift of his gaze, Yao Huashan cupped his hands and replied, May I ask how to address you, and which faction do you belong to? Vice Leader Yao, don't act so pretentious, it looks tiring. Jing Tian said. Oh? You know me? Yao Huashan was taken aback. It was I who told my family, sir, about you, Yao Huashan, just say your purpose straightforwardly. Wang Lian coldly interjected. Wang Lian was originally just a level 1 character, living a little better than ordinary survivors in any base. In the faction, one needed to reach level 3 to be taken seriously. Vice leader, she was originally one of the Iron Barrel people. While Yao Huashan was still puzzled, someone from the crowd behind him shouted. Iron Barrel? Yao Huashan's expression shifted, and he immediately smiled. Even if Tong Zhan personally came, he was not afraid. Behind him were 500 people, 70% of whom were ability users. 30% were strong young men, equipped with firearms. Big Chief Yao, be straightforward, either say your purpose directly or clear the way. Old Man Lu has said, good dogs never block the road. Jing Tian had lost a bit of patience. Damn it, you, an ordinary person, dare to talk to me like that. You dare to call me a dog? Let me tell you straight up, I'm here to rob you. Yao Huashan, who was initially a bit cautious, had his mindset shattered by Jing Tian's arrogant words. By the end, Yao Huashan's expression turned completely ferocious. That's more like it. You're acting like a robber, enough manliness, we've given you the car and stuff, we're leaving. Jing Tian said this with an incredibly serious smile, while uttering an incredibly cowardly statement. Wang Lian was taken aback, Tong Yu's little face was even more astonished. The little fatty's palicking motion suddenly froze. Even Yao Huashan and his crew were momentarily stunned. They had never seen such cooperating victims during a robbery. It wasn't until Jing Tian called for Wang Lian and Tong Yu to move aside that it registered. Stop! Yao Huashan suddenly roared in anger. I never said you could leave, I want the car and I want people too. These days, women are also a valuable resource, especially a little tendershoot. Yao Huashan's true ugly face was revealed, and when he looked at Tong Yu, his expression was extremely wicked. Clearly, he wanted to kill the man and use the woman for his own twisted desires. Deputy leader, you can have the tendershoot, this scarred face girl is mine. She's ugly, but cover her face, and her body is quite nice. Behind Yao Huashan, a level 4 abilities user called out with a lewd smile. Jing Tian smiled, with a hint of eeriness. To Wang Lian and Tong Yu, whose faces were turning purple with anger, he said, why aren't you making a move yet? Tong Yu was stunned for a moment, but Wang Lian instantly understood. Die, you scum! A wind element instantly transformed into a spear, shooting directly at that level 4 abilities user. Although Wang Lian only learned one combat skill from Jing Tian, her application of the element was no longer limited to simply smashing energy into people. Changing up the form and speeding up energy attacks was utterly problem-free. Yao Huashan seemed to never have expected that the three would not kneel and beg for mercy in such a situation but would instead directly attack. In that brief moment of surprise, the wind spear had already crossed over 10 meters and appeared right in front of that level 4 abilities user. Puff! This unlucky guy didn't even have time to react, as the wind spear pierced through his throat. Blood burst forth from the back. A level 4 was killed in an instant by a peak level 3. As if falling in death, his eyes would not close. Fire Dragon Dance. The little girl Tong Yu also made her move. After Wang Lian's hit, she had also reacted. Tong Yu usually appeared cute and delicate, but at that moment, her little face seemed to be cloaked in frost. Instantly, 3 little fire dragons rushed into the crowd. What kind of abilities is this? The group, who had never seen such powers, was dumbfounded by Tong Yu's skill. Until... Ah, damn. My hand has been burned off. Ah, my leg. After a series of screams rang out, Yao Huashan and the others finally reacted. Yao Huashan shouted angrily, go for it, only injure the women's legs and tear the men to pieces. Puff. As Yao Huashan screamed, he also conjured a huge water ball. However, the water ball had just formed and before he could release it. Suddenly, with a puff, it burst apart. At the same time, Yao Huashan's eyes widened in shock. He opened his mouth, his hands tightly clutched his throat. But no matter how he pressed, the bright red blood still flowed uncontrollably down. Yao Huashan stared wide-eyed, slowly falling backward. In his final moments, in the corner of his eye, he saw it. The young man whom he had deemed an ordinary person was smiling at him so gently. It was him. It was him who killed himself. Chapter 107, Fear of Death Leads to Pleading for Mercy. Thus, Yao Huashan was killed in an instant. At this time, the scene had become chaotic. Shockingly, no one immediately noticed Yao Huashan's death. Tong Yu and Wang Lian unleashed a second wave of abilities, causing chaos and attracting everyone's attention. Tong Yu's fire rain technique was definitely a weapon for mass damage. It was called mass damage because Tong Yu's realm and strength were still low, and her energy was insufficient. And Wang Lian also released her combat skill. Tornado Curtain. A wild wind tornado gradually expands. Everyone around, whether they are ability users or gunmen, gets directly swept away as soon as they come into contact, and those who are unlucky are directly shredded. Wang Lian and Tong Yu's attack coverage area is ultimately still limited. After all, the other side has 500 people. Bang bang bang. Whoosh. The people in the steel barrels surrounding from a distance quickly gather over here. Those with guns shoot, and those without guns use their abilities.
In an instant, the scene doubles in chaos, with smoke and dust rising. However, just at the moment the gunfire sounded, everything came to a standstill. The abilities dissipated, the bullets flew halfway, and then clattered down to the ground.
What's happening? Damn, I can't move. Ah! The vice leader is dead.
Nearly 500 people were all dumbfounded in that instant. Some were scared by the attacks and bullets, some were bound by their own bodies. Others finally realized that Yao Huashan had already died.
Tong Yu and Wang Lian also opened their mouths in shock.
Little Fat has a look of confusion in his eyes.
This scene is too terrifying. This is nearly 500 people.
Jing Tian always had a faint smile on his face. Previously, some might have thought Jing Tian's smile seemed a bit cowardly. But now looking at it, the same smile made them feel shivers all over.
Sir, Master. Wang Lian and Tong Yu reacted at the same time.
No more fighting, I'm afraid their bullets will scratch my vehicle, wait for a chance to let you practice in real combat. Jing Tian said with a smile. Of course, the war god vehicle could never be scratched by bullets, unless it was from cannonballs.
Yes.
Wang Lian and Tong Yu hurriedly nodded in agreement, looking at Jing Tian with growing admiration. Feeling their gaze, Jing Tian felt a little lightheaded inside. If this kind of battle continues in the future, he would really be invincible in the world.
Of course, Jing Tian also understood that his invincibility had its limits. Master, what about these people?
After adoring him for a moment, Tong Yu asked Jing Tian, after all, there were nearly 500 of them.
Just kill them all. Jing Tian waved his hand casually.
Upon hearing this, all 500 people turned pale.
Even Wang Lian and Tong Yu's bodies trembled. These are 500 lives. Certainly, in the apocalypse, lives are like grass, without a ruthless heart one cannot stand firm. But the leaders have already been killed, what about these obedient subordinates?
Ha! These people have such integrity, we are about to kill them, yet not a single one is begging for mercy. Then Jing Tian saw everyone stunned, suddenly a look of doubt rose on his face.
Ah! Please spare my life, my lord.
Yes, please spare my life, I have an 80-year-old mother above me and a 70-year-old father below me.
Brother, you made a mistake, it's a 3-year-old child. My lord, spare my life.
In an instant, some smart people caught Jing Tian's meaning, and instantly cries for mercy filled the air.
Wang Lian and Tong Yu breathed a sigh of relief.
Although Jing Tian wanted to kill, they would execute it, but surely there would be shadows in their hearts.
Fortunately, the master, sir, was joking.
Alright, the death penalty can be exempted, but the living crime cannot escape.
Leave all the crystals on you and roll 100 meters away to wait. Jing Tian spoke again.
Naturally, Jing Tian would not let them leave directly. These people came out of Demon City, and perhaps some news about Zhang Jian could be obtained. As soon as Jing Tian's words came out, everyone breathed a sigh of relief.
At the same time, everyone felt the bindings on their bodies loosened. Thunderous thuds. In an instant, over 200 people fell down.
Some were inattentive, some were scared silly. Those who reacted quickly hurriedly took out the crystals on them.
Just put them on the ground. Jing Tian said.
Then, part of the people quickly threw down the crystals and ran away quickly. But they didn't dare to run far, obediently standing 100 meters away waiting for the final outcome.
My lord, you are a good person, a kind person, can you?
A few others felt that Jing Tian seemed quite reasonable, their eyes rolling as they wanted to plead for some crystals to be left behind.
Little Fat, want to show off? Jing Tian suddenly said to Little Fat. Woof, great, I haven't killed a real person yet. Little Fat's eyes lit up as he shouted. In the next second, Little Fat's figure disappeared like a flicker. Put.
A phantom shadow swept past a person with spinning eyes, who was feigning weakness. Suddenly, that person's eyes widened in terror, and he slightly lowered his head, then his body slowly fell backward. Only after he fell to the ground did people notice a bloodstain on his chest slowly spreading.
The one who was begging for mercy actually got killed?
The remaining members of the steel barrel turned pale once again and quickened their pace. Little Fat had returned to Jing Tian's side, licking a few times at his chubby paws to clean off a drop of blood.
Everyone, be sensible. Leave the crystal cores and get out quickly. If anyone dares to hide one, that's what they will face.
Jing Tian's voice suddenly turned cold. The crowd listened carefully, their bodies involuntarily shuddered, and the ones with little schemes tucked them away. However, even so, a few still wanted to take advantage of the chaos. They probably thought that with so many people around, it would be hard to notice if they hid 2 crystal cores.
As a result,
when 99% of the people had run out of the safety line, 5 people were bounced back as if they had hit a wall.
Chapter 108, you are the person he misses most. Master, what happened to those 5? Tong Yu glanced at the 5 people and asked Jing Tian with a hint of confusion.
They hid crystal cores, trying to take advantage of the chaos. They believe their lives are worth less than those crystal cores. Jing Tian replied with a cold smile.
These bad guys. Master, spare them, yet they still hide it. They truly deserve to die. Tong Yu exclaimed in anger. Woof. I'm going to slap them. Little Fat instantly understood Jing Tian's thoughts and shouted.
Jing Tian did not oppose, and Little Fat excitedly shouted again, shaking his chubby body as he walked towards the five.
Sir, please spare us. We know we were wrong, we will leave the crystal cores to you. Yes, yes. We promise we won't hide anything again. The five, seeing only the bully dog approaching, immediately knelt down to beg for mercy. Coincidentally, the five had all witnessed Little Fat's lightning-fast brutality before. Not all post-apocalyptic people are unafraid of death. Unfortunately, the five's pleas for mercy were completely ignored by Jing Tian.
Jing Tian waved his hand, and the glittering crystal cores on the ground were instantly gathered in front of him. This scene was visually shocking.
Wang Lian and Tong Yu were filled with uncontrollable admiration and yearning.
Jing Tian felt quite pleased inside. If being robbed always had such an effect, he wouldn't mind being robbed often. Although these crystal cores were not of high level, there were quite a few. The system clearly detected a large number of crystal cores and directly prompted that they could be absorbed. However, Jing Tian did not allow it this time. Instead, he had Tong Yu and Wang Lian help collect the crystal cores. Little Fat had completed his mission and returned after making a bloody hole in the five's chests. After the robbery, Jing Tian was completely unharmed. In contrast, the opposing side, with a level 5 team leader and some team members, left behind nearly 20 corpses. When everything was over, Jing Tian stepped towards the trembling steel barrel members.
Ding!
System warning, the host has left the safety protection zone, please return as soon as possible. The moment Jing Tian stepped out of the safety line, the system issued a very direct warning.
Jing Tian shrugged, ignoring it.
Within 100 meters diameter of the War God ship was an absolute safety zone, plus a 500-meter free activity range. Seeing Jing Tian and his group approach, each steel barrel member became extremely tense, let alone thinking of attacking.
No need to be nervous, I only want to ask one question. If anyone can answer, I will definitely give them a satisfying reward.
Jing Tian said directly to the crowd.
Instantly, the 500 or so people perked up. If by chance they knew, they could be instantly wealthy. Does anyone know a person named Zhang Jian? He works in the Demon City and is an ordinary person. Jing Tian did not waste any extra words and directly asked. In an instant, about 500 people began to whisper to each other. More than a minute passed, and no one stood up. If no one knows, then forget it. Jing Tian slightly shook his head and turned to prepare to leave. Jing Tian was not too disappointed, it was good if he could find out. If he couldn't find out, he could go to the Demon City to look again, he believed he would definitely find it. Master, wait a moment. Just as Jing Tian had walked out a few meters, a hesitant voice called out. Jing Tian abruptly stopped and turned around. Who called me? Come out and speak. With so many people, Jing Tian did not know who had called him. It's me. The voice rang out again. The crowd parted to form a path, and a person walked out. This person was covered in dirt, with dust on his face, and he appeared to be quite young. Master, I'm Yu Wenxiang. I know a friend named Zhang Jian, but I'm not sure if it's the one you're talking about. The man stood 10 meters away, speaking cautiously. Oh? You are friends? Then tell me his physical features and what is his favorite saying. Jing Tian raised his eyebrows and asked in succession. This. Can I know why you are looking for Zhang Jian? If it's for revenge, I won't say a word even if you kill me. Yu Wenxiang, who had just been very fearful, spoke these words with surprising firmness. Jing Tian raised his eyebrows and felt a bit more favorable towards Yu Wenxiang, smiling as he said, Don't worry, I'm definitely not looking for revenge. Yu Wenxiang looked at Jing Tian for a few seconds and finally nodded. Zhang Jian is about 1.65 meters tall, very thin, and often says, Ugly people should read more, so I'm not cut out for studying. Haha, that's him. He's definitely that ugly and extremely narcissistic guy. Hearing Yu Wenxiang's last sentence, Jing Tian burst into laughter. But as he laughed, his eyes began to turn slightly red. Everyone dared not make a sound. Wang Lian and Tong Yu felt a hint of sadness in Jing Tian's happiness. After a few seconds, Jing Tian regained his composure and looked at Yu Wenxiang. If Zhang Jian acknowledges you as a friend, I will also try to be friends with you. You provide me with detailed information, and then you can choose to either walk away with these people or accompany me to find Zhang Jian. Jing Tian said to Yu Wenxiang. Do you want to go to the Demon City to find Zhang Jian now? Yu Wenxiang's eyes lit up slightly. Of course. It seems you want to go back as well, so let's get in the car and talk. Jing Tian smiled at Yu Wenxiang. Master. Don't call me master, just call me Jing Tian. Ah. You are Jing Tian?
When Yu Wenxiang heard Jing Tian's name, he immediately exclaimed.
What's wrong? Jing Tian raised his eyebrows. Nothing.
The person Zhang Jian mentions the most should be you. Yu Wenxiang looked at Jing Tian with a slightly strange gaze.
Ha, so that's how it is. I guess he has never praised me with even one good word, right? Jing Tian chuckled.
It's true, whenever Zhang Jian brings you up, he always mocks you and belittles you, but I feel that you are the person he cares about the most.
Yu Wenxiang said. Ha, let's go, get in the car.
Jing Tian smiled and then turned to walk towards the war god.
Wang Lian and Tong Yu saw everything.
In their hearts, they almost cried like devoted disciples.
Chapter 109 Strange Little Town. Jing Tian quickly returned to the side of the war god.
Wang Lian, Tong Yu, and Little Fatty followed him back. While Yu Wenxiang hesitated for just a moment, he also followed. Looking closely at the war god, Yu Wenxiang's eyes were filled with excitement and a hint of nostalgia. A year ago, he also accompanied luxury cars. But after the apocalypse, this rich young master had to become a little follower. If it were not for his decent physique and some contributions, this ordinary person without abilities might have to find work.
What are you dawdling for? Get in. Tong Yu shouted at the dazed Yu Wenxiang by the car door. Oh, okay. Yu Wenxiang came back to his senses. Quickly followed onto the god of war vehicle. As soon as he got in the car, Yu Wenxiang was stunned by the arrangement and configuration inside. The cool cockpit, the warm yet luxurious living room, the kitchen and bathroom all complete. There were also 3 small doors leading to rooms, which should be bedrooms, right? And there was a staircase leading to the second floor. Without even mentioning what the second floor was like, just this first floor's configuration and space, even in a prosperous time, would definitely be a top-level luxury RV. Come and sit down. Jing Tian sat on the sofa and beckoned Yu Wenxiang. Ah, no, Mr. Jing, I'm too dirty. Yu Wenxiang quickly shook his head. Sit down. Wang Lian directly handed a cushion to Yu Wenxiang. When we reach the next place, you can take a shower after you collect some clothes. Jing Tian said. At this moment, the god of war vehicle suddenly moved slightly and then slowly advanced forward. Is this automatic driving? Yu Wenxiang was shocked again. Don't be curious about these things, tell me about Zhang Jian. Jing Tian smiled faintly. Okay. Yu Wenxiang nodded quickly, cautious, afraid he might upset Jing Tian in some way. Yu Wenxiang did have a good relationship with Zhang Jian, even though he could go out on missions, he was still an ordinary person. Following the team was just an ordinary gunman and mover. The main thing was, in Demon City, he and Zhang Jian lived in the same place. This was indeed very advantageous for finding Zhang Jian. The god of war vehicle was both stable and fast, easily navigating even complex terrain. Moments later, the god of war vehicle was 20 kilometers away from Yun City. Ding. System prompt, a disciple is over 20 kilometers away, ability borrowing lost. Jing Tian was understanding Zhang Jian's current situation when this notification surprised him. This disciple borrowing ability has a distance limit? And only 20 kilometers? Jing Tian directly asked the system. To urge the host to be safe and not let the host easily go out and take risks. The system unexpectedly responded to Jing Tian. Jing Tian raised an eyebrow, this system was indeed becoming more humanized. Without Jin Long's ability to borrow, Jing Tian really had to pay more attention and could not easily leave the god of war vehicle. Sir, there is a small town less than 5 kilometers ahead. Wang Lian reported to Jing Tian. It's Qingyan town, we passed this way before, and there's nothing there. Yu Wenxiang also spoke up. Nothing at all? Surely there are zombies? Jing Tian was taken aback. There really aren't, the supplies have been completely scavenged, and no zombies or survivors have been found. Yu Wenxiang said. That's quite strange. Jing Tian raised an eyebrow, unable to understand the reason. Of course, he had no interest in investigating the reason. The god of war vehicle quickly arrived at the Qingyan town mentioned by Yu Wenxiang. The town wasn't big and was built at the edge of the big green mountain. The buildings were already in ruins, but the streets were very clean. Of course, this cleanliness meant there were no broken walls or abandoned vehicles. I feel this town is indeed strange. Wang Lian frowned as she looked at the town. Jing Tian nodded, not a single broken car. Just this alone seemed a bit strange. The god of war vehicle slowed down and quickly entered the town center. Master, there's a small shopping mall over there. Tong Yu saw a 3-story small building mall from the window. On the building, there were several large character traces, vaguely identifiable as Huafu Mall.
You guys go in and search for a bit, help you and Shang find 2 sets of clothes. Jing Tian directly ordered the God of War vehicle to stop in front of the shopping mall. Listening to him, he himself did not plan to get out of the car. No need, Mr. Jing, we've been inside the mall, and there's absolutely no supplies left, it has been thoroughly scavenged. Yuan Shang quickly said.
So clean? Not even a single piece of clothing left?
Jing Tian was a bit surprised. Yes, not just the mall, every shop in this town, even the residents' homes are incredibly clean.
Yuan Shang said. Really? That's quite impressive, but it seems we can only go to the next town. Woof woof. Jing Tian, there's a smell of living people here. Jing Tian said with a hint of helplessness at the end, suddenly interrupted by the little fat guy. What's so strange about that? People from the steel barrel came before. Jing Tian said. Woof. Not those people, I can tell the difference. Little fatty barked with some dissatisfaction. Oh? So there are other survivors? Jing Tian nodded, and then shrugged, but whether there are survivors or not has nothing to do with us, we are not here to save the world. Jing Tian was right, he was just a big salted fish, not a saint, and wouldn't rush to save someone just because they discovered survivors. He also believed he didn't have the ability to save anyone. Ding. At that moment, the system suddenly sounded a prompt. Explore the town for advanced energy source fluctuations, please host obtain, there will be surprise rewards for completing the task. What? Advanced energy source? What is that? Jing Tian was taken aback and directly questioned the system. However, the system provided no further hints. Not even an explanation of what an advanced energy source was. This was a strange task. There was no time limit, and there was no requirement for Jing Tian to complete it. But with a surprise reward, Jing Tian couldn't ignore it. Moreover, Jing Tian was even more curious about what the system meant by advanced energy. Sir, are we getting out of the car? Wang Lian asked Jing Tian again at that moment. Ahem, let's get out, I'll go take a walk and get some fresh air. Jing Tian suddenly changed his mind. Little fatty rolled his eyes at Jing Tian and then jumped out of the car first. With the dog leading the way, Jing Tian and the others followed, directly entering a shopping mall with no doors or windows. Chapter 110 Borrow Your Eyes. Inside the mall, it was very spacious, dark and cold, in sharp contrast to the heat outside. What should have been stalls and shops were now all demolished. That's right, demolished. If it was zombie destruction, it would never be so thorough. Forget clothes, not even a scrap of cloth remained. On the ground, apart from scattered glass, there were only pieces of black-purple dried stains. Sir, there are no metal or wooden items here. Wang Lian suddenly said. Jing Tian was taken aback, then looked around. It really was. Although most of the shops were made of metal and glass, it was impossible that not a single piece of wood was left. Not only wood but almost everything combustible had disappeared. The metal from junk cars could be used to smelt iron and make weapons, collecting wood, could it be saved for cooking? Tong Yu said with a surprised look. That is really possible. Besides cooking, if someone really wanted to smelt iron, they might need a large amount of wood to make charcoal. Jing Tian raised his eyebrows and said. Then Jing Tian let the others spread out to search upstairs. While Jing Tian and Little Fatty stayed on the first floor. Little Fatty, have you found anything? Jing Tian asked Little Fatty. Don't bother me, I'm looking, the smell is too complex, I need to discern it little by little. Little Fatty replied impatiently. Jing Tian rolled his eyes and then began to wander around the first floor. Actually, there was really nothing to see here, it was all junk. System, what am I supposed to find for this advanced energy? At least give me some hints. After turning around in circles, Jing Tian simply asked the system directly. With no clues at all, he really didn't know where to start, and he might miss it entirely. If he knew what it looked like and couldn't find it, he could still send a drone. Originally thinking the system wouldn't respond, but unexpectedly, it did again. This advanced energy needs to absorb a large amount of heat energy. If found, the system will provide a prompt within 100 meters. Absorb heat energy? Jing Tian raised an eyebrow. Instantly, he thought of the situation where all the wood had been collected here. Could it be that survivors found some advanced energy and then gathered wood to supplement energy for it? The more he thought, the more likely it seemed. If they found survivors, there would be a certain chance of finding the energy too. Woof, found it, this way there are often fixed scents coming in and out. At that moment, the little fatty called out to a pile of trash in the farthest corner. Did you really find something? Jing Tian's eyes lit up, and he quickly walked over. In a hidden corner, covered by garbage, there was an iron door. Jing Tian wanted to go up directly and try to open the door. Ding!
Host has reached the activity range limit. Just as Jing Tian was half a meter away from touching the iron door, the system suddenly issued a prompt.
Damn!
Jing Tian was extremely frustrated. Clearly, this location was a stupid distance from the God of War, about 250 meters away.
Woof! Jing Tian, why don't you open the door? Are you scared? The little fatty was waiting for Jing Tian to open the door. But he found Jing Tian was frozen with an unusual expression. I just thought of something, wait a moment.
Jing Tian was so upset he wanted to spit blood, looking at the distant God of War. If he wanted to get inside, he could only drive the car in. There was no pressure in crashing the God of War in, but it just felt a bit awkward to do so.
System, is there a way?
Jing Tian asked directly, even without explaining the situation. He believed the system knew what he was asking.
Sure enough, the system responded.
Two options, one is to move the God of War, the other is to use the spirit attachment ability and let the battle pet investigate.
Spirit attachment? What is that?
Moving the God of War was something Jing Tian knew himself.
But this spirit attachment? Spirit attachment? Damn, it seems there really is a reward for spirit attachment. Jing Tian pondered the two words spirit attachment.
At first, it felt familiar. Then he remembered something he had forgotten.
Chapter 111 I am not as good as a dog.
Thinking of this, Jing Tian quickly opened the system screen. He pulled up the Battle Pet task reward. At that time, the reward for this task, besides the ability to communicate with mutated species, also included a spirit attachment reward.
Jing Tian hurriedly checked the introduction of this spirit attachment. Holy sh**t.
Upon looking, Jing Tian almost exclaimed in shock. This turned out to be a very magical ability. Spirit attachment allows the host to split a thread of consciousness and attach it to the battle pet's consciousness. It doesn't even require the other's consent, the host can fully control the other's actions.
Simply put, Jing Tian can borrow the little fatty's body.
Such a powerful ability, I actually overlooked it.
Damn, this is really damn frustrating.
After understanding this, Jing Tian almost slapped himself across the face. This ability must be compensation for being trapped in the circle. Suddenly, Jing Tian thought of another thing and asked the system, I remember there is another kind of spirit attachment, right? Previously, the system inexplicably deducted his energy points, saying something about spirit attachment consumption. That is a main system function, to bestow a trace of energy on the resources produced in safe houses, and it is different from this is a reward for you personally, the system explained again.
This system is becoming more and more humanized, very good, I like it. Once Jing Tian understood, he no longer hesitated. After all, this is a great thing that benefits him. Then, Jing Tian turned his head.
With a hint of mischief in his eyes, he looked at the little fatty.
Wu, what are you going to do? My meat can't be eaten, I'm a proper dog.
The little fatty, under Jing Tian's gaze, had his fur stand on end. While shouting, he quickly jumped to the side.
You stupid dog, what are you thinking?
I wouldn't dream of eating you or torturing you, just borrowing your eyes.
Jing Tian darkened his forehead as he spoke.
Although he had a battle pet contract, Jing Tian didn't need to see the little fatty's will to do the spirit attachment. But Jing Tian considered the little fatty a friend. It felt better to give a heads up and seek a bit of consent.
Borrowing my eyes? Are you going to dig out my eyes? I refuse. The little fatty didn't understand what Jing Tian meant at all.
Upon hearing Jing Tian's words, he immediately bared his teeth at him. There is a communication barrier between our species.
Just wait and you'll understand.
Hearing the little fatty distort his meaning so earnestly, Jing Tian thought it would be better not to seek consent.
After all, spirit attachment wouldn't harm the little fatty. Aren't you going to be surprised later?
At this moment, Wang Lian, Tong Yu, and Yuan Shang came down from upstairs.
Master, we didn't find anything.
The little girl Tong Yu ran to Jing Tian's side with a hint of dejection.
Wang Lian explained that the situation upstairs and downstairs was basically the same. We actually made a little discovery here, we found a door. Little fatty caught the scent of someone entering and exiting.
Jing Tian pointed at the iron door in the corner. Suddenly, everyone's eyes lit up. Even in this world, curiosity and the desire to explore cannot be changed.
Mr. Jing, let me go first.
Yuan Shang showed great enthusiasm at this moment. Jing Tian smiled and gave him the chance to prove himself. However, Yuan Shang tried twice to open the iron door. He found that the door was locked from the inside, and he simply had no strength to open it.
Woof, what a waste, watch me.
Little Fatty shouted anxiously from the side. Yuan Shang was feeling embarrassed when he saw Little Fatty charging over.
Be careful. Bang, clang. Little Fatty crashed into the iron door.
With a loud noise, the iron door was directly knocked open, and the lock inside was forcefully broken.
The door crashed hard against the wall, revealing a dark staircase leading down. Am I really even worse than a dog?
Yuan Shang stared with wide eyes, his face full of bitterness.
Don't be so self-deprecating. Even if they are level 4 or 5 ability users, they aren't as strong as my little fatty. Tong Yu said in a comforting tone.
When Yuan Shang heard Tong Yu's words, he indeed felt a bit comforted.
You guys go explore a bit, I'll wait for you on the war god.
I'll show up if there is real danger. Jing Tian said with a profound expression. Everyone was taken aback but soon had a misunderstanding. Sir, Master, wants to see how well we can handle things, we must perform well.
Wang Lian and Tong Yu thought the same thing simultaneously. Go ahead, with little fatty here, there won't be any ordinary danger. Jing Tian kicked little fatty and said. Yes, Master, sir. Wang Lian and Tong Yu answered in unison, then walked toward the passage. I will go first.
Yuan Shang felt that as a big man, it was already embarrassing to be worse than a freakish dog, but he couldn't hide behind the women either.
Little fatty looked at Jing Tian in confusion but didn't say anything, following the few people into the passage.
After the few of them and little fatty entered the passage, Jing Tian turned and returned to the war god.
As he walked, a strange expression appeared on Jing Tian's face. So this is little fatty's perspective? It's really unique.
At this moment, another scene appeared in his mind, all seen through little fatty's eyes.
Chapter 112, Strange People in the Cave.
The underground passage was pitch black. So dark that it felt a bit scary. But these did not affect little fatty in the slightest.
The one feeling the most fear was Tong Yu.
Not because the young girl was young, but because she had survived for a year in the same dark underground warehouse. In that year, she experienced things that were incredibly terrifying for her. So in such a space, she could not help but feel fear.
Little Yu, don't be afraid, the past is over, don't let the sir down.
Wang Lian felt Tong Yu's hand shaking as she grabbed it. As the person who rescued Tong Yu from the underground warehouse, Wang Lian instantly understood how she felt and comforted her.
I can't let Master be disappointed in me. After hearing Wang Lian's encouragement, Tong Yu nodded vigorously and tried hard to calm herself down. It's too dark here, I'll go back to get a torch.
Yuan Shang, walking in front, heard Tong Yu was scared and wanted to go back to prepare a torch. But halfway through his words, he suddenly saw a flicker of fire behind him. Turning around, he saw two small fire dragons flying in the air, illuminating a bright area.
Yuan Shang was stunned and then showed deep envy.
After seeing Tong Yu fight with fire dragons before, he wasn't as shocked, but it didn't hinder his jealousy.
Sigh, when will I be able to awaken my abilities, even if I remain at level 1 forever?
After feeling envious and jealous, Yuan Shang thought to himself.
Woof! Little fatty praised Tong Yu with a call.
Meanwhile, inside the war god ship, Jing Tian lay comfortably on the sofa, revealing a hint of satisfaction on his face.
He had clearly seen Tong Yu's performance.
This underground warehouse was very spacious. Wang Lian and the others turned around half a circle and found that it was still empty. However, the two entrances for cargo were completely sealed. This way, there's a hole. Yuan Shang suddenly shouted. The two girls quickly stepped forward. They discovered that in a corner, behind a pile of garbage, there was a large hole with a diameter of 2 meters. The hole was clearly man-made, very irregular, and blocked by a few steel bars placed in a haphazard manner. However, this block was essentially useless. The three of them dismantled it in a few moves.
Woof!
Little Fatty took the lead and jumped in. It had already caught a scent. Jing Tian suddenly raised his eyebrows inside the war god ship. Through Little Fatty's sense of smell, he also smelled the scent, a very faint smell of blood. Although it was very faint, Little Fatty could tell it was the smell of fresh human blood. The passage was still quite irregular but very lone. If it was dug out by hand, it would definitely be a big project. About 100 meters in, the passage suddenly narrowed a bit. A heavy iron door appeared a few meters away from the group. It was a pair of welded iron doors that opened outward. From the feel of it, this iron door was made of several centimeters thick steel plates welded together.
At least Yuan Shang knew that the AK in his hand definitely couldn't shoot through it. What to do? Tong Yu asked. Wang Lian touched the iron door and frowned slightly. It felt really heavy. The steel plates were probably more than one layer. Even if she had a level 3 peak ability, she might not be able to break through. Of course, if she could learn the wind-based cutting skill, perhaps she could. Woof, all of you step aside, a bunch of useless guys. Little Fatty called out, expressing disdain towards the three. Of course, the three didn't understand, but they could tell Little Fatty was about to make a move. This iron door is much heavier than the previous one, can it do it?
Yuan Shang saw Little Fatty's posture, immediately feeling a bit worried and doubtful, speaking to Wang Lian and Tong Yu.
Little Fatty can definitely do it, go for it. Tanyue did not respond to Yuan Shang and directly cheered Little Fatty on. Humph. Little Fatty proudly snorted twice, took 2 steps back, then charged straight at the iron door. Bang! Crack! Boom! With a huge bang, the entire cave seemed to tremble. Then, there was a series of cracking sounds from the iron door before it crashed to the ground. What the hell, this? Yuan Shan let out a cry, then wanted to shout, "What kind of monster is this?" Fortunately, he reacted quickly, holding back his words. Wang Lian and Tanyue were both shocked for a moment. Little Fatty was indeed powerful, but they had thought it was due to its speed. But now, this was simply a little monster. How tough was that small body? How much strength did it have? What the hell, this feeling is even relatable. Jing Tian suddenly shouted inside the war god ship. At the moment Little Fatty smashed the iron door open, Jing Tian suddenly felt a pain at the top of his head, followed by a slight dizziness. However, seeing Little Fatty standing tall with a proud look, it seemed as if nothing was wrong. What a show-off, this dog is definitely showing off. Jing Tian instantly understood. Little Fatty was absolutely not feeling nothing, its nonchalant appearance was just a show-off. But soon, Jing Tian shifted his attention. Because of the situation behind the iron door. At this moment, Wang Lian, Tanyue, and Yuan Shang also came back to their senses, shocked by the scene behind the iron door. It was still a long corridor cave, about 30 meters long, with another large iron door at the end. These were not the reasons for their amazement. What first shocked them was there was actually electricity here. A small light bulb hung about a dozen meters away, illuminating a surrounding area. 2 chairs. Secondly, to their surprise, 2 men were sitting on the chairs. Both of them were bare-chested, their faces dark blue with strange patterns tattooed on them. These strange men were clearly stunned by the iron door hitting them. One of them was still holding a piece of meat, brought up to his mouth, while the other stared with wide eyes and an open mouth. Their teeth were very special, each one was sharp, seemingly deliberately sharpened. Ah! Who are you? Tanya was the first to react, suddenly gasping in shock. Wang Lian instantly took a defensive stance, and Yuan Shang quickly raised his gun, aiming at the 2 men. However, just as Wang Lian and Yuan Shang took up a defensive posture, Little Fatty had already moved. Chapter 113, The Inhumane. Little Fatty's figure flickered and disappeared from the spot. The next second. Puff puff, 2 slashing sounds rang out almost simultaneously, and then the 2 strange men fell backward with their eyes wide open. At the same time, 2 streams of blood gushed from their throats. Gurgle. As they fell, they wanted to say something, but could only make gurgling sounds. On the ground, they died. Ah! Little Fatty, what are you doing? Tanya snapped back to reality and yelled at Little Fatty, who had returned. Little Fatty ignored Tanya and rubbed his claws on the ground. It seemed his claws were stuck to something dirty and disgusting. Wang Lian and Yuan Shan were also baffled by Little Fatty's actions, feeling a bit annoyed. Only Jing Tian within the war god had a face full of extreme anger. Brute, killing them like this is really too lenient. Jing Tian was clearly not angry at Little Fatty for recklessly killing, but rather furious that killing those 2 was too easy for them. After rubbing his claws clean, Little Fatty let out a grunt towards Tanya and Wang Lian. He indicated with his eyes towards the iron basin on the table and then looked up at the light bulb overhead, showing a puzzled and thoughtful expression. Wang Lian and the others approached with confusion, looking towards the iron basin on the table. Oh wow! Yuan Shang was the first to clearly see what was inside, his face suddenly changed drastically, and he immediately turned to vomit. What oh wow! Wang Lian and Tanya were puzzled by Yuan Shang's reaction. However, both of them quickly followed Yuan Shang's suit after seeing the items in the basin, turning around to vomit as well. What was in the basin? Half a basin of meat, the most eye-catching thing was actually a finger. Clearly, it was a cooked human finger. Now you know why I killed them, and you still question me, really? Little Fatty huffed with dissatisfaction upon hearing the sound of the 3 vomiting. Good kill, Little Fatty, these people are more vile than zombies, 1,000 times worse than beasts, must kill one when you see one. Jing Tian transmitted his voice directly into Little Fatty's consciousness. Woof! Little Fatty suddenly squinted his eyes and looked around in confusion. Although he was used to communicating with Jing Tian's consciousness, this time felt absolutely different. No need to look, I'm in your head, this is what I meant by borrowing your eyes, I saw everything that happened. Jing Tian explained to Little Fatty. Originally wanting to see Little Fatty's frightened look, the result was. Woof, so that's how it is. I thought you wanted to dig out my eyes. Little Fatty replied calmly. Jing Tian was taken aback, how can he be so composed? I can also control your body's actions. Jing Tian added some more fuel to the fire. Really? That's great.
Little Fatty was not surprised or angry upon hearing Jing Tian's words, but rather felt joy and eagerness. Quickly control it, I'll just watch from the side, it'll be just like riding a car.
Dog is still a dog, their brain circuits are not the same as humans.
Jing Tian was speechless, feeling somewhat defeated by Little Fatty. Wang Lian and the three vomited for a while before gradually calming down, but none dared to look at the iron basin on the table again.
Otherwise, vomiting would continue. Brute, inhumane, killing like this is too lenient for them. Tanya's little face turned pale, saying the same furious words as Jing Tian.
Back at the stronghold, though I heard that such cases sometimes occur, I still found it hard to believe.
How can we eat this?
Yuan Shang said with a grim face. At that moment, Yuan Shang felt that even drinking mud and eating dirt in the stronghold would be happier than this. Wang Lian didn't comment on the matter anymore, she regained her senses and looked at the electric light in shock.
There is actually electricity here, should we inform the Sir first? Wang Lian said hesitantly.
Yes, I almost forgot such an important matter, it's really infuriating that there is electricity in such a disgusting place.
Tong Yu nodded repeatedly. Woof woof.
Little Fatty barked twice and shook his head.
Little Fatty, are you saying we don't need to call the Sir? Wang Lian guessed Little Fatty's meaning.
Little Fatty nodded decisively, then before Wang Lian could make another decision, he suddenly charged towards the iron door.
Boom. Bang. The same heavy iron door was once again crashed open by Little Fatty. Roar, die.
As the iron door fell, a distorted roar came from inside. At least a dozen people, similar to the two who were killed, appeared. These people rushed at Wang Lian and the others, waving machetes and iron rods. Their quick reaction indicated that they already knew the situation here and were somewhat prepared.
I'll go.
Yuan Shang seized the opportunity, shouted loudly, and raised his gun to shoot directly.
Leave one alive. Wang Lian shouted quickly.
With a burst of indiscriminate gunfire. One magazine was emptied, and all the dozen or so people in front fell to the ground. The only one still moving had both legs shot through but was still waving the machete in his hand, howling madly. In such a bloody scene, the few of them felt no discomfort at all, as these people were all the kind of sharp-toothed evildoers. Jing Tian, using Little Fatty's vision, looked at this scene and felt a bit of relief. In the apocalypse, he could accept people killing people, even robbing and killing, all kinds of killing. But the existence of people eating people had already touched the bottom line of humanity, anyone with a hint of humanity could not accept it.
Stop your shouting, I'll ask you questions. If you answer honestly, I can spare your life.
At this point, Yuan Shang loudly questioned the injured man. Roar roar, die, you all will die, I will dig out your hearts, dig out your lungs, and offer them to me, Wang. The man kept roaring while swinging the machete, in a frenzied state, clearly not responding to the questions. Yuan Shang asked several times, even changing to a new magazine, and shot off the crazy person's arm. However, the other party still would not answer any questions normally. This person is just insane, Tong Yu frowned and said. Little Fatty was more decisive and directly darted forward to end this person's life. Then he looked towards the next iron door.
Little Fatty, wait a minute, let's get ready before opening the door, maybe behind the door is their stronghold. Wang Lian quickly advised Little Fatty. Little Fatty nodded.
At this moment, Little Fatty had already lost control over his own body. The current Little Fatty could be considered a doppelganger of Jing Tian.
Jing Tian also worried that Little Fatty's impulsiveness would put Wang Lian and the others in danger. Yuan Shang, how many bullets do you have left? Wang Lian asked. 3 magazines left, 89 bullets, Yuan Shang replied with a hint of confidence. Good, don't waste the bullets. If a fight breaks out, we will lead with our powers while you cover us from behind. Woof. Wang Lian was arranging a simple strategy when suddenly Little Fatty shouted.
As Wang Lian and the three were filled with doubt, they soon understood. At that moment, the iron door suddenly made a creaking sound and slowly opened from the inside.
Chapter 114, The Evil Leader is about to appear. As the iron door moved, Wang Lian and the others tensed up simultaneously.
Jing Tian, in the form of Little Fatty, also narrowed his eyes. A glow with a hint of fiery red shone through the crack of the door. At the same time, they saw a large group of people holding weapons standing dozens of meters behind the door. The space behind the door was vast, as large as a football field, as if a small mountain had been hollowed out.
Prepare for battle. Wang Lian spoke quietly with a calm expression. The situation was unclear, and it would be better if they were just all man-eating villains. Even if there were abilities, even if there were dozens reaching level 2 or 3. It didn't seem like a big deal, unless there were more high-level ability users, otherwise, they were still safe. Because they had Little Fatty on their side. And there was the even stronger Mr. Jing behind them. Thinking of this, Wang Lian lost her worries. Clearly, Tong Yu's thoughts were similar to Wang Lian's.
Only Yuan Shang appeared a bit tense, but he showed no sign of retreat. When the iron door opened completely, the scene inside became clearer.
Jing Tian squinted his dog-like eyes. Cough, cough, this was a little awkward.
Jing Tian did not focus on the over 300 armed villains. His gaze was directly on the big iron furnace behind these strange people. The iron furnace was 10 meters high and about 4 meters in diameter. It was supported by iron pillars, with a large amount of burning material fiercely blazing at the furnace's bottom. What attracted Jing Tian the most was that there was a cable running from the top of the furnace straight up to the cave ceiling, then branching out in all directions.
Electricity. Was this huge iron furnace producing power?
While Jing Tian was observing the furnace with confusion, suddenly a roar came from behind the villains.
Roar, fresh meat willingly comes forward, catch them and offer fresh blood to our king. With this roar, over 300 people showed no hesitation, grabbing machetes or axes, screaming as they charged forward. All these people were in tattered clothes, their bodies covered in tattoos. These people had one big common point. That was, their teeth were all sharp. With the right expression, they looked like a truly fierce cannibal tribe. Woof!
Jing Tian had no time to observe further.
With a roar, he rushed into the crowd. The battle was inevitable. Little Fatty's combat strength was shockingly strong, able to relieve most of the pressure on Wang Lian and others. On the other side, Wang Lian quickly made a deployment. Xiaoyu, let's not go forward, stay here and attack. The three were now positioned at the iron door, creating a choke point to stop the massive influx of enemies. They had occupied a certain geographical advantage. Tong Yu responded, then she and Wang Lian unleashed their abilities to attack. Tornado Curtain. Fire Rain Technique. Wang Lian's wind curtain leaned more towards defense. But once it expanded to a certain extent, it could still rip apart enemies. Tong Yu's fire rain technique should have the best effect at this moment, igniting a large number of foes under the rain of fire. However, these people seemed to feel no pain. Even when their bodies were ignited, they did not stop, continuously howling and rushing forward. Boom, bang bang. Yuan Shang's gun played a significant role at this moment. As long as anyone got within 10 meters of the iron door, he would directly shoot them. Yuan Shang had excellent marksmanship, and each shot was a headshot. Here, Wang Lian and Tong Yu had basically no crisis to worry about. On the other side, Jing Tian was fully unleashed. Little Fatty's body was just too useful. With a thought, the fat body had already completed the action. And within Little Fatty's body, there was a powerful energy that could affect any part of his body. With a claw infused with a trace of energy, everything in its path, whether human or weapon, was sliced apart. As the slaughter increased, Jing Tian's true self within the war god ship started to show a fierce and ruthless expression, his eyes slightly reddening. At this moment, there was no difference from being on the battlefield. High-intensity slaughter would definitely affect some mental state. But it was okay. Jing Tian firmly held on to one thought that kept him from being distracted by his inner demons. This thought was simple: kill those who should be killed. If they weren't killed, more people would be brutally harmed and killed by them. The 3-in-1 dog were fighting against over 300 villains. The battle scene was brutal, yet it was also spectacular. Wang Lian's wind curtain had swept to a diameter of 10 meters, and Tong Yu's fire rain had limited lethality. The fire dragon dance has begun. Wherever the three little fire dragons passed, one by one, the evil people were ignited. Gunshots occasionally mingled with the battle. After a full 5 minutes, the battle was nearing its end, with just one person remaining out of more than 300. 5 minutes sounds short. But in the midst of battle, 5 minutes is already a long time. Is this really our doing? Looking at the various forms of broken corpses before her, Tong Yu's little face turned pale. During the fight, she only wanted to kill the enemy, but after it ended, she felt a bit uneasy. We can't blame Tong Yu. After all, she is still young and it's her first time participating in a killing. In contrast, Wang Lian and Yuan Shang were much better off. The last remaining person, seeing all his companions killed, turned and ran backward. About 100 meters behind, there was a large iron door over 10 meters high on the mountain wall. Jing Tian glanced at the iron door, then suddenly darted forward to chase the evildoer. With one claw swipe, he severed the evildoer's ankle. Ah, Wang, save me. Please save me. After falling, the evildoer didn't have the spirit of those crazed evil people, but instead howled loudly for help. Woof! Jing Tian turned and barked, signaling Wang Lian and the others to stay back for now. Then, his gaze fixed tightly on that iron door. Thud, thud, thud. A loud noise came from behind the iron door. With each sound, the whole cave trembled slightly. It seemed like an extremely heavy object was walking closer behind the iron door. After 10 seconds, crack, crack, crack. With a series of gear grinding sounds, the 10-meter-high iron door slowly lowered like a drawbridge. Humph. This should be the evil leader coming out? The sound is quite loud. Jing Tian squinted and sneered. It was clear that the ones he had killed before were just minions. Chapter 115, The Giant Steelman.
As the iron door slowly descended, the scene behind it gradually became clear.
Not to mention there was a huge space behind it. The first thing seen was a gigantic black metal head.
Then lower down, slowly revealing a black metal body.
Wow, is it Iron Man or Transformers?
Jing Tian was a bit stunned. Although this shape varied from the mechanical protagonists of sci-fi blockbusters, it was still quite cool. As the iron door completely fell, the full view of the Steelman was revealed. His body was entirely made of black metal, without any special or gorgeous design, mostly flat metal, yet still shocking. The Steelman stood at a height of at least 10 meters. It was undoubtedly man-controlled. Because at the chest position of the robot, there was a transparent glass cover. Through the glass, one could clearly see a person controlling it inside. This person looked very thin, in his 50s, with sparse hair, a pale complexion, deep-set eyes, and a crazy gaze. He looked just like a mad scientist. As ability users, why do you disturb me? And why do you slaughter so many of my subordinates? They are just ordinary people. A deep, resonant voice came from within the Steelman, clearly questioning Wang Lian, Yuan Shan, and Tong Yu. The three, still shocked by the Steelman, were snapped back to reality by his words. In an instant, all three were filled with anger. Madman, you crazy madman. Tong Yu was the first to shout, they were eating people, and you still say they are ordinary people? Thud, thud. The Steelman stepped out from the passage, causing the ground to tremble. After a few steps, he stopped next to a giant iron furnace, not far from the little fat man, and continued to respond to Tong Yu. This is a world where people eat people, devour the useless, making those who serve me stronger. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that? Yuan Shang shouted angrily, eating people and you talk of reasons? Pa, you are scum, worse than a beast. You cannot understand my great ideas, stop wasting words and surrender. Seeing you so fresh and tender. Raising them to drink blood is indeed a good beverage. Dare to resist, I'll put you in a life and death situation. The Steelman said at last, suddenly lifting a hand. A steel plate on his arm moved, revealing a pipe. Obviously, this Steelman was armed with deadly weapons. Dodge. Wang Lian saw this and quickly pulled Tong Yu to hide into the passage. Yuan Shan fired his gun directly. Bang! 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 Several shots hit the transparent glass dome. As a result, the powerful bullets left not a single mark on that glass dome. Ha, it's useless. As long as I'm inside the Steel Warrior, no one can harm me. The Steelman laughed madly. Then, with a swoosh, a black object was ejected from his arm's pipe. This thing started off the size of a fist, and just a few meters from the target, suddenly exploded into a net. Yuan Shan was slightly slow in his movements and lingered to shoot a few more times. By the time he thought to run, it was already too late. He was directly trapped inside the black net. The net was obviously made of special material. The more Yuan Shang struggled, the tighter the net became, and it was firmly stuck to the ground. Wang Lian and Tong Yu had already run dozens of meters away. Entering the passage, considering the Steelman's size, the two of them were already safe. But seeing Yuan Shang trapped, the two hesitated for a moment but still prepared to return to save him. Watch me burn it to death. Tong Yu ran to the exit and directly released two little fire dragons to attack. By common logic, a Steelman would indeed be wary of flame attacks. After all, even if it didn't break the defense, the flames could heat him up, and the person inside would absolutely be doomed. But... ha, useless. My Steel Warrior is made of special metal, it won't heat up even if burned for a day, and... The Steelman laughed arrogantly, and at the end, with greater pride, he waved his hand directly, slapping at the fire dragon. Whoosh! One little fire dragon was directly scattered. Tong Yu's little face changed, and she quickly controlled the other fire dragon to dodge. Little girl, how pure you are. I usually don't eat meat, but you've stirred up my appetite. The Steelman grinned wickedly, raising his steel arm again toward the exit of the passage. Bang! A black object shot out again. Tornado curtain. Wang Lian was helping Yuan Shan to escape but was also closely watching Tong Yu. Tong Yu was the teacher's disciple, she must be protected. Even if she had to abandon Yuan Shan, she couldn't allow Tong Yu to be hurt in the slightest. The wind curtain instantly blocked in front of Tong Yu. Whoosh! The black net just unfurled collided with the wind curtain, instantly being blown away. Interesting, but useless. Today, let you experience the power of my Steel Warrior. The Steelman was not discouraged by the failure of his black net, instead, he laughed even more proudly. With a twist of the pipe, bang! A ball of flame was directly sprayed out, heading straight for the wind curtain. In an instant, the fireball collided with the wind curtain. For a moment, the wind curtain turned into a fire curtain, both quickly weakening at the same time.
Try my move again.
The steel man was ready to change moves, feeling proud. Suddenly, he seemed to hear a dog barking.
Then, boom!
A loud noise came from his feet.
Oh no, what's happening?
The steel man exclaimed. He felt his steel warrior losing balance and tipping backward.
He couldn't believe this was real.
His steel warrior weighed over 20 tons. Its stability had been tested countless times.
How could it be knocked over by a little dog? Boom!
No matter whether he believed it or not, the fact was true. The massive steel body crashed to the ground. A chubby bully dog jumped directly onto the glass dome, looking at him with eyes full of disdain and contempt.
Chapter 116, Crashing into the Mountain.
Jing Tian had been thinking of how to deal with the steel man since he appeared. At the same time, the main body was driving the war god towards this side. It must be said, the materials of this steel man were very special and very tough. Don't say that Tongyua's level 2 ability is ineffective, even little fat's claws can't truly cause harm. I wanted to carefully study the Achilles heel of the Iron Man.
But seeing Wang Lian and Tongyue in danger, Jing Tian could only use the most foolish method to go for it.
It turned out that this move was indeed effective.
However, this time he crashed a bit too hard. Little Fat was still a bit dizzy when he climbed onto the Iron Man's body. Impossible, what are you, a dog?
The old guy inside the Iron Man stared wide-eyed, unable to believe Little Fat.
Woof woof. I'm your grandpa,
Jing Tian disdainfully said, and quickly searched for an entrance on the Iron Man's body. Since this old guy could go in, there had to be a hatch.
Damn beast, a dog dares to look down on my great existence, thinking this means victory? Go die.
Suddenly, the old guy roared fiercely, and his body surface surged with high voltage.
Strands of blue electric arcs crackled on the surface of the body. However, this move was completely useless against Little Fat's body.
With a slight tremor, Jing Tian only felt a tingling sensation all over, even finding it somewhat pleasant.
Woo, don't stop, put in more effort, I'm about to get electrocuted.
This was what Little Fat said in his true form. At this moment, Wang Lian's ability, the wind curtain, had dissipated, and only then did they see the Iron Man fall.
Tongyue and Wang Lian wanted to step forward. Woof, don't come over. Jing Tian hurriedly barked.
Although the Iron Man was down, he was not without attacking power. Fortunately, Wang Lian had strong experience and crisis awareness. Upon hearing Little Fat's bark, she quickly pulled Tongyue back. Little Fat is awesome, he can hold that bad guy down, let's save you and Shang first,
Wang Lian said.
This black net, made of some unknown material, couldn't even be cut by her dagger.
Of course, Wang Lian's dagger was just an ordinary dagger. If it were swapped for one crafted by Jing Tian, it might be effective.
Over here, Jing Tian and Little Fat were very curious about the Iron Man's hatch, mainly because they didn't want to destroy the Iron Man's integrity. Otherwise, for that glass shield, Little Fat still had the ability to shatter it. They were also studying where the Iron Man's hatch was located.
Click click.
At that moment, a sudden noise came from the Iron Man's back, and then 2 hydraulic rods extended out. Clearly, the Iron Man was about to prop up its body.
It seems we'll have to break the glass.
Jing Tian discovered that there was no way to stop the Iron Man from getting up, so he could only use the last resort. Without further hesitation, Little Fat's body leaped up violently, then charged straight at the glass shield.
Ha, you want to break my diamond? Crack.
The old guy had been somewhat contemptuous and proud, thinking Little Fat was going to crash into the glass. But just as he was laughing wildly halfway through, he suddenly heard a crisp sound. He was horrified to see that the glass shield he thought was indestructible had developed cracks.
This is impossible, this was forged from the hardest diamond, how could it break?
The old guy's expression changed suddenly, and he raised his arm to grab Little Fat. Unfortunately, with his clumsy mechanical arm, trying to grab Little Fat was nothing but a delusion.
Want to use a weapon?
Don't mention him being unable to aim. Even if he did, before he could act, Little Fat would have already dodged aside.
Bang! Crack! Bang! Crash!
Little Fat crashed into it 2 more times consecutively. The glass shield shattered with a loud crash.
Woof, old guy, if you dare to move, I'll cut your throat.
Little Fat jumped directly into the Iron Man's interior, one paw firmly pressed against the old guy's throat. Although he couldn't understand, it didn't stop the old guy from grasping Little Fat's intent. Having the ability to shatter the glass shield, the old guy didn't dare to doubt for a bit that this dog had the capacity to take his life.
No, please don't kill me, I'm just a poor old man.
The old guy instantly changed from his previous arrogance to a pleading mode.
And to be honest, this pitiful image he portrayed did stir a bit of sympathy. Unfortunately, Jing Tian wasn't buying it at all.
At this moment, feeling a bit helpless.
Communication barrier.
Fortunately, at this moment, the real body had already piloted the god of war and found another entrance here.
Fatty remained motionless, controlling the old man, waiting for the real body to come in. This location was two connected desolate hills behind the small town.
The god of war climbed over hills effortlessly and soon arrived behind the slope. Here, there was a slope that was almost vertical, and it was hard to notice anything unusual if not looked at carefully.
However, Jing Tian could locate Fatty, and after a close observation, he discovered the anomaly.
Jing Tian pressed a button, and several steel plates on the front of the god of war quickly moved and reorganized, instantly forming a triangular breach mode.
Boom!
The god of war crashed into the cliff wall without hesitation.
With a loud noise, rocks flew everywhere.
Then came another loud bang, and a heavy iron door, measuring over 10 square meters, crashed down.
Sure enough, with such a large steel man, the old guy wouldn't keep it in the cave as a toy. There must be an exit.
Jing Tian smiled lightly. He deduced that there was an exit here, also related to the giant steel man's huge size. The passage was not long, only a few dozen meters. Then the god of war entered the mountain space. This place was also the size of a soccer field, overall divided into several areas. The god of war knocked over many things and stopped directly in the center of the space. It stopped steady, and upon opening the door, Jing Tian immediately smelled a strong stench of blood, much stronger than on the other side. He initially wanted to go to the other side to help Fatty deal with that steel man. However, after taking a few steps, Jing Tian was attracted by something. On the left half of the area, it was covered with white plastic sheeting. Inside, he could see several operating tables, with a few expressionless men mechanically swinging their cleavers. And on the tables, there were bloody corpses, being disassembled piece by piece. A slaughterhouse. A word popped into Jing Tian's mind. The butchers inside didn't even look at Jing Tian's arrival, they seemed to be focused solely on that single repetitive action. Suppressing the urge to vomit, he peered inside. The closest to the inside was a space separated by iron bars. In the iron-barred area of about 200 square meters, a large group of naked people lay in disarray.
A rough estimate put their number at around 200.
These people were obviously still alive. But each was numb, their eyes lacking focus. Perhaps they saw Jing Tian, but there was not a hint of reaction. Instantly, Jing Tian guessed the fate of these people. He shook his head and turned to leave. Now was not the time to rescue them.
Even if he did save them, he wouldn't know how many could live normally afterwards.
Then, Jing Tian observed the other areas. There was a very large space, clearly a laboratory with various experimental instruments. In a corner, there was a steel-forged room. Outside the room were piled dozens of metal blocks about 1 square meter each.
Ding!
Detected medium-grade memory metal materials can enhance the main structure of the god of war. The system suddenly issued a prompt after Jing Tian saw that pile of metal.
Memory metal? It can enhance the god of war? Jing Tian's eyes lit up.
The term memory metal was not unfamiliar to Jing Tian. It was a type of metal often used in many aerospace materials during the Prosperous Age.
This one should be somewhat different.
However, since the system said it was memory metal, it must be correct. Generally, memory metals could restore themselves after deformation. Just imagine if the god of war had the properties of this memory metal.
Wow, it would definitely be amazing. Without thinking further, he ordered the enhancement directly.
Please move the god of war within 10 meters of the metal, the system prompted. Jing Tian quickly controlled the god of war to crash over, not caring what precious experimental equipment was there, they were just tools for evil. Jing Tian felt no pity for this, instead, he felt a sense of excitement.
Consume 1,000 kilograms of intermediate metal, 1,000 energy points, start enhancement?
1,000 energy points is a bit expensive, but still need to enhance. Jing Tian hesitated a little about the cost of energy points. But thinking about the benefits after the war god ship acquired the memory attribute, this little consumption was nothing. After all, the stronger the war god ship, the greater help it would be for collecting energy points.
Enhancement starting, it will take 5 minutes.
The system began to enhance. A black metal block was 1 meter square, so only one was melted into liquid form, then covered over the war god ship. Jing Tian did not admire the enhancement process of the war god ship, stepping towards another space inside the mountain. Just as Jing Tian arrived at the large iron gate of the suspension bridge, the system reminded him again.
Detected high-level energy, system automatically collecting. Jing Tian was stunned, this process seemed a bit off. He hadn't even seen what the high-level energy looked like. Moreover, why did it feel like the system was eager to collect it? Wait a minute, at least let me see what the high-level energy looks like? Jing Tian asked. However, the system ignored him this time. Jing Tian pouted and stepped into the cave on this side. Master. Wang Lian and Tong Yu, although a distance away, still saw Jing Tian coming and greeted him with surprise.
Jing Tian nodded in response to the two girls. Then he came to Xiao Pang's side, first retracting the spiritual attachment, then commanded Xiao Pang, drag this old man out for me. If he doesn't cooperate, break his hands and feet.
Woof, sure thing. Xiao Pang replied simply. Cooperate, I will cooperate, don't treat a weak old man so cruelly, I will come out myself. The old man, seeming to know the situation was dire and not wanting to have his hands and feet broken, his eyes turned around and finally took the initiative to open the hatch. No wonder earlier Jing Tian and Xiao Pang couldn't find the entrance and exit.
It turns out the steel man's chest cavity was a hole, and when opening the hatch, the entire control cabin moved out. Normally, it would move forward, but since the steel man was lying down, it turned into rising up.
After the control cabin rose, a hatch opened on one side. As soon as the old man opened the door, Xiao Pang rushed forward and bit his ankle, dragging him out.
With a thud, the old man fell down.
Ouch, my old bones.
The old man laid on the ground, wailing pitifully. Jing Tian coldly laughed. This old man looked weak, but he was not a capable person, yet his physique did not seem as poor as it appeared. Jing Tian temporarily ignored the old man and had Xiao Pang help Yuan Shang break free.
Originally, the black net Wang Lian had struggled with and couldn't break, Xiao Pang easily tore apart.
Yuan Shang was freed, his face filled with embarrassment, repeatedly thanking Xiao Pang.
Master, this old man is very bad, he has raised hundreds of man-eating villains, hurry up and kill him. As soon as Tong Yu came to Jing Tian's side, she began to list the old man's crimes.
Tong Yu directly said to get rid of the old man, showing how deeply she loathed him.
Don't worry. Master knows what to do. Jing Tian smiled lightly.
Without Tong Yu saying it, Jing Tian naturally knew. After all, he had participated in the whole process using Xiao Pang's body.
After comforting Tong Yu, he directly kicked the old man and asked, "Tell me, where did you get the electricity, the metals, and this steel man from?"
Jing Tian held back from killing the old man immediately, wanting to ask for some information. At the same time, Jing Tian already had a basic decision in mind regarding the old man's fate.
I made it all myself, just let me live, and I can give you anything, the old man said, his eyes darting. You made it yourself? What proof do you have? Jing Tian squinted his eyes. Really?
I have a magical treasure, many things are made with it. But that is my life-saving item, I will only tell you after I truly confirm its safety.
Pokemon? I'm afraid you'll lose it soon. Jing Tian suddenly said. How could that be? No one knows except me. Ah, what happened? Why did the lights go out? My treasure. Did you steal my treasure?
The old man was boasting proudly when suddenly all the lights in the space went out. Others might not understand why, but the old man knew very well that the power in this place relied on that treasure he mentioned.
In an instant, the entire space was only illuminated by the flickering firelight. Jing Tian sneered, not responding to the old man.
He had now confirmed that everything here depended on that advanced energy source created by the old man.
Ding!
At that moment, a system prompt echoed in Jing Tian's mind. The God of War transformation is complete, the main body defense level has reached level 7, and it has an automatic repair function.
The advanced energy absorption is complete, reward.
The system prompted twice in a row, but when it came to the reward detail, it suddenly paused.
What reward? Quick, tell me. After waiting a few seconds, Jing Tian couldn't help but urge.
This was the first time the system had a delay in the reward notice. This made Jing Tian feel that something was unusual.
Chapter 118, System Intelligent Upgrade.
The old man was still screaming madly on the side. Jing Tian felt a bit annoyed and directly signaled Yuan Shang to shut the old man up. Yuan Shang was not polite, stepping forward and striking the old man down with the butt of his gun. If you make another sound, I'll kill you. Yuan Shang threatened fiercely, as he had just been feeling very stifled. The space fell silent, and Jing Tian asked the system again what was going on. The system seemed to be silent for a moment, or perhaps there was another reason, and after a few seconds, it spoke again. I can offer you 2 types of rewards to choose from. Wait a minute, system, why has your voice changed? Jing Tian suddenly widened his eyes, forgetting about the rewards and directly interrupting the system. At this moment, the system's voice had genuinely changed. It was no longer that purely electronic synthetic voice, but had a clear and crisp female tone. What's so strange about that? The intelligent system upgrade makes me more humanized, so it's easier to communicate with you and better support you. The system's voice clearly carried a hint of emotion in response. Intelligent system upgrade? This is great, I like it. Does this mean we can communicate anytime in the future? Upon hearing about the intelligent system upgrade, Jing Tian accepted this explanation. After all, the system had just absorbed an advanced energy source that he didn't even understand. Whether to communicate or not depends on this system's mood. Now complete your task reward first.
Today, this system is happy and offers you two choices.
1. Upgrade the main villa system to level 3.
2. Open the God of War's dimensional storage space. Jing Tian's curiosity was shifted again, and he asked in confusion, what's the dimensional space? He naturally knew about upgrading the villa main system to level 3.
He only needed 2 auxiliary functions to reach level 2 for that.
But what was this dimensional storage space?
Check the reward introduction yourself. You have 1 minute to choose, or the reward will be random. The system said straightforwardly.
Whoa, okay. Jing Tian wanted to exclaim whoa, but ultimately held back.
In the past, the system was almost mechanical, and he could complain as much as he wanted. But now that the intelligence system had upgraded, not only did it have emotions, especially in a female voice, Jing Tian felt it was better to hold back. Quickly, he pulled up the system display screen in his mind and found the reward introduction.
Dimensional storage space, initial capacity of 50 cubic meters. Can carry all non-living objects.
Can upgrade with the main system. The introduction was simple, but Jing Tian understood it.
System, I choose the dimensional space.
After reading the introduction, Jing Tian directly said to the system. This was a choice that required no hesitation.
Upgrading the main system could be done quickly with his own effort to level 3. But this dimensional space?
Jing Tian even didn't find it in the list of auxiliary functions. Finally made a correct choice. Please select the loading location in the dimensional space. It can be any place on the war god, the system said.
Then, let's do it in the forging room. Jing Tian said after thinking for a moment. There are now 4 closed spaces on the war god.
2 bedrooms, 1 bathroom, and finally the cold weapon forging room.
Loading complete. The system responded instantly after Jing Tian made his choice. Jing Tian was a bit eager to take a look.
However, the matter at hand hadn't been dealt with yet, so he could only endure a little longer.
By the way, system, that advanced energy.
You don't need to worry about that anymore. The advanced energy has been absorbed by me. Consider it my payment for serving you. Is that okay? The system directly interrupted Jing Tian. Jing Tian blinked, feeling indescribably frustrated. You didn't even give me a chance to object.
Although he was complaining inside, on the surface, Jing Tian still shook his head generously, then asked, Sister.
Who are you calling sister? Just call me system. The system directly interrupted Jing Tian, clearly a bit dissatisfied.
Alright, system, I have a question I want to ask.
Jing Tian said with a frown. This system was originally quite individual. Now that it has upgraded in intelligence, its personality is getting stronger.
What do you want to ask? The system seemed curious about what Jing Tian wanted to ask. I just want to ask, who is the master between us? Who is the subordinate? Jing Tian suddenly asked with a smile on his face.
You are the master, there is no dispute about this. You can rest assured, if you forcibly ask me anything, as long as it does not exceed the current permissions of the system, I will answer you everything I know.
The system answered Jing Tian without any hesitation. That's good, don't worry, I won't force you into anything, this is nice, we can act like friends, and you can help me with anything. Jing Tian immediately smiled.
I've always been helping you, but you are too stupid, a complete lazy bum. Among several hosts I have supported, you are the least promising one, the system said rudely.
You have supported several hosts? Who are they?
Alright, I'm not interested in chatting about this topic right now. Hurry up and deal with the matters here. Call me for normal issues, but for some questions, I will charge you appropriately. The system directly interrupted Jing Tian's words.
Jing Tian's forehead darkened again, so it turns out that asking questions requires payment? Fortunately, it's only for some appropriate charges, not every question. At this time, Wang Lian and Tong Yu Wushans were unaware of what Jing Tian was doing and didn't dare to disturb him, quietly waiting.
Jing Tian then ended the conversation with the system and looked at the several people and said, let's go, finish the rest of the business, and we will leave here.
Master, what about this old fellow? Tong Yu asked.
Wait a minute, there will naturally be arrangements for him.
Jing Tian squinted his eyes, then thought of the scene on the other side, and said to Tong Yu, little you better get in the car first, you might not adapt to the scene over there.
Master, I'm not afraid of anything, I want to see the outcome of this big bad guy.
Tong Yu said stubbornly. Then do as you wish. Jing Tian shrugged.
Jing Tian believed that the little girl wouldn't be able to last until the end, and would surely run back to bed. The old fellow was hit hard by Yuan Shang's gun but seemed to be in a daze. Soon, they reached another half of the cave space. Because there was no campfire here, it became very dark. Jing Tian directly controlled the war god to turn on the headlights. There were lights all around the war god, instantly brightening the whole space. The reinforced war god looked no different on the outside, so it did not surprise Wang Lian and the others. But when the old fellow saw the war god, his originally confused eyes suddenly widened.
What kind of car is this? So cool? And this car's material, it feels even more advanced than my memory metal?
The old man, a seasoned alchemy master, instantly saw that the materials of the war god were extraordinary. Unfortunately, he was restrained at the moment, otherwise, he would have rushed forward to study it.
Ah!
At that moment, Tanya suddenly screamed, her eyes wide with horror as she stared in one direction. That direction was precisely where the meat was being chopped. The transparent plastic partition was very clear under the car lights, and most of the scenes inside could be seen clearly.
Xiao Yu, don't look.
Wang Lian also saw it and hurriedly covered Tong Yu's eyes, battling her own fear and nausea.
Yuan Shan, go ahead and kill those people. Also, let those survivors in the back out. Jing Tian turned to Yuan Shan and said.
Although he didn't come specifically to save people, encountering such a situation, Jing Tian wouldn't just leave those people to die inside.
Chapter 119, just saving you along the way. Yuan Shan saw Jing Tian give him a task and quickly nodded in agreement.
Then, Yuan Shan walked over with his gun and shot a few times at the men chopping meat with machines. These men had probably been scared silly by their own work long ago and were now no different from walking corpses.
Killing them might not be a relief for them.
Over here, Tong Yu was taken back to the car by Wang Lian. The little girl had indeed paid a price for her stubbornness.
You, how do you have a car made of such materials? Did you also get a magical treasure?
At this moment, the old man, freed from Yuan Shan's restraint, had already run to the side of the war god. He touched the war god's body, his face full of shock and confusion as he asked Jing Tian. Jing Tian frowned, having not noticed the old man's actions earlier. Now that he had touched the war god, Jing Tian felt a wave of annoyance and kicked him down. Damn it, don't dirty my car.
Woof. Little Fatty saw Jing Tian get angry and wanted to deal with the old man. Little Fatty, don't kill him. Just hand him over to those survivors to deal with.
Killing him would dirty your claws. Jing Tian advised little Fatty.
Woof woof.
He's right, killing him would really dirty my claws.
Little Fatty nodded vigorously.
Then little Fatty seriously rubbed his claws a few times. Because those claws had touched the old man before.
Do you still want to kill me?
No. Please, I still have value. I can help you remodel this car, make it stronger than Transformers.
What nonsense, stronger than Transformers. Jing Tian scoffed.
Really, look at my Iron Soldier, it's just the prototype of Transformers.
Give me some more time, I promise it can do anything.
Just think, at that time you controlling it, unafraid of any ability users, dominating the whole earth would be a breeze. The old man was clearly terrified of dying. Especially when he heard Jing Tian was going to hand him over to those survivors he had treated like food. If those people regained some strength, his fate would definitely be as miserable as it could get.
I don't believe you. Jing Tian kicked the old man again.
Not to mention he didn't believe him, even if he did, Jing Tian absolutely wouldn't keep this old man. It was mainly a matter of distaste.
After a while, Yuan Shan returned.
Behind him followed about 40 trembling figures. Seeing these people appear, Wang Lian and Tong Yu in the car could not get out, as these people were all without clothes. Sir, the remaining people either really can't move or don't believe they've been saved. Yuan Shan said helplessly. Jing Tian nodded, understanding somewhat the psychology of those people. His gaze swept over the people before him, each was as thin as a stick, making one feel pity and horror. Suddenly, Jing Tian's expression changed. He quickly took a few steps forward to approach one person. Lift your head, Jing Tian said to a person. The person had been looking down, and upon hearing Jing Tian's voice come to him, his body trembled slightly and he raised his head with a look of fear. This person looked slightly chubby compared to others, but he hadn't reached an extreme. He should be around 27 or 28 years old. When this person quickly glanced at Jing Tian, his gaze and expression suddenly froze.
Hee, it's really you, Supervisor Liu, what a coincidence.
Jing Tian smiled upon recognizing this person.
Clearly, this person was someone Jing Tian knew.
This person was named Lu Changshui, originally part of the same real estate agency as Jing Tian and was Jing Tian's direct supervisor. Jing Tian remembered Supervisor Lu very clearly. From the beginning of his job, this guy made things difficult for him because he talked a bit too much to the beautiful leader he had a crush on. As a result, this guy made various life hard for Jing Tian during their work. Many of the achievements Jing Tian was supposed to earn were transferred to other colleagues through his vile tactics.
Why you really are Jing Tian? Lu Changshui's voice was hoarse, still in disbelief. That's right, it's me, TSK. Supervisor Lu, how did you end up in this situation? Jing Tian wore a mocking smile on his face. Jing Tian wasn't the kind of person who repays kindness with kindness.
Even when encountering an old acquaintance in such an environment, there was no surprise.
Of course, it depended on the person.
For a brother like Jing Tian, even if Jing Tian knew a bit of news, he would do everything to find him back, no matter how hard it was. Even for casual acquaintances, in such situations, Jing Tian would still offer help enthusiastically. Unfortunately, when he encountered someone who had made things difficult for him before, Jing Tian would relish in gloating. Jing Tian was just that kind of person. With no saintly heart and no saintly deeds, everything depended on personal feelings and preferences. Jing Tian, you saved me. I wasn't human before, please, as we were colleagues, take me away from here, I don't want to be eaten. Once Lu Changshui confirmed that it was really his former colleague, he suddenly mustered some spirit and began to plead with Jing Tian.
Save you? I've already saved you, don't worry, you won't be eaten anymore.
Jing Tian shrugged, then added, no need to thank me, just saved you by the way.
Jing Tian felt quite good.
All along, Lu Changshui had made his teeth itch with anger. Seeing him like this today, Jing Tian finally felt a sense of relief in his heart. Chapter 120, The Woman That Excited Jing Tian. After Jing Tian finished speaking to Lu Changshui, he didn't plan to pay him any more attention. He turned to Yuan Shang and said, hand this old guy over to these survivors. I'll load the metals onto the truck, and then we'll leave. Jing Tian had no interest in other things.
But these 9 pieces of memory metal, he absolutely couldn't give up. Before, there might have been no way to take them.
But now he had a dimensional space.
50 cubic meters is not a small space.
No, don't hand me over to them.
I'll give you the design of Iron Man and my treasures.
It's in that iron furnace. As long as it keeps burning, it can generate electricity, and the liquid that flows out regularly can be mixed into the metal to become memory metal. As soon as the old guy heard that Jing Tian was really going to hand him over to the survivors, he immediately started howling and begging again. He almost revealed all his secrets just to have Jing Tian spare his life.
I didn't ask you to say these things.
If you had used these abilities to do something good earlier, how would you have ended up in such a situation? If you have a chance to be reborn, remember that even if you can't do good in your next life, don't do such inhumane things. Jing Tian gave a cold laugh, then waved his hand at Yuan Shang. Yuan Shang understood, directly pushing the old guy in front of the still-dazed survivors.
Everyone wake up, this is the mastermind who wants to eat you, what are you waiting for to take revenge?
Yuan Shang shouted loudly at the group of survivors. The words of Yuan Shang truly had an effect. Suddenly, most people raised their heads sharply, using the car's headlights to see the old man clearly. After a brief silence, this group completely exploded at the sound of the old man's wail, rushing forward like madmen.
These people had no weapons.
But at this moment, their teeth were their most powerful weapons.
Ah, don't eat me, don't eat me.
The old man's wails continued, but soon they were drowned out in the chaos of the crowd. Blood splattered, and flesh flew everywhere.
Jing Tian took a glance and lost interest.
He turned around and waved, and 9 pieces of memory black metal floated over, lining up neatly to get into the car. The door to the car's forging room opened, and once the metal blocks flew in, they disappeared without a trace.
This scene stunned Yuan Shang.
It also horrified Lu Changshui, who had escaped from the crowd.
Wang Lian and Tong Yu in the car also widened their eyes.
They looked at the small forging room, swallowing so much metal, yet it was not full? But experience told both women that their master's magic was everywhere, they could see it, but should not ask too many questions.
Get in the car, we're leaving.
Jing Tian called out to Yuan Shang after finishing this.
Okay, master, but what about that steel man? Are we just giving up on him?
Yuan Shang snapped back to reality, suddenly remembering the steel man. Jing Tian shook his head, he had been thinking about that steel man too.
However, after asking the system, the answer was garbage.
That powerful steel man was seen as garbage in the system's eyes. Of course, the materials could be collected.
But there were volume limits for collecting items from the dimensional space.
He could hold 125,000 cubic units of things, but the volume could not exceed 5 meters when collected.
Disassembling that steel man would be very troublesome, and Jing Tian didn't want to waste time on it. Anyway, leaving it here meant no one could take it away.
If the opportunity arises and he needs the materials, he could return to collect them.
Jing Tian, wait for me. Take me with you. Please. I can be your servant. Lu Changshui was shocked by Jing Tian's ability to summon objects from afar.
Suddenly seeing Jing Tian get into the car, she came back to her senses, running over to grab the car door and pleading.
Sorry, there's no space for you in my car.
Jing Tian first smiled apologetically at Lu Changshui, then continued, actually, it's more suitable for you to stay here, organize these people, and you might even become a big shot.
Goodbye. After saying this, Jing Tian was about to close the door. Wait a minute, Jing Tian, I know news about Manager Lanya. Don't you want to know?
Lu Changshue was a bit anxious, perhaps out of desperation. She suddenly mentioned a woman's name to Jing Tian. Jing Tian, who had just been about to press the closed door button, suddenly froze. His expression gradually turned excited. Wang Lian and Tong Yu, who were beside him, were originally too afraid to look at the crowd outside. But upon hearing Lu Changshue mention a name, Jing Tian fell silent. Curious, they glanced toward the cockpit and found their master's expression was extremely excited.
The two women exchanged glances, seemingly understanding something. Do you really know news about manager Lanya?
Jing Tian came back to his senses after a few seconds, asking Lu Changshue again.
Definitely, I even know which city she's in. Take me with you, and I'll take you to find her.
Lu Changshue saw Jing Tian was interested and instantly became more animated.
Are you trying to negotiate with me? Jing Tian squinted. Don't forget, I just saved your life.
I just want to leave here, please, Jing Tian. After a change in expression, Lu Changshue once again showed a pleading look toward Jing Tian. Jing Tian frowned in contemplation.
He absolutely loathed Lu Changshue.
He initially thought that not continuing to trouble him was already generous enough.
But unexpectedly, she wanted to come with him. Jing Tian really didn't want to let her into his car. But now this guy surprisingly mentioned Lanya. Jing Tian had to think about it.
Lanya, 28 years old, was the manager of the real estate agency where Jing Tian used to work, and it goes without saying that she was beautiful. More importantly, Lanya was knowledgeable and mature, taking great care of Jing Tian. From the moment they first interacted, Jing Tian had developed a secret crush on Lanya. But at that time, Jing Tian understood the gap between him and Lanya very well.
There was not a single aspect, whether age or family background, that matched. But now it was different. If he met manager Lanya now, Jing Tian believed he would surely have the courage to confess. Mr. Jing Tian, this guy doesn't know his own worth, let me ask for you.
Yuan Shang, standing nearby, understood the situation and actively reported to Jing Tian.
You, what are you going to do? I am a colleague of Jing Tian.
Lu Changshue was not foolish either. As soon as he heard Yuan Shang's words, he immediately understood the intention and nervously shouted. However, after a long time without a full meal, even shouting seemed weak and powerless. At this moment, the old guy on the other side finally quieted down. Only a group of survivors remained, still in a frenzy. For these people who had eaten the old guy, Jing Tian no longer felt so disgusted. Perhaps among these people were relatives or companions who had been eaten by the old guy's followers, and now they were just venting their anger.
Jing Tian looked at Lu Changshue and said, you should know that our colleagues' relationship is even less than that of strangers, but if you know news about manager Lanya, I can exchange some food and water for your information. What do you think?
What Jing Tian said was also a kind of compromise.
Because the news about Lanya was very important in Jing Tian's heart. I don't want it. Even if I keep some food, it won't be enough for me to eat a lifetime, and besides, people here will snatch it away from me. I just want to leave. After a slight hesitation, Lu Changshue shook his head, insisting on leaving.
Jing Tian was filled with anger in his heart and directly wanted Yuan Shang to interrogate him.
Master. Tanya's big eyes turned and she ran to Jing Tian's ear, whispering, Master, what if we interrogate him and he lies? How about this? Tongyu gave Jing Tian a suggestion. That works too, wait until we find Lanya. Wait until we find the master's wife and then feed this nasty guy to the zombies. Tongyu suddenly laughed mischievously. What master's wife? Little girl, what nonsense are you talking about? She's a colleague and a friend. Jing Tian's face flushed red as he forcefully explained.
Unfortunately, the little girl was very clever and did not believe her master's words at all, even playfully sticking out her tongue.
Jing Tian directly ignored Tongyu. Turning to Lu Changshue, he said, you can come along, but it's impossible for you to get on my car. Just follow behind the car. How can I keep up then?
Lu Changshue heard this and had no surprise at all. His legs were still bare. Even if he had enough to eat and drink, he couldn't possibly keep up.
I see there are push carts and ropes over there, think of the rest yourself. I'll give you 10 minutes to prepare. Jing Tian finished speaking and closed the car door.
Once the car door was shut, the inside and outside became two different worlds. After a change of expression, Lu Changshue quickly turned and left.
Master, tell me about the future master's wife? Tongyu couldn't help but ask again. Even Wang Lian and Yuan Shang beside them had curious looks on their faces. Even little Fatty looked at Jing Tian with a hint of gossip in his eyes. Go, play elsewhere, what master's wife?
I said she's a colleague.
Jing Tian shot another glare at Tongyu. But everyone could see that Jing Tian's expression was somewhat unusual.
Then tell us about your good friend and colleague.
Is she particularly beautiful? Tongyu continued to press.
You'll know when you meet her, I have matters to attend to.
Jing Tian directly turned and entered the forging room.
The forging room was not large, with only a furnace and a forging table, next to some hanging tools.
Jing Tian's purpose was certainly not to forge weapons,
but to explore that dimensional storage space. The control of dimensional space relies entirely on one's thoughts. In fact, he could still see it without entering.
Jing Tian's thoughts shifted, and his vision immediately changed, appearing in a gray-blue space. How big is 125,000 cubic meters?
It is 50 meters in length, width, and height. 9 blocks of 1-ton heavy black metal only took up a small part of the space.
This large space is a pity that it can't accommodate people.
Jing Tian observed around and found nothing else interesting, so he left.
Next, Jing Tian checked the enhanced data of the God of War.
He also looked at the energy points. After enhancing the God of War, there were 5,800 points left. But this is not all. The batch of crystal cores taken from the steel barrel members had not been absorbed yet.
System, absorb all the remaining crystal cores.
Jing Tian commanded the system directly. That batch of crystal cores was on the God of War, and the system could absorb them directly.
Absorption completed, converted energy 3,700 points, total energy points 9,500 points. The system's female voice promptly notified him.
Upon hearing there were 9,500 energy points, Jing Tian felt quite satisfied. Although there were nearly 2,000 crystal cores in that batch, too many were of low grade.
Now, he needed only 500 more crystal cores for the number 2 safe house mission, and it would be easy to hunt some zombies on the way to gather enough. Just as this thought arose, the system's voice suddenly rang in his mind. How foolish, you only want the stupidest way to acquire energy, no wonder you will never grow.
Jing Tian blinked. This intelligence has upgraded, and it was getting more irritating to talk.
But Jing Tian quickly raised an eyebrow and asked, do you mean I should have a simpler way to earn energy?
Of course, hunting zombies is menial work, but you have the greatest super villa system in this space. You should think about letting those people give you energy voluntarily. The system spoke with a hint of an educational tone.
Jing Tian blinked again, seemingly understanding. You mean to let me become a businessman? Jing Tian's expression was slightly strange. In fact, this idea had always been on Jing Tian's mind. But it was quite helpless. He had always been stuck in the villa area, and there were only Cheng Kun and Tong Zhan's 2 groups in the entire villa area. No matter how hard he traded with them, he couldn't earn many crystal cores. Basically, that's the idea, but don't think about being a petty trader, that's too unambitious. You should aim to be a wealthy businessman, but right now, your strength is too weak, and trading with major forces is risky, the system said. Yes, I am still very weak. Jing Tian nodded first, then suddenly raised an eyebrow as another thought rose in his mind, directly asking the system, why can't I cultivate special abilities in ancient martial arts? The system paused slightly and then said, this is a secret, beyond the current system's permission to disclose. Sometimes being powerful doesn't necessarily require oneself.
The system's response was very irritating. Jing Tian was frustrated and wanted to ask something else when he sensed that Lu Changshui had already returned outside. The conversation ended somewhat abruptly, and Jing Tian left the foundry. Back outside, he found Yuan Shang had gotten off the vehicle and was helping Lu Changshui connect the trailer at the back of the car. Lu Changshui was quite clever. He linked 3 or 4 carts together, which not only expanded his space for movement but also made it more stable. Among the 4 small carts, he surprisingly prepared some food and water, along with blankets and clothing. Clearly, Lu Changshui had looted the old guy's lair. Just right, with new clothes available, Yuan Shang unceremoniously took 2 sets. Once everything was ready, Jing Tian glanced at the survivors who had regained some vitality and anticipation, and after pondering for a few seconds, said loudly, you can stay here to survive, or you can go out to look for a stronghold to join. I can only help you to this point. Good luck to you. Jing Tian tossed out a sentence, afraid these people would say anything else. Directly start the war god and quickly exited this cave space. The war god is quite comfortable inside, but the cart being towed behind it is much worse. Although Lu Changshui covered a small cart with blankets, it was still very uncomfortable during the bumps. Bastard Jing Tian, with a little success, wants to find Lanya, and will never let you pay the price. Damn it, how can he have such good luck and become so strong, with such a beautiful car and a small beauty by his side? Why not me? Lu Changshui looked at the war god and thought about Jing Tian's casual control of the flying metal blocks, which strongly stimulated his jealousy. Because they had delayed here for a while, it was already close to 4 in the afternoon. If there are no more accidents, they could still reach the demon city before dawn. Inside the car, Yuan Shang could finally go take a shower. Wang Lian and Tong Yu seemed a bit tired and went straight into the secondary bedroom. Jing Tian leisurely sat in the living room, occasionally teasing the system. Unfortunately, although the intelligent upgrade became more humanized, it doesn't just casually chat or bicker with Jing Tian. Moments later, Yuan Shang came out after taking a shower. Dressed in clean clothes, he was a handsome young man, with thick eyebrows and big eyes that easily made a good impression. Yu Wenshang felt comfortable all over at this moment. It had been too long since he felt this refreshed.
Mr. Jing, thank you.
No need to thank me, you are not bad, and you are also a friend of Zhang Jian. I said before, I can treat his friends as my friends too, Jing Tian said with a slight smile.
Then I am really too flattered.
I really don't deserve to be your friend. I only hope that in the future, Mr. Jing will let me follow you. To be a little brother is enough for me. Yu Wenshang had obviously thought a lot during this time. Having witnessed Jing Tian's magical strength and felt that Jing Tian was actually very kind, he naturally had the thought of following him. In this apocalypse, it is really rare for an ordinary person like him, who has no abilities, to encounter a stable and powerful protection, so he definitely didn't want to miss it. However, he was also worried. After all, he really had no skills.
He was good at shooting, but what use was that? Any person could become proficient with a bit of practice. And bullets are not unlimited.
Jing Tian looked at Yu Wenshang and suddenly smiled. You're really interesting. You don't want to be friends but insist on being a little brother?
Ahem, as friends I can't always follow you, Yu Wenshang said awkwardly. You're quite cunning.
But don't rush to express your position. Let's wait until we see Zhang Jian. Since you are his friend, I will respect his arrangement for you. Jing Tian raised his eyebrows and said. Yu Wenshang was once again surprised in his heart.
This Zhang Jian actually has such an important position in Jing Tian's heart?
At the same time, Yu Wenshang was also glad that he had built some friendship with Zhang Jian previously. At this time, the war god entered a small town again. However, the situation was similar to the previous Qingyan town, where the things in the town had been cleaned out quite thoroughly. Most importantly, there were no zombies at all.
Seeing this, Jing Tian felt somewhat bored and simply released the drone. Chapter 123, Cunning Lu Chanshui.
The drone on the war god has a flight range of 10 kilometers. Yu Wenshang absolutely loved this feature. When the drone's footage was transmitted back, he felt like he was watching a wonderful movie, guarding the screen and watching. However, the result was very disappointing. The drone flew a large circle and found nothing of value.
Most importantly, not a single zombie was found.
They all say there are many zombies in the towns along this route, but we took such a long detour to come here, all of them are liars. Yu Wenshang muttered at this time. Their previous team had bypassed this route while traveling from the Demon City to Yun City. As for later going to Qingyan town, it was also because it was nearby, intentionally taking a detour, wanting to scrape together something, but in the end, nothing was collected. Jing Tian was also a bit disappointed. As long as there were no zombies, it meant there was no possibility of collecting energy points. As for searching for survivors? Jing Tian had no interest in that, unless there was profit to be gained. Otherwise, if he really found survivors, he wouldn't know how to settle them. He briefly instructed Yu Wenshang, set up the intelligent driving of the war god vehicle, and then returned to the main bedroom at the rear of the car. The main bedroom, upgraded to level 2, although the size didn't change, the internal setup was more refined. A 2-meter big bed, and opposite the bed was a monitor, where he could see the situation on the road ahead. The wardrobe and bedside table were naturally complete, and the most pleasant part was a small tea table at the very end. Jing Tian directly sat down at the tea table, using his mind to control the super control panel of the war god vehicle, opening the rear cover of the car, which surprisingly lifted as a whole.
Lu Chanshui was originally suffering in agony.
First, there was the bumpiness, second, the weather was hot and scorching, and lastly, there was dust.
Now the road was dry and full of dust.
How could there be no dust following the car? Fortunately, the war god vehicle didn't emit exhaust fumes, otherwise, it would have added more trouble to the dust. Suddenly, the rear cover of the car lifted, and Lu Changshui's eyes widened. When the cover rose to a certain height, Lu Changshui's eyes turned red. The luxurious yet warm bedroom, with an extremely comfortable-looking big bed at first glance. What was most hateful was that he was here eating dust, and that bastard was leisurely drinking tea over there? Hello, Supervisor Lu, the scenery along the way is pretty good, right? Are you adapting well in the little car? At this moment, Jing Tian's tone and expression were extremely irritating. It could even be said to be a bit wicked. Jing, cough, Jing Tian, can you let me get in the car? I just need a small spot. Lu Chanshui opened his mouth, first choking on a mouthful of dust, feeling jealous to death in his heart, but his face was filled with a pleading look. I'm really sorry, there's no space for Supervisor Lu in the car, it's too small.
Jing Tian said with an apologetic look. You.
Lu Chanshui was nearly killed by rage. This was clearly lying with his eyes wide open. He didn't see other spaces in the car, but with just this bedroom, wouldn't it be too crowded even if 10 more people were added?
Not to mention, this vehicle was even a double-decker.
Jing Tian was purely here to show off to Lu Chanshui. He had a bit of a feeling of delight in the misfortune of others. But Jing Tian didn't care. Watching Lu Changshui's despair made him feel comfortable inside.
Supervisor Lu, tell me how you got caught in that man-eating den.
Jing Tian assumed a very serious chat posture. Anyway, it was boring. Casual chatting might lead to some news about other colleagues. Of course, if he could get news about Lanya, that would be even better. As a result, Lu Chanshui was very cunning. He could talk about other things in colleagues, but as soon as it involved Lanya, he would say nothing.
You are deliberately playing mind games with me. Do you believe I'll just throw you here? Jing Tian was a bit angry in the end.
I only have this wretched life. If you really don't care about Lanya, you can just throw me down. Lu Chanshui became tough, mainly because he realized he had no chance to enter the car at all.
Damn it, you're a real hard nut to crack. You at least have to tell me which direction or where to go, right? Jing Tian said angrily.
Well, I know she is around the southern part of Hunan. Lu Chanshui turned his eyes and said.
That's very close to the southern edge, are you kidding me? How could she go so far, and how could you know such distant news?
As soon as Jing Tian heard Lu Chanshui's words, his expression immediately turned cold. Clearly, Jing Tian suspected Lu Chanshui was lying.
Because southern Hunan was at least 3,000 kilometers away from here.
Lu Chanshui was an ordinary person, he couldn't possibly have traveled so far in the apocalypse. Then returned to this side. Naturally, no one believes that a weak woman like Lanya would inexplicably run over there.
Believe it or not, I know for sure she is over there.
I will only tell you the exact position once we get there, Lu Chanshui shrugged and said.
Okay.
If you dare to lie to me, I will definitely make you wish you were dead. Jing Tian stared at Lu Chanshui for a few seconds, his expression cold as he said. After speaking, Jing Tian directly lowered the trunk lid.
Wait, Jing Tian, I need to go to the bathroom.
Seeing that Jing Tian ignored him like this, Lu Chanshui hurriedly shouted.
Unfortunately, Jing Tian simply acted as if he hadn't heard.
The war god vehicle moved smoothly forward, quickly covering 2/3 of the distance. After passing through a county, there was still a 20-minute drive to reach the demon city. After resting for a while in the bedroom, Jing Tian returned to the living room.
Sir, there are many zombies in the county ahead, should we take a detour?
As soon as Jing Tian came out,
Yuan Shang hurriedly reported. The footage transmitted back by the drone showed the situation in the county ahead.
Sure enough, there was a large number of zombie activities in this county. But this was considered normal. After taking a glance at the screen, Jing Tian simply shook his head.
He couldn't even find a zombie, how could he take a detour?
At the same time, Jing Tian revealed a slightly wicked smile as he glanced back. He couldn't see Lu Chanshui, but he thought that when the war god vehicle was surrounded by zombies, letting Lu Chanshui come into close contact with those zombies, his expression would surely be wonderful, right? Slow down, keep moving forward, Jing Tian said with a faint smile, giving the command to the war god vehicle.
Scaring Lu Chanshui was just a little entertainment. Hunting zombies to collect energy points was the real business.
The happiest thing was that he was truly getting closer to his brother.
Chapter 124, A Small Gain.
The war god vehicle slowly entered the county. Inside the county, obstacles and debris had clearly increased. The clearing steel plate on the front of the war god vehicle rose, ensuring a smooth journey. The war god vehicle itself was not very loud, but the noise of clearing obstacles was loud.
Soon, the once dead silent county came alive.
First, the nearby zombies heard the noise and began to howl as they rushed over. Then the zombies' cries attracted more zombies. Gradually, they formed a scale and surged toward this side. Wang Lian and Tong Yu also came out of the bedroom, but Jing Tian didn't need them, he just wanted them to watch. Because there were too many zombies, it was not a good time for them to practice.
And what about little Fatty? Without Jing Tian's direction, it didn't even want to move a muscle.
As the zombies gradually approached, Jing Tian controlled a secondary hunting gun to rise. Originally, the remaining 300 bullets were clearly not enough, so Jing Tian gritted his teeth and directly exchanged for 2,000 rounds. 50 energy points for 100 bullets, this time, 1,000 energy points were deducted, leaving him with 8,500 points.
Jing Tian, let me in quickly.
Zombies are coming, so many zombies. At this moment, Lu Chanshui outside the car began to howl. Sitting in the open-top vehicle, apart from not being able to see ahead, a large number of zombies appeared on the left, right, and back. Lu Chanshui, who was already not very brave, was completely scared silly. Jing Tian smiled wickedly. He even deliberately narrowed the war god vehicle's protective layer from 50 meters to 5 meters.
Just at the edge of Lu Chanshui's pushcart. Ah, they caught up, they are coming. Jing Tian, Lord Jing, save me quickly. Bang!
Lu Chanshui was so scared he wet himself, he really did. When he saw the nearest zombie was just a few meters away from him, a large wet spot instantly appeared on his pants. At the same time, a huge gunshot rang out above the car roof. Lu Chanshui widened his eyes, watching as that approaching zombie exploded into pieces.
Thank goodness, more are coming.
Lu Chanshui came back to his senses. Just when he sighed in relief, he saw more zombies getting closer. At this moment, he was too busy being terrified to notice the wetness beneath him.
Bang, bang, bang. Then gunshots began to ring out continuously.
Zombies exploded one by one in front of Lu Changshui.
Jing Tian watched Lu Changshui's reaction from within the war god vehicle, feeling very joyful. Meanwhile, Wang Lian and the others looked at Jing Tian with a slightly strange gaze.
They had never known that their godlike powerful master also had such a wicked side. However, although it felt quite wicked, they didn't have the slightest bit of disgust. Outside the car, gunfire roared loudly, but the sounds inside the car were very soft. Clearly, the soundproofing of the war god vehicle was quite formidable. Jing Tian was happily enjoying Lu Changshui's scared reaction while also seeing his energy points grow. The only regret was that this small county did not have too many high-level zombies. It took half an hour to move slowly from the east to the west out of the county. And the highest level zombies to hunt were only level 5. Fortunately, the harvest of energy points was still quite rich. Total energy points are 11,300, subtracting 1,000 for costs, I made a small profit of 1,800, that's not bad.
Jing Tian was quite satisfied.
After all, most of the zombies here were ordinary level 2 zombies, which only gave 1 energy point, while mutated level 2 gave 3 points, and level 3 only gave 30 points. After driving for over 10 kilometers, the zombies no longer chased the war god vehicle.
At this time, the demon city was already in sight.
Jing Tian decided to temporarily stop the war god vehicle for a little rest. The main purpose was to give Lu Changshui some time to calm down, otherwise, it would be a loss if he scared himself to death. As soon as the war god vehicle stopped, Lu Changshui immediately wrapped himself in a blanket and rolled out of the car, then.
Wow, scared me to death, Jing Tian, dear Jing, please let me go. Lu Changshui cried out loud.
During this time, he felt countless times that he was going to be eaten by zombies.
Although those zombies were ultimately shattered, the process still scared him half to death. As for the earlier mention of needing to go to the toilet?
At this moment, he had long forgotten, he had already scared himself into solving the problem. Jing Tian and the others got out of the car and came to the back.
Ugh, so smelly.
As soon as Tong Yu came over, she immediately covered her nose with a look of disgust. Seeing Jing Tian, Lu Changshui's pleading became even more sorrowful.
Jing Tian, I beg you, I won't enter your car, there's a junk car over there, can you get me one with a roof?
Lu Changshui crawled closer to Jing Tian while pointing at a van not far from the roadside. Seeing Lu Changshui's miserable appearance, Jing Tian finally felt a tiny bit of pity and nodded, okay, but I hope you behave well, at least you'll be able to live a bit more comfortably in the future.
Yes, I understand, once I calm down and think about it, I'm sure I can remember more news about Manager Lon, and I'll tell you right away.
Lu Changshui was overjoyed when he saw Jing Tian agreed to his request. Then the war god vehicle moved slightly and parked next to the van. The front of the van was stuck in a pile of trash. However, because of this, it actually preserved 2 front tires. The 2 rear tires had completely rotted from sun exposure, but everything else was still quite intact. For the war god vehicle, it didn't matter whether the wheels could turn or not, even if it couldn't, towing a van would be effortless. Lu Changshui felt like he had upgraded from a bird's gun to a cannon, from a bathroom to a mansion. He cleared things up, threw away the clothes stuck with filth, and moved the remaining supplies onto the vehicle. After almost 10 minutes of fussing around, the war god vehicle hit the road again. A few minutes later, after passing over a slope, they could roughly see the shadow of the demon city.
Chapter 125, Special Reward Items. Demon City, due to its proximity to the mountains, had underdeveloped transportation, thus always being a third-tier city. Maybe it was because there were few people back then. This city was cleared out in a very short time and became a stronghold for survivors. According to Tong Zhan and the Wang siblings' account, the number of survivors in the Demon City stronghold was now around 200,000. And according to the latest information from Yuan Shang, Demon City had now been completely unified by the Steel Barrel. The Steel Barrel leader, Yang Ju, is a peak level 5 Earth ability user. This Yang Ju was said to originally be some kind of professor. He was older and very cunning, as for his character. In the apocalypse, as long as one isn't too abnormal, that's considered pretty good, right? Yang Ju had his own way of managing things, and within just a few days of the Demon City being unified, there had already been quite a change. It was said that there was even a class system, and he naturally was like an emperor. Originally, Jing Tian just wanted to quietly take his brother Zhang Jian away. However, the system issued a compulsory mission, build a level 2 safe house here in a month. Most importantly, he had to acquire a complete villa, so he would definitely have to interact with the leader here. Jing Tian's plan was to find Zhang Jian quietly first, and then figure out the mission issue. Sir, if you don't want to attract too much trouble, it's best not to bring the god of war into the city. Wang Lian looked at the approaching demon city and reminded Jing Tian. Jing Tian raised an eyebrow, he understood Wang Lian's meaning clearly. But if he wanted to go into the city, the god of war would have to enter the city. That was indeed a bit tricky. The god of war could be disguised. But the problem was, disguising its appearance couldn't change the actual size of the god of war. Seeing Jing Tian lost in thought, the others fell silent. At the same time, the speed of the god of war gradually decreased. Jing Tian thought of the spiritual bonding ability, which could allow Xiao Pang and Yuan Shang to enter the city and bring Zhang Jian out. However, Jing Tian also really wanted to see Zhang Jian personally and tell him he had come to pick him up. Moreover, the mission required that he would have to enter the city sooner or later. Thinking left and right, Jing Tian suddenly slapped his forehead. How foolish. Why was I only thinking about sneaking around? I can just swagger in brazenly to pick up my brother. What can they do to me? Level 5 ability users only. If they don't cooperate, I'll just let Xiao Pang bite them to death or blow them away with a shotgun. Jing Tian suddenly realized. He didn't need to be sneaky at all. Ding. Just when Jing Tian made his decision, the system suddenly sent out a prompt sound. Jing Tian was taken aback. What was the system popping up for now? It wasn't going to pull some stunt again, was it? By now, Jing Tian had figured out that whenever the system made a sound, it definitely meant something. The system has issued a welfare mission. The host, in merchant mode, must conquer a stronghold and will be rewarded with a special item. Jing Tian blinked. There was such a mission? Welfare mission? Special item? Jing Tian directly ignored the mission itself and hurriedly asked, "Can I know the reward item in advance?" You can. Check the system task menu for the introduction of this reward item. The system replied. Jing Tian couldn't wait to pull up the system screen, finding the special item the system mentioned. This section of the page showed many boxes, but only one box displayed a picture. However, this picture made Jing Tian feel baffled. It was actually a picture of a thin man. What does this mean? Is it going to reward me with him? That's right, he is the special reward item. The system confirmed directly. What the hell, are you messing with me? My orientation is perfectly normal, why are you rewarding me with a big man? Why not a woman? Jing Tian was so frustrated he almost shouted. Please, host, carefully check the item introduction. The system replied with a hint of annoyance. Introduction? Jing Tian felt a bit embarrassed and quickly looked at the introduction again. Upon looking at the introduction this time, he widened his eyes in shock. This reward item turned out to be a high-level zombie. And it had already reached level 7. It was also a high-level zombie without self-awareness. Its purpose was to be used for the host's spiritual bonding and could also be trained to level up. What the hell? Such a good thing, I must get it no matter what. Jing Tian was excited after understanding this special item. Does the host accept this mission? The system asked. Accept, I have to accept. Are there any other special restrictions? Jing Tian, in his excitement, calmed down and asked more questions to avoid being tricked by the system. The only limitation is time, it must be completed within the same time frame as the mandatory task, the system said. So, it's within a month? Jing Tian raised an eyebrow and continued to ask, but this task seems a bit vague, how can we consider it completed? It's simple, have 80% of the survivors in this stronghold use items sold by the host, and know of the host's existence, the system explained calmly. Is that so? Jing Tian raised his eyebrow again, then frowned, that doesn't seem simple. There are over 200,000 people in this stronghold, so 80% would be about 160,000. Jing Tian stared wide-eyed. This will rely on your own wisdom, remember, you cannot act as a saint and give freely, nor can you do business at a loss, the system instructed. You want me to give away, but I can't just hand it out for free. Jing Tian rolled his eyes and said. At this moment, the battle god had already stopped, moving forward would enter the observation range of the stronghold's sentries. Everyone was looking at Jing Tian. I have a plan, we won't sneak into the city, nor will we force our way in, we will enter openly as merchants. After finishing the conversation with the system, Jing Tian began to arrange things for Wang Lian and the other two. At the same time, the appearance of the battle god changed instantly. What was once shiny silver gray turned into a rusty old bus. All the windows were protected by iron bars, and through the windows, one could see the interior filled with supplies of food. Most noticeably, there were also 4 large characters painted on the side of the bus, Mobile Grain Merchant. What the hell, what's going on? Inside the bus, Wang Lian and Yuan Shang were still unaware of the change in the battle god. But Lu Changshui, who was being towed behind, noticed it first. He rubbed his eyes hard, confirming he wasn't seeing things. But clearly, just a second ago, it was a luxurious RV. Why did it turn into a broken bus the next second? Chapter 126, Setting up shop in front of the stronghold. The Magic City stronghold is divided into an inner city and an outer city.
The perimeter of the outer city is protected by wooden stakes and iron bars, which seem to offer some defense.
But in reality, once a large group of zombies charge, this defense is basically useless.
The sentry position is placed quite far away, on a high observation tower, where one can see very far.
Once zombies appear, the sentries on the tower will immediately notify the teams inside the city to react.
This also gives the outer city survivors a little time to respond. As for the inner city, it's impressive. What's inside is temporarily unseen, but the most striking is the city wall.
That's right, there is a wall similar to ancient city walls here.
From a distance, the city wall stands about 7 or 8 meters high, and one can see workers at the top performing construction. The wall materials are all from previously abandoned buildings. There is indeed enough material to build a wall.
However, the amount of work involved is absolutely terrifying.
When the battle god was still a few kilometers away from the stronghold, it was spotted by the sentries. When the sentry, holding a telescope, discovered the battle god, he first rubbed his eyes. He looked several times to confirm he wasn't seeing things.
There really is a bus approaching the stronghold.
After being stunned, the sentry quickly climbed down the observation tower, hopped on a bicycle, and dashed towards the city.
Normally, using a horn or firing a gun would be very convenient.
But the stronghold also has rules. Unless there is a zombie attack, sentries are not allowed to fire guns for warning.
Doing so would cause chaos among the survivors, and once chaos ensues, many unexpected incidents could happen.
The battle god quickly reached the outer city fence. It immediately drew countless outer survivors' attention. These survivors widened their eyes, looking at the battle god with surprise and curiosity. They saw a vehicle that could start up again. Some time ago, they had seen a Dongfeng warrior. They had been shocked once already, knowing that the car was the leader of the United Front's vehicle.
This time another big bus came, not knowing whose big shot it was.
A year ago, they wouldn't even have bothered to look twice at such a shabby bus. But now, each of them was filled with envy.
Look, there's writing on the bus, mobile grain merchant? What does that mean? Are they selling grain? Don't talk nonsense. In what world would someone sell food?
If it really is for sale, how do we buy it?
Good things usually require crystal nuclei. Isn't our settlement's currency useful? As the survivors pointed in disgust, the bus doors creaked open. Jing Tian and his group jumped down from the bus with a dog.
Lu Changshui hesitated and approached from behind the bus.
Wow, they are dressed so cleanly. The little girl is so clean and pretty. Why are there only a few people? Aren't they afraid of being robbed?
The survivors moved closer to the railing, watching the few people come down from the war god number, whispering discussions. Yuan Shang and Wang Lian were once members of this settlement, so they were familiar with the situation here. However, after getting off the bus, they first turned to look at the war god number. Even though Jing Tian had mentioned that the war god number had camouflage features before he got off. Seeing the war god number transform so much, it took them a while to come back to their senses.
Alright, let's stick to the plan. Set up the stall and sell goods. Hope there aren't any blind fools. We are just trying to do business.
Jing Tian said to those beside him.
At this moment, Jing Tian could have easily asked Yuan Shan to find Zhang Jian. But Jing Tian stubbornly wanted to see Zhang Jian first. Then give him a big surprise. What are you all doing?
Lu Changshui asked with a puzzled face.
We are going to do business. You can do as you wish.
Jing Tian casually replied to Lu Changshui. Then Jing Tian waved to the war god number inside. With the stunned eyes of the surrounding people, bags of grain began to float out one by one from the bus. First came the grain, then oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, sausages, fresh pork. In the blink of an eye, a huge pile was stacked in front of several people.
Boom!
The survivors behind the barrier erupted.
First, it was Jing Tian's stunning ability to control objects.
Although everyone knew that abilities were strong now. But they hadn't heard of any ability user having such power. Then there were those food supplies. The contents of the bags were unseen, but the oil, salt, sausages, and meat were clearly visible. The most important was the fresh meat.
In a moment, the entire area was filled with the sounds of swallowing saliva. Many people even started to turn red-eyed.
Forgetting Jing Tian's powerful methods, they opened the barrier and were about to rush over.
Bang!
Yuan Shang fired a shot to the sky, then turned the gun towards those survivors.
Who dares to act recklessly? My bullets won't be merciful.
Yuan Shang said coldly. Although the survivors' situation was pitiful.
But if someone dared to come forward to rob, Yuan Shang would not hold back. This was a strict order Jing Tian had given before. No matter who it was, anyone who dared to seize would be killed on the spot. Everyone, don't panic, these things are prepared for sale to you, clearly marked. As long as you can bring out crystal nuclei, you can have as much as you want. Jing Tian stood up with a faint smile on his face, speaking. To be honest, Jing Tian quite enjoyed this feeling.
In the prosperous times, to make a living, Jing Tian had also set up small stalls. Once someone came forward to buy his goods and calculated the profit from that transaction, at that moment, it felt particularly rewarding.
At this moment, the little girl Tanya ran back to the bus.
After a moment, she returned with a chalkboard and set it up in front of the stall. The chalkboard marked the prices of the goods. White rice, 2 liang of level 1 crystal nuclei, 1/2 gene of level 2 crystal nuclei. A level 3 crystal core weighs 1 pound, a level 4 weighs 2 pounds, a level 5 weighs 4 pounds, and so on. Jing Tian originally thought that once this pricing was announced, people would rush forward to buy.
However, after waiting for a moment, not a single person stepped forward. Ahem.
Sir, I forgot to tell you something, survivors cannot obtain crystal cores at all.
Wang Lian quickly reacted, explaining to Jing Tian with a hint of embarrassment. Don't they trade at all? Jing Tian was a bit dumbfounded. If these survivors had no trading ability, how could he complete his mission?
Of course there is trading, but the currency used within the stronghold is generally of another kind, which might not be useful to you.
Wang Lian said with some difficulty. Chapter 127, Everyone uses gold to buy rice. What kind of currency? It wouldn't be renminbi, would it? Jing Tian asked curiously.
At the same time, he felt a bit worried. If it really was renminbi, that would be like having worthless paper.
Not at all, it's gold. Wang Lian said. Gold? Jing Tian raised his eyebrows and quickly inquired of the system, is gold useful?
Of course it is useful, gold and silver will always be necessary for system upgrades. Upgrading the God of War and your own enhancements require these precious metals.
The system responded decisively. Upon hearing the system's words, Jing Tian's eyes lit up.
Mainly because the system mentioned enhancing his body.
Then how should I price gold and silver?
Jing Tian knew that the system was well aware of what was happening around him, so he didn't need further explanation. The system estimates that 1 gram of gold can be exchanged for a bit of energy, and the specific external pricing is up to the host's own decision.
The system said. Then I really need to calculate this carefully. Jing Tian raised his eyebrows. As a top university student, this kind of conversion was not difficult. But soon, Jing Tian realized that if he based the energy point exchange on crystal cores and the current pricing of food supplies, it was obviously mismatched. Fortunately, here everything was decided by him. How about this, without crystal cores, gold can also be used to purchase. Really? That's great. I want to buy white rice. I want to buy salt. And me, I want to buy meat, but is that really fresh pork? Jing Tian started to collect gold.
The survivors were stirred up again, their faces filled with excitement as they began to praise loudly.
Wait a moment, let us write up the price tag again.
After Jing Tian finished speaking, he instructed Tongyu about the pricing of gold.
The little girl nodded quickly. Tongyu ran back to the car and soon came down with a piece of writing board. She placed this board alongside the previous one. Clearly, the food supplies had now become dual-priced in crystal cores and gold. 1 gram of gold for 2 taels of white rice, 10 grams of gold for 1 pound of soybean oil, 5 grams of gold for a bag of salt, and meat at rice prices, 50 grams of silver equals 1 gram of gold. On the surface, the pricing of gold and crystal cores seemed similar. But upon closer calculation, there would definitely be differences. At first, there might not be any problem, but over time, there would surely be people reselling for profit. Jing Tian thought of this, but he didn't mind. If someone could make a profit in between, that was also a sign of intelligence. Smart and brave people naturally do better anywhere, and this was only to be expected. Once the clear pricing was displayed, the survivors were again excited after taking a look. Was the rice expensive? Absolutely expensive. It had skyrocketed. In prosperous times, gold was 400 yuan per gram, now it could only be exchanged for 2 taels of rice. So that meant 1 pound of rice cost 2,000 yuan. But now it was not prosperous, gold wasn't worth as much anymore. Within the stronghold, there were fixed trading points in the inner city that could exchange for some food supplies. However, it took 10 grams of gold to trade for 1 pound of mixed grain, which was also mixed with dirt. And working a whole day, exhausted, would only earn 10 grams of gold. I want to buy 1 pound of rice. I want to buy 1 pound of meat. I want to buy 1 pound of rice plus 1 pound of meat. In an instant, the survivors erupted, frantically pushing forward. Yuan Shang saw the crowd about to lose control, just as he was about to raise his gun. Then he saw Jing Tian wave his hand, and the swarming crowd was immediately frozen in place. Even the people at the back couldn't push anyone forward. Get in line. We have limited supplies. Anyone who causes trouble will have their purchase rights revoked. Jing Tian said calmly. It must be said, Jing Tian's move had an extremely strong deterrent effect. It quickly calmed the survivors down.
As for the survivors who were frozen in place, their faces turned pale, and they kept blinking in fear. Jing Tian waved his hand to lift the restrictions. Now everyone behaved, starting to line up voluntarily. Wang Lian and the others quickly divided the tasks. Wang Lian and Yuan Shang checked the weight and paid for the goods, while Tong Yu handled the money. Jing Tian, the big boss, of course, had the least to do.
Jing Tian, can I help too?
Lu Changshui, standing aside, flipped his eyes and, with a hint of flattery, asked Jing Tian. Of course, if you want to stay here, I will give you some supplies, but you have to tell me about Lanya first.
Jing Tian said. Let's talk later, after we finish the work.
Lu Changshui laughed awkwardly, then quickly ran forward to help.
Soon, the first transaction was completed.
When the survivor saw the rice in his hand, it was clean, white, and perfect rice, and he couldn't help but burst into tears.
The others felt the same way.
It had only been a year since the apocalypse, but they felt like they hadn't seen real rice in forever. Meanwhile, Jing Tian saw the gold that Tong Yu collected. It was in tiny gold beads, 1 gram each. Clearly, the gold currency here had begun to be standardized.
One by one, the survivors happily bought their food and quickly ran off with excitement.
The food they bought had to be hidden right away, or eaten immediately, or it could be stolen. No one dared store extra food, as that could lead to losing both their life and their supplies. 1 person, 2 people, 10 people, 100 people.
In just a few minutes, over 100 people had completed their purchases. Only 1 bag of rice had been sold. After all, the survivors were buying rice by the pound. A few people even managed to buy some sausages and meat. As for the relatively cheaper soybean oil, no one bought it for a long time. What are you all doing? Move aside, move aside. Just as the transaction was booming.
Suddenly, an angry shout came from the back of the crowd. Then, about 20 people charged toward this side, pushing their way through. Half of them were mutants, and the other half were gunmen, like Yuan Shang. Hearing the noise from behind, Jing Tian raised his eyes to look. The transaction stopped for a moment. Seeing this group, the survivors quickly shrank to the sides, trembling in fear. At the same time, the survivors began to worry about whether this stall would continue to operate. This group of people, obviously, was expected by Jing Tian and the others.
If the Steel Barrel Group's people didn't show up, that would be strange.
You. The leader of the group squeezed through the crowd and immediately began questioning. However, before the leader could see clearly, his eyes suddenly widened, and he froze. What did he see first? The white rice, fresh meat, sausages, salt, oil.
Who the hell are these fools? These good things are being sold out in the open? Other items were somewhat easier to explain, but how did they get fresh pork? After the apocalypse, most of the livestock had died. A few remaining animals had mutated into zombies, and the rest were nowhere to be found, likely dead. So, the appearance of fresh pork was very strange. At this time, the other team members arrived. These people, who originally looked ferocious, quickly froze, just like their leader. After a moment, they regained their senses, and their eyes began to turn red. Captain Sheen, keep your men in check. If anyone has any bad ideas, the consequences won't be something you can control.
Yuan Shang saw these people coming and immediately grabbed the gun again. At this moment, seeing their eyes turning red and restless, he quickly reminded the team leader. Team leader Qin was called back to his senses by Yuan Shang's words, and suddenly looked up at Yuan Shang. You know me, and you look a bit familiar as well.
Who exactly are you?
I was once a minor gunman in Team 10, but now, I'm just a subordinate of Mr. Jing, said Yuan Shang.
So you're a traitor? Team leader Qin raised his eyebrows. Yuan Shang shrugged.
Such a trivial soldier like him couldn't really be called a traitor. At most, he had just taken a small advantage by getting the AK in his hand.
Team leader Qin obviously didn't care much about Yuan Shang.
After despising him, his gaze swept towards Jing Tian and the others. At this glance, a look of confusion and disdain appeared on team leader Qin's face. Besides the scar-faced woman and the pretty girl, the other 2 men were actually ordinary people. Team leader Qin himself was a level 3 ability user. So he was quite confident in his perceptive judgment.
Who exactly are you?
Why are you here to sell supplies? After determining the enemy's strength, team leader Qin's expression completely darkened, and a special light began to flicker in his eyes. In team leader Qin's eyes, among this group of people, only Wang Lian was qualified to talk with him. Although Wang Lian was also a member of the stronghold before, they were not part of the same camp. Plus, Wang Lian was only a minor level 1 ability user before, so it was normal that he didn't recognize her.
Seeing that Jing Tian did not speak, Wang Lian knew that Jing Tian wanted her to handle it. What does it matter to you where we came from?
Selling supplies is naturally for making money and benefiting the public.
Are you trying to stop us? Wang Lian's tone was very cold and disdainful. Such grand words, benefiting the public? Ha ha ha.
Team leader Qin laughed loudly, but halfway through, he suddenly stopped and continued coldly, as the captain of the Magic City Patrol, I naturally have the right to manage you unidentified individuals.
Now, I suspect you have bad intentions. Supplies and vehicles are temporarily confiscated. Bad intentions?
What a lousy excuse, just say you want to rob us. Jing Tian couldn't help but speak up.
Who do you think you are? You have no right to speak.
Everyone, take them down. Anyone who resists will be killed on the spot, take everything.
Put.
Team leader Qin cursed Jing Tian, arrogantly waving his hand to command his subordinates. However, in the moment he waved his hand, he suddenly felt a shadow pass in front of him. Then team leader Qin discovered he couldn't finish speaking, because air was escaping from his throat. Looking down, he saw a jet of blood spurting from his neck.
I've been killed? Who killed me?
Team leader Qin's eyes widened, his body losing strength and tilting backward.
His last thought was still in confusion, wondering how he had died?
Fortunately, at the moment of his final fall, he saw it.
It was a chubby bully dog. I can't die with my eyes closed. I was actually killed by a dog?
Team leader Qin died with his eyes wide open. Besides Jing Tian and his group, everyone else was stunned. Naturally, this included Lu Changshui. They all looked at the chubby dog returning to Jing Tian's side, as if looking at a devil.
You guys are stealing the spotlight. Jing Tian kicked the chubby dog, both angry and amused.
Woof woof. I sense your killing intent, and I acted on your behalf, the chubby dog said proudly. Jing Tian smiled, the chubby dog was right, he had indeed had the intent to kill against team leader Qin. Not only because this guy spoke disrespectfully to him. The main reason was to kill the chicken to scare the monkey, to show everyone that his group was not easy to mess with.
After a while, the patrolling personnel finally came back to their senses.
In an instant, the ability users wanted to use their powers, and the gunners wanted to raise their guns.
Whoever dares to move, your captain is next. Wang Lian coldly spoke.
All the patrol personnel froze, their gazes turning toward the bully dog.
Even if there were many of them, what good would it do? Just now, that devil-like dog moved too fast. So fast that their eyes couldn't keep up.
You killed the captain, the leader won't spare you when he returns, one team member stuttered. Even if he is here, if he dares to provoke my master, the outcome will be the same.
If there's nothing else, hurry and get lost. Don't affect our business. Wang Lian raised an eyebrow and coldly said.
A group of outpost guards looked at each other before finally retreating.
At this moment, one of the armed patrolmen gritted his teeth and loudly asked Jing Tian and the others, "See, can I buy your goods?"
When this patrolman spoke, the people on Jing Tian's side were stunned for a moment.
However, Jing Tian quickly smiled and said, "Of course. We welcome all customers, but there is a line." "Understood, I'll line up."
The patrolman nodded eagerly and ran to stand behind the survivors in line.
I want to buy too. Me too.
In an instant, half of the patrol guards actually expressed their desire to buy. Jing Tian treated everyone equally, waving his hand to let them line up. The remaining patrol guards, after hesitating for a while, took Captain Qin's corpse back to the inner city.
"Let's continue trading," Jing Tian said, waving his hand.
Although the survivors were initially scared, they feared even more missing this opportunity to buy rice, which might be the last chance. The trading continued.
Clearly, this time it was even faster than before.
Time passed little by little, and the sky grew darker. The survivors thought trading had to stop when it got dark, but suddenly they saw the dilapidated bus light up all around. The trading continued once again. It wasn't until all the white rice at the stall was completely traded that it finally stopped. And beside Tongyu, the small bag was already filled with little golden balls.
Estimating, it was over 20 kilograms. And what were Jing Tian's costs for these supplies?
When exchanged, it only spent 20 points of energy. Unfortunately, there were no crystal cores harvested today, otherwise, the gains would have been even greater. Today's trading ends here, don't worry about the supplies running out.
I guarantee we can continue trading tomorrow.
Jing Tian shouted to the survivors who were still lining up. Hearing that they could continue tomorrow, the disappointed people found a bit of comfort. Especially when they saw the bus starting to drive directly toward their camp, the survivors felt even more at ease.
As for blocking? Haven't they seen the steel drum guards all disappear, and even half of them come to buy?
The survivors not only didn't oppose the blocking, but on the contrary, welcomed it very much. Thus, the war god vehicle successfully drove a broken van into the outpost of the demon city.
Of course, it was the outer city. Jing Tian wasn't prepared to enter the inner city just yet.
When the war god vehicle arrived at the foot of the inner city's wall, the guards at the gate were extremely tense.
They were naturally afraid that Jing Tian would crash the car into the inner city.
Their leader had taken the strongest group out and had not returned yet, and if these people forced their way in, they knew they couldn't stop them. Fortunately, the bus turned a corner in front of the gate and stopped far from the entrance.
Stay in the car, don't leave. Yuan Shang, let's go.
Once the war god vehicle came to a stop, Jing Tian became a bit impatient.
Okay, sir.
Yuan Shang quickly nodded. After spending time together, Yuan Shang also knew that Wang Lian was Jing Tian's follower and gradually called him sir like Wang Lian. This felt more intimate than calling him Mr. Jing. Tong Yu wanted to follow, but was stopped by Wang Lian. And the little chubby one was very obedient, lying to the side without even raising his eyelids. Once Jing Tian got out of the car, he saw Lu Changshui approaching with a face full of flattery.
Jing Tian. Let's talk later if there's anything. You can move freely, go wherever you want.
Jing Tian directly interrupted Lu Changshui, his steps showing no sign of hesitation.
Yuan Shang guided Jing Tian through the winding paths of the shantytown.
To be precise, it should be called the tent area, as these homes were cobbled together with torncloth or various items. The sky had darkened, with only the occasional flicker of light from inside the tents. There were sounds of conversation, but all were very subdued, as if they feared being overheard by others.
That's the one, Brother Zhang and Sun Jun share a tent, and I live next door. I know Sun Jun, we were originally in the same dorm. Jing Tian smiled slightly.
When Li Dan told him the news about Zhang Jian, he already knew there was another roommate with Zhang Jian. Basically, Jing Tian could guess that this person was Sun Jun. There were originally 6 people in the dorm, but it wasn't like what most people think, that everyone was brothers. At the time, the dorm was split into 2 factions, with Zhang Jian and Sun Jun on one side. Sun Jun was a decent person, otherwise, Zhang Jian's behavior would definitely not allow him to live with him. Yuan Shang wanted to remind the people inside the tent, but Jing Tian stopped him. Jing Tian took out a small flashlight and directly lifted the tent flap to go inside.
You lewd person, wake up and prepare to entertain. As soon as Jing Tian entered, he shone the flashlight ahead and called out loudly.
However, halfway through his words, he suddenly noticed something was off. On the makeshift floor made of 2 grass mats, there was only one person lying there. This person was very young, with dark skin, a somewhat thin appearance, and relatively neat features. When Jing Tian saw that there was only this person, he frowned and scanned his gaze left and right. Unfortunately, the tent was small, making everything clear at a glance. At that moment, the person lying on the ground suddenly sat up. With eyes filled with shock and disbelief, he looked at Jing Tian.
You are Jing Tian?
This person spoke with great excitement.
Hello, Sun Monkey, I'm indeed Jing Tian, where is Zhang Jian?
Jing Tian forced a smile, patting Sun Jun's shoulder to greet him before directly asking for news about Zhang Jian.
Jing Tian should have been quite happy to see Sun Jun.
But because he didn't see Zhang Jian, his mood plummeted by 80%.
You haven't changed at all? You're still so fair? Could it be that you have become an ability user? Sun Jun looked at Jing Tian with excitement and shock. In his excitement, he didn't pay attention to Jing Tian's inquiry about Zhang Jian. We can talk slowly about these later, I'm asking you where Zhang Jian is? Jing Tian's patience was slightly wearing thin. Zhang Jian, he. Sun Jun finally understood Jing Tian's question, and his expression suddenly changed slightly.
Then, a hint of guilt and sadness appeared on Sun Jun's face as he said, he got into trouble, I'm sorry, Jing Tian, it's my fault for not protecting Zhang Jian.
Chapter 130, Rush into the Inner City.
As soon as Jing Tian heard Sun Jun's words, his face turned pale.
Tell me, what happened to Zhang Jian? Did he die?
Jing Tian grabbed Sun Jun by the collar.
No, he's not dead.
Sun Jun seemed startled by Jing Tian's expression, his eyes flickering as he hurriedly said, he was caught while sneaking medicine into the inner city, he was taken by the patrol at noon, and now we don't know what's happening.
Caught for stealing medicine? Then he can still be alive? Upon hearing Sun Jun's explanation, Jing Tian became increasingly anxious. Right now, there's no legal restraint, and the life of an ordinary survivor is even less valuable. You could say that killing a person now is definitely more casual than killing a chicken. If someone had a chicken to kill, it might be a sensational event. But killing a person might not even merit a second glance. Sir, what's wrong? Yuan Shang, hearing Jing Tian's unusual voice from outside, hurriedly ran in. Yuan? How are you with Jing Tian? Sun Jun naturally recognized Yuan Shang.
Yuan Shang ignored Sun Jun and looked at Jing Tian.
Zhang Jian was caught for stealing medicine.
Jing Tian said with a darkened face.
What? When did this happen?
Yuan Shang's expression changed drastically.
He was taken away at noon. Sun Jun said. This. Sir, we must enter the inner city immediately.
I hope Jian Go has some luck, otherwise, he's dead for sure. Yuan Shang said with a hint of urgency.
What's going on? Jing Tian asked. There's a fighting arena in the inner city, specifically for entertaining the wealthy and powerful.
Once someone makes a mistake, they are sent there to fight each other for others to bet on.
Even if they miraculously win, the hope of survival is.
Yuan Shang didn't finish, but the meaning was clear. Losers are killed on the spot, but winners, unless they are completely uninjured, have little hope of surviving.
If badly injured, no one will help you heal.
If you don't die right away, you will surely suffer even more later.
Bastard, how can this happen?
Jing Tian's expression changed again, then he turned and walked outside, saying, Yuan Shang, we are going into the inner city.
Kill anyone who tries to stop us. Yes.
Yuan Shang nodded without hesitation and followed. At this moment, Yuan Shang had no doubt about Jing Tian's abilities. This Mr. Jing definitely had the strength to destroy the entire stronghold.
Jing Tian didn't call for Sun Jun. However, after hesitating for a moment, Sun Jun surprisingly didn't come out.
Jing Tian remembered Sun Jun once he was outside the tent. But seeing that Sun Jun didn't follow, his expression slightly changed, and he eventually shook his head. The two quickly returned to the side of the war god. Lu Chanxue saw Jing Tian come back and jumped out of the car. Jing Tian, can you
unhitch the trailer? I need to go into the inner city to handle something.
Jing Tian again didn't give Lu Chanxue a chance to speak, throwing down a sentence and getting into the car. Yuan Shang directly went forward to unhook the van from the war god, then jumped onto the war god.
On the car, Wang Lian and Tong Yu saw Jing Tian's dark expression and didn't dare to speak. Even the chubby one didn't make a sound. The two women's eyes couldn't help but look at Yuan Shang.
After Jing Tian got in the car, he sat directly in the driver's seat, started the war god, and drove toward the inner city entrance.
Elder brother Yuan, why is my master so angry? Tong Yu quietly asked Yuan Shang.
Zhang Ge was captured by the steel barrel guards and may be in danger.
Yuan Shang said. What? Tong Yu's eyes widened, panic instantly showing on her face. Wang Lian's expression also changed dramatically. They both understood how important Zhang Jian was in Jing Tian's heart.
If they had known he was dead from the very beginning, it would have been better. But now they knew he was still alive, yet something happened on the way here, that
Jing Tian was probably going to go insane.
I hope nothing happens, otherwise, I worry the whole Demon City stronghold will be in trouble.
Wang Lian said with concern. Woof.
Jing Tian is very angry, whoever he wants to kill, I will help him kill, the chubby one shouted. Loyalty reaching 80 is different, especially for a battle pet that shares feelings with Jing Tian. At this moment, Jing Tian didn't pay any attention to the low conversation of the few people, he drove directly to the entrance. The entrance had a heavy iron gate, and a dozen steel barrel guards were guarding it. I just want to go in and find someone, anyone who blocks me will die. Jing Tian suppressed his anger, temporarily stopping the war god in front of the big iron gate, shouting in a cold tone.
The gate guards had been nervously watching Jing Tian's vehicle all along. At first, they relaxed a bit when they saw the car stop outside the city. But before long, this junky car charged over aggressively.
Hearing Jing Tian shout, a dozen guards exchanged glances.
Open the door?
Then they would be derelict in their duties. The inner city was not a place anyone could enter, especially not these threatening outsiders.
But if they didn't let him in?
Not to mention there was a devilish bully dog on this vehicle, just looking at the weapon rising from the top of the car made them feel chills down their spines. My patience is very limited, I'll give you 10 seconds to make a decision. Jing Tian saw the guards staring blankly without responding and not opening the gate, he coldly shouted again.
This was an ultimatum. If they still didn't open the gate, Jing Tian would crash right in. If he couldn't find Zhang Jian, he would definitely not have any hesitation again. The guards were momentarily bewildered and couldn't help but look at the squad leader. The squad leader was extremely frustrated. Why did such a situation arise during his shift? In the blink of an eye, there were only 3 seconds left.
Jing Tian pressed the car horn hard, as if it were the final warning.
Damn it, shoot.
Suddenly, the captain seemed to be stimulated somehow and ordered the gunners behind him. The gunners were taken aback, then instinctively raised their guns and aimed them at the war god number.
Bang bang bang.
In an instant, the sound of gunfire erupted, and the main target was Jing Tian, who was in the driver's seat. Yuan Shang initially felt worried about it.
However, he quickly realized that the bullets hitting the war god didn't cause any damage at all.
Even the car windows didn't leave a single white spot from the bullets. It seems I was still too merciful. Jing Tian scoffed coldly, not even using his control power, directly activating the secondary shotgun.
Bang bang bang.
The powerful sound of the secondary shotgun echoed, sweeping in a circle, and it quieted down in less than 3 seconds. Then, the war god started up and charged directly at the heavy iron gate.
Boom. Crack.
The massive iron gate, which cost a fortune in manpower, was directly smashed to pieces.
The war god charged into the inner city.
At the entrance, it left behind a pile of broken iron and a dozen severely battered guard corpses. Perhaps there were innocent people among them, but it didn't matter anymore. The moment they raised their weapons, the outcome was already sealed.
Chapter 131. The fight is over.
The inner city and the outer city were like heaven and earth.
Although it was no longer the former prosperity, at least there were no chaotic shantytowns.
The streets were mostly clean, and the buildings on both sides were mostly intact, just missing some windows and glass.
Like outside, there was no electricity here. However, some rooms had candlelight. There were hardly any people on the streets.
When the war god appeared, the lights illuminated and directly attracted the residents from the surrounding buildings.
Sir, go forward, turn right at the next intersection to reach the fighting arena, which was originally Wenta Plaza, Yuan Shang directed Jing Tian. Yuan Shang, when did Wenta Plaza become a fighting arena? Wang Lian asked Yuan Shang with a hint of confusion.
Wang Lian had only left the Magic City for about half a month, and there was indeed no fighting arena before. It was just established about a week ago, and as soon as it was founded, it became extremely popular, loved by some gambling addicts and psychologically twisted individuals, Yuan Shang said with a hint of helplessness.
Using people to fight like beasts is truly inhumane. Tong Yu said hatefully from the side.
Zombies killing people, people killing zombies, and even humans slaughtering each other, these could all be accepted.
But this behavior of using humans as beasts for gambling and entertainment was simply perverse.
The war god quickly approached Wenta Plaza. Jing Tian originally wanted to sneak in quietly.
However, this thought vanished in an instant.
Looking at the thousands of people gathered in the square, excitedly shouting, it was obvious someone was fighting inside.
Honk! Suddenly, Jing Tian pressed the horn.
Together with the beam of the headlights, it startled the boiling crowd ahead, who quickly turned around.
What the hell, how can there be a car? The lights. It's lights, we haven't seen them in a long time. Damn it, get out of the way, it's charging over.
The crowd reacted differently, but soon made the same evasive actions.
Don't move? If you don't move, you'll be hit. The crowd quickly opened a path.
The war god smoothly arrived at the center of the square. Using the light, there were 4 bonfires in the middle of the square, illuminating the area brightly.
Among the 4 bonfires was a huge iron cage.
At this moment, 2 people inside the cage were hitting each other with iron rods. The 2 had no techniques at all, as if they had lost their consciousness, they only knew to hit each other back and forth. This was no longer a fight, it was simply a contest of who was tougher. At this moment, the audience had stopped watching the fight. They were all looking at the war god with shock and confusion. Don't look at how the war god ship has been selling goods in the outer city for half a day, but basically, the inner city people don't know. Some patrollers know, but they haven't publicized it to the inner city people. Usually, the inner city people also look down on going to the outer city. Jing Tian ignored the shock of these people and focused intently on identifying the ones in the cage. Although he could be said to know Zhang Jian deeply. But the 2 people before him were equally skinny, with dark skin, and their faces were covered in blood. The most detestable thing was that both of them were not tall, making it quite difficult to recognize them.
Stop it for me.
Unable to recognize the 2, Jing Tian could only shout loudly. At this time, the war god ship was only over 20 meters from the iron cage, so Jing Tian directly used the control of the safe zone. Once the control was activated, the 2 people in the cage who were crazily smashing things immediately stopped.
Zhang Jian, is that you?
Jing Tian opened the door and got out of the car, coming directly to the edge of the cage to ask the 2.
He had wanted to surprise Zhang Jian before.
Now, Jing Tian was just satisfied to see Zhang Jian. The 2 calmed down from their madness and shook their heads in confusion.
Neither? That's good. Seeing the 2 shake their heads, Jing Tian let out a sigh of relief. Who the hell are you, daring to come here and cause trouble? At that moment, a voice filled with anger came from the side. Soon, a fat middle-aged man arrived, accompanied by 4 burly men. As soon as the fat man appeared, he arrogantly questioned Jing Tian. This fat man was actually an ordinary person. For an ordinary person to remain this fat in the apocalypse is truly miraculous. Crack. Yuan Shang directly raised his gun, aiming at the fat man. Sir, this guy is Yang Ju's nephew, Yang Wenwu. He runs the fighting arena. Oh? Upon hearing Yuan Shang's words, Jing Tian wasted no time and grabbed the fat man over. You are an ability user? Yang Wenwu's face changed the moment he was grabbed and he shouted. At the same time, Yang Wenwu did not forget to turn his head and glare fiercely at the 4 burly men. It was those 4 bastards who told this troublemaking youth was an ordinary person. The 4 burly men were not ordinary people, all were level 3 ability users, renowned for their strong combat power in the base.
Seeing their boss being captured, they immediately shouted to come forward.
Yuan Shang and Wang Lian were about to act. However, someone was faster than them. A phantom flashed by, weaving through the four men.
Immediately, the four seemingly fierce ability users had their throats sliced before they could even resist.
Until the four strong men fell to the ground, gushing blood, the surrounding crowd finally reacted, exclaiming in shock. From the moment Yang Wenwu brought his men out to the end, it hadn't exceeded 10 seconds. Yang Wenwu's eyes widened, unable to speak, his body of fat trembling incessantly.
Of course, his eyes weren't wide at all, quivering from fright.
I don't want to say it a second time, where is Zhang Jian?
Jing Tian coldly questioned the fat man.
Zhang Jian who? The fat man trembled as he responded back.
At this point, Yang Wenwu was no longer arrogant, he was stubborn but not stupid.
Just generally foolish. Jing Tian raised an eyebrow, then realized.
A small figure like Zhang Jian, this fat man likely wouldn't know the name at all. The person you captured at noon for stealing medicine.
Jing Tian said with a grim face.
Yang Wenwu still shook his head in confusion, he wouldn't bother with such trivial matters. Yuan Shang looked around at the patrollers and loudly asked, who captured a person for stealing medicine at noon? A group of patrollers looked at each other. Finally, one person trembled all over and took a step back.
It's you! Where is he?
Jing Tian beckoned, and this level 2 ability user was directly grabbed over. The person is, he finished the last round.
This ability user's face turned pale, stuttering in fear. Finished the fight?
Jing Tian's face also turned white.
With a slight tremble of nervousness, he continued to ask, so how is he now?
He is number 6, he won the last fight, so he should still be alive. The guard struggled to finish a sentence, almost exhausting all his strength.
Still alive? That's great. Take me to see him. Jing Tian's expression showed a flicker of joy. Over there.
The guard pointed to a building at the edge of the square. Jing Tian roughly tossed aside the guard, not killing him, leaving him for Zhang Jian to take revenge on himself. Then Jing Tian quickly ran towards that building. When he reached the edge, Jing Tian frowned, he felt restricted. The war god vehicle started and crashed forward to follow. This was a simple building, with no windows or doors, just a few columns holding up the roof. As soon as he got closer, he could smell a strong scent of blood. The headlights of the war god lit up the inside of the building. Walking into the building, Jing Tian's eyes turned red at once. Here, dozens of bodies were piled up in chaos, each body disfigured, and the shapes seriously distorted.
Zhang Jian? Where is that Jian?
Seeing this scene, the glimmer of hope he just felt fell by more than half.
Sir, the living ones are over there.
Wang Lian followed Jing Tian. At this moment she was calmer than him, seeing a corner where 3 people were placed separately, seemingly still breathing. Jing Tian hurried over. All 3 were in a weak state, covered in blood, their faces unrecognizable.
But this time, Jing Tian immediately recognized Zhang Jian among the 3.
It was just that the other 2 were obviously taller.
Jian.
Jing Tian directly rushed to Zhang Jian's side, holding him up with red eyes.
Caring nothing for Zhang Jian's bloody body.
Calling him Jian was not Jing Tian cursing Zhang Jian, but a close term between brothers. Zhang Jian, who was originally in a state close to death, was shaken back to consciousness by Jing Tian's actions. Or perhaps it was the final glimmer of light, his right eye, not covered by blood, barely opened a crack.
Wow, little Tian? I didn't expect to see you. If I had known I'd see you in hell, I would have come sooner.
Suddenly, Zhang Jian, who was originally lost and powerless, had a fleeting brightness in his eyes after seeing Jing Tian. He stared at Jing Tian with a face full of surprise.
I'm not dead, and you'd better not think about dying.
Tears streamed down Jing Tian's face at that moment.
This guy actually thought he had met himself in hell. Don't fool me. How could I not die after all that?
You seem to be doing okay in hell, from now on, you must protect me.
I want girls, I want meat.
At this point, Zhang Jian could still mock Jing Tian, speaking while a slight smile appeared on his face. But he didn't finish the last words, his head tilted and he fainted. However, even when he had fainted, the smile on his face remained. It was unclear whether he was happy to see Jing Tian, or happy at the thought of living a good life in the future.
Zhang Jian, wake up. You wake up.
Jing Tian thought Zhang Jian had died and quickly shook him hard.
If you shake like that, even if he's not dead, you'll shake him to death.
The system suddenly warned in Jing Tian's mind. Right, system, please help me, treat these people, you can take as much energy as you want. Jing Tian hurriedly stopped moving, the system's appearance felt like grabbing a straw to save him.
Do you want 100,000 energy points to save him? The system surprisingly asked.
Save him, but the energy points will be on credit, I promise to pay you back soon. Jing Tian said without hesitation. The system fell silent for a few seconds, then spoke again. It seems this person is really important to you. Here's the deal, if his loyalty to you exceeds 80, he can receive treatment as a direct relative, requiring only normal energy consumption.
Really? That's wonderful.
Jing Tian's eyes lit up, then he began data probing on the unconscious Zhang Jian.
Zhang Jian, an ordinary person. Physical strength, 12. Power, 5. Combat ability, 4. Loyalty to the host, 95.
This Jian guy is really useless with a combat ability under 5.
How did he win before?
Jing Tian couldn't help but mock and despise him when he saw Zhang Jian's combat ability was below 5, despite the current situation. But soon, Jing Tian was both shocked and moved. The brother he hadn't seen since graduation had a terrifying loyalty to him. It could even be said to be sky high.
It's simply the loyalty of a newborn to its parents, you don't need to hide any secrets from him. Even the system was a bit surprised. You don't understand human feelings, we are the best buddies and can sacrifice everything for each other. Of course, each other's wives are not included.
Jing Tian said, slightly smug.
Enough nonsense, bring back the war god ship.
Fixing a body damaged and worn out like this will take 9 to 10 hours. The system reminded Jing Tian. Jing Tian quickly came to his senses and picked up Zhang Jian, walking out.
Outside, many people had already gathered. These people wore various expressions, some were fearful, some were jealous, and some were dissatisfied. Jing Tian's sudden arrival had spoiled the last gambling fight. And previously, Yang Wenwu had disappeared because no one was watching him.
However, Jing Tian didn't care, he hadn't planned on killing that fat guy that was left for Zhang Jian himself. What was most important now was to heal Zhang Jian first. Jing Tian and the others all returned to the war god ship, and no one dared to stop them. Jing Tian let Wang Lian and the others go rest while he took Zhang Jian back to his bedroom.
System, start.
Jing Tian placed Zhang Jian down, activated the absolute soundproof mode in the bedroom, and directly issued the command to the system. Initiate treatment and recovery for the host's closest companion. The subject is severely damaged, complete repair requires 1200 energy points and will take 9 hours.
Treatment begins.
After the system reported, it began to treat Zhang Jian.
Jing Tian couldn't feel anything, but he knew Zhang Jian's body was being repaired.
You nearly scared me to death, Jian.
When you wake up, I'm definitely going to give you a beating.
Jing Tian sat by, muttering as he watched Zhang Jian.
Then, Jing Tian just sat there, waiting.
He had planned to wait until Zhang Jian woke up. However, after about an hour, Jing Tian felt the war god ship's protective shield was under attack. The attack was quite fierce, otherwise, the war god ship shouldn't tremble at all.
Chapter 133, I am my own confidence.
Jing Tian frowned and got up, returning to the living room. Sir, Yang Ju has returned, he's making a scene outside and just launched an attack. As soon as Jing Tian came out, Wang Lian hurried to report. You and Shang and Tong Yu were also there, clearly not resting at all.
Woof. Jing Tian, let me out to bite him, you'll be the boss here.
Little Fatty shouted directly. Jing Tian had turned on the soundproofing in the bedroom earlier, so he didn't hear any noise from outside.
The barrel leader, Yang Ju, had been back for a while. After yelling for a bit without the war god ship responding, he launched an attack.
But the result was clear, he failed to break through the war god ship's protective shield.
I wanted to wait until Zhang Jian woke up to settle the score with you guys, but you couldn't wait.
Jing Tian raised an eyebrow and directly opened the door to step off the war god ship.
Wang Lian and the others all followed him down.
At this moment, Jing Tian realized that the war god ship was surrounded.
He couldn't even count how many people there were.
In any case, there were probably several thousand people, wrapped in layers upon layers.
Half of the people were holding torches, lighting up the area bright as day.
In front of the vehicle, there was a group of people. The leader was an elder in his 60s. Although he looked old, he stood tall and spirited, with shining eyes. No matter how many people there were or how fierce they seemed, at this moment, they could only obediently stand 50 meters away from the war god ship.
Uncle, it's this kid who. You killed quite a few of our people and ruined my arena.
Seeing Jing Tian come out, the chubby Yang Wenwu dashed out from behind Yang Ju, pointing at Jing Tian and shouting. At this moment, Yang Wenwu shed his previous cowardice and regained an incredibly arrogant posture.
Clearly, Yang Ju's return had given Yang Wenwu the confidence to be arrogant again.
Yang Ju looked at Jing Tian and the others, his brow furrowed. He could tell at a glance that the highest level among these few people was only peak level 3. Just now, they couldn't break through the defenses, thinking there was a super strong person's special power.
But now there were just a few small cats? Friends, I am Yang Ju, the leader of this outpost. May I ask to which southern outpost force you belong?
Yang Ju ignored his nephew and cupped his hands to Jing Tian as he asked. At this moment, Yang Ju was still quite cautious.
Why do you think we are from the south? Jing Tian asked back with a hint of curiosity. It's obvious, only the south has battle vehicles appearing now.
Previously, Tong Zhan brought back one, and he personally admitted to joining a southern force, which led him to abandon the Demon City outpost, Yang Ju said. Jing Tian was taken aback but then quickly understood, Tong Zhan must have fooled Yang Ju.
Well, think what you want. Just tell me what you want to do by surrounding us?
Jing Tian said lazily, not wanting to get tangled up in useless questions.
It seems you are a straightforward person. Then I won't waste words. If you are just here to sell goods to our outpost, we welcome you with open arms.
However, you came in and killed our patrol captain, then destroyed the city gate and killed the guards, finally ruining the arena and killing people.
Surely there should be an explanation for all this? Yang Ju began to list Jing Tian's crimes.
Jing Tian shrugged, I did do all that, so just say what you want.
Alright. Surrender the big bus and goods, then join my steel barrel faction. We will give you the best treatment, and everything that happened before will be forgiven.
Yang Ju stopped beating around the bush.
Uncle.
As soon as the chubby Yang Wenwu heard Yang Ju make such a decision, he immediately called out in dissatisfaction.
Get to the side, you useless thing. Yang Ju directly scolded his nephew. Yang Wenwu was reprimanded, his fat face trembled, and he didn't dare to retort, glaring at Jing Tian with hatred before turning and walking back into the crowd. That's all the conditions? I agree.
After a moment of thought, Jing Tian surprisingly agreed to Yang Ju's conditions very straightforwardly.
Yang Ju was taken aback. So simple? It must be a trick.
Wang Lian, Yuan Shan, and Tong Yu behind Jing Tian were slightly surprised but then returned to calm. Even Tong Yu knew that her master could never easily agree to Yang Ju's conditions.
Since you agreed, then remove this strange protection, and let's make a handover.
Yang Ju also said with a gleam in his eyes. Hold on, your debts are accounted for, but my debts haven't been settled yet.
Jing Tian suddenly chuckled coldly. Your debts? What debt? Yang Ju frowned.
I only have one debt to settle with you, my brother was sent to the arena by you, and it almost cost him his life. Jing Tian's gaze suddenly turned cold.
Your brother was sent to the arena? Yang Ju was stunned again and turned to ask Yang Wenwu. But he didn't see the chubby guy, he didn't know where he ran off to. That's right, my brother is seriously injured now, so you must make compensation. My demand is simple, all involved in this matter should die, and your pig of a nephew should be the first. Jing Tian said decisively. What? Everyone should die? You also want my nephew's life? You are too arrogant, who gives you the confidence?
Yang Ju glared with his old eyes, unable to believe what he heard.
I give myself the confidence. If you can't do it, I will take care of it personally. Jing Tian said lightly. Very well, it seems you really have the confidence. Then I'll see what you can do to kill one more person. Yang Ju's expression darkened.
Killing one more person is not enough, old man, you better know your place, otherwise, I'll kill you together.
It's no big deal to change the leader of this magic city. Jing Tian said. Ha ha ha.
Yang Ju was taken aback for a moment, then burst into wild laughter.
Do you really think a strange shield can make you feel safe and sound? You guys are at most level 3 abilities, and you have a mutated dog of unknown level, which should be level 5, right? A level 5 mutated dog is indeed strong, and before I went out today, it could be considered a reliance. But unfortunately, after I went out this time, I gained an opportunity, and now I have already been promoted to level 6. Yang Ju's long speech was just to set the stage for his final sentence. Once he said this, he deliberately revealed a strong aura. The members of the Iron Barrel behind Yang Ju were stunned for a moment before cheering in unison. The leader's promotion was undoubtedly a great encouragement for these subordinates. However, aside from Yuan Shan's slightly changing expression, the others had no reaction at all. Even. TCH, flaunting at just level 6, my junior brother Jin Long is level 7. The young girl Tong Yu said disdainfully with a slight pout. Tong Yu's voice was very small, and Yang Ju and the others across couldn't hear it at all. Of course, even if they heard it, they wouldn't believe it. How could a junior brother of a teenage girl possibly be a level 7 ability user? Level 7 junior brother? Even Yuan Shan was a bit skeptical and asked Tong Yu, Princess Tong Yu, are you saying your junior brother is a level 7 ability user? Of course, he's of the gold type. Tong Yu said proudly. After Jin Long became her master, the little girl had been very excited, wanting everyone to know that she had a level 7 junior brother. Yuan Shan believed her this time because Wang Lian and Jing Tian beside her did not refute Tong Yu. At this moment, Yuan Shan looked at Jing Tian with even more awe, as if he were a god. How strong must this Mr. Jing be? But then, Yuan Shan felt a deep sense of loss. He was just an ordinary person, with such a strong master, he probably didn't even have the qualifications to be a follower, right? On the other side, Yang Ju was enjoying the admiration and compliments from his subordinates around him.
Although Yang Ju was cunning and wise, he had one problem, a very strong vanity. He boasted about his level 6 realm in public just to feel the thrill of being praised and admired. But soon he realized that Jing Tian and the others opposite not only didn't show surprise but also held a hint of disdain in their calmness.
Yang Ju waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to quiet down, and looked at Jing Tian and the others, saying, "You look down on my realm?"
Jing Tian blinked and honestly nodded his head. Tong Yu was right, her junior brother was already level 7, would he be scared of a level 6 ability?
Even if it exceeded the distance limit and couldn't borrow Jin Long's strength.
But now, Jing Tian at least had 3 ways to take down this Yang Ju.
Alright, since that's the case, how about we have a competition?
You can use any method, as long as you defeat me, everything will be up to you. Yang Ju was a bit impulsive and overly confident in his level 6 ability, directly challenging Jing Tian.
Jing Tian blinked again, everything would be up to his arrangement?
After being stunned for a moment, Jing Tian smiled and prepared to give Yang Ju permission to enter the protective mode, getting ready to teach him a lesson.
Woof! Jing Tian, let me do it. Just when Jing Tian was about to take action, the little fat one beside him became anxious.
You'd be dead with one strike, leaving him alive might still be useful for me.
Jing Tian frowned and transmitted his voice. Yang Ju was the leader here, before squeezing him dry, Jing Tian didn't want to directly kill him.
Woof! I can be careful, I won't kill him, just treat it as a game.
The little fat one called out. Well, alright, then you be careful.
In the end, Jing Tian still didn't refuse the little fat one's request.
Fortunately, Yang Ju couldn't hear the conversation between the man and the dog, otherwise, he might have been directly angered to death. Since Leader Yang wants to challenge, I will reluctantly send my pet to fight you. Jing Tian said directly to Yang Ju.
As I expected, among this group, this dog is the strongest.
Yang Ju said with a look of certainty, then sneered disdainfully, "Come on, let's start with this dog, then I will deal with each of you."
Hee, you don't need to be so troublesome. If you defeat my pet, we will all line up and let you slaughter us.
Jing Tian smiled lightly.
That would save me some trouble, but even if you die, you must explain your origin clearly.
Yang Ju shouted loudly. No problem. Jing Tian nodded very decisively. Little Fat might lose, but he will definitely not lose to Yang Ju. In fact, there is no way there could be any surprise facing Yang Ju.
Jing Tian suddenly felt a bit helpless.
Plans often change faster than events.
Originally, he wanted to negotiate peacefully with Yang Ju, sell goods here, earn crystal cores, and then get a villa to complete his task. Now, it seems he might have to directly take over this stronghold. The members of the Iron Barrel Power knew that their leader was going to fight a mutated dog, and they all stepped back to clear a space.
Woof! Come on, old man, don't worry, I promise I won't kill you, just let you have 300 rounds.
Little Fat stopped 10 meters in front of Yang Ju, provocatively barking at him with a hint of disdain. Although Yang Ju could not understand dog language, he could sense something from Little Fat's eyes and tone.
He was actually looked down upon by this dog. This was intolerable. Beast, you're so arrogant, watch me cook you. Yang Ju roared and took the first move. Yang Ju and Wang Meng had the same earth-based ability. Once they moved, thick earth elements quickly gathered. In an instant, a basketball-sized earth ball formed and smashed directly towards Little Fat. I must say, the attack speed of a level 6 ability user is quite fast. From gathering the elements to releasing the attack, it took no more than 3 seconds. But this speed was still too slow for Little Fat, who could almost teleport. However, Little Fat seemed lost in thought, showing no intention to dodge against the menacing earth ball. Ah, Little Fat, quickly dodge.
Tong Yu felt a bit anxious seeing Little Fat not evading, although she had full confidence in him.
Don't worry, this dog is about to play tricks. Jing Tian smiled and reassured Tong Yu.
Heart to heart with Little Fat, Jing Tian knew Little Fat did not take this attack seriously at all.
Boom!
The earth ball hit Little Fat directly.
In an instant, a cloud of dust erupted, blocking everyone's line of sight.
Ha, I said it, a beast like this can't possibly be our leader's opponent.
Yeah, our leader could probably kill it even at level 5, let alone level 6.
Leader is mighty, this powerful attack must have scared the beast silly, forgetting to dodge.
The Iron Barrel members began to discuss in an instant at the sight.
Clearly, with Little Fat being hit, they thought the battle was already over. Even Yang Ju was a bit stunned. Although he was confident, it was a bit unexpected that it would be this easy. He had intended this strike to be somewhat of a test, he hadn't even gotten the chance to unleash one of his master strokes.
Truly unimpressive. Woof, this is too weak.
Just a few more, and it would barely be enough to give me a back rub. As soon as Yang Ju started to speak, he suddenly heard an extremely disdainful bark from within the dust. With a click, it was as if someone had pressed the pause button. Yang Ju and the voices of those Iron Barrel members all froze in place. Then, amidst the group of wide-eyed individuals, Little Fat stumbled out of the dust. He looked at Yang Ju and smiled disdainfully again. Others couldn't understand, but Jing Tian understood and couldn't help but feel a wave of frustration. Little Fat was actually saying, "Old man, did you overdo it last night? You have no strength at all. Go die." Although Yang Ju didn't understand, being looked down upon by the dog several times completely ignited his anger. With a loud shout, Yang Ju once again hurled a dirt ball towards the Little Fat one. This time, the dirt ball was even bigger and faster. Bang! The Little Fat one was hit again. Before anyone else could react, Yang Ju's dirt ball shot out in quick succession. Although each one was smaller than the last, the speed was increasingly faster. Jing Tian looked a bit surprised. Yang Ju's ability release speed was really quite fast. If he refined it a bit more, it could almost count as a low-level combat skill. Yang Ju was genuinely furious. He had practiced this ultimate move in secret, never showing it to anyone, and was originally waiting to use it in a duel with Tongzhan. Unexpectedly, Tongzhan ran away, and today he ended up using it on a dog. In Yang Ju's eyes, such indiscriminate continuous attacks meant this creature could hardly escape. If it kept enduring the assault, by the end, there would be nothing left. Chapter 135: Winning while lying down. Yang Ju launched dirt balls continuously, hitting the target over a dozen times. By the time he stopped, Yang Ju felt a bit tired. After all, each release of an attack drained not only elemental energy but also mental strength for an ability user. Dust enveloped the area within a radius of several meters, and it took time to gradually disperse. The scene fell silent, including Jing Tian, who was waiting. Of course, Jing Tian was curious to see what the Little Fat one was up to. Getting bombarded like this without fighting back was truly unlike the Little Fat one's character. As the dust thinned and eventually cleared, Yang Ju's eyes widened. The result was far from what he imagined would be a heap of rubble. The Little Fat one lay on the ground, slightly covered in dust, tongue out, eyes closed. If it weren't for its belly moving up and down, one might really think it had been annihilated. Master, Little Fat. Tong Yu felt worried, thinking Little Fat was injured. Jing Tian smiled again, saying, "Don't worry, just wait for the show." Wait for the show? Even Wang Lian was a bit confused, not understanding what was going on with the Little Fat one. Yang Ju didn't hear the conversation between Jing Tian and the others. Frowning, he looked at the Little Fat one for a few seconds and then walked over. Even when he reached the Little Fat one's side, it showed no reaction. Looks like it has suffered severe internal injuries and can't get up. I win. Seeing the Little Fat one still not responding, Yang Ju directly spoke to Jing Tian's side. I feel it can still hold on for a while. Jing Tian said with an increasingly strange expression. Hold on? It seems you don't really care for your pet. Holding on just means death. Yang Ju's tone suddenly turned cold at the end, and he lifted a foot to kick the Little Fat one hard. Slap. A special sound came out. Then, crack. Yang Ju's eyes suddenly widened, and a scream escaped his mouth. It turned out that when he kicked, somehow the Little Fat one suddenly opened its mouth. His ankle went directly into the Little Fat one's mouth. It was as if the Little Fat one opened its mouth to purposely bite down on his ankle. The Little Fat one's bite strength was unquestionably powerful. Although Yang Ju was a level 6 ability user, he wasn't very strong physically. So inevitably, Yang Ju's ankle broke. As the Little Fat one released its bite, they saw Yang Ju's ankle severely twisted and deformed, with blood seeping out. With a thud, Yang Ju stumbled and fell to the ground. The intense pain made him break into a sweat immediately. Is this considered winning while lying down? Yuan Shan came back to his senses, his eyes filled with strange colors. Surprisingly, if the battle ended this way, the Little Fat one truly won without moving. It lay there, having injured its opponent, so what else could it be called if not lying down to win? Leader! As soon as they heard Yang Ju's sudden scream, the Iron Barrel members immediately cried out loudly. Woof! The Little Fat one suddenly barked. Its chubby body shook, a cloud of dust flew up, and it became spotlessly clean. Then, the chubby one stepped forward, slowly approaching Yang Ju. You beast, playing tricks. Yang Ju gritted his teeth, enduring the sharp pain, and cursed angrily, raising his hand to gather his attack again. Roar! The chubby one opened his mouth wide and let out a roar like that of a dragon or a tiger. The sound waves directly formed a wave of sonic attack. The elemental energy Yang Ju had gathered halfway was shockingly dispersed. And that's not all. Yang Ju felt a buzzing in his head, while his chest felt heavy. He couldn't hold back a mouthful of blood that spewed out. A single roar from the chubby one left a level 6 ability user with internal injuries. Those members of the steel barrel who wanted to step forward were also knocked down by this roar.
In an instant, over 200 people fell to the ground. Little Fatty is mighty. Tong Yu praised Little Fatty generously from behind. Little Fatty grinned, proudly lifted his head, swaying his chubby dog buttocks, and arrived in front of Yang Ju. Wow, do you admit defeat or not? Little Fatty asked Yang Ju.
Unfortunately, Yang Ju could not understand at all. Thinking Little Fatty was going to attack him again, he kept stepping back.
Crack.
Seeing this, Little Fatty approached without mercy, biting down on Yang Ju's arm until it broke. Little Fatty was definitely being careful, otherwise, Yang Ju's foot and another arm would surely have gone with him.
Yang Ju was already moving backward using his 2 arms, and now, great. To move now, he could only roll. No more biting, I admit defeat. Thankfully, Yang Ju hadn't completely lost his sanity.
Seeing Little Fatty open his mouth again toward him, he shouted loudly. Clearly, these words were shouted for Jing Tian to hear.
Alright Little Fatty, drag the prisoner back. Jing Tian spoke up. Little Fatty snorted, biting onto Yang Ju's pant leg, lightly dragging Yang Ju to Jing Tian's side.
Members of the steel barrel watched helplessly as their leader had his arms and legs bitten off and was captured.
Yang Ju's face shifted between a sickly pale and bright red. Absolute humiliation. A definite and utter humiliation. He had truly been defeated by a dog, and captured by one at that. For someone like Yang Ju, who cared greatly about his reputation, this was unbearable. The feeling of being captured was infinitely worse than losing a hand or foot. Leader Yang, do you have anything to say now? Jing Tian asked with a faint smile. What do you want?
Yang Ju did not even look at Jing Tian, turning his head aside, asking resentfully.
The contest was proposed by you, the stakes were set by you, I shouldn't have to repeat it again, right? Jing Tian said.
If you want to kill me, then kill me, there's no need for more talk.
But if you kill me, the demon city is not something you little people can control. Yang Ju shouted.
A small demon city stronghold is all fine, I'll let you live one more night, giving you a chance to think about what to use to save your life.
Jing Tian didn't want to waste more words with Yang Ju.
After that, Jing Tian was about to take his group back to the war god ship.
You all stop. Let my uncle go, or I'll kill him.
Just as Jing Tian was about to get into the vehicle, a sudden roar came. Jing Tian turned to look and saw the chubby Yang Wenwu leading 2 people, pushing one person forward.
Chapter 136 Zheng Jian Awakens.
The few of them looked at the person being pushed, their expressions slightly stunned.
Lu Changshui.
They had actually overlooked this guy. At that moment, Lu Changshui looked miserable, bruised and battered, barely recognizable as himself.
Jing Tian, save me.
Lu Changshui was still very clear-headed. Seeing Jing Tian, he cried for help with a quavering voice. Jing Tian blinked, then smiled.
Do you want to trade him for Yang Ju? Jing Tian squinted at Yang Wenwu.
Whether to trade or not is a single word.
If not, I'll send your person to the West Heaven right now. Yang Wenwu had a fierce look, clearly thinking the chubby one was one of Jing Tian's subordinates. Let's trade.
You send the person over, and then take your uncle away, he's injured and can't walk by himself. Jing Tian's eyes turned, readily agreeing to the exchange of hostages.
You're quite considerate. Yang Wenwu did not suspect anything.
He brought the person and pushed Lu Changshui forward.